Chapter 1701, Eastern Saint Academy. However, Zhang Feng didn't expect that a few simple words from Zhao Hai would solve his problem. Although the beast sect had lost, they didn't blame Zhao Hai much for it. After all, Zhao Hai didn't kill the beast sect disciple. He was giving the sect face. Zhao Hai's action cleared Zhang Feng's anxiety. As long as Zhao Hai secures the slot for the new foreign trial, his status in the Black Tiger gang would definitely improve. Zhang Feng also thought more about this. If Zhao Hai can really enter the new foreign trial, then the foreign trial will become his new ace. Anything he gets in the foreign trial will belong to the faction. He can decide who could go, and he can even choose when he goes. This was because of Zhao Hai's spatial ability. This caused Zhang Feng to be ecstatic. Although the various sects were now paying attention to Zhao Hai, the battles needed to continue. As long as slots for 1,000 people haven't been determined, the battles wouldn't stop. The battles will now enter the fourth elimination round. This would also be the last round. If it was calculated, it would be impossible to select 1,000 people in just 4 elimination rounds. However, in reality, this wasn't really the case. This was because in the first 3 rounds of battle, there were victors who were seriously injured. Despite winning their battle, they could no longer go on fighting. They had essentially lost the opportunity to fight for their slots. Therefore, the 4th round was enough to choose 1,000 people. Before long, Zhao Hai's opponent for the 4th elimination round has been selected. This time, he was a disciple of the East Saint Academy. The East Saint Academy was one of the 4 Saint Academies of the great world of cultivation. The 4 Saint Academies were once the biggest sect in the realm. They stretched 4 entire provinces and had innumerable branches in other provinces. Their downfall was caused by internal strife. In the end, it was divided into 4 groups: the East Saint Academy, the West Saint Academy, the South Saint Academy, and the North Saint Academy. Such a large sect has been split into 4. Although the sect was divided into 4 academies, their strength remained formidable. The East, West, North, and South Saint Academies were still each on par with the 10,000 Buddhas Monastery, Beast Sect, All Demon Sect, and the Wonderful Sound Pavilion. But if it was really considered, individually, the 4 Saint Academies couldn't compare to the 10,000 Buddhas Monastery and the others. However, the gap wasn't a lot. Moreover, although the 4 Saint Academies had separated, they were still connected with each other. Each Saint Academy would help the others. With this special relationship, even the Heaven Sect wouldn't dare offend them. The core disciples of the 4 Saint Academies generally learn orthodox methods, and each one of them was very powerful. However, their inner disciples weren't necessarily using techniques of the righteous faction. Zhao Hai's enemy this time was someone who used orthodox cultivation methods. The East Saint Academy disciple wasn't wearing normal cultivator clothing. Instead, he was wearing a scholar's robe. He had a golden headband tying his hair, and he also had a fan in his hand. The 4 Saint Academies were also named the 4 Sage Academies in the great world of cultivation. The 4 academies also study chess, zither, poetry, and so on. The East Saint Academy was famous for their poetry. A lot of East Saint Academy disciples used the pen as their weapon. However, instead of a pen, Zhao Hai's opponent was using a fan as his weapon. Kair and the others reviewed the previous battles of the East Saint Academy disciple. They confirmed that he wasn't weak. Firstly, his Dao avatar was a copy of himself. Another source of his strength was his fan. The fan was a formidable artifact. Zhao Hai looked at the East Saint Academy disciple and then gave a warrior's salute before standing still. The East Saint Academy disciple smiled at Zhao Hai as he shook his fan twice and said, "Junior brother from the Black Tiger gang, you're one of the few geniuses I have seen in my entire life. It would be an honor to fight against you. But brother has to be careful. I won't be showing mercy." Zhao Hai gave a short bow and said, "Please enlighten me." The East Saint Academy disciple smiled and said, "Then please." After he said that, a white light flashed as a book appeared in his hand. The East Saint Academy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, take this move." After that, he chanted, "Fish playing in the North Lotus Pond, fish playing in the East Lotus Pond, fish playing in the West Lotus Pond, fish playing in the South Lotus Pond, fish playing in the Central Lotus Pond." After he said those words, 5 huge kois departed from the book and swam towards Zhao Hai. Behind the kois, pink lotus flowers with deep green lotus leaves were following. Then the kois quickly surrounded Zhao Hai. Unless Zhao Hai was an idiot, he would know that these kois weren't meant for viewing. Zhao Hai swung his halberds towards the koi that surrounded him. One of the koi was chopped off. Zhao Hai's elephant Dao avatar also swung down at the koi in front of him. The koi swayed its body and dodged to the side in an instant. Zhao Hai's attack missed, and then, as though triggering a hornet's nest, once the attack missed, the koi accelerated as they all charged towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the water jets came out of the koi's mouths. Zhao Hai moved, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward towards the East Saint Academy disciple. At this time, the lotus flowers and the lotus leaves surrounded him as the koi immediately went back, forming a line of defense between Zhao Hai and his enemy. Then the koi continued to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he said, "Explosive roar." As Zhao Hai's voice fell, the elephant's belly enlarged. When it reached its maximum state, the elephant roared. Roar. The giant elephant's roar caused the surrounding space to distort. This wasn't a true spatial distortion, but because it was a sound attack, everyone felt their surroundings shake. As the roar expanded, the kois couldn't help but be stunned. Meanwhile, the lotus flowers and leaves wilted down. At this time, Zhao Hai moved and flashed in front of the East Saint Academy disciple. Then he swung his halberds down. The East Saint Academy didn't expect Zhao Hai to reach him. However, he didn't panic. He quickly responded and raised his fan to block Zhao Hai's attack. Along with his movement, a fan held by the Dao avatar got in the way of the elephant trunk that was swinging down. Boom! A loud sound appeared as the trunk hit the folding fan. The fan disappeared. The fan in the hand of the East Saint Academy disciple was also flung off. Zhao Hai's second attack arrived not too long after. The East Saint Academy disciple sharply retreated. Zhao Hai followed him closely as he continued his attacks. Although the enemy's speed wasn't slow, it was obvious that he wasn't someone known for his speed. In the end, he couldn't shake Zhao Hai's pursuit off. His Dao avatar was continually being attacked. At this time, the East Saint Academy's kois arrived behind Zhao Hai's Dao avatar and rushed to attack it. After a few attacks, the Dao avatar shook. It looked like it would break at any time. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop his pursuit. He continued to attack his enemy. It was as if he wouldn't give up until he destroyed the enemy's Dao avatar. Experts who were spectating looked at Zhao Hai's movement and couldn't help but commend him. These people understood why Zhao Hai was eager to continue his attack. Even if it was a lose-lose situation, it still showed Zhao Hai's talent. Everyone could see that Zhao Hai wasn't as strong as the East Saint Academy disciple. However, the East Saint Academy disciple has a weakness, and this weakness was his Dao avatar's slowness. The attacks of the East Saint Academy disciple involve slowly surrounding his enemy and entangling them like a net, and in the end, he would strangle his enemy to death. If Zhao Hai's response wasn't quick enough, then he would be killed by the enemy. Therefore, he would rather prefer his and the enemy's Dao avatar to shatter. Zhao Hai was in the right direction. This was his only chance of defeating his enemy. Zhao Hai's attacks increased in intensity. One attack after another came down with the impact of a thunderbolt. He continued to attack the East Saint Academy disciple's Dao avatar. After 5 more strikes, the East Saint Academy disciple's Dao avatar finally shattered. The East Saint Academy disciple's expression changed as he vomited blood. At the same time, Zhao Hai's Dao avatar was destroyed. The kois that attacked Zhao Hai also disappeared. Zhao Hai's halberd continued to attack the East Saint Academy's disciple. The East Saint Academy's disciple also looked at Zhao Hai with a ruthless expression. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's halberd stopped around 10 centimeters away from the enemy's face. At the same time, the East Saint Academy disciple's fan stopped 10 centimeters from the back of Zhao Hai's head. It was a mutually destructive battle. Fortunately, the two sides stopped at the right time, otherwise, someone would definitely die. Naturally, this was in the eyes of the spectators. Zhao Hai certainly wouldn't tell them that even if the attack to the back of his head connected, nothing would happen to him. At the same time, although the battle looked extremely close, everything was under Zhao Hai's control. Each attack he made and every response the enemy made, all were within Zhao Hai's calculations. Chapter 1702. Pursue. Although Zhao Hai had never seen the East Saint Academy disciples' moves, Kair and the others did. All of his actions were recorded and analyzed. No matter who becomes Zhao Hai's enemy, Kair could immediately bring up the data gathered about them and produce countermeasures to deal with them. The enemy's defeat had already been planned before the two parties entered the stage. For this battle, Zhao Hai wanted it to end in a tie. This was because he analyzed that he could still acquire a slot in the foreign trial if he ended the battle in a draw. It can be said that although the battle ended in a tie, Zhao Hai and the East Saint Academy disciple both won. The other battles had already declared their winners. This time, a total of 753 disciples from the 9 super sects have gained qualifications to enter the new subspace. As for the experts from other sects, 237 of them qualified. In other words, the final number didn't reach 1,000 but instead 990. Zhao Hai's battle result allowed him to be among the 990 people. This was the result that Zhao Hai wanted. He didn't defend the East Saint Academy while also gaining a slot in the new subspace. If his opponent wasn't from the East Saint Academy, Zhao Hai could kill them even if they have the same strength as the East Saint Academy disciple. But since his enemy is from a super sect, Zhao Hai didn't wish to offend them. As for the East Saint Academy disciple, Zhao Hai didn't care if he was offended by the tie or not. As long as he didn't offend the East Saint Academy, that was already enough. Zhao Hai didn't really care about the inner disciples of the East Saint Academy. Zhao Hai knew that it would be fine if he killed the East Saint Academy disciple if nobody noticed. However, if he killed the disciple in front of everyone, then the East Saint Academy would definitely feel that he slapped their face. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to end the battle in a draw. The reason Zhao Hai dared to defeat the Beast Sect disciple but only tied with the East Saint Academy disciple was because he understood that those from the righteous faction were more petty than those from the evil faction. The Beast Sect cultivators had always been called barbarians by people of the great world of cultivation. They respect strength. As long as the opponent defeats them in a fair battle, they wouldn't mind it. Sometimes, people care about face, but to some people, what they care about is strength. For those people, face wasn't worth anything. Zhao Hai received his halberd as he gave the East Saint disciple a salute and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for showing mercy." Then he flew back and returned to the treasure ship. The East Saint Academy disciple looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. The spectators might not be aware, but he knew that Zhao Hai actually won the fight. Just as Zhao Hai was about to hit his head, he actually pulled back at the last moment. At the same time, the halberd in his other hand moved slightly. Although the movement was very little, he still noticed. He understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to tell him that he could block his fan while hitting him, but Zhao Hai didn't do that. He wanted to end the fight in a draw. The East Saint Academy disciple naturally wouldn't reveal this. He just gave Zhao Hai one last look before returning to the East Saint Academy's side. Sure enough, in everyone's opinion, the battle ended in a draw. Although the battle didn't have a victor, Zhao Hai and the East Saint Academy disciple were still able to enter the subspace. After the result came out, the people from the Black Tiger gang cheered. Zhang Feng also let out a long breath. Zhang Feng knew that Zhao Hai's victory was very important to him. His status in the Black Tiger gang would increase in the future. This was because in order to increase your status in the sect, strength wasn't enough. You would also need to make contributions to the sect. Getting a slot to a new subspace was an enormous contribution to the sect. It would bring a lot of benefits to the Black Tiger gang. Each new subspace would be dangerous for pioneers, but at the same time, pioneers would also get the most benefits, which would count as contributions to the sect. At this time, nobody knows the true situation inside the new subspace. Nobody knew what was inside, but the pioneers could not only get first pick on the subspace's materials, they could also record information about the subspace to give to the sect. This way, those who entered in the future would be able to use it to traverse the subspace. Naturally, for Zhang Feng, the most important thing was Zhao Hai entering that subspace. If that happens, Zhao Hai would be able to treat that subspace as his backyard. He can return whenever he wants. Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'll have to thank you again this time. This slot is very important to me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother doesn't need to be polite. It's my duty." As Zhao Hai said that, a Wush Wang appeared in the life and death arena once more. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the slots have been set. The access tokens will be given. I ask the winners to come here and receive it." One after another, the 990 recipients of the tokens went on the platform and received their tokens. When it was Zhao Hai's time, a Wush Wang looked at him and said, You're from the Black Tiger Gang, Li Lin, right? To be able to gain that much strength not long after condensing your Dao avatar, that's really rare. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I wouldn't dare. Senior is too polite. Wang smiled faintly and then gave a jade token to Zhao Hai. After receiving the token, Zhao Hai bowed and then returned to the treasure ship. Zhao Hai held the jade token and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the jade token that Zhang Feng sent over for drawing lots. It was clear that the token has been refined once more. Although the jade token was the same, its function has completely changed. Originally, the jade token was used to record information, but now, the token indicated a certain status. There was now a special energy inside the token. It wasn't spiritual force but another form of energy. It was clear that it had been processed by a refining expert. Zhao Hai was stunned because of the period of time that passed. Refining a used jade token in such a short time wasn't easy. This was especially true when there were close to 1,000 of these jade tokens. This meant that it was processed by a refining grandmaster. A refining expert of such rank actually appeared in this place. This was truly strange. Most refining grandmasters would be treated by their sex as valuable treasures. It was impossible for them to go out. But now, a refining grandmaster was in the life and death arena. This only meant that the refining grandmaster was also a strong cultivator. There were no issues with them being out of the sect. It seems like the accumulation of the super sects was indeed deep. Zhao Hai returned to Zhang Feng's side and handed the token over. After everyone acquired their jade token, Wang said, we still don't know the specific entry time and duration of the rift to the new subspace. Everyone should hold on to your tokens. It is also a contact token. As long as there is news, we will immediately send you a notification. We estimate that it will be in a month. Everyone, you can now return to your sex. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng in confusion as he asked, Senior brother, the opening time and the duration of the subspace can be calculated? Zhang Feng nodded and said, correct. The time it opens and how long it would open can be calculated. Even in our sect, there are people who specialize in these matters. Although their calculation isn't 100% accurate, it was at least 90% accurate, which is already very good. And for a new subspace, the super sects certainly wouldn't be careless. We can expect their accuracy to be at least 95%. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then, senior brother, will we go back now? Zhang Feng nodded. Then he turned around and said, we won't stay here anymore, let's leave. Then he sent the order for the treasure ship to leave. When the treasure ship turned around, it began to accelerate away from the life and death arena. When Zhang Feng and the others left, a skull-shaped large artifact followed them. Moreover, it seems to be pursuing Zhang Feng's treasure ship. This skull-faced large artifact was quite well known. It was called the Ghost Face Ship. It was the signature large artifact of the Wandering Soul Group. Its whole body was made out of refined beast bones. Each bone was infused with a soul. This meant that when the Ghost Face Ship was in battle, it could release hundreds of millions of ghosts to help them fight. Its combat strength was formidable. Moreover, because the entire ship was made out of beast bones, it was very light, which translated to greater speed. Its speed could even be placed in the top 10 in the great world of cultivation. It must be known that this ranking included the large flying swords of the Heaven sect. After Zhang Feng ordered his ship to leave, he led Zhao Hai and the others into his office. Once they were settled in, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, now that you have offended the Wandering Soul Group, you will have to be careful. Those people from the Wandering Soul Group aren't normal. They will definitely try to deal with you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, First senior brother, there's no use for that warning. I'm afraid those fellows are now pursuing us. Zhang Feng stared, then he immediately said, Broadcast. Chapter 1703, Want to seize the ship. As Zhang Feng's voice fell, the painting on the living room changed and became a giant screen with smaller pictures in it. Then Zhang Feng said, Show the radar. The screen immediately changed and became a radar with a green background. A bright line rotated around a white dot. This white dot was the treasure ship's position. Then not far away behind the ship was a red dot, and it was quickly catching up. This radar wasn't something that Zhao Hai included with the ship. Instead, Zhang Feng asked a refining master of the sect to install it. Although Zhao Hai could have installed a better radar for the treasure ship, he didn't do it. He didn't want to reveal his multiple abilities. If he appeared too talented, then Zhang Feng would attach more and more importance to him. With this increased attention, it might cause Zhang Feng's subordinates to be jealous. Zhao Hai doesn't want to place a huge target on his back. Zhang Feng looked at the screen as he coldly snorted and said, "It's really those fanatics from the Wandering Soul group. Since they're courting death, let's teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai replied, "Since they're pursuing us, that means they are prepared. We need to be careful, otherwise we would suffer big losses." They also came over with a large artifact. Zhang Feng nodded as he took out a jade sword message and then released it after injecting some information on it. Before long, the transmission formation of the ship lit up as several cultivators appeared. These cultivators were at the nascent soul stage. One could see at a glance that these people were sent to help Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng welcomed the group over to his room. After they had sat down, he bowed and said, "Senior brother, thank you for coming over. This time, we'll have those ghosts suffer badly." These cultivators were Tai Zanshan's disciples. Several of them were body cultivators, being able to reach the nascent soul stage through body cultivation. These people were physically stronger than most nascent soul experts. These disciples weren't suitable for leading positions. Moreover, being Tai Zanshan's disciples, there are a lot of eyes on them. Therefore, Tai Zanshan chose Zhang Feng to sit in the position. Fortunately, these disciples were cultivation fanatics and weren't craving for power. Because of this, they didn't have a bad relationship with Zhang Feng. Although most of them were body cultivators besides two, they weren't very tall. There were even two of them who were thin. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. The group chuckled as one of them said, "Junior brother Feng, there's no need to be polite between us. These ghosts caused us a lot of trouble for many years. Master is being pressured by them. Now that there's an opportunity, we cannot just let them off." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This time, I'll have to depend on the senior brothers to fight. However, I have to mention that there's a ghost face ship right behind us." Another disciple coldly snorted and said, "We'll destroy that ghost face ship. I want to see how the Wandering Soul group reacts. Do they really dare to fight the Black Tiger gang? If they fight, then that's good. Let's see how the Hu clan plans to stop us from dealing with the Wandering Soul group." Over the years, voices in the Black Tiger gang wanting a war with the Wandering Soul group were becoming louder and louder. However, the families headed by the Hu clan have always opposed this decision. Because of this, Tai Zanshan couldn't do anything. This situation caused Tai Zanshan's disciples to be aggrieved. Zhang Feng solemnly replied, "Senior brothers shouldn't be careless. This group wanted to deal with me, so they would certainly have experts of their own. We need to be careful." At this time, Zhang Feng turned to the screen and then said, "Senior brothers, it's time to head out. Those guys have caught up. It seems like they really want to keep me in this place." After Zhang Feng said that, he led the group outside. Before long, the group reached the top deck of the ship. Zhao Hai and Hao Xing were already there. Seeing the group approaching, the two quickly gave them a salute. Zhang Feng didn't expose Zhao Hai's status, but he still made an introduction. "Senior brothers, these two are Hao Xing and Li Lin. They're the most talented subordinates under me. The third one, Zhang Hao, is currently below deck." Zhang Feng's senior brothers just gave a nod. They didn't give the two any greetings. In any case, these were Zhang Feng's subordinates. These people had no relationship with them. Because of this, they didn't show any warmth. Zhao Hai and Hao Xing didn't care about this. These people were nascent soul experts. It was already good for these experts to acknowledge their presence. Zhang Feng and the others were currently looking not far from the treasure ship's back. There was a clump of dark clouds quickly approaching. They all knew that these weren't normal dark clouds. It was ghost chi. Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, "Let's turn around. We'll see how powerful the ghost face ship is." After Zhang Feng's order, the treasure ship turned around to meet the ghost face ship head to head. At the same time, the treasure ship accelerated. Seeing Zhang Feng turning around and accelerating towards them, the people of the ghost face ship didn't flinch. Instead of decelerating, they went forward at their full power. At the same time, the ghost chi surrounding the ship condensed and wrapped around the ship. The two large artifacts quickly closed in on each other. The ghost chi wrapping the ship turned into fierce ghosts as they charged towards the treasure ship. Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, "Activate the shields. Speed up with full power. I want to see how hard the ghost ship is." Just as the treasure ship's shields were activated, a fierce ghost hit it. With a bang, the shield shuddered twice. Meanwhile, the fierce ghost was knocked away. The treasure ship's shield was made by Zhao Hai. In addition to the defensive formations inside, there's also a light element formation mixed in. It was a yang energy that was a complete opposite of the ghost chi's yin energy. These two repel each other. With the treasure ship at its full operation, it was natural for the fierce ghost to be useless against the shields. The succeeding ghosts were then turned into powder by the ship's impact. The treasure ship had the momentum of a thunderbolt as it charged towards the ghost face ship. The ghost face ship was also at its top speed. The two closed in on each other and then they hit. A loud explosion followed as the treasure ship and the ghost face ship hit each other. The shields of the treasure ship broke, but the ghost chi of the ghost face ship was also dissipated. The two ships were now going head-on using their toughness. Zhang Feng felt a tremendous energy going against the ship's hull. His body couldn't help but jolt forwards. After the impact was done, the treasure ship didn't look too different. Besides the bow of the ship being damaged, there was nothing else. On the other hand, the ghost face ship was thrown back. There were several broken bones on the spot where it collided with a treasure ship. It must be known that these bones were carefully refined by the Wandering Soul Group. Their degree of hardness wasn't any less than an artifact. But now, these bones were broken by the impact of Zhang Feng's treasure ship. The two artifacts retreated but no longer tried to hit each other. This was because each artifact wasn't any lesser than the other in terms of hardness, and both couldn't grab any advantage in terms of strength. Both sides don't want any more damage to their large artifacts. Therefore, they reached a tacit understanding to stop ramming each other. Experts from both sides began to exit their large artifacts and threw themselves towards the enemy. One could see in a single glance that the Wandering Soul Group has invested a lot of resources in attacking Zhang Feng. 5 nascent soul experts came out of the ghost face ship. Besides the nascent soul experts, there were also 10 core formation experts. Such a show of force was quite formidable. It must be known that nascent soul experts were considered to be supreme elders in most sects. Such a position was very high. As for core formation experts, they were considered to be elder level even in major sects. It seems like the Wandering Soul Group really wanted to kill Zhang Feng. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent so many experts. However, they didn't expect Zhang Feng to be prepared as well. Departing from the treasure ship were 8 nascent soul experts. Although both sides saw each other's strength, they didn't have time to think about it. As soon as they appeared, both sides immediately fought against each other. At this time, the other cultivators from both sides also rushed out of the large artifacts and entered the battle. As soon as these people flew out, Zhang Feng and the others immediately saw their disadvantage. Not only were they lacking in numbers, the enemy also had a higher overall strength. The Wandering Soul Group really prepared themselves. They even prepared to deal with Zhang Feng's mid to low-level subordinates. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's side held the advantage in high-level cultivators. This allowed Zhang Feng and the others to overwhelm the enemy. Zhang Feng followed 4 of Tai Zanshan's disciples to stop the enemy's nascent soul experts. Meanwhile, the other 3 nascent soul experts suppressed the 10 core formation experts of the Wandering Soul Group. The core formation experts that the Wandering Soul Group sent were clearly elite. 10 core formation experts were enough to defend against the 3 nascent soul experts. It must be known that although the nascent soul and the core formation stage were separated by 1 step, their strength difference was more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a nascent soul expert can hold down 10 core formation experts. Only the top core formation experts can last longer against nascent soul experts. If they could escape or even keep their lives, they would already be considered as geniuses. But now, 3 core formation experts of the Wandering Soul Group were able to tie down 1 nascent soul expert of the Black Tiger Gang. These 10 core formation experts seemed to be chosen carefully by the Wandering Soul Group. However, Zhang Feng and the others were also quite formidable. Zhang Feng also brought along several inner disciples. As for core formation experts like Hao Xing, there were 7 of them. Since the Wandering Soul Group's core formation experts were blocking the 3 nascent soul experts, nobody was able to stop Hao Xing and the others. Although the disciples of the Wandering Soul Group were resisting hard, they were still being slowly pushed back. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't show his strength much this time. He just fought with inner disciples of the Wandering Soul Group. Although he was able to defeat his enemy in the end, he didn't deal with him completely. His fight was remarkable, but it wasn't enough to turn heads in his direction. The battle between both sides alerted the people on the island. However, these people didn't want to meddle in others' business. Nobody came over to gain cheap benefits. After all, both sides brought quite a lot of manpower and strength. Moreover, These two sects had a grudge against each other, so after sweeping the battlefield with their spiritual force, the other sects immediately made a turn to avoid it. At this time, the nascent soul experts of the Black Tiger Gang were able to get the upper hand. This was especially true for the 3 nascent soul experts who were fighting the 10 core formation experts. Killing the 10 core formation experts was only a matter of time. Once the 3 nascent soul experts had dealt with the 10 core formation experts, the balance of victory would gradually tip towards the Black Tiger Gang. As for the nascent soul experts that were fighting against Zhang Feng and the others, they were also completely tied down. Even if they wanted to help the core formation experts, it was impossible. After about 20 minutes, the core formation experts of the Wandering Soul group were getting killed one after another. The 3 nascent soul experts were finally able to free their hands. 2 of them immediately rushed to help Zhang Feng and the others. As for the remaining nascent soul expert, he didn't help Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, he flew towards the ghost face ship. He actually intends to capture it. Seeing the situation, the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul group couldn't help but roar in anger. Although there were people guarding the ghost face ship, their strength isn't enough to defend against a nascent soul expert. If the nascent soul expert really killed his way to the ghost face ship, then the consequences would be disastrous. However, the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Gang couldn't do anything about it. They were surrounded by 7 nascent soul experts of the Black Tiger Gang. Not to mention saving the ghost face ship, they were even having trouble saving themselves. At this time, under the lead of Haoxing and the other core formation experts, Zhao Hai and the others were cleaning up the low-level members of the Wandering Soul group. This operation went very smoothly. After all, the Wandering Soul group no longer has any core formation experts to stop them. At this moment, the nascent soul expert of the Black Tiger Gang arrived at the ghost face ship. Seeing the enemy approaching, the people in the ghost face ship immediately activated its defensive shields. But since there weren't enough people inside the ship, the shield wouldn't last for long. Chapter 1704, Offering a Surrender. Although the defensive shield wasn't very strong, it wasn't weak for nascent soul experts. After all, this was a defensive shield of a large artifact. If the nascent soul expert wants to break it and snatch the ghost face ship, he would need to work hard. At this time, Zhang Feng loudly ordered, "Li Lin, return to the ship. We're going to use it to ram the enemy." Zhao Hao nodded and then attacked his enemy a few more times before retreating. He went towards the treasure ship and entered. Unlike the people from the Wandering Soul group, Zhang Feng didn't leave even a single person to watch over his treasure ship. In his opinion, whether there were people inside or not didn't matter. If someone really wants to steal the ship, he would reveal that the ship can shrink its size. Then he would place the ship inside his spatial item to keep it safe. Now that Zhang Feng's side has the upper hand, the Wandering Soul group would have no time to take the treasure ship. Now it was a question whether the Wandering Soul group could save their ghost face ship. Even then, if they didn't break the shields of the ghost face ship quick enough, other problems might arise. It must be known that nascent soul experts can self-destruct their nascent soul. The experts of the Wandering Soul group were cruel. If they destroyed their nascent soul, they would be able to disperse the 7 nascent soul experts of the Black Tiger Gang. When that time comes, they would be able to return to the ghost face ship. Then the ghost face ship would be impossible to capture. Because of this, Zhang Feng thought of Zhao Hai. Since the treasure ship was made by Zhao Hai, he would be the one who knew the ship the most. There would be no problems if Zhao Hai were to control it. Additionally, being a dark mage, Zhao Hai could conjure up manpower whenever he wants. Zhao Hai can have his undead man the various parts of the ship. So instead of sending a group of people back, Zhang Feng decided to just send Zhao Hai alone. Because of this, Zhang Feng called Zhao Hai over to man the treasure ship. Zhang Feng's order was very short, but Zhao Hai immediately understood what he wanted. Zhang Feng wanted Zhao Hai to control the treasure ship to ram into the ghost face ship. This way, once the ghost face ship's shields were shattered, the nascent soul expert would then be able to infiltrate and capture the ship. Once the ghost face ship was captured, even if the entire group from the Wandering Soul group were to escape, Zhang Feng would still have gained a huge merit. The value of a ghost face ship was several times higher than a nascent soul expert. After Zhao Hai entered the treasure ship, he immediately entered the power room and released several undead to help him start the ship. Actually, Zhao Hai can pilot the ship all on his own. However, once Zhang Feng and the others returned to the ship, they would need to feel the presence of undead. If they didn't, then Zhao Hai's secret might be discovered. Zhang Feng was a nascent soul expert. He had a lot of methods in his hands. Moreover, he was very sensitive regarding qi and other types of energy. The undead that Zhao Hai released weren't very strong. Because of this, they couldn't input energy onto the ship. However, these undead were enough to get spirit stones in the storage room and then use them to power the ship. Once the ship was started, Zhao Hai began to steer the ship to charge towards the ghost face ship. A loud explosion occurred as the ghost face ship's shields were broken. The entire ghost face ship was even thrown back. The nascent soul expert on Zhang Feng's side immediately used the opportunity to chase after the ship. Seeing that a large hole has been drilled into the ship, the nascent soul expert was delighted. He quickly entered the ship through the hole. With the formidable spiritual force of a nascent soul expert, the ghost face ship could no longer resist. Naturally, it was akin to a tiger entering a wolf pack. He already discovered the people from the Wandering Soul group. But strangely, these people were lying on the ground, motionless. The nascent soul expert flew over to the people inside the ship and examined them. He found out that these people had been knocked out from the impact that just happened. Since they didn't have any need for these people, the nascent soul expert directly killed them. Then he flew out of the ghost face ship and rejoined the battle. At this time, a group flew out from the treasure ship and went towards the ghost face ship to control it. Then the two large artifacts slowly retreated. Zhang Feng naturally saw this happen, but he didn't do anything. Instead, he increased the intensity of his attacks. Now that the situation was under their complete control, the Wandering Soul group's nascent soul experts were making their final struggles. As for the other cultivators from the Wandering Soul group, Hao Xing and the others had already slaughtered them. Besides the battle between the nascent soul expert, the entire battlefield returned to normal. The nascent soul experts from the Wandering Soul group knew that it would be difficult for them to escape. They would certainly die, so they decided to be more ruthless. At this time, a jade sword message appeared in front of Zhang Feng. He immediately used his spiritual force to look inside and read its contents. Looking at the contents of the jade sword message, Zhang Feng couldn't help but change. Then his expression lit up as he turned to the Wandering Soul group's nascent soul experts and said, "Everyone, as you can see, there's nothing you can do. You're at a dead end. As long as you're willing to help me, then I will assure your survival. What do you think?" As he said that, Zhang Feng waved his hand, causing the other nascent soul experts to retreat. But they still gathered around the experts of the Wandering Soul group. Hearing Zhang Feng, the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul group couldn't help but stare. They also knew that they couldn't escape their predicament. They numbered about half of the other party. If they were killed by Zhang Feng, then their cultivation journey would end. Cultivators took their own path very seriously. If possible, they wanted to keep going down this path forever. And since cultivators live a long time, they were more afraid of death than normal people. As long as there was any hope of surviving, they would cling to life. Therefore, upon hearing Zhang Feng, the experts of the Wandering Soul group didn't immediately decline. Instead, they stood still and thought about the proposal. Zhang Feng looked at them and continued, "Some of you should know about the current state of the Black Tiger Gang. I just want you to help me, not take positions as elders of the sect. If you want, then I can release news about your deaths, saying that you have died in battle. I will then provide you with another identity. You can still live freely. I'll also ensure that I won't make a move against your families. So, what do you think?" The expressions of the nascent soul experts loosened a bit. Seeing that his words were having an effect, Zhang Feng added, "Everyone, you might still be thinking about exploding your nascent souls and escaping. However, you need to consider that we have already taken your ghost face ship. We already have two large artifacts in our hands. Do you think you'll be able to outrun these large artifacts? Even if you escaped and returned to your sect, you would still take responsibility for losing a ghost face ship. And are you willing to take the punishment?" The nascent soul experts' expressions changed. What Zhang Feng said was right. They were nascent soul experts, but the Wandering Soul group had plenty of people on the same level. They weren't special people. If the Wandering Soul group discovers that they lost a large artifact, they would definitely take responsibility. Remembering the punishments that were given by the Wandering Soul group, the nascent soul experts couldn't help but shiver. Zhang Feng continued on, "Also, even if you explode your nascent souls, you would only be able to escape if you catch us off guard. But we have already made our preparations. You will have little chance to succeed. Naturally, if you switch to my side, I won't let you suffer. I will just seal your spiritual chi and have you pledge your allegiance to me. When the time comes and you join my side, I will give you the respect you deserve. I won't order you around like slaves. What do you think?" The nascent soul experts looked at each other and saw the hesitation gradually disappearing from their eyes. If Zhang Feng didn't mention the conditions, then they might still have reservations. But now that Zhang Feng said so, they no longer doubted him. Zhang Feng looked at them and said, "Everyone, tell me what you think. If you agree, I'll seal your spiritual chi. I can pledge to my heart's demon that I would assure your safety." Hearing this, one of the nascent soul experts finally said, "Zhang Feng, since you're willing to swear to your heart's demon, it's not impossible for us to join you. However, we hope that you give us respect just like you said. And if you have the opportunity, we want you to bring our families under your wing. Also, under any circumstances, you cannot reveal our identities. Can you do that?" Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Since I said so, then this Zhang Feng would naturally honor my words. I swear on my heart's demon that I will ensure your safety and find a way to bring your families over. I also won't expose your identities. If I violate this oath, then I will die." Chapter 1705, Joining Zhang Feng to Survive. Inside Zhang Feng's room, 13 nascent soul experts were sitting in a circle together. Zhao Hai, Hao Xing, and Zhang Hao were standing beside Zhang Feng. The group held cups filled with spirit wine in their hands. Zhang Feng held up his cup towards the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul group and said, "Thank you for placing your trust in me. This is my spirit wine. Have a taste." The Wandering Soul group's nascent soul expert currently had their spiritual chi sealed. However, they didn't mind it as they held their cups up with a smile on their face. They received Zhang Feng's greetings and then downed the wine in their cup. Zhang Feng's spirit wine was something he acquired from Zhao Hai. Naturally it tasted very good. After the group drank their wine, then couldn't help but give it praise. Zhang Feng also liked the wine. He smiled at his guests and said, "Everyone, if you like, I will ask Li Len to send you a few jars of wine. Senior brothers, you should take a few jars with you later. I want to thank you for your help." "Little Feng, you're too polite, but I really like the taste of this wine. I, Tai Ying, haven't drunk a wine as tasty as this in my entire life. You'll have to prepare a lot for me." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "That's not a problem. I'll send you several jars." Tai Ying was Tai Zanshan's first disciple. He achieved the nascent soul stage through body cultivation. His defense is unparalleled and his strength is unequaled. In the Black Tiger Gang, he was known as the Iron Hawk. His strength was endless. Zhang Feng drank a few more cups with the others before he turned his head to Hao Xing and said, "Little Xing, how's the ship? We have to go back before the energy storm." Hao Xing smiled and said, "First senior brother can rest assured. After the ghost face ship has been disassembled and loaded into the treasure ship, we will immediately head back." Zhang Feng nodded. "All right, that's good." However, Hao Xing's words caused Tai Ying and the others to be stunned, especially the experts from the Wandering Soul group. Their expression changed when they heard Zhang Feng. One of them looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Sir, what's going on?" "The ghost face ship is a valuable large artifact. Why would you want to disassemble it?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, you don't need to worry. Since we'll disassemble it, we naturally have our way to remake it. When we return, we'll need to use a transmission formation. Since the ghost face ship is very large, it will be troublesome to bring it along. Therefore, we can only use this method." Tai Ying looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Remake? It may be very hard to do that to the ghost face ship." "Little Feng, are you confident?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "First brother, you can rest assured. There won't be any problems. How about I send you a ghost face ship once I remake it?" Zhang Feng said this because in recent generations, a decision was made to greatly reduce the power of the gang leader. One of these reductions were disallowing the gang leader's disciples to become one of the top 10 core disciples. At most they can enjoy the treatment of ordinary core disciples. Therefore, they weren't allowed a personal mountain as well as a large artifact. In the past, the reason the gang leader held so much power was because his disciples were among the top 10 core disciples. In this case, the gang leader had a lot of access to resources and strength. Naturally, the gang leader's right to speak was much louder. The proposal to weaken the gang leader came from the families headed by the Hu clan. At that time, the proposal was strongly opposed by the gang leader. Unfortunately, the families under the Hu clan had a lot of clout. The proposal was passed which marked the decline of the gang leader's influence. Meanwhile, the power of the families increased. This became the biggest source of infighting within the Black Tiger gang. It was for this reason that although Taiying was the gang leader's first disciple, he still didn't have a mountain of his own nor a large artifact. He could only have the status of an ordinary core disciple. If it weren't for the new rule, then he would have easily snatched the position of the top core disciple with his strength. Hearing Zhang Feng, Taiying's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "So it's true? You know a master refiner?" Zhang Feng smiled and didn't elaborate. "You don't have to worry about that. I promise that I'll get one for you. As for the rest of you, I can get you all one. However, you'll have to wait a while. A large artifact isn't easy to refine." As soon as Taiying and the others heard Zhang Feng, they were convinced that Zhang Feng knew a refining grandmaster. They no longer asked about it. Taiying nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait for it." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "In the future, if senior brothers need anything for cultivation, feel free to come to me." This junior brother made a small fortune recently. "Whether you need pills or artifacts, just tell me." Hearing Zhang Feng, Taiying's eyes shone. He waved his hand and took out a huge beast. The beast had just died. It was an eagle with cyan wings, golden claws, and a sharp beak. One could see at a glance how strong it was. Taiying looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, I won't be polite to you. This is a gold-winged eagle I recently killed. Do you think you can make something from it for me? The other parts aren't as important, but I want the wings to be processed. You should know that I'm not that fast. I want a pair of wings to be refined to increase my speed." Zhang Feng looked at the huge gold-winged eagle awkwardly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Lin, you also have some knowledge about refining. How do you think this eagle should be processed?" Naturally, Zhang Feng asked Zhao Hai about this because he wanted to see what Zhao Hai could make out of the eagle. Zhao Hai looked at the gold-winged eagle and said, replying to senior brother, "This gold-winged eagle is a strong beast, so its entire body is a treasure. The most ideal method to process it is to make a full body armor. Not only can it increase speed, the gloves can also have retractable claws. The eagle's head can also be made into a headpiece that would increase defense. The eyes could also be refined into something useful. Of course, since this is the most ideal, the difficulty to refine the armor wouldn't be any less than refining a large artifact. It's possible to refine only the wings. Although its success rate would be better than refining an entire armor, it would still be more difficult compared to refining ordinary artifacts. After all, wing artifacts that can increase speed are very difficult to refine." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's eyes shone. He knew that since Zhao Hai brought up the topic of making a full body armor, then Zhao Hai was confident in refining one, otherwise he wouldn't have brought it up. Zhang Feng turned to Taiying and said, "Senior brother, you heard that. Refining wouldn't be easy. The most I can do is accept the eagle for refining. It's up to you if you want a full body armor or a wing artifact." Taiying laughed and said, "That's easy. Only fools would want the wings on its own. I naturally want full body armor. Rest assured, I won't go after you if it fails. In the worst case, I would have just lost a gold-winged eagle corpse." Taiying naturally wouldn't think too much about the refining. However, among the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul group was a decent refining expert. As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be startled. A refining master isn't only evaluated by their success rate, their sense of design was also very important. A good refining master can sometimes be seen from the design of their artifact. Take the gold-winged eagle for example. Other refiners would just take the wings, beak, and claws and make them into artifacts. The other parts would be thrown away. The eagle's feathers might be pulled out and made into projectile artifacts. Refiners who make use of the feathers could already be considered as good refiners. People like Zhao Hai, who would make a complete suit of armor from the gold-winged eagle, would definitely be refining grandmasters. Being able to think of such designs required confidence in their talent. The Wandering Soul group expert looked at Zhao Hai with a trace of doubt in his eyes. It must be known that a refining master's capability was directly related to their strength. In order to refine good artifacts, a refining master's strength needs to be high. Most good refiners were at the core formation stage. This was because the core formation stage would allow them to use their core fire. A core fire is a flame produced by the gold core. This flame can refine almost every material, which would increase the success rate of the refining. Meanwhile, nascent soul experts would be able to use a flame called the true fire. Not only can true fire increase the success rate of refining, it could also enhance the quality of an artifact. It was even able to grant a special ability to an artifact. Zhao Hai was just at the Dao Avatar stage. How could he have a high refining level? The Wandering Soul Gang's nascent soul expert couldn't help but suspect the strength of Li Lin. Zhang Feng didn't have this in mind as he looked at Tai Ying and said, "Alright, since I have seen your brother's confidence, I can assure you that I would find someone to refine it for you. It would be great if it succeeds. However, don't be too hopeful." After he said that, he turned to the others and said, "Everyone, if you have anything, you can take it out. I'll ask someone to have it refined." The other senior brothers looked at each other before Tai Zanshan's third disciple, Tai Yi, took out a pile of medicinal plants and said, "Junior brother, I'll be impolite to you too. These are materials for the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. There are 10 sets here. As long as you can help me refine a pill, I'll be in your debt." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem, leave it to me." After he said that, he put away the medicinal plants and then glanced at the others who shook their heads. Tai Zanshan's second disciple, Tai Ling, smiled faintly and said, "We want something refined, but the materials aren't ready yet. We'll go to you when we have it." Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile as he said, "Just give me your materials. I'll see if I can get the missing ones. If I can't, then I'll inform you." The other senior disciples took out their materials and gave it to Zhang Feng along with their request. Zhang Feng also assured them one by one. Chapter 1706, Controlling the Nascent Soul Experts. Zhang Feng sat in his office as he looked awkwardly at Zhao Hai. They had already returned to Phoenix Sky Peak. Tai Ying and the others have left while the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Gang remain inside the treasure ship. Zhang Feng prepared a restricted area for them, preventing other people from approaching them. Fortunately, cultivators were talented when it comes to patience. The Wandering Soul Gang's nascent soul experts were also used to life of seclusion. Naturally, they wouldn't mind being hidden from other people. Zhang Feng embarrassingly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'm really embarrassed. I took in so much work for you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "First senior brother is too polite. It's part of my job. I'll head back and do some preparations. I'll take care of those things as soon as possible." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Then you go. I reckon the new subspace will be settled soon. You need to go when the time comes. You don't need to worry if you don't finish the requests." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. You don't need to worry about this. It wouldn't take long. Also, senior brother needs to settle the Wandering Soul Group's experts as soon as possible." Zhang Feng gave a nod. "Don't worry, I'll take care of them. I didn't expect that I would acquire 5 nascent soul experts this easily. Actually, I didn't think that they would surrender." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Those nascent soul experts are also people. They still have a lot of things they want to do, which is why it was so easy to win them over." "Alright, senior brother. I'll be in the Ignored Valley in the following days." Zhang Feng nodded. "Alright, you can go. I will make sure that you go undisturbed." Zhao Hai gave Zhang Feng a salute before he turned around and left. When he returned to the treasure ship, his body disappeared and entered the space. Zhao Hai left the materials for Kair to manage. Meanwhile, he sat in the living room and looked at the monitor. Seen through the screen were the Wandering Soul Group's nascent soul experts. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what's the matter? Do you have any plans regarding those experts that Zhang Feng captured?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I do. Those are nascent soul experts. If I subdue them, it would be very good for us. Also, think about the faith power they could provide. I'm certain it's not little." Laura and the others smiled. They all knew what kind of person Zhao Hai was. He was certainly not a saint. Seeing these captured nascent soul experts, it was natural for him to be greedy. As Zhao Hai and the others were talking, Zhang Feng already went to Tai Zanshan. He told Tai Zanshan about everything that happened in the life and death arena. Hearing Zhang Feng's story, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but stare. He didn't really expect such major events happening in the life and death arena. There was the new subspace, the battle against the Wandering Soul Group, the subjugation of nascent soul experts and the capture of a ghost face ship. He didn't think so many things would happen in such a short amount of time. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Tai Zanshan looked at Zhang Feng and said, "This matter needs to be handled well. Not only can this increase the prestige of the Black Tiger Gang, We can also use this to gain more power. I'll let your senior brothers stay at your place to help you. Snort. Those Hu clan goons think that they can suppress your senior brothers by disallowing them from the top 10 core disciple positions. I want them to raise their heads and be above the rest. Zhang Feng understood Tai Zanshan's lament. Needless to say, being the gang leader, Tai Zanshan couldn't be impartial towards his disciples. He can't provide his disciples good backing. This was truly unreasonable. That's why he saw an opportunity when he heard about Zhang Feng's incident. Naturally, Zhang Feng had no problems with this. Tai Ying and the others were clearly very strong. If they help him, it would be a great benefit for Zhang Feng that came with almost no cost. He naturally wouldn't decline. In the next few days, news about Zhang Feng obtaining a slot in the new subspace has spread. The news caused a wave of discussion in the Black Tiger Gang. Everyone knew exactly how useful the new subspace would be to the Black Tiger Gang. It was also a mid-level foreign trial, which would greatly benefit any sect. With how important this was, Zhang Feng's contributions naturally stunned people. Tai Zanshan took this opportunity to attack. He gave Zhang Feng the power to expand his mountain base. This effect can be both big and small. Expanding your mountain base meant that your power would grow stronger and you could recruit more people. A small effect because if you recruit just 2 people, that could also be treated as expansion. The size of expansion mainly depended on how capable you are. If you have resources, then you would recruit talents. If you're poor, then who would go to you? The cultivators who wanted to join your base naturally hope to get more materials than what a sect offers. If you don't have resources, then why would these people come to you? This was especially apparent in Zhang Feng's Phoenix Sky Peak. If Zhang Feng wanted to increase his power, then it was useless if he were to recruit outer disciples. 10 outer disciples couldn't compare to 1 inner disciple. 10 inner disciples couldn't compare to 1 core disciple. Therefore, whether a mountain base will be powerful or not depended on the amount of experts it had. In the beginning, the He faction didn't think too much about Zhang Feng's expansion, but after seeing the effects, they were in for a surprise. Just as Zhang Feng got the power to expand his mountain base, Tai Zanshan sent his disciples over. This caused Zhang Feng's mountain base to have 7 more nascent soul experts. This skyrocketed the mountain base's strength to the top of the Black Tiger Gang, even higher than the mountain bases of the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, Zhang Feng began a mass recruitment of inner and outer disciples. The people he recruited were almost limitless. This frightened the Hu faction. They weren't afraid of Zhang Feng's mass recruitment. Instead, they were afraid of how Zhang Feng was able to expand this aggressively. They knew that it was impossible for Zhang Feng to catch up to their numerous years of accumulation. What they were afraid of were Zhang Feng's financial might. Expansion needed money. Zhang Feng spent a lot of resources in order to entice people over. This caused the Hu faction to feel suspicious. Originally, the He faction thought that Tai Zanshan gave Zhang Feng money. Therefore, they immediately convened an assembly to check the finances of the Black Tiger Gang. Their main target was Tai Zanshan. They wanted to check whether Tai Zanshan diverted sect funds or not. However, this action blew up on their faces. They didn't expect Tai Zanshan's hands to be completely clean. The Black Tiger Gang's funds weren't touched. The move made by the Hu clan gave Tai Zanshan an opportunity. He declared that the finances of the Black Tiger Gang needed to be open all the time. Income and expenditures needed to be clearly stated. Moreover, detailed bookkeeping needed to be done every month, informing every member of the Black Tiger Gang about the sect's finances. Tai Zanshan's move caused the various families to lose a lot. In the past, these families would use some loopholes in the gang to sequester some of the funds in order to expand their personal strength. With Tai Zanshan's decree, their future income has been greatly reduced. However, the He faction couldn't do anything about it. This was because Tai Zanshan's decree obtained massive approval within the Black Tiger Gang. If the He faction opposed the decree, then they would lose popular support. These big families would never expect that the idea for this decree was given to Tai Zanshan by Zhang Feng, who in turn was given to him by Zhao Hai. It can be said that it was Zhao Hai who caused the big families to be cheated out of their profits. 10 days after returning from the life and death arena, Zhao Hai returned to the treasure ship. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai has been busy making the 5 nascent soul experts into his subordinates. As for the refining of the artifacts and making the pills, Zhao Hai doesn't need to worry about it. He can leave it to the processing machine to complete. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was pondering how to turn the nascent soul experts into his subordinates. Naturally, Zhao Hai can use the simplest method of killing them and turning them into undead. However, this would immediately be noticed by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng would allow Zhao Hai to expand his power. Even recruiting inner disciples was fine, but there was a limit. Zhang Feng certainly wouldn't allow him to get 5 nascent soul experts. Therefore, this method couldn't be used. The second method was more difficult, and that was using the enlightenment technique to turn the nascent soul experts. He can brainwash them so that they view him as their master. Then they would provide him with faith power. This wasn't easy to do. Although the spiritual chi of the nascent soul experts were sealed, and their spiritual force was affected, they were still nascent soul experts in the end. Reaching their current state needed an iron heart. Zhao Hai brainwashing them was easier said than done. However, Zhao Hai still decided to go through with his plan. He didn't want to lose this opportunity. It was just too good. If he gives up, then it would be a pity. These were 5 nascent soul experts. He doesn't know when he'll have an opportunity like this in the future. The most important thing for him right now was to stabilize his strength and increase his defenses. Zhao Hai used subtle techniques in order to turn the nascent soul experts over. It was a method that was difficult to detect. He would slowly brainwash them. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was the one who made the treasure ship. This gave him room to make his actions, and with the nascent soul experts being sealed, their response was a lot slower. Naturally, they didn't notice any of Zhao Hai's actions. 10 days later, Zhao Hai finally had the nascent soul experts under his control. They were now his faithful subordinates. After turning the nascent soul experts into his subordinates, Zhao Hai finally went out of the space and returned to the treasure ship. Then he went to visit Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng is currently very busy because of his expansion. The matters he needed to take care of has also become more complicated. Although Tai Ying and the others were there to help him, he was still left with a lot of things to do. When Zhao Hai looked for Zhang Feng was currently handling matters of his mountain base. Hearing that Zhao Hai came, Zhang Feng immediately stopped and called Zhao Hai to his quiet room. Meanwhile, the people who were waiting outside Zhang Feng's office couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. They didn't know what status this Leland had, and why Zhang Feng would summon him as soon as he arrived. After inquiring, those outside Zhang Feng's office soon came to know about Li Lin. They heard that even Hao Xing was polite to him. This caused the newcomers to the Phoenix Cry Peak to form various guesses as to Li Lin's identity. Naturally, none of them were credible. After Zhao Hai entered Zhang Feng's quiet room, Zhang Feng looked at him and said, "How is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everything is done." Then he took out an artifact. It was a full-body armor made from the gold-winged eagle. The entire armor was covered with eagle feathers. The eagle head was made into a headpiece while the back of the armor had a pair of wings. There were also eagle feather boots. While the gloves looked ordinary, a pair of claws would come out of it once spiritual chi was inserted. One could see at a glance that the golden claws held extraordinary offensive strength. Additionally, the entire set of armor looked beautiful. Even if Zhang Feng knew that the armor already has an owner, he still couldn't help but stare at it, wishing that it was his. Naturally, Zhang Feng couldn't take it. If he did, then he would no longer be the owner of the Phoenix Cry Peak. Besides the armor, the other remarkable thing was the 10 pills with the size of a dragon's eye. These 10 pills had a golden yellow hue. Each of them were placed independently inside a jade box. One could hear a dragon and a tiger's roar from the jade boxes. This was the Dragon Tiger Life-Saving Pill. The Dragon Tiger Life-Saving Pill was a very famous medicine in the great world of cultivation. The pill had 2 effects. The first one was healing. Most wounds would be immediately healed once the pill was taken. Even internal injuries would be treated better compared to other pills. Even if the internal organs were shattered, the Dragon Tiger Life-Saving Pill would allow one to live for a month. If you can find a treasure in this 1 month, then you would be able to save your life. The second effect was increasing strength. If you meet a stronger opponent, the Dragon Tiger Life-Saving Pill would be able to give you an instant boost in strength. This would allow you to increase the chances of defeating the enemy. Naturally, this was also a life-saving function. The Dragon Tiger Life-Saving Pill was divided into these 2 functions, which are called the Dragon Strength and the Tiger Strength. Dragon Strength was for wound treatment, while the Tiger Strength was increasing spiritual chi. This was the origin of the pill's name. Chapter 1707. Change of heart. Tai Ying and the others stared at what was in front of them. In front of Tai Ying was his armor, called the Gold-Winged Eagle armor. The armor had strong defensive capability and was fast. Whether it be long-distance flights or short bursts of flight, It was very good. There's also the claws that can retract automatically. The attack power of the claws was formidable. It was very suitable for high-level body cultivators. There's another feature of the armor that inspired envy. It was the headpiece. The pair of eagle eyes has been made into glasses by Zhao Hai. This allowed the user of the headpiece to see the enemy's strength as well as their flaws. Its function was very practical. Tai Ying was unable to put down the set of armor in his hands. He didn't expect the armor to have so many useful functions. There's no need to say how helpful it would be to Tai Ying. Most importantly, since it was a single piece of artifact, it can be absorbed inside the body and nurtured. The longer it was nurtured, the more powerful it would be. At the same time, in front of Tai Yi were 10 Dragon Tiger life-saving pills lined up in a row. The effects of the pill were formidable, which made its refining very difficult. This was also the reason why it was very rare. If one wanted a pill to be made, they would need to prepare a lot of batches of materials to ensure at least one successful refining. When he heard about the pill's success for the first time, Tai Yin gave Zhang Feng a pill. In fact, Tai Yi would already be happy if one pill was made from the 10 batches that he gave. He didn't expect all of the materials to be successfully refined. The requests of the other senior brothers have also been fully met. The materials that they lacked were supplemented by Zhang Feng. Tai Ying stared at the armor for some time before receiving it. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, I want to thank you. I won't say anything else, but just like what I said before, you don't have to be polite to us. We are family. If you need anything, just tell us. As long as it's something we can do, we will definitely help you." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Senior brother is too polite. Just like you said, we're family. There's no need to be polite. If you want something in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll definitely help you as long as it's within my capabilities." Tai Ying and the others nodded. After Tai Yi received the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, how are those guys? Nothing went wrong, right?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Third senior brother, don't worry, those guys have been very honest. They didn't cause any problems. I already gave them a 5 poison worm to weaken themselves. Even if they want to move against me, they wouldn't be able to do so." Tai Yi nodded and said, "Although using poison isn't good, it's still very useful. Also, refining a 5 poison worm is very difficult. How did you get your hands on it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This time, I have to put in a lot of effort to make the 5 poison worm. It's not easy to gather all 5 poisons. Fortunately, I was able to get all of them. The 5 poison worm has already settled inside their body. I can assure you that nothing will happen." Tai Yi smiled and said, "I heard that 5 color worms won't allow their hosts to have any second thoughts. If they do, then the master of the worm would activate the worm and kill their host. Also, no matter how strong the host was, they would die." Zhang Feng forced a smile and said, "Actually, I really don't know. I only know about how cruel and ruthless refining a 5 poison worm was. This is the first time I used it. As for its effects, we can only see it when the time comes." Tai Ying frowned and said, "If there's a chance, you should get rid of the 5 poison worms. Using this method to control people isn't a good long-term solution. Those fellows are nascent soul experts. You can't push them too far, or else you will suffer a headache." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Once their families arrive here, I would no longer be afraid of being betrayed. I will remove the 5 poison worm then." Tai Yin replied, "Little Feng, you said some time ago that you can remake a ghost face ship. Is that true? Can it really be done? You should know how formidable ghost face ships are. It's one of the fastest large artifacts in the entire great world of cultivation." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry. In fact, the reassembly of the ghost face ship had already begun." Tai Yi nodded and said, "How trustworthy is your refiner friend? This is important. If such a figure is poached by other people, the losses we would suffer would be big." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, we can trust him. He will not be taken by other people. You haven't seen him, so you don't know who he is. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will let you meet him." Tai Yi didn't say anything. Zhang Feng looked at everyone and said, "I have already posted a mission to collect all kinds of beasts. The higher the level the better, and the more complete the beast the better. Moreover, the beast corpse should be no more than 30 days old. Once we get enough beasts, we can make a large number of ghost face ships." Tai Yi knitted his brows and said, Is it really possible? You should know that ghost face ships aren't easy to make. Both the refining method and the formations are all greatly held secrets. Rumors say that the Wandering Soul Group was once a major sect in the great world of cultivation, but because they offended too many people, they were suppressed, which led to their current state. The ghost face ship showed their accumulation. I heard that a lot of people wanted to get the refining method of the ghost face ship, but failed to do so. You could see how important the ghost face ships are. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Leave it all to me." As he said that, a jade sword message flew into Zhang Feng's room. Upon reading the message, Zhang Feng stared for a moment before his expression changed. He turned to Tai Ying and the others and said, "Senior brothers, you should have already known that there's a new foreign trial. The other foreign trials would open every 10 years and would be open for 1 month. However, this foreign trial is different. It would open only for 5 days every year. This means that cultivators who would enter would only come out a year later. The Black Tiger Gang has 1 slot, but because this is the first time we send a large batch of people inside, only those who gain the quota could enter. It seems like only Leland can go this time." A month later, he will go to the new foreign trial. Tai Ying and the others couldn't help but knit their brows when they heard this. Tai Ying said, "Going in for a year? This is a long trial. Moreover, Leland is someone you have settled on. It would be a pity if he dies in the trial." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. I'm confident in Leland's strength. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to him." In fact, when he heard about the conditions of the foreign trial, Zhang Feng was already confident in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was different from the other cultivators. For Zhao Hai, besides the first time, the spatial rift was useless. Once inside, Zhao Hai can go out and return any time he wants. Therefore, his safety in the foreign trial is guaranteed. Tai Yi frowned and said, "This person, Li Lin, are you really confident in him? Is he reliable? He has a gloomy and cold aura around him. I don't like it." Hearing Tai Yi, Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Third senior brother, you can rest assured. There's absolutely no problem with Li Lin. I can guarantee you that." Tai Yi nodded and said, "That's good. If he manages to get the situation inside the foreign trial, it would be very beneficial for the gang. Your position would also be improved along with your prestige." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right. Third senior brother can rest assured. I will not let this opportunity off." "Senior brother, I have to go to Lilin. I won't be able to accompany you for long." They nodded. After that, Zhang Feng stood up and left. Zhang Feng flew to the treasure ship and went to the ignored valley through the transmission formation. The ignored valley was truly an ignored area of the Black Tiger Gang. Besides the Hantyman Hall's elder who, nobody remembered the place nor Zhao Hai, and because of Zhang Feng's recent actions, people were paying attention to him. As for Zhao Hai, an insignificant outer disciple, he was soon forgotten. Only Elder who knew of the inside story would know about Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng was currently riding a tall wave in the Black Tiger Gang. Other people were unaware, but Elder who knew that Zhao Hai was a very important subordinate of Zhang Feng. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have come over multiple times. Now that Zhang Feng was popular, Elder who thought about Zhao Hai once more. However, after some time, neither Zhang Feng nor Zhang Hao appeared in the ignored valley. This caused Elder Hu to be puzzled. Afterwards, he discovered that there was nobody inside the valley. There were only undead managing the trash. Even so, he didn't dare neglect the valley. He still paid attention to it. Chapter 1708, Secret of the Ghost Face Ship. Zhao Hai was currently studying the Ghost Face Ship in the space. As he was researching, Zhao Hai had to admit that the design of the Ghost Face ship was very good. The entire ship was made of beast bones. Every bone was made by refining the energy of the entire beast into one bone. It can be thought of that each bone was equivalent to an entire beast's toughness and strength. After the bones were put together, they would be connected together using yin energy threads. The bones would become one and would thus become a Ghost Face ship. The Ghost Face ship can use spirit stones for power, or it can use the ghosts in its bones to absorb the surrounding chi. However, most of the energy absorbed by the ghosts would become the ghosts' power. Only a small portion would power the ship. So when it came to battle, the Ghost Face ship would still need spirit stones to completely function, and the energy that was absorbed by the ghosts wasn't wasted. When the ship is in battle, the ghosts would provide both offense and defense. With this design, the ship should become stronger the longer it operates. However, in reality, this wasn't the case. When making the Ghost Face ship, The beasts that were used weren't on the same level. Some beasts were powerful, while some were very average. So once the yin threads weaved the beast bones together, the strength became leveled once the ghost face ship was made. Beasts also have their own innate skills. The quality of their innate skill determines the beast's strength. Therefore, after the ghost face ship was made, some beast bones would absorb energy more quickly while some were very slow. Without the yin threads normalizing the energy, over time, there would be an uneven energy between multiple bones. An uneven energy between the beast bones would have a great impact on the operation of the ghost face ship. In the end, it would cause the ghost face ship to collapse. Therefore, in order to maintain the ghost face ship, the Wandering Soul Group would conduct a large-scale absorption of energy once a year. This would overload the beast bones with energy to normalize the entire ship's energy level. This roundabout method of stabilizing energy caused the beast ghosts of the ship to cultivate slowly. After examining the ghost face ship, Zhao Hai finally reached a conclusion. The problem in making a ghost face ship was the yin threads used to tie up the beast bones. However, these threads were the greatest secret of the Wandering Soul Gang. These so-called yin threads were actually dark attribute energy that had completely materialized. They acted as electric wires that could channel dark energy to the entire ship. In order to make yin threads, a powerful dark attribute energy was required. Not only does it have to be strong, it also needs to be pure. If any impurities were included, the yin thread wouldn't function perfectly. In the past, the Wandering Soul Group controlled a piece of land called the Sunless Valley. The yin energy in that valley was very pure. With its rich amount of dark element energy, it was very suitable for the cultivation of the Wandering Soul Group. At that time, the Wandering Soul Group could send out 100 ghost face ships without hesitation. Moreover, these ships had been nourished by dark energy for a long time, causing their strength to be formidable. Additionally, they had numerous disciples in their ranks, with each one of them being nurtured by the Sunless Valley. All of them were very strong. During that time, the Wandering Soul Gang was an absolute headache to the entire great world of cultivation. This was also the time where the Wandering Soul Group was at the peak of its domineering attitude. They were very rampant. In the end, the people they offended reached to a certain point that they were jointly dealt with by several powerful sects in the great world of cultivation. At the same time, the Sunless Valley has been destroyed. It could no longer produce yin energy. Because of this, the Wandering Soul Group's strength drastically decreased. Moreover, during the battle, most of the ghost face ships of the sect had been destroyed. The Wandering Soul Group was no longer as strong as before. The current Wandering Soul Group was now occupying a different place. They moved because their current location also has a place that produced yin energy. Although it wasn't as good as the Sunless Valley, it was better than nothing. However, this place produced impure yin energy. Therefore, the Wandering Soul Group would perform large-scale maintenance every year. If the yin threads were pure, then it could naturally equalize the energy inside the ships, which would greatly increase its strength. Naturally, all of these didn't come out of Zhao Hai's analysis of the ghost face ship. Even if he dies of exhaustion, he would never be able to find out all of these things by analysis. He got this information from the mouths of the Wandering Soul Group cultivators. With the exception of the 5 nascent soul experts, the other Wandering Soul Group disciples had been killed. Naturally, these killed cultivators became Zhao Hai's undead. Upon acquiring this information, Zhao Hai was naturally happy. This was because the space had an abundant supply of dark energy, especially the place where the undead reside. He can refine the perfect yin threads there, and as long as there's yin threads, the ghost face ships wouldn't have any problems. Just as Zhao Hai was about to begin preparing to make the ghost face ship, Kair approached him saying that Zhang Feng had come. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately nodded as he appeared inside his residence in the ignored valley. Zhang Feng was currently walking out of the transmission formation. Zhao Hai was heading over to greet him. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng waved his hand, stopping him from giving a salute. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the message for the foreign trial has arrived. In a month, you would have to go over and participate. I came here to ask if you're really able to come in and out of the subspace anytime you want." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Zhang Feng in confusion as he said, "Senior brother, why do you ask? Is there a problem?" Zhang Feng followed Zhao Hai into the cave residence. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The foreign trial this time is going to be different. The last foreign trial you attended was open for a month. During that month, you can go in and out anytime you want. But in the upcoming trial, It would only open for 5 days and would only reopen a year later. This means that you will be inside for a year. This year would be very dangerous. Unknown beasts and people from other sects will be your enemies. I don't want you to suffer any accidents, so if you can't exit the trial, I'd rather that you don't go." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Senior brother, rest assured, I can go out anytime. I can even go in with you, as long as you use the treasure ship. I can find a way for you to go in." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng let out a long breath as he said, "That's good. Remember, I don't care if you discover anything inside or not, but you need to put your own safety first. If there's danger, you need to go out immediately." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng glanced at the beast bones on the ground. Naturally, these were the bones that were from the ghost face ship. Zhao Hai placed these here to show Zhang Feng that he was currently researching. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "You don't have to study these things. Prepare for the foreign trial first. By the way, the artifacts you sent over are very good. Senior brother and the others are very satisfied with it. However, I didn't tell them about you. Now that I have a lot of people under me, there are bound to be spies that had slipped in." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's fine. I also prefer that my identity is kept secret. Otherwise, it would not only be Hu Clan who would look for me, the other sects would also not let me off. I don't want to become everyone's refining slave." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I will not reveal who you are to everyone. Just believe in your first senior brother." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I believe first senior brother. There's no need to worry about me. I can assure you that I would make a proper report about the new foreign trial." "Senior brother, do you want to make the new subspace our new base?" Zhang Feng paused and then shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that wouldn't be a good idea. You can only go in and out of the foreign trial. Even if we use a transmission formation, it would be bad. Someone tried it before. The person disappeared from the transmission formation but didn't appear in the foreign trial. They had been missing ever since." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Of course it wouldn't be that simple. If occupying a subspace is that simple, then those super sects might have already done it." Zhang Feng forced a smile and said, "The super sects tried seizing a foreign trial for themselves in the past, but that foreign trial closed and reopened 100 years later. When it opened again, the cultivators inside had died. Moreover, they died not long after the trial closed. Most importantly, these cultivators had no signs of being attacked, nor were there traces of infighting. They just died. Because of this, even the super sects didn't dare occupy a foreign trial." Chapter 1709. Praying disciple business. Upon hearing Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai knitted his brows and said, "So it's like that. It seems like there's no way to control the foreign trial, but in any case, senior brother needs to have a base outside the sect. Those nascent soul experts have families behind them. If you want to take them in, you have to arrange a good place for them. If you don't meet their requirements, then those people won't help you. When the time comes, you would be in trouble if ever they decided to betray you." Zhang Feng also frowned as he said, "This is really a problem. There are a lot of people currently staring at the Phoenix Cry Peak. If people discover them, then it would be troublesome. Where do you think we should build the base?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I have a good idea for a base. However, it would need a long time to be established." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. "What is it? Will it be safe?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's absolutely safe. It's in the sky, very close to us." After he said that, Zhao Hai pointed at the bones on the ground. Zhang Feng stared, then his eyes shone as he looked back at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean the large artifact?" Zhao Hai gave a faint smile as he said, "Yes, I still can't shrink the ghost face ship, but the treasure ship can shrink. We can shrink the treasure ship and place it inside the ghost face ship. This way, we can put numerous treasure ships inside the ghost face ship. This could act as a miniature realm in which you are the master. Everything will be under your control. What do you think?" Zhang Feng's eyes shone. He could hardly keep himself still. He stood up and walked back and forth a few times before he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Will that really work? If it could, how many people could we house inside?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It would definitely work, and you can place as many people as you want. Maybe you can establish a few holy realms by yourself to provide you with faith power." Zhang Feng stopped as he looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes. After some time, he said, "If that is the case, Then that would be great. To be honest, of all the things that Zhao Hai said, the last thing moved Zhang Feng the most. Holy realms were places where praying disciples stayed. These praying disciples were those people who provided faith power to the sects and only knew how to pray. Sects held very strict control over these people. People like Zhang Feng would never be able to get in contact with them. The faith power that these people provide was the most important resource of the great world of cultivation, and it was this resource that Zhang Feng could only get from the Black Tiger Gang. This was where he was most worried about. If there was a problem with the supply of faith power in the Black Tiger Gang, then his Phoenix Cry Peak would be in distress. In fact, it would not only be Phoenix Cry Peak, every power in the Black Tiger Gang would be in trouble. And just like what Zhao Hai said, having these praying disciples in his large artifact meant that he would have a holy realm for himself. In this case, even if he went head-on against the Hu clan, he would still have resources to use. Although Tai Zanshan was the Black Tiger Gang's sect leader, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the allocation of faith power. At this point, as Zhang Feng's faction continues to grow, its need for faith power is also increasing. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then this one important problem would be solved. This was crucial to the future development of the faction. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, I think you should worry about getting praying disciples. You don't have to worry about the large artifact. Once the foreign trial is done, I will find a way to deal with it. You need to have the praying disciples once the large artifacts are done." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and sighed, "Little Hai, your understanding of the great world of cultivation is too little. In the great world of cultivation, there are outlets that sell praying disciples. Therefore, you don't need to worry about this." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Selling praying disciples? How can they be sold?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Praying disciples are also one of the important commodities in the great world of cultivation. Naturally, there is business involving selling them. Sects like the Black Tiger Gang have systems to train praying disciples. However, smaller sects lack this system. This is where people who sell praying disciples enter." Zhao Hai asked in confusion, "How do they make these praying disciples? How are they sold?" Zhang Feng sighed and said, "These poor people are like slaves. They're even worse than slaves. This was because they are completely brainwashed. They are a group of walking dead. They were cultivators in the beginning, but due to some reason they became praying disciples. They had completely lost any ability other than reproduction and praying. Their children and the children of their children would also be brainwashed. Gradually, this became an industry." Zhao Hai sighed. In fact, this wasn't the first time he heard of things like this. It happens in the space, and he can't do anything to stop it. Zhao Hai immediately raised his mood as he said, "All right, senior brother, after I'm finished with the foreign trial, I will head back immediately and work hard on the large artifacts. Then you can buy some praying disciples. What do you think?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That is also good. But before you enter the foreign trial, I'll have to ask you to make rejuvenation pills. Without the money from rejuvenation pills, I won't be able to afford praying disciples." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, no problem. Senior brother doesn't need to worry about it. Consider this matter solved." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Don't spend too much time on it. You also need to practice well. You need to consider your safety. Since we already settled on our future strategy, you can take your time." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhang Feng waved his hand and then left through the transmission formation. After Zhang Feng left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. There are processing machines assigned to make rejuvenation pills. Now, Zhao Hai had a lot of rejuvenation pills. Therefore, he no longer needed to worry about it. What he was focusing on right now was the manufacturing of ghost face ships. Compared to the Wandering Soul Gang, Zhao Hai found it easier to make ghost face ships. There are all kinds of beasts inside the space. He can even make a ghost face ship made from one kind of beast. Therefore, the problem of unbalanced energy wouldn't appear. And with the yin threads being made of the purest dark energy, it was easy for Zhao Hai to make ghost face ships. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to show off. He was going to remake the ghost face ship that he acquired first. After returning from the foreign trial, he would produce a lot of ghost face ships. At that time, he can say that he obtained the beast bones from the foreign trial. Nobody would know that the beasts came from the space. With the processing machine, Zhao Hai doesn't need to worry about remaking the ghost face ship. It was enough for him to hand the materials over and then set the parameters. Laura and the others were currently looking at the monitor. On the screen were the nascent soul experts of the Wandering Soul Group. These cultivators were now Zhao Hai's subordinates. After being fed with 5 poison worms, Laura were now watching their reactions. The reactions of the nascent soul experts were very normal. Besides providing Zhao Hai with a lot of faith power, there were no other changes. This made Laura and the others glad. Seeing that Zhao Hai has returned, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what are you planning on having Zhongfeng get those praying disciples? Do you want to analyze the formation they used to collect faith power?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really can't hide anything from you." "You're correct. I plan to obtain that formation. The space is now producing a lot of faith power. There are more than I would need. It's a waste if this faith power remains unused. If I can find a way to collect this, it might be very useful to you." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're troubling yourself. Even if we don't have faith power, we're still living very well. There's no need to think about our faith power. The faith power portions that senior brother Zhongfeng gives is already enough for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When you have an abundance of faith power, you would know what living really well means. In any case, it won't be a lot of trouble. It's easy to do. You don't need to worry." Laura nodded and no longer said anything. She just leaned her head gently on Zhao Hai's shoulder. She has lived with Zhao Hai for a long time, so how could she not know what kind of person Zhao Hai was? Zhao Hai might not be as loving as other men, but he would always give his women the best and would do anything for their well-being. Laura understood Zhao Hai's way of doing things and she liked it. A month unknowingly passed inside the space. Zhao Hai had already remade the ghost face ship they acquired. At the same time, the space's ghost face ships have begun manufacturing. As expected, it was more powerful than the original ghost face ship. As for the rejuvenation pills, Zhao Hai didn't make too much. In 1 month, he only made 10,000 pills. For the space, this was less than an hour of output. A month later, Zhao Hai came out of his room inside the treasure ship and then went to Zhongfeng to hand the rejuvenation pills over. He didn't give Zhongfeng the ghost face ship yet. It wasn't the right time. After that, he followed Zhongfeng back to the treasure ship. They were returning to the island of the first life and death arena. This was also one of the conditions of the super sex. Every participant would meet on the first life and death arena's island. Then the group along with their guardian elder would be led to a transmission formation to take them to the place where the rift of the new foreign trial was located. Zhongfeng flew over to the island using his treasure ship. People from the other sex began arriving one after another. It can be seen that the other sex place great importance to this trial. There were a lot of large artifacts present outside the island. The most remarkable groups were naturally those from the 9 super sex. They had the most participants compared to the rest of the sex. After everyone arrived, Wang appeared in the life and death arena once more. He looked all around him and then said, "There are currently 990 cultivators qualified to enter the new foreign trial. I ask the qualified people along with their guardian elder to come forward. We're going to head towards the foreign trial." Zhongfeng looked at Tai Ying and said, "Senior brother, I'll have to trouble you this time. Once you lead Li Lin to the foreign trial, you can come back. There's no need to wait for him." Tai Ying nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to worry. I can guarantee you that Leland would enter the foreign trial safely." "Are you sure I don't need to wait for him?" Zhongfeng smiled and said, "There's no need. You can do a lot of things in 1 year. There's no need for you to waste your time here. Li Lin, go with senior brother." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he flew towards the life and death arena along with Tai Ying. Besides the people from the 9 super sects, most of the sects were like the Black Tiger Gang where an elder would accompany a cultivator. That elder would usually be on the nascent soul stage. Occasionally, there would be elders who would accompany 2 or 3 disciples. Therefore, these elders would have more face compared to Tai Ying and the others. Looking at the people in attendance, Wang nodded and said, "All right, now that everyone is here, the rest can go back. As for those remaining, please come with me." After that, he led the group towards a place on the island. The large artifacts of the 9 super sects blocked the large artifacts of the other sects. Although this caused the other sects to curse, they didn't dare cause any trouble. Under Wang's lead, the group flew for an hour before landing on a mountain. This mountain wasn't any different compared to the other mountains on the island. Besides the occasional weed, There were only rocks on the mountain. It was completely unremarkable. After arriving at the mountain, Wang waved his hand. Strong winds began to appear as a giant rock rolled over. Before long, a huge transmission formation appeared in front of everyone. The transmission formation was large enough to fit 2,000 people. After the transmission formation appeared, Wang turned to the others and said, "Everyone, please get on the transmission formation. It will directly send you to the entrance of the foreign trial. When we arrive at the destination, you can record the coordinates and return to your respective sects. The transmission formation is ready. I can assure you that it will fit everyone." Naturally, nobody would say anything. Upon entering the transmission formation, there was a flash of white light as everyone disappeared. Chapter 17:10, Tai Ying gifts a pill. In the next moment, everyone arrived on a mountain. This mountain was very high, nobody could even see the bottom. Under them was a pure white sea of clouds. Zhao Hai and the others were halfway up the mountain. There was a huge platform there. It can be seen that this platform was artificially cleaned up. On the innermost part of the platform was a very large cave with a height of 10 meters. At this time, Wang said, "Everyone, you can establish your transmission formations on this platform. In a day or so, the rift to the foreign trial would open. On that day, I hope the participants will be ready." Tai Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Li Lin, Little Feng told me that I can leave after sending you in. You need to be more careful. Help me build the transmission formation first. Remember the coordinates before shuffling the coordinates set. When you come out, restore the transmission formation to normal and then use it. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can." Senior brother Tai Ying can rest assured. I understand what to do. Tai Ying nodded and then led Zhao Hai to a corner of the platform. Then they began to establish a transmission formation. This transmission formation didn't lead to the treasure ship but to Phoenix Cry Peak instead. Moreover, the transmission formation was very small. It would be used by 5 people at most. Establishing transmission formations was almost second nature to cultivators. All cultivators need transmission formations to communicate with their sects in case there were unforeseen circumstances. Transmission formations were divided into 2 types. The first type was a permanent transmission formation. These transmission formations were generally established on a sect's transmission formation square. They were made of metals that could last years of use. The second type were temporary transmission formations. These transmission formations used special techniques. These special techniques didn't add anything to the formation nor did they hinder its operation. But with these special techniques, after the transmission formation is used, it would immediately explode, destroying the entire formation. What Zhao Hai and Tai Ying were making was a transmission formation that was halfway between a permanent and temporary formation. It was made of stone. Although it wasn't easy to damage, it wasn't as strong as permanent formations. It would need consistent repairs. Before long, the transmission formation was finished. Zhao Hai and Tai Ying stood on the platform and looked around. The transmission formations of the 9 super sects have yet to be finished. However, they seem to be making permanent transmission formations. The formations were made of metal. Additionally, the formations were very large. This was the reason why they took a longer time creating the formations. The transmission formations of the other sects have already been established. Like Zhao Hai and Tai Ying, they were also watching the people from the super sects as they built their transmission formations. As he looked at the people from the wonderful sound pavilion, Tai Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Li Lin, you need to remember this. Don't offend the people from the supersets, especially those from the wonderful sound pavilion. Those fellows are completely brainless. Your most important task is to scout the entire foreign trial. There's no need to annoy those fellows. Naturally, if they annoy you, there's no need to be polite." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." Senior brother can feel relieved. "I will be careful." Tai Ying nodded and said, "Rest for a while. We still don't know if their calculations are accurate." Zhao Hai nodded and then slowly closed his eyes. 7 hours later, Wang's voice was heard. "The gate will open soon. All participants, get ready." Zhao Hai opened his eyes and then turned to Tai Ying and gave a salute. Just as he was about to go, Tai Ying blocked him. Then he gave a pill and said, "Take this. It is a Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. It can be useful in a critical time." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect Tai Ying to give him a Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. Since he made this pill, he naturally knew its effects. Although it can't revive the dead, it was the best pill for healing wounds. At that time, Tai Yi treated this pill as equal to Tai Ying's gold-wind eagle armor. Now Tai Ying actually took it out. This surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could see from this point how Tai Ying and the others really treat Zhang Feng. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be touched. In the great world of cultivation, kinship like these were very hard to find. After all, when faced with immortality, almost anyone would give up friendship. However, Zhang Feng's relationship with Tai Ying and the others was different. They truly embodied their relationship as martial brothers. In fact, they seem more like blood brothers with how they treat each other. Zhao Hai always believed that no matter what a person becomes, as long as they stick to their human nature and maintain a pure disposition, they could still be considered as a complete person. If you only know how to cultivate, then you can't be called a complete person at all. You might only be a cold machine that only knew how to cultivate. Seeing Zhao Hai in a daze, thinking whether he should accept the pill or not, Tai Ying couldn't help but smile as he said, "Take it." This is the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill that Tai Yi asked Little Feng to make. It's not easy to acquire, but its life-saving effect is very good. I didn't expect the alchemist that Little Feng invited was so formidable. He was able to make more than one. This one's for you. The foreign trial would be dangerous. Take this just in case. Hearing Tai Yi, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look him in the eye. Then he accepted the pill before cupping his fist and saying, "Thank you, senior brother Tai." Tai Ying waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. You're Little Feng's subordinate. This isn't only for you, but to Little Feng as well. For the Black Tiger Gang, no matter what, you have to live." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a very violent fluctuation erupted from the cave. Then the entire mountain shivered before a spatial rift appeared. The energy from the rift opening caused the robes of those present to flutter. In a blink of an eye, the cave entrance turned into a pitch-black hole. It was so dark that it seemed like there was nothing ahead. It even blocked exploration using spiritual force. Awash Wang looked at everyone and said, "Participants, please enter. Within 5 days, if you want to come out, you can come out." 5 days later, even if you want to go out, you would need to wait a year. The participants didn't make any noise. Instead, they rushed towards the gate. Before long, everyone entered the spatial rift. Zhao Hai didn't go against the crowd like last time. He entered along with the others. It didn't take long before he arrived at the foreign trial. Upon entering the foreign trial, Zhao Hai immediately teleported away. He knew that the other cultivators wouldn't behave themselves. They would certainly attack the others. He didn't want to mix in such muddy water. Just like Zhao Hai thought, after everyone entered the foreign trial, someone from the 9 super sects led everyone to attack the people from the other sects. The 9 super sects seemed to have made preparations. They brought out a lot of high-level artifacts to increase the strength of their people. However, the people from the other sects weren't easily bullied. They also thought of this possibility. Therefore, they also prepared high-level artifacts as well as talismans for their people. Talismans were also tools used by cultivators. Generally, talismans could only be used one time, but there are some special talismans that can be used repeatedly. Talismans are divided into 2 types. One was a talisman made of paper. Most of these talismans couldn't be used more than 10 times. After 10 times, these talismans would become useless. High-level talismans were made according to their attributes. Water element talismans would be made out of crystals, while iron-type talismans were made of metal. In addition to these attribute talismans, there would also be special talismans. These talismans were generally made of jade. Naturally, it was jade with no attributes. This kind of talisman could be used for a long time. Naturally, despite lasting for a long time, it couldn't be used a certain number of times per day. After using the talisman, they would need time to recharge. Talismans were very convenient. Naturally, due to their nature, besides high-level talismans, their effects were very limited. The talismans that the participants took out were naturally high-grade talismans. In addition to talismans, they also have high-grade artifacts. Even with these preparations, the cultivators from the other sects were on the back foot. Since these sects have their own methods, it was very hard for them to resist together. Moreover, their opponents were from the 9 super sects. The cultivators from the 9 super sects also blocked the exit. Even if the others wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Those who escaped the assault were heavily injured. Most of them died. Of the 990 participants, there were only less than 700 left. More than 200 people perished. Chapter 17:11, revealing the identity. Zhao Hai sat in the space as he looked at everything that happened in the foreign trial. The situation was as he expected. There were no rules in the foreign trial at all. Everything was based on strength. The reason why people from the super sects wanted to kill the other cultivators was so that they wouldn't be able to make any reports about the trial. This way, they would be a step behind the super sects during future explorations. The super sects would always be at an advantage. The great world of cultivation was ruthless. If you're weak, you would definitely be attacked. The stronger you are, the more resources you gain, and as you gain more resources, the stronger you would be. This would also translate to being able to live longer. Zhao Hai didn't care about what was happening. After the cultivators dispersed, he took all of the corpses and turned them into undead. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai immediately released Liquid Silver to investigate. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't as reserved as he was back in the Black Tiger gang. In the sect, there were experts that might detect the needles. Therefore, he was very careful. However, there were no such experts in the foreign trial, so Zhao Hai doesn't need to worry about anything. The foreign trial was very big. Moreover, the beasts inside weren't weak. Most of the beasts were at the Dao Avatar stage while a few of them were at the core formation stage. Such a place was suitable for cultivators on the Dao Avatar stage. Not only can they experience life and death situations, they can also obtain resources fit for their level. Moreover, once they slay these beasts, they would be able to obtain a lot of good things. Days passed and in a blink of an eye it was already 5 days since the opening of the foreign trial. The rift had officially closed. Tai Ying looked at the closing rift with a complicated expression. He knew how important Li Lin was to Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng didn't express it, he could get some clues from the way Zhang Feng talked to Li Lin. He knew that Zhang Feng had attached great importance to Li Lin, even more than Hao Xing and Zhang Hao. Tai Ying was also very curious about this. There was nothing to say about Zhang Hao. He was just a foundation building expert. Although his ability to manage was very strong, he was still quite weak. There was no need for Zhang Feng to pay him any more attention. However, Hao Xing was different. Tai Ying has a certain understanding of Hao crossing. Hao Xing was someone that was under Zhang Feng's special protection. Moreover, he had always been a reliable subordinate. Usually, whenever Zhang Feng wasn't on Phoenix Cry Peak, everything was handled by Hao crossing. This shows how important Hao Xing was to Zhang Feng. But now, Zhang Feng treats Li Lin as someone more important. Although Zhang Feng hid his treatment, Tai Ying was a 100-year-old fox. He was sensitive to a lot of things. This made Tai Ying curious. He couldn't understand why Li Lin was this important to Zhang Feng. It was because of this discovery that Tai Ying gave the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill to Li Lin. Tai Ying knew pretty well that since Zhang Feng treats Li Lin with importance, then Li Lin should be someone extraordinary. With the rift closing, Tai Ying was both relieved and worried for Li Lin. He immediately activated the transmission formation and disappeared from the platform. At the same time, a white light flashed on the transmission formation of the treasure ship. As soon as Tai Ying appeared, he saw Zhang Hao standing on the side. It seems like Zhang Hao was waiting specifically for him. When Tai Ying appeared, Zhang Hao immediately bowed and said, "Senior brother Tai Ying, Senior brother is waiting for you inside his room." Tai Ying nodded and then followed Zhang Hao to Zhang Feng's room. Upon entering the room, Tai Ying couldn't help but stare. This was because in addition to Hao Xing and Zhang Feng, Li Lin was also there. Tai Ying was in a daze upon seeing Li Lin. This was because he saw Li Lin enter the foreign trial with his own 2 eyes. Moreover, he didn't see Li Lin going out. How could he appear here? Seeing Tai Ying stunned, Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Senior brother, come over. Let me introduce someone to you." Tai Ying looked at Li Lin in confusion, but he still sat down. He believed that Zhang Feng would give him an explanation. After Tai Ying sat down, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Little Hai, introduce yourself to senior brother." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then his body shuddered as he returned to his original appearance. Then he bowed towards Tai Ying and said, "Zhao Hai has seen senior brother. This is the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill that senior brother gave me. Let me return it to you." Tai Ying was stunned for a moment, but he was still able to reply, "It turns out to be a face-changing technique. I can see that your ability isn't much worse compared to that kid Han Bulai. As for the pill, I already gave it to you. Keep it." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Senior brother, accept the pill." To tell you the truth, The pill was made by Little Hai. He doesn't need your pill. Tai Ying stared as he looked at Zhang Feng, who was smiling. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person like him could make the treasure ship, Goldwind Eagle armor, and refine the Dragon Tiger life-saving pill. After some time, Tai Ying recovered. His eyes shone as he said, I thought about it again and again, but I never thought that it was you. Good, good, fantastic. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, besides that, Little Hai also has a spatial divergent ability. These foreign trials, as long as he enters them, he can go in and out at any time. The rift is just decoration for him. This is the reason why he's here. Tai Ying nodded and said, so it's like that. Little Feng, did you tell Tai Yi and the others about this? Zhang Feng sighed and said, senior brother, it's not that I don't want to tell, but this is a sensitive matter. Once the He faction knows about Little Hai's ability, we would be in trouble. Think about it. What would happen if they found out about Little Hai's ability? Tai Ying stared for a moment before he nodded and said, you're right. We should be more careful about this. Zhang Feng replied, I introduced Little Hai to you so that you will know who he is. This way, you don't need to worry about the foreign trial. Tai Ying nodded. Since Little Hai has this ability, there's no need to worry about him. Little Hai, how's the foreign trial? Zhao Hai replied, it's not good. The super sects had just divided themselves into 9 groups and are investigating the foreign trial. As for the people from the other sects, they had almost been wiped out. There are only a few who were able to escape the net. It's hard to say if those people would be able to survive for a year. The beasts inside the foreign trial aren't weak, and there are quite a number of them. Tai Ying looked at Zhao Hai and said, if it's dangerous there, you shouldn't return. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I can't do that. This is a good opportunity to kill beasts. I'll refine them into bones and use them as main materials for the ghost face ships. Tai Ying stared, then his eyes shone as he said, you can make ghost face ships now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he nodded and said, yes, I can. I have almost understood the method to make ghost face ships. If it wasn't because of the lack of time, I would have already remade the ghost face ship that we acquired. I already released my undead inside the foreign trial to record the situation inside. I'll use this year to fix the ghost face ship. Zhang Feng nodded and said, that's good. Are you staying inside the treasure ship or the ignored valley? Zhao Hai replied, I'll go to the ignored valley. After I fix the ghost face ship, I'll recycle some materials and make more treasure ships. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng immediately understood what he meant, so he nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave that to you. I will prepare all that you need. I'll wait for the ghost face ship and the treasure ships. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave Tai Ying a salute and said, Senior brother Tai, I'll ask to be excused. The two nodded. Then Zhao Hai vanished from the room. Thinking about Zhao Hai, Tai Ying let out a long breath. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, Little Feng, you really do have the means to be able to get someone like Zhao Hai on your side. I really envy your luck. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, I'm truly lucky. After Little Hai's first battle, he approached me and revealed his ability. Therefore, I immediately took him into the sect and sent him to the ignored valley. It didn't take long before he gave me the treasure ship. Tai Ying smiled faintly and said, no wonder you've been high energy lately. With Little Hai, you will be able to get whatever you want. As long as Little Hai is present, the Hu clan's demise is set in stone. Zhang Feng's voice turned cold. The Hu clan actually dares to collude with the Wandering Soul Group. This is unforgivable. This is equal to betraying the sect. Sooner or later, I will settle our debts. Tai Ying replied, you still need to be careful. The Hu faction isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, now that you killed a lot of people from the Wandering Soul Group, those lunatics wouldn't let you off. So no matter where you go, you need to be extra careful. Also, the top 10 core disciples have been silent recently. I'm afraid they're planning something huge. Zhang Feng nodded. A worried expression could be seen on his face. Chapter 17:12, Making the Choice. In the Hu clan's meeting hall in the Black Tiger Gang, several people were present. The age of these people seemed to be high. The one in the head position had white hair and beard. However, he still had a high-spirited aura. Now that he was old, he gave the feeling of an old attractive man. One could see that he should be quite attractive when he was young. This person was the Hu clan's patriarch Ho Liangchen. The cultivation method of the Hu clan was a double cultivation method. This method was generally practiced by a man and a woman. Once they practice, this pair would live and die together. Their minds were also connected. It was an overbearing method. Because of this cultivation method, the males of the Hu clan were very charming while the women were very beautiful. They were a family of rare good-looking men and women. The Hu clan's method wasn't only useful to the people of their own clan. No matter what person you are, as long as you perform double cultivation with someone from the Hu clan, you would benefit a lot. So every time a Hu clan member was ripe for marriage, outsiders would use all they had to get them. However, the Hu clan has its own marriage procedures. Even if there were marriages from outside, they would be marrying into the Hu clan and not the other way around. The Hu clan would never reveal their double cultivation method to an outsider. It was also because of their cultivation method that the Hu clan was difficult to deal with. Since they battle in pairs, they would never separate even if they were against 1 or even 10 people. The Hu clan's patriarch Hu Liangjun was a transcending tribulation expert. Since this is the case, this meant that his wife was also at the transcending tribulation stage. This was the reason people dreaded the Hu clan. Naturally, Hu Liangjun was most famous not for his cultivation speed. To be honest, his cultivation speed was average within the Hu clan. He wasn't a cultivation genius. What Hu Liangjun was famous for was his resourcefulness. He was called the wise man of the Black Tiger Gang. One could see from this point how resourceful he was. But now, the wise man of the Black Tiger Gang was frowning. He has a worried expression on his face. The reason for this was Zhang Feng's recent actions. Zhang Feng expanded his base and absorbed many young talents of the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zanshan even sent Tai Ying and the others to join. This caused Hu Liangjun to feel a sense of crisis. At first, when Zhang Feng was given the power to expand his base, Hu Liangjun didn't think much of it. After all, he knew how much resources Zhang Feng had in hand. Even if he wanted to greatly expand, it would be impossible. Hu Liangjun didn't expect Zhang Feng to actually have the resources to expand his power base. He initially thought that Tai Zanshan gave Zhang Feng money. Therefore, he immediately issued an audit. Once he discovers that Tai Zanshan has diverted public funds, he would immediately chase Tai Zanshan off from his position. In conclusion, Hu Liangjun's plan blew up on his face. Not only did they fail to grasp Tai Zanshan's weakness, they also gave Tai Zanshan the opportunity to fight back. This caused the major families to suffer heavy losses. What worried him even more was the lack of information from the Wandering Soul Group team that was sent to attack Zhang Feng. This caused him to have an ominous feeling. He made an agreement with the people from the Wandering Soul Group. They would attack Zhang Feng after he leaves to the life and death arena. However, Zhang Feng returned safely and he even brought a slot for the new foreign trial. Hu Liangjun thought that the Wandering Soul Group didn't take action against Zhang Feng because of the new foreign trial, but later he found out that this was wrong. This was because there was news that the Wandering Soul Group participated in the competition for the slots. It was abnormal for these people to not return to the Wandering Soul Group. When Hu Liangjun heard this, his first instinct was that it wasn't good. If the people from the Wandering Soul Group didn't return, then that only meant one thing. They suffered an accident, and this accident has something to do with Zhang Feng. The Wandering Soul Group's cultivators did attack Zhang Feng, but what happened next explained one thing. They had been killed by Zhang Feng. Although he had reached a conclusion, Hu Liangjun wasn't happy at all. He knew clearly that the Wandering Soul Group weren't reasonable people. The moment they cooperated with the Wandering Soul Group, they were trying to skin a tiger alive. Hu Liangjun was aware that the Wandering Soul Group had been looking for excuses to control the Hu clan, but he was able to use various means to block them. The loss of the Wandering Soul Group's people wasn't good news for Hu Liangjun. The Wandering Soul Group absolutely won't let Zhang Feng off. After all, although there was no evidence, Zhang Feng was the main reason for their disappearance. At the same time, the Wandering Soul Group wouldn't let Hu Liangjun off. The Wandering Soul Group had always been looking for reasons to take control of the Hu clan, and now an opportunity has arrived. If the Wandering Soul Group let go of this chance, then they would no longer be the Wandering Soul Group. And just as expected, the Wandering Soul Group were now exerting pressure on him. If he didn't handle it well, the people of the Wandering Soul Group would eat him up. Hu Liangjun knew clearly who he was in the heart of the Wandering Soul Group. He was just a dog in their eyes, a dog that has betrayed its original owner. The Wandering Soul Group needs a dog like him to bite the Black Tiger Gang and make it weak. If the dog was disobedient, the Wandering Soul Group would definitely punish it. This was because the Wandering Soul Group doesn't need a disobedient dog. After being silent for some time, Hu Liangjun looked at the others and said, Everyone, you should be aware of the current situation. The Wandering Soul Group is forcing our hand. Tell me about your thoughts. Sitting with him were heads of the major families in the Black Tiger Gang. It can be said that they represented the majority of the Black Tiger Gang's strength. If they really joined the Wandering Soul Group, the Black Tiger Gang would definitely crumble. Although these families usually follow the Hu clan's lead, they were still in an alliance in the end. Therefore, at this time, Hu Liangjun asked for their thoughts. The people from the major families were silent. Nobody spoke as they lowered their heads. It was as if they had endless worries. Seeing their appearance, Hu Liangjun couldn't help but get angry. He added, "We asked the Wandering Soul Group to deal with Zhang Feng. I'm afraid we're already exposed. The Wandering Soul Group wouldn't let us off. At the same time, Zhang Feng's group wouldn't just let this matter go. Everyone, it's time to make up your mind. Do we cut our ties with the Wandering Soul Group and be good members of the Black Tiger Gang, or to betray the Black Tiger Gang and become members of the Wandering Soul Group? Everyone, you need to make a decision." These family patriarchs couldn't help but shake. They didn't think that they would reach this situation. It seems like the Wandering Soul Group has made their preparations. To be honest, they weren't prepared. They didn't know what choice to make. They might have fought against Tai Zanshan all these years, but all of it was internal fighting. Although they borrowed the Wandering Soul Group's strength, it was no more than hiring mercenaries to do dirty work. They didn't want to join the Wandering Soul Group and help them destroy the Black Tiger Gang. These heads of the major families weren't idiots. They knew that the Wandering Soul Group was polite to them because they were members of the Black Tiger Gang. But once they joined the Wandering Soul Group, would they still be valued? The Wandering Soul Group also had their own powerful families. If they take refuge in the Wandering Soul Group, would these powerful families allow them to hold on to their power? At that time, they would definitely be in conflict. Once the major families of the Black Tiger Gang join the Wandering Soul Group, they would not be trusted by the sect. After all, they were traitors. The Wandering Soul Group would definitely be wary of them and try to reduce their strength as much as possible. When the time comes, could they still guarantee that they would have the same status? Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang's domain wasn't any smaller than the Wandering Soul Group. These established powers inside the Wandering Soul Gang wouldn't let such a fat piece of meat off. But at the same time, the major families of the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't just let go of their benefits. A conflict was going to occur. But at that time, there would no longer be a Black Tiger Gang to back the major families up. If they fought back, they would go against the entire Wandering Soul Group. The final result would certainly be ugly for them. If they don't join the Wandering Soul Group, then they must cooperate with Tai Zanshan and make preparations to deal with the Wandering Soul Group. But if they work with Tai Zanshan, they would have to give up on some benefits and powers to save themselves. But they can still save themselves and their families' interests. After all, they were still people of the Black Tiger Gang. They were deep-rooted in the sect. They were very familiar with the Black Tiger Gang. Even if they give away their benefits, they can still live leisurely in the sect. Therefore, staying in the Black Tiger Gang and giving up some benefits was the best choice for them. The only uncertain thing about this was Tai Zanshan's attitude towards them. All of the heads present have thought about this, including Hu Liangjun. They just didn't express their opinion since they don't know what the others think. Hu Liangjun was about to speak when the patriarch of the Sea clan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since nobody wants to talk, I want to say a few words. Our Sea family doesn't agree to joining the Wandering Soul Group. We're still very strong on our own. We can talk to Tai Zanshan about this situation. Although he has a lot of sinister means, he's a body cultivator in the end. He solves things in a straightforward manner. Now that the attack of the Wandering Soul Group is coming, we would still be members of the Black Tiger Gang if Tai Zanshan agrees. However, we should present our conditions. We'll weaken our power, but he shouldn't suppress us too much. If he disagrees, then that would be another matter to be discussed." The Sea Patriarch's response caused the others to give their own responses. They approved the Sea Patriarch's plan. To be honest, they wanted to keep their position as major families in the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't want to become dogs under the Wandering Soul Group. Hu Liangjun looked at everyone and understood their thoughts. But he gave them a test. "Everyone, you should know that discussing betrayal to Tai Zanshan wouldn't be easy. Don't forget how many conflicts we had with him over the years. Even if he doesn't suppress us now, what about later?" Hu Liangjun observed their responses and saw the patriarchs frowning. There was only one person who didn't seem bothered by it. Hu Liangjun immediately noticed who it was. It was the Ma clan's patriarch, Ma Feng. The Ma clan can only be regarded as a middle-class family in the Black Tiger gang. However, their rise was faster among those present. When they rose up, they took refuge under the Hu faction. Also, their rise was directly linked to the Wandering Soul Group. It can be said that the Ma clan has the closest relationship to the Wandering Soul Group among all the families under the Hu clan. Hu Liangjun suspected that the Ma clan might be a pawn arranged by the Wandering Soul Group to help the Hu clan. Now, it seems like this suspicion was true. Hu Liangjun's eyes twinkled. He set a firm resolve as he looked at everyone and said, "What do you think?" At this time, the Ma patriarch looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you need to think this through. Tai Zanshan is not a saint. If he really deals with us later on, what can we do? Do we just allow ourselves to be suppressed?" However, the same might not be the case with the Wandering Soul Group. Collectively, we hold great strength. The Wandering Soul Group would definitely treat us well. Not only would we enjoy glory and fame, our families would also be prosperous for a long time. After Ma Feng finished speaking, the expressions of the patriarchs changed. Ma Feng thought that he had convinced everyone, so he continued, "Everyone, the Wandering Soul Group already gave us a guarantee. The Wandering Soul Group certainly wouldn't treat us unjustly. If we don't go to them and wait for the Wandering Soul Group, we would be burning jade in exchange for common stone." The expressions of the patriarchs continued to change. Killing intent flashed through their eyes. Seeing this, Hu Liangjun knew that this was a crucial moment. He immediately said, "Everyone, this isn't something we can decide immediately. Please return to your families and discuss it with your members. What do you think?" The patriarchs nodded as they stood up. At this time, Hu Liangjun stopped Ma Feng. "Brother Ma, please remain behind. I have something to tell you." When Ma Feng heard this, his expression lit up as he nodded and remained. The other patriarchs didn't say anything as they all turned around and left. Chapter 17:13, Decisive. Hu Liangjun looked at Ma Feng and said, "Brother Ma, take a seat." What you said made sense to me. With our conflict with Tai Zanshan, he definitely would not let us off. The reason why I made everyone make a choice was to see what kind of reaction they would have. However, their response made me disappointed. When he heard this, Ma Feng couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Brother Hu, the current situation is very serious. Those guys are still attached to the Black Tiger gang. Do you think we need to take action?" Hu Liangjun shook his head and said, "Not yet. If we take action now, those guys will definitely stick closer to the Black Tiger gang. We need to wait and see if they really intend to take refuge under Tai Zanshan. If they want to stay in the Black Tiger gang, then I will pretend to agree. Once we discuss with Tai Zanshan, I will make excessive demands that he wouldn't agree to. As long as Tai Zanshan begins to deal with the families, we will depend on the Wandering Soul gang to make a move. With your strength and mine, our position in the Wandering Soul Group shouldn't be low. What do you think?" The more he listened to Hu Liangjun, the brighter Ma Feng's eyes became. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Hu Liangjun was truly an experienced and careful person. He nodded and said, "I will listen to Brother Hu's instructions." Hu Liangjun nodded and said, "All right. You should head back. Don't send people to monitor the others for the next 2 days. That will only have an opposite effect. I will contact them and see their decision in 2 days." Ma Feng nodded and said, "All right, I will follow your instructions." Hu Liangjun nodded. "All right, go back. I'll talk to the others later and persuade them and stabilize their decision. Wait for the result 2 days later. You should also contact the Wandering Soul Group. Don't make them act rashly. If they attack at this time, those guys would definitely side with the Black Tiger gang. It would be more troublesome if that happens." Ma Feng nodded. Then he stood up and gave Hu Liangjun a salute before he left. Looking at Ma Feng's back, Hu Liangjun coldly snorted as he took out a jade sword and sent it out after writing his message. Before long, besides Ma Feng, all the other patriarchs returned. After they sat down, Hu Liangjun said, "Everyone should have seen what just happened. Ma Feng has completely sided with the Wandering Soul Group. I think the reason why the Ma clan was able to develop so quickly was because they have the support of the Wandering Soul Group. I told him to wait 2 days. I'm going to talk to Tai Zanshan tomorrow. If he agrees to our request, we will deal with the Ma clan and then give him half of the loot. If Tai Zanshan doesn't agree, then we'll go with Ma Feng and communicate with the Wandering Soul Group." What do you think? When they heard Hu Liangjun, the other patriarchs stared. Then they immediately nodded. These families cannot put all of their eggs in one person. Therefore, Hu Liangjun's plan was the safest way. Hu Liangjun looked at everyone and said, Since everyone has agreed, then I won't hold back. Let's discuss the conditions we'll put forward. The first issue is the core disciples. I reckon Tai Zanshan would raise the issue of the core disciples. The top 10 core disciples simply have too much power. Tai Zanshan would definitely want to remove the restrictions. His disciples are all very powerful. The current top 10 core disciples wouldn't be able to defeat them. We have to make concessions about the core disciples, but we also need to retain our strength. I think we should divide the top 10 core disciple slots into two. Tai Zanshan can send people to get the slots, but we need at least 5 slots for our side. If he doesn't agree, then the talk's on there. When the patriarchs heard Hu Liangjun, they were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. Although core disciples were called disciples, they were far more than that. They held great power, more power than the average elder. Since they have a mountain base, they had access to a lot of resources. If 5 slots were given up, that was equivalent to cutting the flesh of the families. Naturally, they were disinclined to agree. However, just like Hu Liangjun said, if they didn't make any concessions about the core disciples, Tai Zanshan wouldn't agree to their proposal. The core disciple issue was one of the main contention between Tai Zanshan and the Hu faction. If they don't give in, then Tai Zanshan would still be suppressed. Tai Zanshan definitely wouldn't agree. Hu Liangjun looked at everyone and knew what they were thinking. He said, "Everyone, 5 slots for the top 10 core disciples is already a lot. If the Wandering Soul group gets in control, do you think they would give us slots for their core disciples? If we discuss with Tai Zanshan, we can protect 5 slots. This is retreating in order to advance." Moreover, everyone thought that Tai Zanshan's disciples were united, but that was only because they were all equal in power. But once some disciples are more powerful than the others, do you think they would still be united? This is also a method to fracture Tai Zanshan's power base. Hearing this, everyone thought about it for a moment before nodding. They agreed to what Hu Liangjun said. The Si family's patriarch nodded and said, "All right, I agree with Patriarch Hu's proposal." The other patriarchs expressed their agreement as well. Hu Liangjun nodded and continued, "Since everyone agrees to this, then let's move on to another matter. That is Zhang Feng. With Zhang Feng's large movements recently, we can't just ignore him. We can make him one of the top 10 core disciples and give him the power of a core disciple. However, later on, if a disciple receives the same merit as Zhang Feng, then the gang needs to handle it the same way. What does everyone think?" The patriarchs paused, but they still agreed. Letting Zhang Feng become a top 10 core disciple might be good for Zhang Feng, but it wasn't the case. Although Zhang Feng wasn't a top 10 core disciple, he essentially has the same status and power, and because of his special status, some of the sex rules don't apply to him. Once he becomes one of the top 10 core disciples, he would then be subjected to these rules. Most importantly, with Zhang Feng becoming a top 10 core disciple, one of Tai Zanshan's slots would be used up. Although Tai Zanshan might not have thoughts about this, how about his disciples? This was another way to put a crack on Tai Zanshan's faction. Thinking of this, the patriarchs couldn't help but let out a sigh. Hu Liangjun was indeed the sex-wise man. His plans always had another layer to it. He would make the enemy think that they benefited while in fact they have fallen into a trap. The patriarchs immediately agreed to the plan. Hu Liangjun also knew that the others had understood his plan. Then he immediately continued. "Third, we want a guarantee from the gang that our properties won't be taken. At most we will pay a tax to the gang every year, but the tax cannot exceed 30% of our income. The Black Tiger Gang wants to increase its power. Our families want to develop. To be honest, we aren't as good as Tai Zanshan when it comes to utilizing strength. The Black Tiger Gang is going to fight the Wandering Soul group. It's time for us to shed some blood." Those present stared. They didn't expect Hu Liangjun to say that. In the past, Hu Liangjun took their businesses very seriously. It was because of this that they had come in conflict with Tai Zanshan many times. Now, he suddenly wanted to offer 30% of their profits. It sounded unreasonable. Hu Liangjun looked at the patriarchs as he sighed and said, "If the skin doesn't exist, the hair wouldn't have anything to stick to." When the Wandering Soul group gave its ultimatum, I finally understood. We are the people of the Black Tiger Gang and that will never change. The only reason the Wandering Soul group is polite to us is because we are members of the Black Tiger Gang. If the Black Tiger Gang is united, the sect will remain powerful. Over the years, we have only been thinking of increasing the power of our families, to the expense of the sect. Because of this, the strength of the gang isn't as good as before. We cannot continue like this. If the Black Tiger Gang is in danger, we would be in danger. Everyone nodded. The Black Tiger Gang isn't as good as in the past. Even the Roaring Flame sect dared to provoke them. These people have always been silent in the past. Huliang sighed and said, the Black Tiger Gang is currently at a critical point of its life. Although we have been fighting against Tai Zanshan all these years, we're still part of the Black Tiger Gang in the end. Our ancestors built this sect after hundreds of battles. The matter with Tai Zanshan is only internal, but if outsiders have any ideas about the sect, then I, Huliang, wouldn't let them off. Although Huliang was mild-mannered and calm, his words were firm and decisive. This caused the patriarchs to feel his determination. The patriarchs heard this and felt their hearts turn hot. Their ancestors worked hard to establish the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, they don't hope for the sect to perish. Therefore, they felt the same way as Huliang. Chapter 17:14, Doubt. Huliang looked at everyone and said, although Tai Zanshan is a problem for us, he still cares for the sect's development. As long as we make concessions, he wouldn't hesitate to agree. The patriarchs agreed. Huliang continued, everyone, we will discuss with Tai Zanshan tomorrow. I hope you can put the benefits of your families behind. For the sake of the Black Tiger Gang, we'll get through this difficult time together. Everyone nodded simultaneously. Cultivators knew how to scheme, but at the same time, they also knew how to be firm. The passion in their heart is what drives them to continue on their path. With this passion, they would dare fight even against the heavens. Although the families had been in conflict with Tai Zanshan for many years, they still regarded themselves as members of the Black Tiger Gang. Now that the sect was going through a difficult time, they would naturally stand by it. Every 2 days, Tai Zanshan would be inside his study dealing with the Black Tiger Gang's matters. He also received faint rumors about the Wandering Soul Group. He began paying attention to them after Zhang Feng's attack. It was because of this that he started thinking of plans to deal with the Wandering Soul Group. As Tai Zanshan was working, a voice was heard from outside. Gang leader, the Hu clan's patriarch, as well as the other patriarchs has came to seek an audience. Hearing this, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, invite them over. Tai Zanshan cleaned his table as he waited for Huliang and the others to arrive. Before long, Huliang's group entered the study. They gave Tai Zanshan a salute which Tai Zanshan returned. The two sides usually met like this, so there's nothing special about it. After the group had sat down, Tai Zanshan opened his mouth and said, may I know why the patriarchs came to see me today? Huliang looked at Tai Zanshan and said, does the gang leader know that the Wandering Soul Group is going to attack the Black Tiger Gang? Tai Zanshan stared as he looked at Huliang. He didn't know why Huliang would mention this. He didn't reply for some time, but he had a doubtful look towards Huliang and the others. He didn't know what they were planning to do. He thought that they had a scheme going on. Tai Zanshan replied, I have received information, but it has yet to be confirmed. Huliang looked at Tai Zanshan and said, the gang leader doesn't need to investigate more. I can tell you that the news is accurate. The Wandering Soul Group will attack us in the future. Tai Zanshan stared. He didn't know why Huliang would tell him this. Seeing Tai Zanshan's puzzled expression, Huliang said, gang leader, we're here today to negotiate with you. Tai Zanshan looked at Huliang in confusion. He didn't understand what Huliang wanted to do. Huliang looked at Tai Zanshan and continued, gang leader, in the past, we fought against you and struggled to get benefits. However, all of that is the internal matter of the Black Tiger Gang. But now, the Wandering Soul Group dared to intervene. They even want to destroy the Black Tiger Gang. This is something we cannot agree to. So today, on behalf of the major families, we're here to discuss with you. As long as you agree to our conditions, we will fully cooperate with you and deal with the Wandering Soul Group. After he said that, Huliang took out a jade slip and handed it to Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan received the jade slip with a stern expression. He expects Huliang to present outrageous conditions. However, this is also an opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang to unite. Upon receiving the jade slip and reading its contents, Tai Zanshan was stunned. He thought that he might have misread, so he read the contents once more. But after confirming the contents, he looked at Huliang with a shocked expression. Seeing Tai Zanshan's shocked appearance, Huliang felt happy for some unknown reason. Making Tai Zanshan shocked caused him to feel accomplishment. Huliang kept calm as he said, I know that the gang leader wanted to settle things in a straightforward manner, so I won't be polite. The things written on the jade slip is our bottom line. There's no room for negotiation. Tai Zanshan took a deep breath to calm his mood. He looked at Hu Liangjun and said, if these are your conditions, then I accept. Hu Liangjun looked at Tai Zanshan and said, if the gang leader agrees, then there's nothing else to talk about. Please tell us your instructions. Tai Zanshan took a deep breath before saying, we need to do a few things. First, settle the conditions that you presented. Second, purge the sect of all those who are determined to follow the Wandering Soul Group. Third, the experts of the major families should return to the gang's unified command. The patriarchs of the families can form their own battle group and command them with me. But during wartime, if I give an order, you cannot disobey it. Hu Liangjun nodded and said, gang leader can rest assured. We're also from the Black Tiger gang. Now that the sect is at a critical point, we know what to do. Tai Zanshan stood up and bowed towards Hu Liangjun and the others and said, I, Tai Zanshan, am here to thank you all. I'm glad that everyone can stand together at this time to share the difficulties of the Black Tiger gang. With that said, after this difficulty, I hope that you can still support me in leading the Black Tiger gang to dominate the entire northern divergent province, dominate the great world of cultivation. Hu Liangjun smiled faintly and said, gang leader is too polite. Because of internal strife, the Black Tiger gang hasn't been fighting outside. It's time to let other people know how fierce the Black Tiger gang is. Tai Zanshan nodded and said, we'll begin with the Wandering Soul Group. But after we fight with them, I'm afraid the Roaring Flame sect would also take action. Therefore, we should not only be on guard against the Wandering Soul Group, but also the Roaring Flame sect as well. You guys should return to your families right now and purge the spies of the two sects. Even if you can't clean them all up, at least they can no longer send messages as easily. Hu Liangjun nodded and said, rest assured, gang leader, we know what to do. I also have something to tell you about the Ma clan. They had been rising up quickly in the past few years. At first I thought it was you who supported them, but later on, I found out that they have the Wandering Soul Group behind them. When we said that we're going to meet you, the Ma Patriarch responded negatively. He wanted us to join the Wandering Soul Group instead. I stalled him for 2 days. I think it's better for us to destroy them as soon as we can. Otherwise, they might cause trouble when we fight the Wandering Soul Group. Tai Zanshan nodded. I'm also aware of the Ma clan's matter. The Wandering Soul Group is indeed behind them. In fact, several of their elders are members of the Wandering Soul Group. Their headquarters also has a direct transmission formation to the Wandering Soul Group. If we want to deal with them, we'll have to take care of that transmission formation. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to wipe them all out. Hearing Tai Zanshan, Hu Liangjun's heart couldn't help but shake. He wasn't aware that the Ma clan had direct access to the Wandering Soul Group's transmission formation. It seems like he underestimated the gang leader. Hu Liangjun knit his brows and said, this is hard to deal with. The Ma clan's transmission formation will be hidden well. I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to find it. Tai Zanshan thought about it before he said, let me try to think of a solution. Give me a minute. After he said that, he took out a jade sword message and sent it out. Zhang Feng was currently working on the treasure ship that was parked on Phoenix Sky Peak. The mountain had a lot of matters to take care of. Moreover, Zhang Feng also got wind of the news that the Wandering Soul Group was going to attack. Therefore, he was very guarded towards any information regarding the Wandering Soul Group. Upon receiving the jade sword message and reading its contents, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. This was because Tai Zanshan's message told him that he had reconciled with the major families. Upon reading the jade sword message, the first thought that entered Zhang Feng's mind was that Tai Zanshan had been kidnapped by the He faction. However, he quickly changed his mind. Tai Zanshan was very careful when it came to the He faction. Additionally, Tai Zanshan was very strong. The He faction cannot capture him in a day or two. And if the He faction had the ability to kidnap Tai Zanshan, then they wouldn't have waited until now. However, what's the deal with the jade sword message? Is Tai Zanshan really fine? If he is, why would he send a jade sword message? Thinking that it was strange, Zhang Feng immediately called Tai Ying and the others over. Then he handed the jade sword message to them. After reading the message, Tai Ying and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Tai Ying stood up and said, something's wrong. Master has been forced to send this jade sword message. I'm sure of it. We need to rescue Master. Tai Yi frowned and said, first brother, Don't act on impulse. Nobody in the Hu faction can force Master to send out a Jade Sword message. However, it is indeed strange, Zhang Feng said. The most important thing right now is to confirm the message and see if Martial Uncle is safe. If Martial Uncle is safe, then that's good. Wait a minute, I'll go and see if Martial Uncle is alright. If something is indeed wrong, then we'll have to draft a plan. Chapter 17:15, Changing Appearance. In another room, Zhang Feng took out a Jade Sword message and then sent it out after writing the message. This time, he sent a message to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was currently paying attention to the new foreign trial while inside the space. He had no idea about what happened to Tai Zanshan and Hu Liangchen. This was because Tai Zanshan's area hasn't been scanned by the Silver Needles. After all, in that place was a transcending tribulation expert. If the needles cannot hide from nascent soul expert, there's no need to mention transcending tribulation experts. Although Zhao Hai was currently in the space, he left a spiritual force imprint in the ignored valley. He was afraid that Zhang Feng or Han Bulai would send him a message. As Zhao Hai was paying attention to the foreign trial, Kair suddenly brought him a Jade Sword message and said, "Young master, senior brother Zhang Feng has sent you a message." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately received the Jade Sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then his expression changed as he turned his head to Kair and said, "Help me pay attention to the foreign trial. I'll go to first, senior brother. It seems like something important has happened." Kair nodded. Zhao Hai's body moved and appeared on the treasure ship. He didn't appear where Tai Ying and the others were, but instead in another room in Zhang Feng's area. This doesn't mean that Zhao Hai doesn't want to go to that room. However, the message that Zhang Feng sent him said, "Emergency, quickly go to my quiet room." It was a simple message, but it made Zhao Hai understand the urgency of the matter. Therefore, he appeared inside the quiet room. At the same time, because the message was too short, Zhao Hai knew that Zhang Feng was anxious. Before this, Zhang Feng was in his study as he took care of the Phoenix Cry Peaks matters. After that, he met with Tai Ying and the others in the living room. And now, he met Zhao Hai inside his quiet room. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Zhang Feng told him everything. He told Zhao Hai the message that Tai Zanshan sent as well as the fact that he thought that it was strange. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you can disguise as me and see what's going on. If Martial Uncle is alright, then it's fine. If he's in danger, immediately use your ability to teleport back here. Then we'll make a plan." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go." After he said that, his body changed as he turned into Zhang Feng's appearance. His aura, temperament, and spirit was exactly the same. Looking at Zhao Hai's new appearance, Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Good, now follow me." Besides senior brother Tai Ying, nobody knows who you are. Just don't speak. If someone asks you, don't answer, even if it's senior brother Tai Ying. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed Zhang Feng to the living room. Tai Ying and the others were in the living room. Their eyes were directed at the quiet room. They didn't understand what Zhang Feng was doing inside. Before long, Zhang Feng came out. Tai Ying immediately said, "Little Feng, what do we?" But he couldn't help but pause there. This was because he saw another Zhang Feng behind the first one. It wasn't only Tai Ying, the others were also shocked by what they saw. This was because there was another Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng opened his mouth and said, "Senior brothers can rest assured, this is the person I invited to take a look if Martial Uncle is fine or not." After he said that, Zhang Feng nodded towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also nodded as he followed Zhang Feng and the others to the transmission formation. After Zhang Feng adjusted the coordinates on the formation lit up. Then Zhao Hai disappeared from the formation. When Zhao Hai disappeared, Tai Ying looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Little Feng, what's this about? Where did you find someone that resembles you so much?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't ask. As long as you know that this person is my subordinate, that's enough. Let's go back." The group returned to the living room and waited for information. Meanwhile, after a flash of white light, Zhao Hai found himself inside a room. The first thing he saw was the room that he was in. Tai Zanshan was inside. Although he hasn't met Tai Zanshan before, he saw Tai Zanshan's image in the jade slip that Zhang Feng gave him before. Therefore, he could recognize the gang leader. As for the other people inside the room, he also knew them. These were the patriarchs of the major families in the Black Tiger gang. Since these people were crucial characters for Zhang Feng, it was impossible for Zhao Hai not to know about them. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Naturally, He did it according to Zhang Feng's character. Then he immediately restored his calm as he gave Tai Zanshan a bow and said, "I have seen martial uncle." Then he turned to the patriarchs and said, "I have seen the various patriarchs." Tai Zanshan didn't feel anything strange about Zhang Feng, so he immediately said, "Little Feng, I'm going to tell you something. Take a seat." Zhang Feng respectfully nodded before he found himself a seat and then sat down. Tai Zanshan quickly elaborated the agreement that he reached with Hu Liangjun and the others. Then at the end, he added, "Little Feng, I heard that you have a subordinate that can change appearance as well as someone who has a spatial ability. I want to invite these two people to go to the Ma clan with Patriarch Ho and then find the transmission formation and destroy it. With this, we can begin dealing with the Ma clan. This will give us twice the result with half the effort." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Tai Zanshan to have that idea. He thought for a moment before he said, "Martial uncle, I have no reason to disagree. Wait for a moment, I'll go and prepare." After he said that, he stood up, gave Tai Zanshan and the patriarchs a salute, before returning to the transmission formation. Then with a flash of white light he disappeared. Upon returning to the treasure ship, Zhao Hai went to the living room to make his report. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng immediately asked, "Little Hai, how is it?" Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "First senior brother, let's go to the quiet room. I have something to tell you." After entering the quiet room, Zhao Hai immediately told Zhang Feng about Tai Zanshan's situation. Zhang Feng blankly stared at Zhao Hai as he heard the report. He didn't expect such changes in the sect in just a few days. The major families actually had peace talks with Tai Zanshan. They would work together to deal with the Wandering Soul group. Then they wanted to borrow his strength to deal with the Ma clan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but burn with passion. He stood up and laughed as he said, "Good. Fantastic. My Black Tiger gang is finally going to move." "Good. Little Hai, come with me. Let's tell senior brother and the others about this." Meet them using Li Lin's identity. Zhao Hai nodded and then turned into Li Lin's appearance. Then he followed Zhang Feng to the living room. Tai Ying has long suspected the Zhang Feng imposter's identity. Seeing Li Lin appear with Zhang Feng, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but sigh about Zhang Feng's luck. After Zhang Feng sat down, he immediately told Tai Ying and the others about Tai Zanshan's matter. Hearing this, Tai Ying and the others were stunned at first before they lit up with glee. To be honest, they disliked the internal fighting of the Black Tiger gang. However, the internal fighting continued, which caused them to have a headache. Now that the Black Tiger gang was going to take action against their enemies, they were naturally happy. They all had a look of excitement on their faces. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Senior brothers, our first step is dealing with the Ma clan. I will take Li Lin with me first." Just now, Li Lin pretended to be me and see martial uncle. "We're asking for Li Lin's help this time," Zhao Hai said. "Senior brother is too polite." Zhang Feng gave a nod as he turned to Tai Ying and the others and said, "Senior brothers, you need to prepare. We will prepare to deal with the Ma clan soon. When the time comes, we'll give them a lesson." Tai Ying and the others nodded. After that, Zhang Feng brought Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and then the two appeared inside Tai Zanshan's room. Tai Zanshan and the others were waiting for Zhang Feng inside the study. Seeing Zhang Feng bringing Li Lin over, he couldn't help but stare. Tai Zanshan knew that Zhang Feng has a subordinate that can change appearance, and he also has someone who has a spatial ability. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to only bring one person, and that was Li Lin. Tai Zanshan and the others have some impressions of Li Lin. He was a subordinate that suddenly appeared beside Zhang Feng. He seems to be someone that Zhang Feng took under him in the past and was sent out on a secret mission. Now, he returned and became Zhang Feng's trusted aide. This person seems to be a body cultivator and nothing else. His only public accomplishment was grabbing a slot to the new foreign trial in the first life and death arena. Moreover, he was supposed to be in the new foreign trial. How did he appear here? Zhang Feng bowed to Tai Zanshan and said, "Martial uncle, this is my subordinate who can change his face as well as the one with the spatial ability. Li Lin already went to the foreign trial and he hasn't shown himself outside yet. I apologize to Martial uncle for not showing his real face." Hearing Zhang Feng, what Tai Zanshan understood was that it wasn't Li Lin who was behind Zhang Feng. He nodded and then turned his head to Hu Liangjun and said, "Patriarch Hu, do you think my plan will work?" Hu Liangjun was now aware of Tai Zanshan's plan. The plan was very simple. The person who can change his appearance will go to the Ma clan with Hu Liangjun and find the transmission formation. Once they come back, Zhao Hai can sneak back to the Ma clan and destroy the formation. After that, they would deal with the Ma clan. Hu Liangjun nodded and said, "The plan is very good. We can begin." After he said that, he stood up and gave Tai Zanshan a salute before saying, "Gang leader, I'll go prepare to visit the Ma clan." Tai Zanshan nodded. Hu Liangjun turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked out with Hu Liangjun. Tai Zanshan immediately discussed with the other patriarchs about how to deal with the Ma clan. Although the Ma clan looked ordinary from the outside, their strength couldn't be underestimated. Additionally, they have the support of the Wandering Soul Group. Now that the Wandering Soul Group was prepared to attack the Black Tiger Gang, they certainly would have sent reinforcements to the Ma clan. Therefore, Tai Zanshan didn't dare underestimate them. Hu Liangjun led Zhao Hai back to the Hu clan. Upon arriving, Hu Liangjun immediately called his grandson over. His grandson was a handsome person. He was also married. Hu Liangjun looked at his grandson and said, "Little flower, go find a place to hide and don't come out. I'm leading this person to the Ma clan and he will disguise as you. You cannot expose yourself before we return." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. This grown man was actually named Flower. It was more ridiculous than Hu Liangjun's name. Hu Liangjun's grandson looked at Zhao Hai curiously before he nodded without asking anything. Hu Liangjun turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You take Flower's appearance. You don't need to speak. It's alright as long as you finish your mission." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his body changed to take the form of Hu Liangjun's grandson. When Hu Liangjun and his grandson saw Zhao Hai's transformation, they couldn't help but be amazed. They didn't expect such a strange technique to exist. Hu Liangjun nodded and said, "Good. Since it's urgent, I don't have much time to give you information." Little Flower has a mild temper and smiles when he sees people. However, he rarely goes outside. At the Ma clan, you need to be careful and smile whenever you talk to them. Zhao Hai wore a smile as he said, "Grandpa, you can rest assured." Seeing Zhao Hai's smile, Hu Liangjun almost couldn't believe that this person wasn't his grandson. This was because the smile was exactly the same. Hu Liangjun let out a long breath. He looked at Zhao Hai with a complex expression as he said, "Let's go." Then he turned around and left. To be honest, if it was before, if he knew that Zhang Feng has a subordinate that can perfectly copy people, he would have sent people to kill them as soon as possible. However, now that he was working with Tai Zanshan, he no longer has such thoughts. He was well aware how useful Zhao Hai was to the Black Tiger Gang. Hu Liangjun brought Zhao Hai to the Ma clan through the transmission formation. Because of their relationship, the Hu clan has the coordinates of the Ma clan's transmission formation. Therefore, it was very easy for Hu Liangjun to visit Ma Feng. When the two appeared on the Ma clan's transmission formation plaza, someone from the Ma clan immediately identified them. They quickly ran over and said, "I have seen Patriarch Hu." Hu Liangjun nodded and said, "Tell your patriarch that I'm here. I have something to talk to him about." The Ma clan member nodded and quickly sent the message. Another Ma clan member came back and politely asked Hu Liangjun to follow him. Chapter 17-16. Handover. Hu Liangjun has a special identity, especially in the Black Tiger Gang. Even if some people don't know what Tai Zanshan looked like, they would definitely recognize Hu Liangjun. Hu Liangjun followed the Ma clan member along with Zhao Hai. Just as the group walked a few steps, Ma Feng arrived to welcome them. The three of them soon arrived in a study. When the three settled down, Hu Liangjun turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Flower, go and take a look around the Ma clan." Then he turned to Ma Feng and said, "This is my eldest grandson. I brought him to see our allies. Please don't take offense, Brother Ma." Ma Feng laughed and said, "Brother Hu, there's no need to be polite. So this is your grandson. I haven't met him before. I'll immediately have people lead him around the clan." Hu Liangjun laughed and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother Ma." Zhao Hai bowed towards Ma Feng and said, "Thank you, Patriarch Ma." "Grandpa, I'll be going." Hu Liangjun nodded and waved his hand. After Zhao Hai went out, Ma Feng immediately called a Ma clan member to show him around. Meanwhile, Hu Liangjun stayed behind. After Zhao Hai left, Hu Liangjun turned to Ma Feng and said, "We went to see Tai Zanshan to see his attitude. It seems like we need to make early preparations. I brought Little Flower over because I hope that he can stay with you for a while, Brother Ma. Meanwhile, I need you to prepare." Hearing Hu Liangjun, Ma Feng immediately understood. In his mind, Hu Liangjun was afraid that the Hu clan would be attacked. Therefore, he decided to keep his grandson safe. At the same time, this grandson would also be a point of connection towards the Ma clan and the Wandering Soul group. Ma Feng immediately said, "Brother Hu, the situation hasn't reached that point yet. Once the army of the Wandering Soul group arrives, Tai Zanshan wouldn't be a problem anymore. It's better to stay low for a while." Hu Liangjun nodded and said, "I'm afraid Tai Zanshan already has his suspicions. Brother, you shouldn't make too many actions in the next few days. If you let him discover anything and he makes a move in advance, it would be troublesome for us. If that happens, even if we go under the Wandering Soul group, we wouldn't be able to get ourselves a good position." Ma Feng nodded. He also understood the situation. Although the Ma clan was established with the support of the Wandering Soul group, the reason for this was to deal with the Black Tiger gang. If the clan's strength is greatly damaged, the Wandering Soul group would no longer support it. If a dog is old and weak, it would be killed by the hunters to use as meat. Therefore, Ma Feng approved Hu Liangjun's approach of saving their strength. So he nodded and said, "All right, I'll pay attention." Hu Liangjun looked at Ma Feng and added, "We must make little contact from now on. We need to be low-key. I'll keep Little Flower in the Ma clan as a point of contact." But Ma Feng actually has his own plans. He wanted to get in touch with the Wandering Soul group. If Hu Liangjun's grandson is present, that plan wouldn't be convenient. Because of this, he shook his head and said, "Brother, I understand your plan. However, there's no need to be that careful. As soon as you want to act, you can send me a Jade Sword message. I will certainly coordinate with you with all I have." When he heard Ma Feng, Hu Liangjun pretended to have a grateful expression as he said, "Brother, if you say that, then there's no need for me to say anything more. If anything happens in the future, make sure to get in contact with me. We must advance and retreat together. Only in this way can we get the most out of this situation." Ma Feng nodded. Hu Liangjun then said, "All right, Brother Ma, I won't remain here for long. I'll head back. Staying here for too long might attract Tai Zanshan's attention. If anything happens, I will notify you immediately." Ma Feng nodded. Then he looked at his subordinate and said, "Someone go invite the Hu clan's young master back." The servant immediately complied. Before long, Zhao Hai and the Ma clan member returned to the study. Hu Liangjun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it? The Ma clan's garden is famous in the Black Tiger gang." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "With the 9 palace as a base, and the 8 trigrams as a support, it is indeed an extraordinary formation. I feel lucky being able to see it with my eyes." Hu Liangjun laughed and said, "You kid, whenever you see formations, you immediately become obsessed with it." Ma Feng also laughed and said, "Little Flower really has great talent. To be able to see the formation of our garden, it only takes a genius to do that. If I get a grandson with the same talent, I would be satisfied." Hu Liangjun smiled and said, "Brother Ma, there's no need to flatter this little kid. I'm going. I'll inform you if anything happens." Ma Feng nodded and then delivered the two to the transmission formation. When Hu Liangjun and Zhao Hai left, a person beside Ma Feng turned to him and asked, "Patriarch, what did that old fox want by coming over?" Ma Feng sneered and said, "He must have slapped Tai Zanshan's face and found that they have no chance of getting along with the Black Tiger gang. Knowing that our Ma clan is close to the Wandering Soul group, they want to rely on us. He even plans to send his grandson as a hostage. HMPH, I can help him, but he would owe the Ma clan a favor. In the future, our Ma clan will become a major family in the Wandering Soul group. As for the families from the Black Tiger gang, they will be suppressed." Ma Feng turned his head to the person on his side and said, "Second brother, how many days would it take for the people from the Wandering Soul group to arrive?" Ma Feng's second brother replied, "It would take them 5 days. The transmission formation is already prepared. Nobody would expect that our garden is a giant transmission formation." Ma Feng nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Did Hu Liangjun's grandson find anything?" Ma Feng's second brother smiled and said, "Absolutely not. The formation is underground. Even if that kid is proficient in formations, our formation is hidden by other formations. He wouldn't expect to see a transmission formation there." Ma Feng nodded. "That's good. Before the Wandering Soul group arrives, we cannot let anybody discover the formation. Even Hu Liangjun and the others cannot know." Ma Feng's second brother nodded. Ma Feng added, "The development of the Ma clan depends on what happens next." Hu Liangjun took Zhao Hai back to the Hu clan. Then Zhao Hai immediately changed back to Li Lin. Hu Liangjun looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Li Lin, how is it? Did you figure it out?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I see it. Patriarch who doesn't need to worry. Hu Liangjun nodded and said, let's go and see gang leader Tai. Zhao Hai nodded as the two people went to the transmission formation and returned to Tai Zanshan's study. The patriarchs have already returned to their own families. Only Tai Zanshan, Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng, and Hu Liangjun were present. Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, how is it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and sighed. There's absolutely no problem. I didn't expect the Ma clan's resolve to be huge. Underneath their garden is a huge transmission formation. The size is enough to transport a large artifact. It seems like the Wandering Soul group would bring large artifacts when they attack us. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan and the others were stunned. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, are you sure? Are there transmission formations anywhere else? Zhao Hai replied, I'm sure. It's definitely not wrong, but I also think that they need a few days to prepare. We have to deal with them as soon as possible. There are a lot of people watching their transmission formation. If we want to destroy their transmission formation, we need to do it right before we make a move. So even if they want to repair it, it wouldn't be easy. I will be personally responsible for the large transmission formation. As for the other transmission formations, I can send undead to destroy them. Zhang Feng nodded and said, all right. We'll leave the transmission formations to you. You need to make sure that they remain unusable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, senior brother can rest assured. Tai Zanshan turned his head to Zhang Feng and said, little Feng, can Leelin really do it? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, since Leelin says so, then he can do it. He won't lie. Martial uncle can rest assured. Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't understand why Zhang Feng would trust him. But he didn't ask. He didn't know Zhao Hai. But Zhang Feng knew him very well. Since Zhang Feng was confident, then there's nothing to worry about. Hu Liangjun couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to give such a high appraisal towards Zhao Hai. He decided to engrave Zhao Hai's appearance in his mind. Tai Zanshan looked at Hu Liangjun and said, we'll act tomorrow. We need to eradicate the tumor that is the Ma clan. Cut the claw that the Wandering Soul group extended towards the sect. Hu Liangjun nodded. Keeping the Ma clan is only inviting disaster. We still don't know how the Wandering Soul group colluded with the Ma clan. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, that's easy. Just kill the people from the Ma clan and give them to me. When the time comes, we'll give the Wandering Soul group a surprise. Tai Zanshan and Hu Liangjun looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, I have a method to make the Ma clan's dead people say the truth. When the time comes, we can have Li Lin replace the Ma clan member and deceive the Wandering Soul group. As those guys are tricked, we'll be waiting here and give them a hard beating. Chapter 17:17 Attack starts. A day passed by in a blink of an eye. For cultivators, one day was too short. However, Zhang Feng and the others felt that the day was very long. This was because after the day passed, they would attack the Ma clan. Zhang Feng sat in the treasure ship opposite Zhao Hai, Zhang Hao, and Hao Crossing. Tai Ying and the others had been transferred back by Tai Zanshan. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only talk with Zhao Hai and the others. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you really confident? You should know how important the transmission formation is. If the Ma clan has reinforcements from the Wandering Soul group, you would be in trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I guarantee that it will succeed. Right, senior brother. I have good news. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Feng stared, then he laughed and said, You kid, you want to play a guessing game with me? Alright, tell me what it is. If it's underwhelming news, I wouldn't let you off. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course it's very good news. The ghost face ship we acquired last time has been remade. It's ready for battle. Is that enough good news? Zhang Feng stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, Really? The ghost face ship can fight now? Good, good. Let me take a look. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Let's go to the ignored valley. Since nobody would go there, nobody would discover it. Zhang Feng and the others nodded. Then they stood on the transmission formation to go to the ignored valley. When they arrived at the ignored valley, Zhang Feng didn't see the ghost face ship. However, he felt that the garbage in the valley seemed to be higher. Seeing Zhang Feng and the others looking around, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, Senior brother, don't look around, it's here. After he said that, Zhao Hai whistled. Then Zhang Feng saw a huge mouse that he never saw before. Then more mice came out and rushed to the heap of garbage. Then a large pile of trash began to be moved away. Before long, the whole garbage heap disappeared. Zhang Feng and the others were stunned at the scene happening in front of them. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, these are gold-eater mice that have been occupying the ignored valley for a long time. They're very intelligent. Fortunately, they're easy to reason with and we have been living without conflict. Afterwards, I used methods to subdue their leader. Now they follow me." Zhang Feng nodded. He looked at the mice and said, "So they're gold-eater mice. There are so many of them. However, they are too low-level. It would take a long time to make them useful in battles. Making them deal with the trash here is good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, there's the ghost face ship. I didn't expect the ship to be so beautiful inside." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Really? Then let me take a look." After he said that, they entered the ghost face ship. Zhao Hai didn't make too many modifications to the ghost face ship. This was because he discovered that the ship couldn't just be changed on a whim. Each wall, each floor, each ceiling of the ship was like a body part. Each room was a meridian that was linked to the entire ship. Changing it would change the entire flow of energy of the ship. This was something that the treasure ship didn't have. The reason the treasure ship was able to fight with the ghost face ship to a draw was because the ghost face ship has been modified by the Wandering Soul Group. This broke the ship's meridians, causing the energy flow to be disrupted. Upon asking the Wandering Soul Group cultivators, Zhao Hai understood why. It turns out that the Wandering Soul Group had lost a lot of important information when they migrated. These information were crucial to the sect and some of it were about the ghost face ship. Therefore, the Wandering Soul Group didn't know that the ghost face ship couldn't be modified. Because of this, the current ghost face ships were much weaker compared to the original. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal this information to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng hadn't seen the ghost face ship before, so he didn't know what to compare. After the group entered the ghost face ship, they saw that its interior design was inferior to the treasure ship. However, it was still very good. Zhang Feng happily looked around. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've made another great contribution. I plan to give this ghost face ship to senior brother Tai Ying." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that Zhang Feng wanted to win Tai Ying over, but at the same time, Tai Ying was someone worth having on your own side. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother, I think we should keep the ghost face ship here first. Have senior brother Tai Ying come here and familiarize himself with the ship. Then we'll use it to deal with the Ma clan tomorrow." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "You stay here. I'll go get senior brother." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhang Feng turned around and left. Before long, Zhang Feng returned with Tai Ying. Tai Ying looked excitedly at the ghost face ship. He let out a long breath as he laughed and said, "This Tai Ying also has his own large artifact." One couldn't blame Tai Ying for being excited. Although he was Tai Zanshan's first disciple, he was still barred from being one of the top 10 core disciples. Tai Zanshan knew that Tai Ying was very strong, so to console him, he told Tai Ying that with his strength it wouldn't matter if he was a top 10 core disciple or not. He should just leave the position to his juniors. Tai Ying was a filial person, so he naturally complied. However, he wasn't truly happy in his heart. Seeing his juniors getting their own large artifacts, he couldn't help but be envious. But he didn't expect that he would get one for himself. When Tai Ying became familiar with the ghost face ship, a day had passed. Zhang Feng and the others arrived at Tai Zanshan's study. Tai Zanshan looked at them and said, "It's time. Li Lin, make your preparations. We'll give you 5 minutes and then we'll attack." "Is that enough time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's enough. In fact, 5 minutes is too long. It should be 1 minute. Once I destroy the formation, you should attack immediately. I can't stop the Ma clan's attack for 5 minutes." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "Good. It's 8:30 right now. At exactly 9 o'clock, we'll attack." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai found a place to meditate in. Others saw it as Zhao Hai adjusting his breath, but in fact he was monitoring the Ma clan. The Ma clan hadn't realized that a disaster was coming for them. Besides some weak members, the Ma clan's members would be outside of the clan taking care of matters. Meanwhile, the clan's disciples would stay on the Black Tiger Gang to cultivate. Because there were no trials or competitions lately, most of the Ma clan's disciples were in the headquarters. Some were practicing with their artifacts, while some were cultivating in seclusion. One of the top 10 core disciples belonged to the Ma clan, but because of the current circumstances, he returned to the Ma clan. Naturally, his subordinates also followed him back. The power of the clan was currently concentrated on their headquarters. The Ma clan did so in order to greet the people from the Wandering Soul group. They were preparing to attack the Black Tiger gang, but little did they know, Tai Zanshan and the others were one step ahead of them. Their clan was about to be wiped out. Time passed and in a blink of an eye it was 9 o'clock. Zhao Hai stood up, then he looked at Tai Zanshan and said, "Gang leader, I'm going." Tai Zanshan gave a nod. Without delay, Zhao Hai disappeared from the room. Tai Zanshan immediately ordered, "Inform the clans, begin the attack." With Tai Zanshan's orders, 20 large artifacts flew up. 18 of them were Black Tiger ships, one was Zhang Feng's treasure ship, and the last was a ghost face ship. The Ma clan had a lot of spies in the Black Tiger gang. Naturally, they discovered that something was wrong. They immediately sent Jade Sword messages to inform the Ma clan. But at this moment, an explosion occurred in the Ma clan's headquarters. All of their transmission formations had been destroyed. The Ma clan didn't even see anyone approaching their transmission formations. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't really send undead to attack the Ma clan. The transmission formations were destroyed by the space. For Zhao Hai, destroying the transmission formations was just too easy. Zhao Hai not only destroyed the transmission formations, he also intercepted the Jade Sword messages that were going into the headquarters. The Ma clan had been completely cut off. They were now both deaf and blind to the outside. However, the Ma clan still felt that something was wrong. After all, their transmission formations had been destroyed. If they still felt that it was normal, then they weren't qualified to be called a clan. Clang, clang, clang. Alarms blared out in the Ma clan, causing the experts of the clan to fly into the air. Naturally, they were able to spot the approaching large artifacts. It was at this time that they knew that trouble was coming. The 2 large artifacts immediately flew out from the Ma clan. One was a tiger ship that was bestowed to the top 10 core disciples, while the other was a ghost face ship. The ghost face ship was sent to the Ma clan in preparation to deal with the Tai Zanshan. The Ma clan didn't expect that it would be Tai Zanshan who would make the first move. Because of this, they were forced to use their secret weapon. Chapter 17-18 Battle of Transcending Tribulation Experts. Ma Feng paled at the sight of 20 large artifacts surrounding them. He knew several of these large artifacts since they belonged to the major families. Now, Ma Feng understood why Hu Liangchen brought his grandson with him. It wasn't to make him a hostage but instead to find the transmission formation to the Wandering Soul group and disable it. Moreover, they succeeded. The transmission formation connecting to the Wandering Soul group has been disabled. Thinking of this, Ma Feng's heart couldn't help but freeze. He thought that he had hidden the transmission formation well by putting it underneath the garden. Who would have thought that it would still be discovered and disabled? Now, the Ma clan has no way to get reinforcements. They had lost their final advantage. As the 20 large artifacts encircled the Ma clan, powerful cultivators of the Black Tiger gang began appearing behind them. This formed a watertight encirclement of the Ma clan. Ma Feng stood on top of the Ma clan's ghost face ship as he looked at the people of the Black Tiger gang slowly pressuring them. Then he loudly said, "Tai Zanshan, Hu Liangchen, if you have the courage, come out and talk to me." Ha ha ha. Ma Feng, now that we have reached this point, what's left to talk about? Alright, since you want to talk, I'll let you say your final words. Along with this voice, a huge figure appeared on top of a Black Tiger ship. It was Tai Zanshan. Then he turned to another Black Tiger ship and said, "Patriarch Hu, since your name was also mentioned, why don't you come out and hear his words?" Hu Liangchen laughed and said, "Haha, since the gang leader said so and since Patriarch Ma Feng seems sincere, I would naturally give face." After that, Hu Liangchen appeared on top of his Black Tiger ship. Seeing that both of them appeared, Ma Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Hu Liangchen, you're despicable and shameless. You actually cooperated with Tai Zanshan to deal with me. To think that I trusted you, you're a villain." Hu Liangchen looked at Ma Feng as he coldly snorted and said, "Villain? Ma Feng, don't forget that you're a traitor. Although our families have contradictions with the gang leader, we're still people of the Black Tiger gang. Our roots are in the sect. But you actually allied with the Wandering Soul group. You're leeching off the Black Tiger gang to betray it in the end. Someone like you has no qualifications to judge other people. Killing you is no more than getting rid of a sect traitor." Upon hearing Hu Liangchen, Ma Feng couldn't help but blare up in anger. The Black Tiger gang is at a dead end. Sooner or later, the sect will perish. Just wait. Once the Wandering Soul group arrives, You will die without a grave. HMPH Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, Ma Feng, I remember that you were originally a serving disciple. Afterwards, the last gang leader saw that you had potential, so he promoted you to the outer sect. Then with his help, you were able to smoothly enter the inner sect. After the last gang leader died and I took his position, I made some evaluations and thought that the sect hasn't treated you badly. But now you want to kill the Black Tiger gang. Traitors like you will be punished by the heavens sooner or later. Ma Feng didn't care about Tai Zanshan's words as he coldly snorted and replied, cultivators would clash with the heavens along their path. Who cares about what methods you use? Good people wouldn't live long in the great world of cultivation. The Ma clan can get big benefits in the Wandering Soul group, so why shouldn't we go over there? Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, the Wandering Soul group is no more than a stray dog that's being chased by the super sects. How could they be better than the Black Tiger gang? You'd rather go to them than stay in the Black Tiger gang? What a joke. Ma Feng sneered and said, stay in the Black Tiger gang? Don't you see what the Black Tiger gang is right now? You're fighting against each other. Not only did the sect's strength stagnate, it also decreased. Following a sect that is going to disappear is naturally unwise. I've schemed all I can, but I didn't expect Hu Liangchen to be foolish enough to stay loyal to the sect. Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, my Black Tiger gang has been established for thousands of years. It has weathered through multiple storms. How could it collapse so easily? Ma Feng, you've talked enough. It's time for you to die. Hu Liangchen looked at Ma Feng and said, are you still hoping for the Wandering Soul group's reinforcements? There's no need to wait. All of your Jade Sword messages have been intercepted. The Wandering Soul group has no idea that you're being attacked. Tai Zanshan coldly ordered, kill them all. Eradicate the traitors to the sect. Tai Zanshan moved as he threw a punch towards Ma Feng. Although large artifacts are powerful, they weren't necessarily effective against experts at the nascent soul stage and above. These experts moved fast and were powerful. Large artifacts might not be slow, but they weren't as agile as normal artifacts. It was just like a person who was being charged by a tank. They could just easily dodge to the side while the tank would have a hard time turning. They would have a hard time chasing the person. A nascent soul expert has the same relationship with the large artifacts. They were even more relaxed compared to the person who would dodge a tank. After all, nascent soul experts had their own movement techniques. It was almost impossible for a large artifact to kill a nascent soul expert. If a large artifact found it difficult to deal with nascent soul experts, then what about transcending tribulation experts? Whether it be Tai Zanshan or Ma Feng, both were cultivators at the transcending tribulation stage. In the great world of cultivation, they were among the top experts. These people can tear open large artifacts and kill the people inside. Using large artifacts against these experts was simply useless. Therefore, to deal with transcending tribulation experts, another transcending tribulation expert would be needed. Zhao Hai hid in the space as he watched the battle happening outside. He also wanted to see how transcending tribulation experts fight. As Tai Zanshan threw himself towards Ma Feng, a phantom of a tiger appeared behind him. Then Tai Zanshan punched out. The tiger roared into the skies as it threw itself towards Ma Feng. The tiger's moves were neither large nor small. Each of its movements seemed to trigger the clouds. Moreover, each step it made had the strength of a mountain. Seeing this, Ma Feng coldly snorted as a tornado appeared behind his body. As the tornado became faster and faster, the howling of ghosts could be heard from within. After that, the tornado vanished and a malicious ghost appeared. The malicious ghost had fiendish features. It had 8 arms that were as soft as an octopus tentacles. On each of its arms were claws that looked like an eagle's talons. Once the malicious ghost appeared, it immediately shrieked as its 8 claws grasped towards Tai Zanshan. The moves of the 2 transcending tribulation experts were immediately directed at taking the lives of the other. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 experts with a serious expression. Although they had yet to truly clash, the aura that they let out was too much for him. It seems like even a single strike from them held terrifying force. At this time, Tai Zanshan and Ma Feng's moves connected. The tiger and the malicious ghost battled each other in midair. It was also at this moment that the others made their moves. Although the Ma clan also had experts, they were no match for Hu Liangchen and the others. In a short time, the Ma clan were placed at a disadvantage. Then suddenly, from the Ma clan's residence, an astonishing aura came out. This aura caused those on the battlefield to shake. The aura was too strong. It was the aura of transcending tribulation experts. Feeling this aura, Hu Liangchen's expression changed. Then he angrily roared, "Good, Ma Clan, you actually hosted Wandering Soul Group experts in your house. Everyone, kill every person from the Ma Clan. And just like Hu Liangjun said, several transcending tribulation experts came out from the Ma Clan's residence. The ghost chi around their body was very dense. They didn't look like they were from the Black Tiger gang. Moreover, their aura was formidable. It was clear that they were more powerful than the average transcending tribulation expert. However, these experts were still blocked by the Black Tiger Gang's own experts, and more experts from the Black Tiger Gang joined the battle. Looking at this situation, Tai Zanshan coldly snorted at Ma Feng as he said, "Ma Feng, you're a dog of the Wandering Soul Group. You will die today." Mountain Tiger's Fist. The fist technique that Tai Zanshan used wasn't a particularly profound technique of the Black Tiger Gang. In fact, it was one of the basic techniques of the sect. The Black Tiger Divine Fist. Almost all disciples of the sect knew this technique. However, people who took it to the utmost pinnacle were very few. Tai Zanshan's Black Tiger Divine Fist has reached the realm of simplicity and returning to the truth. Every move he made and every gesture he showed were all in line with the fist technique. The Mountain Tigers first held the power of a Black Tiger God's killing strike. As Tai Zanshan released his fist, the tiger behind him pounced forward. The tiger's action was simple and looked like it could be easily dodged. However, the target would soon find out that all of their escape routes had been blocked. They could only stand in place and take the attack. Ma Feng had the same feeling. He felt that Tai Zanshan's fist had blocked his escape routes. Now, he could only meet Tai Zanshan's attack head-on. To be honest, this way of fighting was disadvantageous to him. Tai Zanshan was a body cultivator, so going head-to-head against him wasn't a wise choice. However, Ma Feng had no other option than to do that. Ma Feng also knew that it wouldn't be good for him if he doesn't go all out. Tai Zanshan was much stronger than he imagined. He thought that Tai Zanshan's scuffle against the major families over these years has affected his cultivation. Who would have thought that Tai Zanshan's strength was still formidable? However, Ma Feng wouldn't just admit defeat. His eyes turned ruthless as he called out, "8 demon claws." Ma Feng's malicious ghost roared as its claws grasped towards Tai Zanshan's tiger. The two avatars immediately clashed. While pouncing, the tiger swung its right paw towards the malicious ghost while also biting its head. Although it might seem like the tiger and ghost were intensely fighting, the real situation was different. Tai Zanshan had completely suppressed Tai Zanshan. His fist was locked onto Ma Feng's body and soon it hit. Like what Ma Feng thought, fighting a body cultivator head-on wasn't a good idea. Although he had been clashing with Tai Zanshan, he never allowed the other side to get close to him. He had always kept a distance while entangling Tai Zanshan, and because the malicious ghost wasn't weak, Tai Zanshan didn't risk going close to attack. However, when the experts from the Wandering Soul Group appeared, Tai Zanshan was truly enraged. He didn't think that the Ma Clan and the Wandering Soul Group would make such arrangements. If Hu Liangjun really defected, then the Black Tiger Gang would be in real danger. Because of this, Tai Zanshan decided to use his killing strike, the Mountain Tiger's Fist. This was a killing move of the Black Tiger Divine Fists. Its power lies in the fist intent to show the might of a mountain tiger's overbearing roar. One roar to silence all the beasts in the mountain. It was a tyrannical fist technique. When a tiger attacks, it would pounce and kill their prey in one move. Then they would break their target's bones. This aggression would cause others to be terrified. Although Ma Feng's malicious ghost was also strong, it was still a ghost in the end. It wouldn't be able to go head-to-head with Tai Zanshan's tiger. If the ghost really clashed with the tiger, then it would no doubt be destroyed. Moreover, Tai Zanshan's fist technique belonged to the Yang-type techniques. Because of this, the malicious ghost was completely suppressed. This caused Ma Feng to have troubles facing Tai Zanshan. Once his defenses were broken, Tai Zanshan's attack went straight to his chest. The sound of bone breaking was heard. Then Ma Feng vomited blood. One could even see bits of his internal organs in the blood that he spat out. Ma Feng knew that he wouldn't be able to live for long, but since transcending tribulation experts have a formidable life force, he would be able to live for some time. His two eyes turned red as he looked at Tai Zanshan. Then he gripped Tai Zanshan's fist and attacked his head. This blow carried all of Ma Feng's strength. If hit by this blow, even Tai Zanshan wouldn't escape death. Tai Zanshan also understood what Ma Feng was trying to do. He already met this situation more than once in his life. Tai Zanshan coldly snorted as his fist vibrated and separated from Ma Feng's grip. At the same time, his body revolved, causing Ma Feng's attack to hit the air. After he rotated, Tai Zanshan attacked the back of Ma Feng's head. Ma Feng vomited blood once more before he fell down. It was impossible for him to survive this attack. Chapter 1719, Guessing the Identity. Ma Feng died. A transcending tribulation expert has fallen. Despite this, the battle still continued. The Wandering Soul Group experts still fought. If they stopped fighting, they would be killed. If they continued to fight, they might find an opportunity to survive. However, in face of absolute strength, fighting was a futile effort. With the Black Tiger Gang's entire strength directed at dealing with the Ma Clan and the Wandering Soul Group's experts, the latter was no doubt at a disadvantage. The Wandering Soul Group's experts were fighting like trapped beasts. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang doesn't intend to make these Wandering Soul Group's experts live another day. These were transcending tribulation experts. If they were placed any other place, they would become hegemons. If these Wandering Soul Group experts were let off, they would cause a large amount of damage to the Black Tiger Gang, the consequences of which couldn't be imagined. These Wandering Soul Group experts were now trapped. If they weren't dealt with, then Tai Zanshan would feel sorry for himself. Upon killing Ma Feng, Tai Zanshan could go and deal with the transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Group. However, these experts had above-average strength. Because of this, Hu Liangchen and the others wouldn't be able to deal with them soon. When Tai Zanshan saw this, he knew that even if he helped, it wouldn't do much. Seeing the battle between the transcending tribulation experts, Tai Zanshan coldly snorted as he scanned the entire battlefield. Besides the experts of the Wandering Soul Group, the others had been killed. The battle ended in less than an hour. The Wandering Soul Group's experts had been eradicated. Although these experts were very strong, they cannot defend against the might of the entire Black Tiger Gang. With so many experts attacking them, they naturally couldn't survive. When the battle ended, Tai Zanshan looked around him and said, "Tai Ying, lead the others to clean the battlefield. There's no need to bother with the corpses. Someone will come and deal with them. Restore the terrain to its original form. As for the rest, come with me." At this time, Zhao Hai appeared. He waved his hand and wrapped the corpses with black gas. In a blink of an eye, the corpses disappeared. Seeing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng hurriedly flew to his side and said, "Li Lin, where were you earlier?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he replied, "Senior brother, since I cannot help with the battle, I hid myself." Zhang Feng nodded. "All right, good. The situation is indeed beyond your capabilities. Let's go back." Zhao Hai nodded and then returned with Zhang Feng. Tai Zanshan and the others knew of Zhao Hai's ability, so upon seeing Zhang Feng speaking with Zhao Hai, they didn't say anything. They just nodded towards Zhao Hai as everyone returned to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Tai Zanshan and the others had no special meaning to their actions. They knew that Zhao Hai's ability had helped them a lot, so they acknowledged his presence. But in the eyes of the other cultivators, the situation was different. Who was Zhao Hai? He was Li Lin, an unremarkable inner disciple. Because Zhang Feng's faction has been gaining traction recently, some people knew who he was. For these people, Li Lin was a lucky fellow. Although he wasn't strong, he was able to join Zhang Feng's action early on. This allowed him a higher status compared to other inner disciples. But seeing how Tai Zanshan and the others greeted Zhao Hai, these people couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect people like Tai Zanshan to be polite to Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but change how they looked at Li Lin. Zhao Hai has no idea about what happened. He just followed behind Tai Zanshan and the others. Besides Tai Zanshan, Hu Liangchen and the other patriarchs, there was also Zhang Feng as well as Tai Ying and Tai Zanshan's other disciples. The original top 10 core disciples were also present. Since Tai Zanshan didn't have the chance to claim his 5 slots, the original top 10 core disciples were still complete in attending this meeting. After everyone sat down, Tai Zanshan said, "I didn't expect the Ma clan to have transcending tribulation experts from the Wandering Soul Group. Fortunately, we were able to deal with them. This time, we have severed the claws that the Wandering Soul Group placed inside the sect. Those people from the Wandering Soul Group would definitely settle this debt. There's a few things we need to do. First is to block the news from spreading out. From now on, nobody can send any messages outside the sect. Those who violate the order will be charged with betraying the Black Tiger Gang. Secondly, We need to increase our defenses. We will not give the Wandering Soul Group a chance to invade. Third, little thing. I saw Tai Ying using a ghost face ship. Is it the one you snatched before? I heard that you dismantled that ship. Did you find someone to remake it? I'll have to ask for their help to repair the large artifacts that were damaged in the battle against the Ma clan. Ask the person his conditions and we'll do our best to accomplish it. Fourth, Li Lin. We need you to get information from the undead. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was not polite. He was now acting as Li Lin, and his main characteristic was being cold. Therefore, upon hearing Tai Zanshan, he immediately replying to the gang leader, the Wandering Soul Group will attack in 5 days. They plan to attack using 2 groups acting in unison. The first group will come from the Ma clan's transmission formation. There would be 10 ghost face ships as well as 15 transcending tribulation experts. And with the Ma clan's 5 transcending tribulation experts, they pose a significant threat. Zhao Hai paused here as he looked at everyone and continued. The second group would have 20 ghost face ships as well as the majority of the Wandering Soul Group's strength. They would directly attack the sect. It's an attack from both inside and outside. They're planning to corner the Black Tiger Gang. Hearing Zhao Hai's report, the expressions of Tai Zanshan and the clothes changed. They didn't expect the Wandering Soul Group to put so much capital into this attack. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zanshan and added, besides these 2 groups, the Wandering Soul Group also got in contact with the Roaring Flame sect. They will also attack at the same time. With this, there would be 3 armies that would attack the sect. Tai Zanshan and the others were frowning. Their faces were gloomy. They didn't really think that the situation would be this bad. After some time, Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, the Black Tiger Gang has survived through all kinds of storms. How could we fall by the attack of the 2 sects? Everyone, there's no use hiding your strengths. We need to show our true might. If Little Feng can fix our large artifacts, I can let out 15 large artifacts. Naturally, there's also Little Feng's treasure ship, Tai Ying's ghost face ship, and the Ma clan's 2 large artifacts. As for transcending tribulation experts, I can send out 15. Hearing Tai Zanshan, Hu Liangjun knew that it was time to show the family's strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate as he said, the Hu clan can take out 6 large artifacts as well as 6 transcending tribulation experts. Tai Zanshan nodded. He knew that the Hu clan was rich. Moreover, the transcending tribulation experts that they would send would certainly be stronger compared to average transcending tribulation experts. The transcending tribulation experts of the Hu clan were all paired cultivators. These 3 pairs of experts could defeat 6 transcending tribulation experts. The other families also revealed their strengths. There was no clear measurement of strength before, but upon hearing the reports, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be startled. The Black Tiger Gang did indeed have great strength. If the sect really went all out, it wouldn't be a problem dealing with the attacks of the Wandering Soul Group and the Roaring Flame sect. After everyone showed their strength, Tai Zanshan nodded and said, we have 3 groups to deal with. The first group are those that would come from the Ma clan's transmission formation. We can wipe them out quickly. If we don't, they might cause more trouble. The second is the Roaring Flame sect. They will move together with the Wandering Soul Group to attack us. Since they're just going to take advantage of the situation, they shouldn't be sending a lot of experts. It should be easy to deal with them. The third group would be the most difficult. It's the Wandering Soul Group's main attack team. They will have the most power. The Hu clan and Si clan will deal with the group coming from the Ma clan. You need to deal with them as soon as possible. The Han clan and 4 families would deal with the Roaring Flame sect. As for the rest, you'll come with me to deal with the Wandering Soul Group's main force. Everyone, what do you think? Everyone present knew that this was a crucial time for the sect. Therefore, nobody opposed the plan. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, Little Feng, how about you? Hu Liangjun and the others also turned to Zhang Feng. To be honest, Hu Liangjun and the others looked highly upon Zhang Feng. Going against the top 10 core disciples alone was a huge feat. This wasn't something ordinary people can achieve. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, I have no problems. I'll go according to the gang leader's plan. Tai Zanshan nodded. Alright, then I'll ask everyone to go prepare. We're going to fight to the death. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and left after giving a salute. Tai Zanshan asked Zhang Feng to stay behind. Naturally this included Zhao Hai. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and said, Are you Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Li Lin's identity was kept hidden by Zhang Feng from Tai Zanshan. Did Tai Ying tell him? That's impossible. Tai Ying was someone who kept his promises. Moreover, Zhao Hai's identity wasn't a threat to Tai Ying. Therefore, Tai Ying has no reason to reveal it. Chapter 1720. War starts. Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zanshan in confusion. They really hoped that Tai Zanshan knew Zhao Hai's status and not guessed it. If he knew about it, then it could be blamed on Tai Ying. But if Tai Zanshan guessed it, then that would mean that Hu Liangchen and the others had guessed it as well. However, Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai were doomed to be disappointed. Tai Zanshan looked at them as he smiled and said, "There's no need to think about it. It wasn't only me who guessed Zhao Hai's identity. Hu Liangchen and the others guessed as well." Zhao Hai is known to have a spatial ability in the lower realms, and Li Lin only reappeared after Zhao Hai arrived. Moreover, he also has a spatial ability. Therefore, little thing, there's no need to hide. Just promote Zhao Hai to the inner sect. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll have little Hai return to his original face." "Right, Martial Uncle. You should not allow anyone to go to the Ignored Valley." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, "You can go, little thing. Remember, after this, you will be one of the top 10 core disciples. Moreover, you're more powerful than the others. You don't need to be timid." The Hu clan and the others made huge concessions. It seems like they also understand the importance of the sect to their future. "You don't need to worry about anything. Show your strength with confidence. The stronger you are, the more your voice will be heard." Zhang Feng nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai out and returned to the treasure ship. Upon sitting down, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I thought we hid it well. I didn't expect those old foxes to discover your identity. But this is also good. You can now appear on my side." "Little Hai, you go back. You have a lot of things to take care of." "Right. Can you finish repairing the large artifacts before the battle starts?" Zhao Hai nodded. "There's no problem. Senior brother doesn't need to worry. I'll repair them as soon as possible." Zhang Feng replied, "Alright, you can go." Now that your identity has been revealed, people would certainly go to the Ignored Valley. You shouldn't return there for the time being. You can find another place to cultivate in. Zhao Hai nodded. "The Black Tiger Gang's territory is huge. I can go find a barren hill somewhere." Zhang Feng nodded. "Good. After this, I'll get you to open a cave residence." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Actually, the place he found wasn't far from the Ignored Valley. Moreover, it had very thin spiritual chi. Nobody would want to go there. Zhao Hai appeared in a place with empty mines. There were pieces of trash on the surroundings as overflow from the Ignored Valley. Zhao Hai dug a simple cave in the valley and then returned to Zhang Feng. He was going to take the broken large artifacts to the space and repair them. Ever since knowing about Zhao Hai's spatial ability, Zhang Feng was no longer interested in how large his spatial storage was. Just like Zhao Hai said, his ability didn't have any offensive means. There were only two things. One was a spatial tunnel that allowed him to go to any place he went to before. The other was a large spatial storage. Both of these weren't very useful to Zhang Feng. After Zhao Hai returned to the valley, he immediately entered the space. Naturally, repairing the large artifacts wasn't an issue. Zhao Hai was now focused on the undead transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Group. As soon as these undead entered the space, the aura of the space immediately changed. The faith power that the transcending tribulation experts provided was equivalent to the faith power provided by several hundred immortal experts. Moreover, it wasn't only faith power that they could provide. During battle, they can supply Zhao Hai's large artifacts with their spiritual chi and faith power. This was equivalent to having transcending tribulation experts control the large artifacts. This would make the large artifacts more powerful. Besides consulting the transcending tribulation undead, Zhao Hai also observed the movement of the Black Tiger Gang over the 5 days. The Black Tiger Gang appeared very normal to the outside, but it was preparing for the battle with all of its strength. In the past few days, in addition to repairing the large artifacts, Zhao Hai also had another job. He would give reports to the Wandering Soul Group. This was to hide the fact that the Black Tiger Gang knew of their attack. At first, Tai Zanshan was unaware of this, but after interrogating the undead, he found out that Ma Feng and the Wandering Soul Group had made an agreement to send timely reports. If a report was late, then that would mean that something has gone wrong. Moreover, this report needs a certain spiritual signature from a transcending tribulation expert. If there was no signature, then the Wandering Soul Group wouldn't believe it. In this case, Only Zhao Hai can send the reports. This was because only the undead from the Wandering Soul group could imprint these signatures. 5 days quickly went past. It was finally time for the Wandering Soul group to attack. 2 days ago, Zhao Hai gave the large artifacts to Zhang Feng. This caused Tai Zanshan to be relieved for a bit. Tai Zanshan knew clearly well that this was an important time for the Black Tiger Gang. This time, the Black Tiger Gang would need to go all out. If they lose, then the sect would no doubt be uprooted. There was no other option. They needed to win. Although he was now in command of the Hu faction and the entire sect, if he made a wrong decision then the Hu faction would certainly kick him off his position. When that time comes, the Black Tiger Gang would be in more trouble. Because of this, the pressure on Tai Zanshan was very big. He almost didn't rest as he handled various tasks. He also made sure that there were no mistakes. The disclosure of Zhao Hai's identity didn't attract too much attention due to the current situation. Compared to a war, an outer disciple being promoted to the inner sect was irrelevant. 5 days later, Zhao Hai stood behind Zhang Feng along with the rest of Zhang Feng's subordinates. Beside Zhang Feng were several nascent soul experts. Zhang Feng's power was now concentrated on the treasure ship. In front of them was the Ma clan's garden. The garden of the Ma clan has been dismantled, leaving only the transmission formation behind. The transmission formation could only send one large artifact at a time. Zhang Feng and the others were now waiting for these large artifacts to come out. Time passed and it was 8 o'clock a.m. This was also the agreed time between Ma Feng and the Wandering Soul group. And just on time, the transmission formation lit up before a huge shadow appeared on top of it. The shadow on the transmission formation was the ghost face ship of the Wandering Soul group. As soon as the first ghost face ship appeared, it flew up immediately. Then the second ghost face ship followed behind. There was no delay between the appearance of the ghost face ships. It seems like they were impatient to fly away from the transmission formation. Before long, 10 ghost face ships appeared over the Ma clan's garden. But at this time, the people of the Wandering Soul group couldn't help but stare at the surroundings. The reason why these people were stunned was because they thought that there wasn't any problem with the Ma clan. Moreover, they passed through quickly because they were afraid that they would be detected by the Black Tiger Gang. They wanted to transport themselves as soon as possible and push forward to attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, they didn't expect the Black Tiger Gang to be waiting for them. Therefore, upon seeing their surroundings, they found out that something was wrong. They wanted to warn the people behind them, but it was too late. 10 ghost face ships had already entered the Black Tiger Gang. When all of the ghost face ships had arrived, the Ma clan's transmission formation exploded. After that, Hu Liangjin gave the order, kill them all. Among all the large artifacts, Zhang Feng's treasure ship was the fastest. Its acceleration was almost instant. Before long, the treasure ship clashed with the ghost face ships. Although the refining method of the ghost face ships was special, these ghost face ships were far from the original. It can be said that they weren't on the same level. Upon clashing with the treasure ship, a huge hole appeared in the center of the ghost face ship. The ghost face ship then fell to the ground. It could no longer be used. Chapter 1721, God-level control. With the collision of the treasure ship and the ghost face ship, the war has officially begun. The Black Tiger ships also began attacking the rest of the ghost face ships. Although the strength of the ghost face ship has been greatly reduced, they were still formidable large artifacts. The Black Tiger ship might be famous in the northern divergent province, but it wasn't particularly known in the great world of cultivation. Because of this, the two sides were on par for a while. The biggest variable in this battle was Zhang Feng's treasure ship. After crashing with the ghost face ship, it attacked another. This time, because of the lack of space to speed up, the treasure ship didn't destroy its target. It was only able to change the course of the ship. The ghost face ship originally wanted to attack a Black Tiger ship, but after being routed, it came into the trajectory of a Black Tiger ship's attack. Under the treasure ship and the Black Tiger ship's assault, the ghost face ship was severely damaged. 2 ghost face ships had been destroyed in a short time. This was something that the Wandering Soul group didn't think of. At the same time, Zhang Feng came into the attention of the Wandering Soul group's experts. On top of the destroyed ghost face ships, 2 transcending tribulation experts appeared. The 2 roared loudly as malicious ghosts appeared behind their bodies. One of the ghosts had 3 heads and 4 arms, while the other had 4 overly long fangs and a pair of sharp claws that were akin to spears. One could see at a glance that their offensive strengths were extraordinary. When the Tao avatars of the 2 transcending tribulation experts appeared, they immediately grasped towards the treasure ship. Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change. But at this moment, as though losing its ability to fly, the treasure ship suddenly plummeted downwards. Only after reaching close to the floor did the treasure ship stop falling. After that, the treasure ship suddenly stood up like a rocket aimed at the sky. Then, like a rocket blasting off, it went straight up and hit another ghost face ship. The ghost face ship was thrown away and then went into free fall. This time, it wasn't a staged fall like the treasure ship. It was greatly damaged, and the third ghost face ship has been destroyed. After destroying another ghost face ship, the treasure ship made a somersault in the air and then flew towards another direction. As the treasure ship flew off, two huge ghastly claws grasped the space where it had been. The treasure ship was actually able to evade the attacks of two transcending tribulation experts. The people on both sides of the battle couldn't help but stare at the treasure ship. The control over the treasure ship was simply godlike. It was as agile as a normal artifact. What concept was this? Who operated the large artifact? At this time, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare blankly at Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that it was Zhao Hai who controlled the treasure ship. Before the battle, Zhao Hai told him that he would have the undead operate the ship. All of the central functions of the ship were now under the control of the undead. Although Zhang Feng didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to do so, he still agreed due to his trust in him. After being together for a long time, Zhang Feng knew that Zhao Hai was the same as him. He wouldn't say anything that he wasn't confident in. Since Zhao Hai wanted to control the ship, this only means that he could control the ship better. Originally, Zhang Feng had his worries, but soon he changed his mind. This treasure ship was made by Zhao Hai, so naturally he could control it better. However, Zhang Feng didn't expect that Zhao Hai's control would reach this degree. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as the treasure ship went in a circle and then fell back to the ground. Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai a perplexed look. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the left side of the ship suddenly opened. Then a huge metal plate came out. Zhang Feng noticed that this metal plate was carried by undead. At this time, a damaged metal plate suddenly fell down from the ship. Then the undead carried the new metal plate to the bow of the ship. Then the undead combined their bodies as though they were a huge hammer. After several bangs, the metal plate was fixed to the bow of the ship. The whole process only took more or less 10 minutes. The treasure ship returned to its peak strength. After changing the plate on the ship's bow, the treasure ship flew up once more and re-entered the battlefield. At this time, the situation has greatly changed. 5 tiger ships have withdrawn from the battle. Meanwhile, only 2 ghost face ships were left. Moreover, they were damaged. They could shut down at any time, but with 10 ghost face ships, they were able to shut down 5 black tiger ships. That was despite Zhao Hai destroying 3 of them. This result was proof of the ghost face ship's fighting strength. When the people of the Black Tiger gang saw that the treasure ship was rejoining the fight, they couldn't help but cheer. The main participants of the battle had already become the cultivators. If the transcending tribulation experts were left to destroy the large artifacts, the losses would be huge. Although the Black Tiger ships and the Ghost Face ships had been damaged, the casualties on both sides weren't very huge. Cultivators were physically resilient. They could just escape the large artifact if it was destroyed. The cultivators who lost their large artifacts all jumped out and continued the attack. Because of this, the battlefield changed into a battle between people. The performance of the treasure ship caused the people of the Black Tiger gang to be uplifted. This was the first time they saw a large artifact that was so agile. Therefore, seeing the treasure ship, they couldn't help but cheer. However, Zhao Hai has no time to be happy. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, have everyone send their energy into the treasure ships quickly." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng immediately ordered, "Everyone, send your spiritual chi to the treasure ship now." With his order, everyone sent their spiritual chi to the treasure ship. The treasure ship immediately lit up with golden light. Then the treasure ship charged towards a ghost face ship. At the same time, the seemingly tattered ghost face ship charged forward. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and increased the speed of the treasure ship. At this time, the ghost face ship's body emitted black gas to cover the treasure ship. However, it had no effect on the treasure ship. It continued to rush towards the ghost face ship. Just as the treasure ship was covered by the black gas, the ghost face ship suddenly changed. A huge ghost appeared behind the ghost face ship. This ghost was even bigger than the ghost face ship. Seeing this ghost, Hu Liangjin's expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately shouted, "Not good, little thing, retreat immediately." As the patriarch of the Hu clan, Hu Liangjin knew more than Zhang Feng. When the Wandering Soul Group was still wreaking havoc in the great world of cultivation, besides their cultivation method in the Sunless Valley, there was another method that made them terrifying, and that was the human-ship fusion. Human-ship fusion happens when a nascent soul expert uses their own blood and the nascent soul to unite with the ghost face ship. This would increase the performance of the ghost face ship. This fusion allowed the ship to use the cultivator's Dao avatar. In turn, the Dao avatar would become more powerful. Naturally, human ship fusion has side effects. The cultivator would have the cultivation trashed if he survives the battle, otherwise they would perish along with the ship. Ever since the Wandering Soul Group was defeated by the Big Sex, nobody in the Wandering Soul Group has ever used the human ship fusion. Hu Liangjin knew about it from ancient records that describe the technique. He didn't expect that he would see this fusion here. What Hu Liangjin didn't know was that there had always been people in the Wandering Soul Group that knew how to use human ship fusion. The reason it wasn't seen before was due to the reduced quality of the ghost face ships. Since the quality of the ghost face ships has decreased, the requirements for the cultivator became higher. Now, nascent soul experts could no longer do the technique. It would require at least the transcending tribulation stage before a cultivator can perform human ship fusion. Moreover, the fusion would only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the transcending tribulation expert would exhaust their life energy and die. 2 hours of battle in exchange for the life of a transcending tribulation expert. Even the Heaven sect wouldn't be able to withstand that consumption. Therefore, the human ship fusion was only rarely used by the Wandering Soul Group. One of the elders of the Wandering Soul Group wanted to perform human ship fusion because he saw the strength of the treasure ship. He wanted to deal with the treasure ship. However, the ship has withdrawn. But at the last minute, the treasure ship returned. Therefore, the elder decided to use the technique without hesitation. In his mind, inside the treasure ship was a valued person of the Black Tiger Gang. Otherwise, the ship wouldn't have been that strong. Therefore, he planned to kill that person and bring value to the Wandering Soul Group. Seeing the treasure ship charging towards him, the elder got ready to fuse with the ghost face ship. The reason he didn't use it immediately was because he knew that the person who controlled the treasure ship had reached peak mastery of it. If they found out that there was human ship fusion, they would no doubt run away. And if they did, it would be very hard to catch up to them. He first covered the treasure ship with a thick fog so that the people inside the treasure ship couldn't see what was going on outside. Additionally, the ghost chi would have the effect of restraining spiritual force. When the time comes, he would be able to use the human ship fusion to crush the treasure ship in one go. As soon as Hu Liangjin's warning came out, the huge ghost behind the ghost face ship stretched its huge claws towards the treasure ship. Pa! A loud sound akin to a clap was heard. It was indeed a clap. It was as though two palms had hit each other. The reason for this was because the ghost didn't capture anything. It was two palms hitting each other. Because of the human ship fusion, the ghost resembles the elder who used the technique. At this time, he had a stunned expression on his face. As the elder was stunned, the treasure ship suddenly emerged from the black cloud and hit the huge Dao avatar. The treasure ship was now covered with golden light. As the ship collided, there were two loud explosions. The first explosion was when the treasure ship hit the Dao avatar. The golden light around the treasure ship allowed it to pierce through the ghost like a hot knife through butter. After drilling a huge hole into the Dao avatar, the treasure ship crashed into the ghost face ship. Nobody expected this to happen. Nobody thought that the treasure ship would reach the ghost face ship. In fact, the way the treasure ship hit the ghost face ship was unlike what happened in the past. Before, it would just knock the ghost face ship away. But this time, it completely shattered the ship into pieces. The treasure ship didn't stop there. It readjusted its direction and then charged into the other ghost face ship. Naturally, the ship also shattered. This marked the end of the ghost face ships of the Wandering Soul Group. At this time, the treasure ship withdrew from the battle. Zhao Hai sat on a chair, his expression appearing exhausted. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "First senior brother, have everyone take a rest. I think the battle now depends on those above, not us." Just as Zhao Hai said, they were no longer needed in the battle. The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Group weren't any stronger than those who were killed by Tai Zanshan and the others. The Black Tiger Gang has the enemy completely surrounded. Their defeat was only a matter of time. The ordinary cultivators of the Wandering Soul Group weren't as strong as the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators. Moreover, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang kept coming over. Although they weren't necessarily strong, they were still able to make sneak attacks to cause the enemy to suffer. Additionally, the Black Tiger Gang still has functional large artifacts. They might not be able to deal with transcending tribulation experts, but they were very useful against ordinary cultivators. Even core formation cultivators would suffer against large artifacts. In this case, the cultivators of the Wandering Soul group were at a complete disadvantage. They only have to wait to be killed. Zhao Hai and the others were now very tired. Naturally, Zhao Hai was just acting, but the others were not. They had just used all of their spiritual chi to power the treasure ship. Therefore, they needed to rest. Chapter 1722. Dangerous situation at the defensive line. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Feng and several other people were surrounding him. They already finished their recovery and were now acting as Zhao Hai's protectors. If Zhang Feng only fancied Zhao Hai because of his ability to recycle materials in the past, then now he admired Zhao Hai after the battle. A lot of people could control large artifacts. In fact, most large artifacts were designed to be easier to control and to respond quickly to commands. On the battlefield, a 1-second advantage in response could decide one's life and death. Although a lot of people could use large artifacts, there were only few people who were skilled in operating them. Operating a large artifact couldn't be done by a single person. Therefore, some sects would train cultivators to specialize in a certain part of the artifact. These people were more skilled compared to those who were temporarily assembled to control the large artifact. Generally, such people were in teams and were very popular in their sects. Naturally, exceptions included those from the Heaven sect. They could make their swords bigger and use them as large artifacts. However, the Heaven sect won't use this ability often. They also have their own personnel that could use large artifacts. The control that Zhao Hai showed was astonishing. He operated the large artifact like it was his own limb. Such a person was a treasure no matter which sect they were at. Zhang Feng wasn't too surprised by Zhao Hai's ability. Upon checking up on Zhao Hai, he discovered that he was skilled at using large artifacts. Moreover, when he operates his large artifact, Zhao Hai would use his undead. This allowed him adept control over the large artifact. It was also because of this that Zhang Feng was interested in Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai being able to control a large artifact well was a trump card, and that was truly the case. Just now, Zhao Hai was able to nimbly control the treasure ship and destroy multiple ghost face ships. The battle in the Ma Clan's garden has ended. The people from the Wandering Soul group couldn't escape and were eradicated. Hu Liangjun arranged people to clean the battlefield. However, he left the treasure ship alone. Everyone saw the treasure ship's performance, so everyone looked at it with respect. The treasure ship dealt with 5 ghost face ships on its own. That was half of the large artifacts that the Wandering Soul group sent. Such fighting strength was astonishing. Although the great world of cultivation was more advanced compared to the inferior realms, it was still filled with the same cultivators. They worshipped power and skills the same way. Seeing Zhao Hai get up, Zhang Feng said, "Little Hai, how do you feel? Are you fine?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother doesn't need to worry. The battle was just too intense, so I expended more energy than normal." Zhang Feng nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good. You've done well. I didn't think that the treasure ship would turn into that in your hands. I haven't seen a large artifact as agile like that before." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's the advantage of having undead. I can issue commands to them with a single thought. This allows me to control the entire ship alone. It's more natural compared to being controlled by a team of people." Zhang Feng nodded as he turned to the battlefield and said, "The battlefield has now been cleaned up. The destroyed large artifacts will be turned over to the sect. When the time comes, I'll have to ask for your help. By the way, do you want to turn the corpses into undead? Otherwise, we'll burn them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I want them. I always have a need for more undead." Zhang Feng pointed towards the side. Zhao Hai turned his head and the bodies of the Wandering Soul group cultivators were there. Zhao Hai immediately turned them into undead and then took them to the space. Zhao Hai had just finished disposing of the corpses when Hu Liangjun appeared on the treasure ship. Upon getting in, Hu Liangjun looked at the interior before he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Kid, your artifact is very good. When will you introduce the Grandmaster Refiner to me?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Uncle Hu, you're too polite. Who doesn't know the famed refiners of the Hu clan? The people on my side would be ashamed in front of them." Naturally, Hu Liangjun knew that Zhang Feng wouldn't just let go of his trump card. He just said those words casually. So when he heard Zhang Feng, He smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. You're a liar. Compared to your refiners, my family's refiners weren't even qualified to carry their shoes." "Alright, let's not talk about this. I just got word that the gang leader's side isn't doing so well. We need to go there as support." Hearing that Tai Zanshan was having problems, Zhang Feng immediately agreed. He quickly sent orders to go to Tai Zanshan along with Hu Liangjun and the others. Tai Zanshan and the others were currently fighting the Wandering Soul Group's main force. The sect has been resisting the enemy at the Black Tiger Mountain Range. The mountain range has always been the front line against the Wandering Soul Group. The mountain range was divided into two sections, the inner and outer sections. The inner section of the mountain range was where the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters was located. The outer section was also called the Black Tiger Wall. This was where the sect would come in conflict with the Wandering Soul Group from time to time. The current situation of the Black Tiger Wall wasn't very good. This time, the Wandering Soul Group has made a serious effort in dealing with the Black Tiger Gang. A total of 70 large artifacts have been dispatched. There were also about 100 transcending tribulation experts. Although Tai Zanshan and the others had received news about the enemy and knew what they were up against, it was still different when faced with the actual enemy. When Tai Zanshan thought that the defensive line was about to be breached, Hu Liangjun suddenly sent word that the Ma clan side had been dealt with. Tai Zanshan didn't expect the battle on that side to end too quickly. He knew very well that the current Black Tiger Gang was still less than the Wandering Soul Group. Although the Black Tiger Gang wasn't weak, the Wandering Soul Group was stronger. The Wandering Soul Group's strength has been greatly reduced by the joint attack by the other sects, but their inheritance wasn't completely lost, and with their initial strength, they were able to quickly gain a foothold in the northern Divergent province and become one of its biggest sects. After the Wandering Soul Group eliminated several small sects, their territory finally reached the border of the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was also a formidable sect in the province. Although it wasn't the strongest, the Wandering Soul Group couldn't just attack them without suffering heavy losses. In the end, the Wandering Soul Group employed a more passive approach. They would slowly divide the sect's strength, splitting Black Tiger Gang in half. And once groups begin to separate from the sect, the Wandering Soul Group would slowly eat them up. Originally, the plan was going very well. They were even able to plant the Ma clan inside, but they would never expect Zhao Hai's appearance. With Zhao Hai's help, Zhang Feng was able to rise quickly and spoil their plan. Then once they began to execute their plan, instead of shattering, the Black Tiger Gang became united. Now the Wandering Soul Group has to deal with the Black Tiger Gang using its full power. They even pulled the Roaring Flame sect into the war. They would destroy the Black Tiger Gang in one go. They might even be able to eliminate the Roaring Flame sect after that. In the mind of the Wandering Soul Group, their three-way army would leave the Black Tiger Gang with no defenses. It would be easy to clean the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Black Tiger Gang has prepared well. Despite meeting the full force of the Wandering Soul Group, the Black Tiger Gang was still able to hold on for a very long time. This caused the people of the Wandering Soul Group to be stunned. Naturally, the most important thing was that they had lost contact with their surprise force. This only meant one thing: the people they sent to the Ma clan had been finished off. This caused the Wandering Soul Group to be anxious, making their offense more aggressive. Tai Zanshan was also anxious. He knew that they would be in danger if Hu Liangjun's reinforcement didn't arrive. There have been several sections in the Black Tiger Wall that have been destroyed by the Wandering Soul Group. If the situation continues, the defensive line would not be able to hold. After the Wandering Soul Group showed its strength, Tai Zanshan became aware of how powerful they were. They had as many as 70 large artifacts while his side only had 40. With just more than half the amount of large artifacts, he naturally wouldn't be able to stop the enemy's attack. Most importantly, there's still the Roaring Flame sect that needs to be defended against. This would need troops to be allocated to meet them. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to fight with all of its strength. What worries Tai Zanshan more was the fact that even if Hu Liangjun came to support him, their large artifacts would just increase by 20. This was still less than the Wandering Soul Group's large artifacts. In the beginning of the fight, Tai Zanshan had 40 Black Tiger ships, but now he has 19 left. He had lost more than half of his Black Tiger ships. However, the Wandering Soul Group isn't doing any better. They were using their large artifacts to attack the defenses of the Black Tiger Gang. With the help of formations and their artifacts, the Black Tiger Gang was able to defend. Of the original 70 large artifacts, The Wandering Soul Group only has more than 40 left. Their losses were no less than the Black Tiger Gang. It might even be bigger. As both sides were fighting, Huliangjin and the others finally arrived. Altogether, Huliangjin brought 8 large artifacts. Originally, they had 13 large artifacts, but they lost 5 of them in the previous fight. Chapter 1723, Battering. As he stood on the treasure ship, Zhang Feng looked at the perilous situation of the defensive line. His expression couldn't help but sink as he coldly snorted and said, "These people really thought that they had won." "Little Hai, how's your current state? Everyone on this ship will listen to you. Let's teach those guys a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother can rest assured." Zhao Hai waved his hand as the treasure ship charged towards a ghost face ship. The ghost face ship immediately discovered the treasure ship's approach. It quickly sent out jade sword messages and pulled into 2 other ghost face ships to face the Zhao Hai and the others. It was clear that the 3 ghost face ships had coordinated for a long time. They formed a triangle to surround the treasure ship. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he directed the ship to charge with its highest speed towards the ghost face ship on the left. The 3 ghost face ships didn't expect the treasure ship to be this nimble. They just saw the treasure ship make a sharp turn in the middle of its charge. This was something that the ghost face ships couldn't do. However, the ghost face ships were still able to change their formation. The middle and right ghost face ships sped up and charged towards the treasure ship. The left ghost face ship picked up speed to maneuver itself into a more favorable position. Seeing this, the corners of Zhao Hai's mouth couldn't help but rise. From Kair's computations, if he rushed over and hit the ghost face ship on the left, the other 2 ghost face ships would collide with the treasure ship. At that time, the treasure ship would be attacked from 3 sides. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to be in that situation. As he was about to collide with the left ghost face ship, the ship suddenly halted as though it was being nailed into the void. Because of its strong momentum, the ship curved at the center before it swung to the right. This flick caused the treasure ship to hit the right ghost face ship. The ghost face ship never expected that Zhao Hai would react like that. It was originally charging towards the treasure ship, but it didn't think that the treasure ship would come at it. The treasure ship smashed the right side of the ghost ship and pushed it off course to hit the middle ghost face ship. With how quickly everything happened, the ghost face ships weren't able to react at all. Boom! 2 ghost face ships collided with each other. The impact caused the ghost face ship in the middle to deviate from its course and hit the left ghost face ship. The 3 ghost face ships made a series of collisions. The scene looked like it was from a movie. However, that wasn't the end of it. Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with just colliding with the large artifacts. Instead, he turned around and appeared behind the ghost face ships. Then the treasure ship charged once more with all of its power. Boom, boom, boom. 3 collisions were heard as the treasure ship hit the 3 ghost face ships. It was a ruthless collision. The previous collision already destroyed the ghost face ship's shields. Now that the treasure ship crashed into them once more, they were immediately destroyed. But this also caused the stern of the ghost face ship to suffer mild damage. It also had a dent on its bow. Regardless, after crashing onto the 3 ghost face ships, it immediately rushed towards another ghost face ship. The brief confrontation between the treasure ship and the 3 ghost face ships has been noticed by everyone on the battlefield. The Black Tiger wall was very long. However, the Wandering Soul Group didn't attack the entire wall. They knew that as long as the wall was breached, the whole Black Tiger wall would be finished. Because of this, the combatants from both sides weren't too spread out and the battlefield wasn't very big. If anything happens in the battlefield, it wouldn't escape the notice of the transcending tribulation experts. The treasure ship was able to deal with 3 ghost face ships at little to no cost. This caused the experts to be surprised. As far as they knew, only large artifacts of the 9 super sects were able to do it. Other people would not have such capabilities. Tai Zanshan had an excited look on his face as he looked at the treasure ship. He didn't think that Zhang Feng's large artifact would be that powerful. This took a load off his back. At this time, the treasure ship already clashed with other large artifacts of the Wandering Soul Group. Although the ghost face ships were formidable, they weren't a match for Zhao Hai. One after another, Zhao Hai began dealing with the ghost face ships. Naturally, the treasure ship also received some damage, especially on the right side. This was because Zhao Hai intentionally used the right side of the ship to do his attacks. It was natural for that part to suffer more serious damages. The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul Group could no longer sit still. Some of them rushed towards the treasure ships. At the same time, Transcending tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang headed over to stop them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai quickly controlled the treasure ship to retreat from the fight. When he arrived behind the Black Tiger wall, he commanded the undead to replace the metal plates on the ship's right side. The treasure ship wasn't made as a whole like the other large artifacts. There were several replacement parts in the ship's storage room. Therefore, it didn't take a long time before Zhao Hai replaced the side of the ship. After commanding the undead to repair the ship, Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, we don't have a lot of replacement parts left. I'm afraid we can use it one more time in a large-scale battle before we'll have to permanently withdraw. Moreover, we have become the targets of the Transcending Tribulation experts. We have to cooperate later. When I ask to send spiritual chi to the treasure ship, have everyone send it immediately. This way, we can resist Transcending Tribulation experts." Zhang Feng nodded. They managed to kill a Transcending Tribulation expert using this method. Naturally, he trusted Zhao Hai's words. The reappearance of the treasure ship immediately attracted the attention of the Transcending Tribulation experts, and there was no way for them to notice that something happened to the treasure ship. Even if they weren't particularly paying attention, they could still see that the damage to the treasure ship's right side had been repaired. If they didn't, then they would have been blind. Naturally, Tai Zanshan was happy. Hu Liangjin's group has arrived to help. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to completely destroy 5 ghost face ships. This caused the pressure on the defensive line to decrease. Although they were still unable to make a counterattack, stalling them for a very long time was no longer a problem. On the other hand, the Wandering Soul group's situation wasn't doing well. Hu Liangjin and the others didn't only bring large artifacts but also Transcending Tribulation experts. Originally, the Wandering Soul group's Transcending Tribulation experts weren't much more than Tai Zanshan. With Hu Liangjin's arrival, the gap became narrower. Now, with Hu Liangjin's help, breaching the defensive line has become close to impossible. When the treasure ship appeared, 5 ghost face ships immediately rushed forward. However, these ghost face ships didn't charge immediately. Instead, they were being cautious. But this time, Zhao Hai asked Zhang Feng and the others to send their spiritual chi into the treasure ship. Not only did the ship's speed increase, its power was also greater. It charged towards the 5 ghost face ships and before long it hit the first one. The treasure ship began to rampage on the battlefield. Whether it be a large artifact or a cultivator, the ship slammed into it. Whenever it hit a large artifact, it would be destroyed. If it collided with a cultivator, they would be crushed. The treasure ship's astounding performance was seen by everyone. The Transcending Tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul group quickly went forward to block it. However, the Black Tiger Gang sent experts to stop them. Slowly, the battle began to revolve around the treasure ship. Zhao Hai knew about this but he didn't say anything. He commanded the treasure ship to fly around the battlefield. He crushed ghost face ships and even killed 5 nascent soul experts. As for ordinary cultivators, he already lost count how many he killed. The Wandering Soul group knew that they couldn't allow the treasure ship to continue running around. After a few clashes, some Transcending Tribulation experts were able to get out. This time, because of the lack of experts on their side, the Black Tiger Gang weren't able to stop them. 3 Transcending Tribulation experts rushed towards the treasure ship. Zhao Hai noticed the approach of the Transcending Tribulation experts. He quickly controlled the ship to turn around. However, the Transcending Tribulation experts were too fast, and with their Dao avatars to help them, 2 finally caught up with the treasure ship. Zhao Hai saw this and immediately asked Zhang Feng and the others to increase the amount of energy they're sending to the ship. The ship's speed increased once more as it flew towards the defensive line. The 2 Transcending Tribulation experts initially wanted to keep up with the treasure ship, but now that the treasure ship has sped up, they could no longer catch up. They could only look at the treasure ship helplessly as it rushed back to the defensive line. Roar! Just as Zhao Hai and the others entered the Black Tiger Gang's defensive line, a heaven-shaking tiger's roar was suddenly heard from the Black Tiger Gang. With how loud the roar was, everyone in the Black Tiger Wall heard it. The tiger brought endless amounts of aggression. Those who heard the roar could hear the tiger's anger. Chapter 1724 Supreme Elder. The heaven-shaking aura was definitely much stronger compared to ordinary Transcending Tribulation experts. Nascent soul experts like Zhang Feng couldn't help but unconsciously bow their heads in surrender when they felt it. The effect of an aura was very strong, especially towards other cultivators. There were many times where cultivators didn't believe their instinct and would believe in an expert's aura even more. Because of this, The influence of this heaven-shaking aura was apparent to all the cultivators present, but instead of being startled, Zhang Feng was happy as he exclaimed, "The Supreme Elder has come out." Hearing Zhang Feng, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Senior brother, who is that? Why are you happy?" Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Right. You don't know this. I heard that the Supreme Elder started his seclusion more than 1,000 years ago. The Supreme Elder is the last clan member of the Black Tiger Gang's first sect leader. He is from the Black Tiger race. Although he's the youngest of the clan, he's probably tens of thousands of years old. His cultivation is immeasurable. But ever since 10,000 years ago, the Supreme Elder began to stop taking care of the sex matters. He would only take action when the Black Tiger Gang is in a critical moment. Thousands of years ago, when the Supreme Elder went into seclusion, people thought that he had entered his final rest. It was also because of this that the major families dared to make a mess. Even I didn't expect the Supreme Elder to still be alive. The Black Tiger Gang no longer has anything to worry about." Just as Zhang Feng finished talking, a shadow approached from a distance. The shadow's speed wasn't fast, but its imposing aura made everyone stop breathing. Zhao Hai also came under the influence of this imposing aura, but as he was about to submit to the aura, the space suddenly sent out a spiritual fluctuation that cancelled the effect of the aura. However, Zhao Hai still pretended to lower his head. He didn't dare stare at a long-lived old monster. This would only cause him trouble. After a while, Zhao Hai felt a huge black shadow above him. Then the aura that suppressed everyone disappeared. Zhao Hai, like everyone else, sighed in relief. Then he stole a glance and looked up, which stunned him. Above him was a person wearing a black robe. His stature was grand. Although his hair and beard were gray and his face was covered in aged spots, he didn't have a confused look in his eyes. Instead, one could see endless wisdom in his gaze. It was as if he understood everything in the world. The old man stood on top of the head of a huge black tiger. The tiger was no smaller than the black tiger ships. Its fur was shiny and its eyes were staring straight in front. Although it didn't do anything, its appearance made everyone not dare look at it. The old man captured everyone's attention just by standing there. They could feel their bodies submitting in front of the old man. It was as though they were subjects in front of their monarch. The old man looked at the people from the Wandering Soul group and said, "It turns out to be descendants of the old ghost. No matter what, I have a relationship with the old ghost in the past. With respect to the old ghost's face, I won't embarrass you people. Go and return. If you continue to cause trouble to my Black Tiger Gang, I'll go to your nest and destroy it." The transcending tribulation experts of the Wandering Soul group were stunned. Some of them knew of the old man's identity. However, they weren't sure if it was him. They thought that he was dead. They didn't expect that he was alive. Although they couldn't confirm the old man's status, the imposing aura that they felt previously couldn't be faked. This caused the people from the Wandering Soul group to hesitate. They looked at each other in dismay. They were unwilling to retreat. It can be said that the Wandering Soul group's losses in the battle were very heavy. If they retreated, they would have lost all of those things for nothing. The Wandering Soul group would need a long time to recover from their loss. But how could they continue fighting? Just looking at the old man caused the transcending tribulation experts to lose their courage. They were in a dilemma. The old man swept them with his gaze before he coldly snorted. The old man's snort was so loud that it shook the surrounding space. This caused the Wandering Soul group cultivators to vomit blood. Those who were below the core formation stage were directly killed. At the same time, the ghost face ships began falling down like dead flies. Seeing this, the Wandering Soul group's transcending tribulation experts were stunned. Then their complexion paled. They quickly gave the old man a salute before leaving. They didn't even collect the ghost face ships. Seeing their transcending tribulation experts retreating, the other cultivators also turned around and retreated. In a blink of an eye, they were gone. The cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang couldn't help but cheer. They all looked at the old man with their utmost respect. The old man looked towards the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang and then turned to Tai Zanshan and said, "You're the current gang leader?" Tai Zanshan didn't dare neglect the old man. He quickly gave a bow and said, "Black Tiger Gang's 57th gang leader, Tai Zanshan, has seen the Supreme Elder." The old man coldly snorted and said, "My glorious Black Tiger Gang has been beaten back to its front door. But because you still have some backbone, you can still be the gang leader. If there's anyone in the gang who dares disobey you in the future, come to me." When Tai Zanshan heard the old man say this, he froze for a moment before he excitedly replied, "Thank you for the help, Supreme Elder." The old man nodded before unintentionally sweeping Hu Liangchen and the others with his gaze. Hu Liangchen and the others immediately lowered their heads. In front of the old man, Hu Liangchen didn't dare to be arrogant. If he did, then the old man could easily destroy his whole clan. However, the old man didn't say anything to Hu Liangchen and the others. Instead he looked at the treasure ship and said, "The Black Tiger Gang finally has a worthy talent. Kid who drove the ship, come meet me." Upon hearing the old man, Zhao Hai didn't dare say anything. A snort from the old man can kill countless cultivators. He didn't expect this kind of strength. He wasn't sure whether the old man could break the barrier to the space or not. Therefore, Zhao Hai hastily flew out of the treasure ship and then gave the old man a bow as he said, "Black Tiger Gang disciple Zhao Hai has seen the Supreme Elder." The old man nodded and said, "Not bad, come and cultivate with me for a while." After he said that, he waved his hand. Zhao Hai felt a strong force that pulled him into the black tiger. Then the huge tiger flew back to the sect with the speed of light. The old man left as quickly as he arrived. He just waved his hand and then took Zhao Hai away. This caused the people from the Black Tiger Gang to be unable to say anything. They just looked at the direction that the old man vanished from with red eyes. They were naturally jealous of Zhao Hai. To be able to cultivate beside the Supreme Elder was such an honor for anyone in the sect. Tai Zanshan was the first one to respond as he immediately commanded, "Tai Yi, lead people to clean the battlefield. Restore all the formations in the Black Tiger Wall. The others, come with me. We'll go to the Roaring Flame Sect's side. Let's see what those fellows would look like upon seeing us." As soon as he said that, people suddenly remembered that there was still the Roaring Flame Sect to deal with. They immediately complied as Tai Zanshan used the transmission formation to go to the Inferno Valley. Zhang Feng also commanded his people to take charge of the treasure ship and follow behind Tai Zanshan and the others. There was a large-scale transmission formation on the Black Tiger Wall that allowed large artifacts to go through. This was to help reinforce the wall whenever it was attacked. At this time, Zhang Feng had a bitter expression on his face. This was because he knew that the maintenance of the large artifact was largely dependent on Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai was taken by the Supreme Elder, it would be very hard to repair the large artifact in the next battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai followed the old man as they stood on the back of the black tiger. As time passed, Zhao Hai realized that although the tiger looked lifelike, it was made of energy. This energy was something Zhao Hai was familiar with. It was energy from the Tao avatar. It can be said that the black tiger was the old man's Tao avatar, an incomparably solid Tao avatar. Zhao Hai had certain understandings about Tao avatars. He knew that even if he reached the metal Tao avatar stage, it would still appear incorporeal. He hasn't seen a completely solid Tao avatar like the old man's. Before long, Zhao Hai and the old man arrived at the forbidden area of the Black Tiger Gang. This was the most restricted area of the sect. Even the gang leader couldn't enter whenever he likes. When they entered the forbidden area, the Black Tiger landed on the ground. There were plenty of caves on the cliff face. The Black Tiger flew into one of the caves and vanished from sight. On the other hand, the old man went to another cave. Zhao Hai followed him closely behind. The cave had a huge interior. This cave was different from the other cave residences that Zhao Hai had seen before. Generally, cave residences would have multiple rooms for various tasks like alchemy, refining, and others. However, the old man's cave was just a huge space. Nothing else. There were no decorations in the cave, just a thick layer of hay in the middle. Compared to the identity of the old man, the way he lived was very simple. The old man sat on the pile of hay, each of his movements extremely slow. It was as if he was afraid of wasting energy on unnecessary movements. After the old man sat down, he let out a long breath as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're quite good. Although I don't know who you are, I can see from you that you have much more faith power compared to the entirety of the Black Tiger Gang. You're one of those people who encountered fortuitous events." Hearing the old man, Zhao Hai's complexion immediately changed. He knew how vigorous his faith power was, but he didn't study faith power concealing techniques, so he has no means of hiding it. In fact, he was worried that he would meet someone who could see the amount of faith power in his body and would covet it. However, after being in the great world of cultivation for a long time, nobody was able to see Zhao Hai's level of faith power. Tai Zanshan didn't react, nor did the old fox Hu Liangchen. This caused Zhao Hai to think that only he could detect his faith power. He didn't expect to be discovered by the old man. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, the old man smiled faintly and said, there's no need to be afraid. I don't have any intentions of harming you. Having someone like you in the Black Tiger Gang means that the sect has someone powerful in it. This is a pure benefit with no downsides. You might have already noticed, but I have very little life force remaining. I don't have any other wish to ask of you. I only hope that you can help me protect the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He didn't dare to take the old man's words lightly, nor did he believe him completely. Prison Heart said the same things to him before, only for Prison Heart to attempt to take over his body. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any dislike toward the old man. This was because he couldn't feel any hostility from his body. Zhao Hai didn't believe Prison Heart in the past because he could feel the hostility coming from him. On the other hand, he didn't feel any threat from the old man. But Zhao Hai didn't fully trust him either. It might be because the old man had a high level of cultivation that Zhao Hai wasn't able to sense any hostility from him. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and continued, I was aware of what's happening in the Black Tiger Gang in the past few years. However, I didn't make a move. Do you know why? He didn't wait for Zhao Hai to reply as he said, it's because I need to save my life force in order to live longer. Only by doing so can I assure the Black Tiger Gang's survival. More than 1,000 years ago, I discovered that I don't have long left to live. With no choice, I was forced to go into seclusion and be indifferent to the sex matters. Although I know the plans of the major families, I still didn't make a move. This was because every action I make would consume my life force. It would be a tragedy if I don't have enough energy to help the Black Tiger Gang when a truly threatening situation arrives. Speaking up to here, the old man sighed and said, the heavens have truly helped me. In the last minutes of my life, not only did I solve the danger to the Black Tiger Gang, I even solidified Tai Zanshan's status. Moreover, it helped me meet you. Ha ha ha. The heavens are treating me well. Hearing the old man, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then all of a sudden, an alarm rang inside his heart. He immediately went on guard. Chapter 1725, Delimportation. The old man looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled faintly as he said, don't worry, this old man just reached the end of his life. Unless the laws of the realm changes, this old man wouldn't live longer even if I fly my nascent soul out and seize a body for rebirth. This old man has merged his nascent soul with his body to prolong his life. Zhao Hai still didn't say anything to the old man. The old man sighed and said, from what I can see, you have been deceived before. It doesn't matter. Come and sit down. Zhao Hai followed the old man's words and sat opposite him. Seeing that Zhao Hai followed his request, the old man was satisfied. Then he let out a long breath and said, my Black Tiger clan is a branch of the White Tiger clan, a divine beast clan. However, we fell into the great world of cultivation. Because of the thin spiritual energy present here, we've become unable to practice our own cultivation methods. In the end, our ancestors could only rely on their strength to create the Black Tiger Gang and collect faith power in hopes that it will allow us to return to the immortal realm one day. Zhao Hai stared at the old man. Although the old man didn't say a lot of things, Zhao Hai could infer a lot of things. First, the old man didn't come from the great world of cultivation but from another higher realm. For Zhao Hai, the spiritual chi of the great world of cultivation was already high. But from the old man's words, the spiritual chi here was thin. This meant that he had a low view of the great world of cultivation. Second, the old man came from a place called the immortal realm. Moreover, he was a branch of the White Tiger clan. Zhao Hai hasn't heard of the White Tiger clan. However, he knows that the White Tiger was one of the 4 mythical beasts of ancient China. It seems like the White Tiger clan was one of the 4 divine beasts clans. Third, faith power could help them cultivate and even allow them to return to the immortal realm. If this was the case, then that means that Zhao Hai would also have an opportunity to go to the immortal realm. The old man's words informed Zhao Hai of all these things. The old man clearly didn't want to hide anything from Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, young man, my life is about to run out. I want to ask you to do me a favor. I'm the only remaining member of the Black Tiger clan in the great world of cultivation. It's now impossible for our clan to return to the immortal realm. The Black Tiger Gang is the fruit of our clan's hard work. I hope that you can help me protect the Black Tiger Gang in the future. Zhao Hai looked at the old man in confusion as he asked, Supreme Elder, I'm not strong enough. How could I protect the Black Tiger Gang? The old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, because my Black Tiger Gang is a branch of the White Tiger clan, We naturally have numerous means in our hands. One of these methods is suitable to use now, and that's the delimportation. This allows a cultivator to place his cultivation base as well as all his learnings into another cultivator. As long as the cultivator can digest what was given, he would be no weaker than the giver. If I pour all I have into your body, you can reach the nascent soul stage in a short time. You can even reach the transcending tribulation stage. At the same time, you will get all of my cultivation insights. What do you think? Are you willing? Zhao Hai blankly stared at the old man. To be honest, Zhao Hai only believed half of what the old man said. He believed the part where the old man revealed his identity. As for the delimportation, he didn't believe it. Delimportation would need one cultivator to sacrifice himself for another cultivator, many of which were carried out by the master to give to their disciple. The person who was given to would naturally gain many benefits. However, the person who performed the impartation would suffer great damage. Because of this, cultivators rarely used this method. Although Zhao Hai hasn't heard of people in the great world of cultivation using delimportation, he could make a rough guess about its existence. Therefore, he was somewhat doubting the old man's words. After thinking for some time, Zhao Hai decided to believe the old man. This was because of the old man's strength. Don't think that an old man would be weak since he was dying. If Zhao Hai doesn't agree, then the old man might get aggressive. When the time comes, Zhao Hai might not have the chance to resist. Most importantly, Zhao Hai doesn't want the old man to find out about the space. Zhao Hai knew that if he wanted to escape from the old man, then he would need to use the space. And even if he escapes, he could no longer be in the Black Tiger Gang and would be reduced to becoming a rogue cultivator. This was something that Zhao Hai wasn't willing to see. Zhao Hai raised his head and looked at the old man as he said, "I'll do it, elder. As long as I'm in the great world of cultivation, I will protect the Black Tiger Gang. I will also guarantee that the Black Tiger Gang will expand." The old man nodded. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You need to pledge to your heart's demon." Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "All right, I, Zhao Hai, swear to my heart's demon. As long as I remain in the great world of cultivation, I will stay in the Black Tiger Gang and protect its peace. I will also help the Black Tiger Gang strengthen itself. If I violate this oath, my heart shall burn and kill myself." The old man nodded, then he said, "Close your eyes." Zhao Hai closed his eyes, but he still held doubt in his heart. The old man placed his hand on Zhao Hai's head before closing his eyes. Zhao Hai felt a powerful spiritual qi entering his body. Although the spiritual qi was powerful, it was actually very gentle. It didn't cause any damage to Zhao Hai's body. Coming along with the influx of spiritual qi was a lot of information. This information was regarding cultivation. Moreover, there was no personal touch mixed with it. At this moment, Zhao Hai completely believed that the old man really intended to impart his cultivation into him. Actually, he began to trust the old man when he was asked to make an oath to his heart's demon. This was because cultivators wouldn't make such a huge oath or else their future would be affected. If the old man really wanted to take Zhao Hai's body, he wouldn't have made Zhao Hai make an oath to his heart's demon. This was because if the old man really succeeded in taking Zhao Hai's body, the oath would apply to him as well. Also, Zhao Hai has his instinct technique. He didn't feel any hostility from the old man. This surprised Zhao Hai. The instinct technique was a Buddhist cultivation method. Since this is a supporting technique, no matter how strong the individual, Zhao Hai could feel active hostility from their body once the technique was used. Before this, Zhao Hai thought that the old man was using a technique to hide his hostility. Zhao Hai could feel that the old man's aura was no longer as strong as before. At that time, the old man seemed like a great beast that nobody would dare to face. But now, the old man's aura was slowly diminishing. In other words, the old man's life was slowly coming to an end. In this case, if the old man still has any plans, then Zhao Hai would be able to sense it. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai didn't fully lower his guard. After all, the old man was an old-lived expert. His methods were innumerable and his strength was very deep. The old man might still have methods left, but since the old man sent his cultivation and insights to Zhao Hai's body, Zhao Hai finally believed the old man's words. Also, the spiritual qi was very gentle, not to mention the old man's tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience. For cultivators, cultivation experience was many folds more valuable than spiritual qi. Zhao Hai hastily guided the spiritual qi throughout his body. Since Zhao Hai's body was special, after the spiritual qi melded into his body, the little avatar he had inside became more solidified and powerful. The golden core in his body completely fused with the avatar. From now on, Zhao Hai no longer has a golden core, only a very solid spirit avatar. The Tao Lotus also grew by a lot while the spiritual cube began to increase in size. As Zhao Hai digested the information that the old man sent, the starlight above the spirit avatar's head also became brighter. Zhao Hai felt that the energy that was sent into his body was like the ocean. He found it hard to digest it even after doing all he could. Some time passed and Zhao Hai felt that the energy entering his body had stopped. Zhao Hai relaxed as he remembered the spiritual chi and the cultivation experience he was given. Then he finally opened his eyes. But after opening his eyes, Zhao Hai was startled. The old man in front of him has completely changed. The wrinkles on the man's face had increased and his skin was pale. The eyes that were originally filled with wisdom were now clouded. The life force of the old man was also becoming more and more faint. Seeing that Zhao Hai was awake, the old man had a wide smile on his face as he said, "Good, you woke up sooner than I expected. If you were late, you might not have seen me alive. Zhao Hai, you are now my disciple. Remember your promise. Protect the Black Tiger Gang in my stead." Zhao Hai's expression was complex as he looked at his teacher. Then he clenched his teeth as he received the old man into the space. In the past, he was vigilant towards the old man and he didn't send him to the space. But now, the old man was close to dying. With how much help the old man gave him, Zhao Hai decided to share his secret at the last moment of the old man's life. Nobody knows better than Zhao Hai how much the old man has helped him. Zhao Hai was sure that his strength had reached the nascent soul stage. In fact, his combat prowess was much more than the nascent soul experts of the great world of cultivation. After all, he held the old man's thousands of years of cultivation experience. The information that he acquired was a gift that Zhao Hai valued very much. Chapter 1726. 10-year seclusion. As soon as the old man was sent to the space, a prompt was heard, "Dying beast detected." The space can revive him. If the host is willing to revive him, he will immediately recognize the host. He can provide the host with fighting strength in the space. However, he cannot leave the space or else he would be affected by the laws of the outside world. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Revive him." As his voice fell, the space flashed a white light. After the flash, the old man was standing there, his body exuding more vigor than before. Zhao Hai stood in front of the old man. The old man immediately bowed and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded. "What's your name?" The old man replied, replying to the young master, "My name is Hushan." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Care." Care quickly appeared beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Care and said, "Care, give Hushan his own planet to live on. Give him resources to cultivate peacefully. Give him the same treatment as Grandpa Green." Care nodded and then went off with the old man. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai returned to the villa and glanced at the monitor. Shown on the screen was the situation at the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai said, "How is it going? How long have I been cultivating?" Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you have been cultivating for 7 days. The situation outside is good." The Black Tiger Gang successfully repelled the attack of the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang is now in a peaceful state. However, because Zhang Feng has been assigned to repair the large artifacts, he has no choice but to tell Tai Zanshan and the others about you. Now, your status in the sect is very high. If you went out right now, even Tai Zanshan wouldn't dare be disrespectful to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "With my present strength, I no longer need to be afraid of anyone in the great world of cultivation. I have to seclude for a while in order to digest what I just gained. After that, I'll head out." Laura and the others naturally have no problems with this. They also hope that Zhao Hai will become stronger. Therefore, they nodded. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you need a place to cultivate in?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Arrange a new planet for me. Make sure that I'm not disturbed." Laura nodded and immediately arranged a place for Zhao Hai. The planet was very beautiful. Moreover, there's nothing there that can disturb Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai asked Laura to put all kinds of beasts on that planet. Then he went to the planet to cultivate. Hushan gave a lot of things to him. The help it would give him couldn't be measured. It was because of this that Zhao Hai brought Hushan to the space. Moreover, He didn't treat him like a servant. He gave him respects that were fit for an elder. Green and the other elders of Zhao Hai enjoy the highest level of treatment in the space. They can do whatever they like. They can research, cultivate, and even get together with friends. They were very free and unfettered. Zhao Hai gave Hu Shan the same treatment. However, he still hoped that Hu Shan could educate the people in the space. The education system of the space was now very developed, with the exception of a few. The residents of the space were well educated in cultivation. Their lifespan has also increased by a lot. But because of this, Zhao Hai used the law of the space to limit the reproductive ability of the residents. This way, the population of the space wouldn't go out of control. But when it came to cultivation, people who could teach were very limited. Now, mostly people from the great world of cultivation have reached the spirit refining stage and above. Compared to the life forms in the space, the undead were doing very well. There were more and more undead experts. Because of this, the cultivation speed of the undead became faster. However, although the undead were very strong, they still fell short compared to the old-lived monster Hu Shan. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted Hu Shan to educate the inhabitants of the space. Although Zhao Hai managed to save Hu Shan from dying, Hu Shan could no longer go out of the space. But this is also good for the old man since he wouldn't worry about the outside anymore. As for Zhao Hai, with a strong expert protecting the space, he felt more secure. Most importantly, Zhao Hai can now use his methods once he heads out and nobody would doubt where he got it from. He can just push all the blame to Hu Shan. Zhao Hai sat alone on the planet as he revolved his spiritual chi and digested the knowledge the Hu Shan gave him. Thinking about it, the amount of information that Hu Shan gave was truly terrifying. Some involved cultivation methods while some were cultivation insights. Zhao Hai carefully reorganized the information and slowly digested it. He has completely forgotten about the outside. The things that Hu Shan gave Zhao Hai were really useful. There were beast race cultivation methods as well as cultivation methods that didn't belong to the great world of cultivation. As Zhao Hai digested the information, he also compared it to the stellar transformations yin-yang method that he learned. It was only after this comparison did he realize that the stellar transformations yin-yang method was incomparable to the methods that Hu Shan gave. The methods that Hu Shan gave looked very poor in comparison. The biggest harvest Zhao Hai gained from this was the discovery that the stellar transformations yin-yang method could absorb cultivation methods to level up. The stellar transformations yin-yang method can absorb cultivation methods and automatically evolve. Such a method was heaven-defying. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why his cultivation method was like this. For a method that was this heaven-defying, how could it appear in the lower realms? What secret does it hold? All of these things were a mystery to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time for him to ponder over these things. He continued to analyze what he just obtained. First of all, he was now at the nascent soul stage and the number of Dao avatars that he could use has reached 108. Although these Dao avatars weren't as solid as Hu Shan's tiger, they had all reached the metal stage. If he released all of his Dao avatars, his combat strength would increase by a lot. These weren't the only benefits that Hu Shan brought. There were also offensive and defensive techniques that Zhao Hai has yet to digest. Once Zhao Hai digests these techniques, he would become as formidable as Hu Shan. His actions would coincide with the laws of the realm and his offense and defense would be formidable. However, these techniques couldn't be digested easily. Even if Zhao Hai's spiritual force was powerful, he still wouldn't be able to digest it in a short time. It was good that Zhao Hai was a patient person so he would digest it bit by bit. Every time he digests a technique, his cultivation would increase. Zhao Hai immersed himself in cultivation and forgot how long he had been in seclusion. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally came to his senses. Now, he was able to use an astonishing 360 Dao avatars. Moreover, these Dao avatars can operate according to his techniques. This allowed him fighting strength that rivaled transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai can now use liquid silver more openly. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't dare use liquid silver. This was because liquid silver was too powerful. Even if he told others that only he could use it, they wouldn't believe him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't dare to use it in fear of other people coveting the artifact. Now, he was no longer afraid. His strength gave him confidence. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. If other people looked at him, they would see that his eyes were more profound. His entire body exuded wisdom akin to a wise man. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before breathing in. In a blink of an eye, his aura vanished. He seemed like an ordinary person. Besides this ability, Zhao Hai can now see how much faith power other people had. At the same time, he can hide his faith power. Zhao Hai stood up and then appeared inside the Space's villa. Upon appearing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This was because there was a planet above the villa. At this time, Laura and the others walked out of the villa. They ran over and threw themselves at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a faint idea that he went into seclusion for a long time. It would take some effort to appease his wives. After entering the villa, Zhao Hai sat down along with Laura and the others. Then he asked, "Laura, how long did I close up? What's with the planet outside?" Laura smiled and said, "We didn't expect that you would be in seclusion for 10 years. As for the planet, it's the fruit of the 100 spirits tree." Zhao Hai stared as he muttered, "So I was out for 10 years. This really shows the sentence, 1 day in the sky, 100 years on earth." Chapter 1727. Core Disciple. Zhang Feng stood on the treasure ship and looked at the scenery outside. Hao Xing was also standing behind him. The two looked the same as before. It was only their temperament that became more mature. Zhang Feng was also giving out a dignified aura. After some time, Zhang Feng sighed and said, "It's been 10 years since Little Hai has been taken by the Supreme Elder. I don't know how he's doing right now. I'm beginning to worry about him." Hao Xing nodded and said, "I'm afraid Little Hai's status would be different once he goes out. I didn't expect that he would attract the Supreme Elder's attention." Zhang Feng sighed and replied, "The Supreme Elder's actions are all for the Black Tiger Gang, but this comes with advantages and disadvantages. Now that Zhao Hai followed him, his future would be limitless. Our Black Tiger Gang now has one more successor. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Gang has run out of materials over the last 10 years. Moreover, repairing our large artifacts is going very slowly. The growth of the Black Tiger Gang has become limited." Hao Xing nodded and said, "I hope that Little Hai can get out soon so that we can begin moving forward." In the past 10 years, although the Wandering Soul group has retreated, they're still blocking our way. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect has become silent. But this silence isn't good. The newcomers of the gang have forgotten what happened. This wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng agreed and then sighed, "Right. This wouldn't be good for the gang. The gang is currently doing very well now that the major families aren't causing trouble. If we take this opportunity to attack the Roaring Flame sect and destroy them, the Black Tiger Gang would be greatly strengthened." "What greatly strengthened? Can senior brother explain to this junior brother?" A voice was suddenly heard from the side. Zhang Feng stared, then he turned his head to see Zhao Hai standing beside him with a huge smile on his face. Zhang Feng stared for a moment before his expression lit up. He walked towards Zhao Hai and grasped his shoulders before saying, "Little Hai, you're out. We were just talking about you." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I came here as soon as I went out. I didn't expect my seclusion to take so long." "Senior brother, let's go to the gang leader first. I have something to tell him." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "You should." "Let's go." After he said that, Zhang Feng ordered the treasure ship to go back to the Black Tiger Gang. When the treasure ship began to move, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it's good that you came back in time. There are a lot of large artifacts that haven't been repaired, especially the ghost face ships. They were practically untouched. We always wanted to deal with the Roaring Flame sect, but because of the damages to our large artifacts, we were unable to make a move. It's good that you're back." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Once I'm done with this matter, I'll fix the large artifacts right away, then we'll deal with the Roaring Flame sect." Zhang Feng forced a smile and said, "I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy. The Roaring Flame sect holds absolute advantage in the Inferno Valley. Moreover, They're quite famous in the northern Divergent province for their refining skill. Their roaring flame chariots are ranked as one of the top 5 large artifacts of the great world of cultivation. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's even better. Once we snatch their large artifact, we can make them. When the time comes, we would be the best large artifact refiners in the northern Divergent province." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with a bitter expression. He didn't know what to say. This matter was already difficult for Zhang Feng and the others, yet Zhao Hai made it sound so easy. Zhang Feng liked Zhao Hai's confidence. At the same time, Zhang Feng understood where this confidence came from. Zhao Hai was confident because he has the skills to back it up. Before long, the treasure ship arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Although nothing changed in the sect, it looked much more lively compared to before. There wasn't anything strange about this. 10 years ago, Hu Shan's appearance solidified Tai Zanshan's position as the gang leader. Tai Zanshan's influence kept increasing, and under his command, the Black Tiger Gang underwent a phase of quick development. If it weren't for the lack of large artifacts, Tai Zanshan would have already sent troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The treasure ship stopped right in front of the sect's entrance. After that, Zhang Feng took Zhao Hai with him to the square outside the main building. Seeing Zhang Feng, the Black Tiger Gang cultivators immediately gave him a salute. Zhang Feng nodded to the cultivators. Then he turned his head towards Zhao Hai and said, "These years, the gang recruited a new batch of cultivators. However, these people don't know about the sect's hatred towards the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul group." Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "It seems like we would need to attack the Roaring Flame sect. If we wait, the lingering grievance we have towards the two sects would dissipate." Zhang Feng nodded. "As long as we solve the matter with the large artifacts, we can immediately deal with the Roaring Flame sect." "This is where you come in." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, the two arrived in front of the main building. Then they went to see Tai Zanshan. As soon as the two left the square, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang immediately began to talk. Some of them didn't know Zhao Hai, so they asked the person beside them, "Who is that following beside senior brother Zhang Feng?" Why was senior brother Feng very polite to him? Could it be a young master from another sect? He looks so ordinary. He is far from senior brother Zhang. The person shook his head and said, "I don't know him. I haven't seen him before." At this time, someone near them said, "Don't talk nonsense if you know nothing. That person is a member of the Black Tiger Gang. 10 years ago, he became famous in the sect. I can still remember 10 years ago when the sect was in the greatest crisis of its life. One person manipulating a large artifact destroyed more than a dozen ghost face ships. His name was Zhao Hai. After that, he was taken away by the Supreme Elder. That person just now is Zhao Hai." Hearing that the person was Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then there was a huge uproar. What happened 10 years ago was truly a miracle for the sect. There were 2 highlights of that event. The first was the appearance of the Supreme Elder, Hu Shan, who hasn't appeared for thousands of years. As soon as he appeared, the Wandering Soul group was shaken and then driven away. This strength caused the Black Tiger Gang to be excited. Another highlight to remember was Zhao Hai. He was a battle slave who became an outer disciple in a short time. Then he became an inner disciple before being taken away by the Supreme Elder to cultivate by his side. Such a trajectory caused the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang to be envious. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai's fame became widespread. Most people just heard of Zhao Hai but haven't seen him. Now they were finally able to see what he looked like. Word of Zhao Hai's reappearance quickly spread all over the Black Tiger Gang. Now, everyone wants to know more about Zhao Hai. They especially wanted to know how strong he was. Tai Zanshan also received the information and immediately called Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng over to his office. He also called Hu Liangchen and the others from the great families. Now, although their power wasn't as strong as before, the families of the Black Tiger Gang were still prominent figures in the sect. Their relationship with Tai Zanshan also eased. After waiting for everyone, Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how is the Supreme Elder?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Supreme Elder is doing very well. However, because of some reasons, he cannot appear easily. Therefore, He brought me in to teach me for several years." Tai Zanshan relaxed. Then he sized Zhao Hai up and nodded as he said, "Good. In 10 years, you're able to reach the nascent soul stage. It seems like you've gained a lot. Does the Supreme Elder have words to say to us?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before saying, "There's no message from him. It's just that because of his dwindling life energy, he cannot move frequently. Because of this, he asked me to protect the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, I'm still lacking in strength. I'm currently in a bottleneck, so the Supreme Elder sent me out to gain experience." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan and the others stared. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai was trying to say. It seems like the Supreme Elder cannot just make a move whenever he likes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Zhao Hai to train him and ask him to protect the Black Tiger Gang. Tai Zanshan let out a long breath and said, "Everyone, don't pass on what Little Hai said in this room. Little Hai, when you return, I'll only give you one task, and that is to repair all the large artifacts of the sect. Once you're done, we will immediately attack the Roaring Flame sect." Although the Black Tiger Gang was able to develop in recent years, our reputation outside isn't as good as before. After all, we have been attacked. If we don't retaliate, other sects might think that the Black Tiger Gang has been weakened. We need to show the others that we're still strong. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. I'll repair the large artifacts as soon as possible." Tai Zanshan nodded. If we can clean up the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang would benefit a lot. However, we also need to pay attention to the reaction of the other sects. We need to act quickly. We must not let the Roaring Flame sect have the opportunity to call their allies. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, I think we should utilize the method we used before. After I repair the large artifacts, I'll infiltrate the Roaring Flame sect to scout out their transmission formations. This way, we can destroy them when we attack. This would make it easier for us." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "I have sent people to spy on the Roaring Flame sect 10 years ago. Now, we basically have all the locations of their transmission formations. However, their defenses are very strong. They made it difficult for us to attack them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Once I'm in the Roaring Flame sect, I can seal their biggest transmission formation. I can also send undead to deal with their smaller transmission formations. If possible, I can install hidden transmission formations in important places so we can send troops over to wreak havoc." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he turned to Hu Liangjun and the others and said, "Old Hu, what do you think?" Hu Liangjun smiled faintly and said, "This plan is very good. However, Little Hai would need to work hard. If what Little Hai said is set up, we'll be able to easily destroy the Roaring Flame sect." Tai Zanshan coldly snorted and said, "The Roaring Flame sect has been rampant back then. It's time to teach them a lesson. After you go back, make preparations in secret. Little Hai, if you need anything, just tell us. You have the gang's full support. Once you repair the large artifacts, we'll support you with what you do next." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, gang leader. I'll immediately tell you if something comes up." Tai Zanshan nodded. "Our main task now is to prepare for our battle with the Roaring Flame sect. But at the same time, we need to be wary of the Wandering Soul group. Although they had been scared away by Elder Hushan, those guys won't just give up. We still have to be careful of them." Everyone responded. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I reckon you'll need a new identity once you go out. For the time being, you will be a core disciple." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm fine with whatever the gang leader plans." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Little Feng, since you have the closest relationship with Little Hai, you have to help him. If there's anything you need, tell me immediately." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Marshal uncle can rest assured. I will support Little Hai." Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and then said, "Little Hai, you can choose a place for yourself. Do you want a mountain?" As soon as Tai Zanshan heard this, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Tai Zanshan basically meant that Zhao Hai could open his own mountain base. This was a huge event for the Black Tiger Gang. However, nobody opposed this. First, Zhao Hai has enough strength and ability. He's now an Ascent Soul expert. In the Black Tiger Gang, he could even contend against the top 10 core disciples. Therefore, there won't be a problem if he has his own mountain. Additionally, Zhao Hai was someone who was taken in by the Supreme Elder. This gave him an identity that no other disciple has. Therefore, nobody opposed Tai Zanshan's decision. Chapter 1728, Wanting Ignored Valley. Zhao Hai was stunned by Tai Zanshan's proposal. He wasn't really planning to open a mountain base. Therefore, he quickly replied, "Gang leader, that won't be a good idea. Although I'm a core disciple, I cannot just open a mountain base. Otherwise, people would gossip. How about this? Since I've stayed in the Ignored Valley, gang leader can give the place to me. I'll handle all the matters there from now on." Zhao Hai's ability to recycle materials has already been made known to Tai Zanshan and the others. Therefore, he proposed this request. The Ignored Valley was the garbage dump of the Black Tiger Gang, which Zhao Hai already manages. Although the spiritual force of the valley was thin, that wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhao Hai's proposal, Tai Zanshan paused for a moment before knitting his brows and said, "I can give you the Ignored Valley. However, the spiritual chi of that place is very thin. It wouldn't be good for your cultivation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to worry about this. I'm now a peak Nasan soul cultivator. Thin spiritual chi wouldn't affect me much. What I need right now is a spark of inspiration to break through. Although the Ignored Valley isn't suitable for cultivation, I am fond of that place." Tai Zanshan hesitated before he nodded and said, "All right. Then from now on, the Ignored Valley will be yours. Without your permission, nobody can enter the valley. Are you okay with that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, gang leader." Tai Zanshan waved his hand. Then he turned to Zhang Feng and said, "All right, you can go back and resume your tasks." Zhao Hai nodded. Then after giving a salute, he left together with Zhang Feng. After the two left, Tai Zanshan turned to Hu Liangjun and said, "Old Hu, what do you think of the kid?" Hu Liangjun smiled faintly and said, "Elder Hu Shan has a unique vision. The kid has extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, he's careful in his actions. If we have him in the Black Tiger Gang, I would no longer worry about our successors." Tai Zanshan nodded. "That would be good." On the other hand, what do you think are our odds in dealing with the Roaring Flame sect? Hu Liangjun knit his brows and said, "It's hard to say. But if Little Hai's plan becomes a success, our chances of winning would be high. If the plan fails, our chances would be lower." Tai Zanshan nodded and said, "Good, everyone, go back and make preparations. If we really manage to conquer the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang would gain a lot of benefits." Everyone nodded. They understood Tai Zanshan's meaning. If the Black Tiger Gang benefits, then their families would benefit as well. Therefore, Tai Zanshan wanted them to pitch in with the effort. Actually, the major families were eager to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect's agreement with the Wandering Soul group to attack the Black Tiger Gang caused the patriarchs to be disgusted. The Black Tiger Gang has always been more powerful than the Roaring Flame sect. Even if the Black Tiger Gang has infighting, the Roaring Flame sect would still lose if the two sects fight. Therefore, people from the Black Tiger Gang have an innate feeling of superiority over the Roaring Flame sect. In their opinion, disciples of the Roaring Flame sect couldn't be compared to the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, when the Roaring Flame sect attacked the Black Tiger Gang together with the Wandering Soul group, they attracted hatred from the people of the Black Tiger Gang. This hate was greater than their hatred towards the Wandering Soul group. Such was life. If you were bullied by someone stronger than you, even if you hate them, you still have to admit that they were stronger than you. Then you would work hard in order to improve yourself and defeat them. But if you were bullied by someone weaker than you, it would be a shameful event. Shame was a strong driving force for a person to remember an event. Cultivators were the same. Because of this, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang hated the Roaring Flame sect more than the Wandering Soul group. This sentiment was even deeper with the major families of the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Black Tiger Gang was composed of countless cultivators, the sect's affairs affected the major families the most compared to the ordinary cultivators. Moreover, Most of the elites of the Black Tiger Gang belonged to these major families. They were the pillars of the sect. The Roaring Flame sect's attack caused these major families to feel discontented. Even if they don't benefit, they would still want to teach the Roaring Flame sect a lesson. And now that there was great benefit to be had, they were more than willing to eliminate the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang grows a lot of medicinal materials and refines beast pills as their business. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect focused on refining. With the Inferno Valley, they had an endless amount of earth fire available. Although earth fire couldn't compare with core fire, it was a flame that was made from nature. Artifacts made with earth fire come out very well made. This caused the artifacts made by the Roaring Flame sect to be famous in the Northern Divergent Province. If the Black Tiger Gang eliminates the Roaring Flame sect, their refining methods would fall into their hands. This would be great for the Black Tiger Gang. When the time comes, the major families would also benefit. Naturally, they were willing to join in on the attack. Seeing the willingness in the eyes of the patriarchs, Tai Zanshin nodded and then waved his hand, allowing them to leave. After everyone left, Tai Zanshin let out a long breath and said, "Roaring Flame sect, let's see how long you can last." After Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng left the main building, they quickly returned to the treasure ship. Once they were embarked, Zhang Feng took Zhao Hai to his study. 10 years passed, but Zhang Feng's room on the treasure ship was still the same. Only a few things were added here and there. It can be seen that Zhang Feng was very satisfied with the treasure ship. Once the two had sat down, Hao Xing and Zhang Hao arrived to greet Zhao Hai. The group continued to chat about what happened over the 10 years. After that, Zhang Feng's newly recruited people greeted Zhao Hai. Once only the 4 of them were left, Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, Marshal Uncle wanted you to open a mountain base. Why did you decline?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's not the right time. Moreover, I have no need for a mountain base. I don't want to trouble the gang leader with these matters. I also don't lack cultivation materials. Opening a mountain base will need me to take care of this and that. It's too bothersome." Zhang Feng shook his head as he bitterly smiled and said, "If others know about this, they would want to beat you up." A lot of people desired a mountain base for themselves, and yet here you are, declining the opportunity to have one. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Come on, senior brother, don't say it like that. How about we take out some wine and have a good drink?" At this time, a voice was heard outside. "There's drinking? Why didn't you call me?" Without even waiting for Zhang Feng to respond, the owner of the voice pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Tai Ying. Zhao Hai hastily stood up and said, "I have seen senior brother Tai Ying." Tai Ying laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, now that you're back, let's sit down and have a couple of cups to drink." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Tai Ying and said, "Senior brother, you only come over when there's drinks. Sooner or later, I will run out of liquor to drink." Tai Ying laughed and said, "Why would I come here other than to drink? Hurry up, don't hold on to those things." Zhang Feng snorted before asking Zhao Hai for a few jars of liquor. Then the group proceeded to drink to their heart's content. After drinking a few jars in a row, Tai Ying turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I knew that as soon as you go out, Master would immediately make a move. Now look, as soon as you're back, there's a huge movement inside the sect. I also received an order from Master to prepare. How are things on your end? Do you need help?" Tai Ying wasn't a fool. He just doesn't like to vie for power. He also knew things that other people don't know. So when Zhao Hai came back, he knew that Tai Zanshin would make a move on the Roaring Flame sect. Since Tai Ying showed favor to Zhao Hai before, his relationship with Zhang Feng became closer. Therefore, Tai Ying also knew about Zhao Hai's ability to recycle materials. Zhao Hai's ability was among the top in the Black Tiger Gang. It had become one of the sect's most guarded secrets. Only a few people knew about it, and those who knew were well aware of how important Zhao Hai's ability was for the future of the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, they willingly hid this information into the deepest recesses of their minds. Tai Ying was the same. So after hearing Tai Zanshin's order, he immediately knew what was going on. This was also the reason why he asked Zhao Hai his question. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother can rest assured, I'm fine." "Right, senior brother, how is your large artifact? Does it need repairs?" "Ha ha ha." "Little Hai, now that you asked, senior brother was really fond of his large artifact. Almost every year, he wanted to perform repairs on it. Now, his large artifact is still as good as new." Zhang Feng laughingly said. Tai Ying cherished his large artifact to the point that it has become an inside joke in the Black Tiger gang. Tai Ying didn't care about this and continued what he was doing. Hearing Zhang Feng, Tai Ying smiled and said, "At least I'm assured that my ghost face ship can fight once it goes out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's necessary to perform regular maintenance on a large artifact. If it isn't properly checked, it might have problems during battle. I think senior brother is doing very well." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Ying couldn't help but laugh as he said, "It's good to hear that little Hai understands me." Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ying and smiled. Then he turned his head to Zhang Feng and said, "Senior brother, I think we should suggest a major inspection on all our large artifacts to the gang leader. After all, the Black Tiger ships aren't built as well as the Ghost Face ships." Zhang Feng nodded. This needed to be done. "I will find time to say this to Marshal Uncle." "Little Hai, this time, you'll have a lot of things that you have to do." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he lifted his glass and then drank its contents. Chapter 1729, Green Plain Mountain Range. The busiest place in the Roaring Flame sect is the Transmission Formation Plaza. Innumerable amounts of disciples go in and out of the Transmission Formation Plaza every day. So relatively speaking, the Outer Sect's Transmission Formation Plaza was the place with the least defenses. In an inconspicuous transmission formation, a white light flashed as a cultivator dressed in the robes of the Roaring Flame sect appeared. The cultivator glanced around before choosing a direction and walking towards it. A lot of people were coming and going in the Transmission Formation Plaza. Therefore, nobody paid attention to this person. Although this person had a new face, there were countless outer disciples in the Roaring Flame sect. It was impossible for anyone to know everyone, so nobody looked at this newcomer. Before long, the newcomer arrived at the mission hall. He naturally wanted to hand in their mission just like the other cultivators. Upon arriving at the hall, the cultivator took out a jade token as well as a jade box. Then he handed them to the receptionist and said, "Mission 133. Completed." The staff took the jade token and placed it inside a formation. The formation flashed a white light and then displayed the contents of the jade token. The token was an identity token of a disciple named Zhang Yu, an outer disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. This time, he received mission number 133, which was to find a certain medicinal herb. Although the herb wasn't easy to find, it was also not that hard to look for. Naturally, there were no dangers in acquiring the herb, it just took some time to look for. Therefore, the reward of the mission wasn't very high. There were countless of these types of missions in the mission hall. The receptionist took the jade box and then checked its contents before nodding his head. Then he looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Heaven Star Grass, your mission is completed." After he said that, he manipulated the formation and recorded the contribution points towards the jade token. The receptionist handed the jade token back to its owner while keeping the jade box. Zhang Yu then walked out of the mission hall and then after walking some distance, he returned to his cave residence. This was a very ordinary cave residence of an outer disciple. It wasn't very big and it only had 2 rooms. One was the lounge and the other was the quiet room. After entering his cave residence, Zhang Yu's body suddenly vanished. Naturally, Zhang Yu was Zhao Hai in disguise. After repairing the large artifacts of the Black Tiger gang, he went out and infiltrated the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger gang already announced Zhao Hai's identity as a core disciple. They also announced that the ignored valley would belong to him. Nobody was allowed to enter the valley without his permission. This order caused a disturbance in the Black Tiger gang. This disturbance wasn't due to him becoming a core disciple. After all, Zhao Hai was now a nascent soul expert. If he wasn't promoted to the core sect, then the Black Tiger Gang's standards were too high. People were surprised because Zhao Hai wanted the ignored valley, but they weren't thinking that this was a plot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was someone that the Supreme Elder decided to groom. Such status was something that even Tai Zanshan didn't achieve. Therefore, nobody would dare scheme against him. If the Supreme Elder came to know about it, then they would certainly suffer, because they knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to be schemed against. The people were startled upon hearing the place that was given to Zhao Hai. The ignored valley wasn't a good place. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to use that place as his base. It was too strange. The Black Tiger Gang still threw their waste materials in the invisible valley, but it was now regarded as a forbidden area. A large number of undead have appeared in the valley. As long as someone came close to the valley, the undead would come over and stop them. If they still didn't stop, the undead would attack. Although the undead weren't strong, their numbers made up for it. Anyone would feel a headache dealing with tens of thousands of undead. Zhao Hai went into the ignored valley and didn't come out for a long time, and with the addition of the thousands of undead guarding the valley, people began to lose interest. Before long, nobody paid attention to the valley. Although Zhao Hai was in the Roaring Flame sect, the undead were still guarding the ignored valley, and with the ignored valley being inside the Black Tiger Gang, security wasn't a problem. Nobody knew that Zhao Hai was no longer in the ignored valley. Naturally, in addition to Zhao Hai, there were people who wouldn't be attacked upon entering the ignored valley. Zhang Feng and the others were among these groups. There's also Han Bilai. Zhao Hai and Han Bilai kept their close relationship. In these 10 years, Han Bilai also reached the nascent soul stage. But because of his special status, his name was only listed among the core disciples. He was still busy all the time and was out of the public eye. Zhang Feng and the others naturally knew about Zhao Hai's infiltration. Right now, Zhang Feng and the others have made their preparations. As long as Zhao Hai was done with his task, they would be able to dispatch troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect. When he planned to go to the Roaring Flame sect, Zhao Hai already selected his target. The target was Zhang Yu, an ordinary outer disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. He had an ordinary appearance and he wasn't strong. He was relatively withdrawn and didn't have much potential. After capturing Zhang Yu and turning him into undead, he took information about him. Then he infiltrated the Roaring Flame sect using Zhang Yu's identity. Spending a day inside Zhang Yu's residence, Zhao Hai returned to the mission hall once again. Zhang Yu was only an outer disciple, so he didn't know a lot of information about the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai needs an inner disciple's identity to proceed. The reason he wanted to take a mission was to have an excuse to leave. At the same time, he could go around the Roaring Flame sect without being suspected. Zhao Hai didn't dare use liquid silver to scout out the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect also had a lot of experts. If they discover something strange, they might become more guarded. Therefore, Zhao Hai can only use the most crude method he can use. That was killing people of the Roaring Flame sect. Then he would assume their identities to move in the sect. Now, it was obvious that Zhang Yu's status wasn't enough. An outer disciple has no power inside the Roaring Flame sect. There were still a lot of places that he couldn't go to. He needs a higher status. After wandering around the mission hall for a while, Zhao Hai was finally able to select a task. The mission wasn't special. It was to hunt and kill a snake-shaped beast and get its guts to be used for medicine. The beast wasn't particularly powerful. Although the mission doesn't reward a lot of contribution points, Zhao Hai wasn't here for that, so he didn't care. Zhao Hai took the mission notice and registered it under Zhang Yu's name. Then he left the mission hall and entered the transmission formation. The next moment, he appeared at Green Plain Mountain Range. Green Plain Mountain Range was a huge mountain range that ran through the Roaring Flame sect's domain. It was an enormous mountain range. Moreover, it wasn't only the Roaring Flame sect that hunted and foraged in this mountain range. People from other sects also come over. Even the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators would also go to the mountain to hunt and forage. The entire Green Plain mountain range was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers long and spanned more than half of the northern Divergent province. Countless herbs and beasts could be gained from the mountain range. Because the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect were near each other, These two sects would always meet on the mountain. In this case, conflicts couldn't be avoided. Since the mountain was in a chaotic state, it wouldn't be a problem for Zhao Hai to find and kill an inner disciple of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai used Zhang Yu's status to find out the situation of the outer sect. As long as he can find out the situation of the inner sect and the headquarters, attacking the Roaring Flame sect would be easier. Zhang Yu's identity also has another advantage, and that was his ability to approach the transmission formation of the Roaring Flame sect. With this, he can easily seal the transmission formations. Now, once he finds a good place and arranges a transmission formation, they would be able to attack the Roaring Flame sect from the inside. The Roaring Flame sect has a transmission formation plaza on the periphery of the Green Plains mountain range. It was composed of multiple transmission formations as well as cave residences. A large number of offensive and defensive formations were also arranged around the plaza. It would take some time for a nascent soul expert to break through it. Additionally, there weren't powerful beasts near the plaza. Therefore, the transmission formations were relatively safe. Zhao Hai arrived at the transmission formation plaza and didn't stay in place for a long time. He immediately rushed towards the mountain. It didn't take for Zhao Hai to enter the mountain. The beasts on the outskirts were nothing special. They were beasts that were only valuable for their skin and meat. They were not worth hunting. Only serving disciples would hunt these beasts down to have something to eat. Other stronger cultivators wouldn't even spare these beasts a glance. The mountain was very high. It had all kinds of trees growing around it and beasts were lurking throughout. Sometimes, there would be tree demons moving about. Naturally, the stronger beings weren't found on the periphery of the mountain. Zhao Hai has never been to the Green Plain mountain range before, so he was very curious about it. He stood in the air and looked around him. He didn't see anyone around, which was strange. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force and discovered that something wasn't right. His spiritual force was actually being restrained. Even with his current strength, he couldn't reach beyond 10,000 meters, and because he was standing on top of the trees, he found that he cannot scan underneath the tree's canopy. Chapter 1730, Saving Lives. Since his spiritual force was no use, Zhao Hai fell to the ground and walked into the mountain. Zhao Hai has a formidable physique, so it wasn't a problem for him to climb the mountain on foot. As he went on, Zhao Hai paid attention to the plants he passed by. Once in a while, he would take plants that the space didn't have. Even if the space has it, he would also take some of the plants to see if there's anything different about them. But soon, Zhao Hai was disappointed. These plants were ordinary and won't benefit the space. Before long, Zhao Hai gave up on collecting plants. Zhao Hai might look like he was slowly walking forward, but he was actually using the Cosmos technique. Although he was in a dense forest, it didn't affect his movements. It looked like he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, he moved very quickly. Even if cultivators see him, they would only see a blur passing by. The more Zhao Hai walked into the mountain, the lusher the forest became and the beasts he encountered increased. Zhao Hai wasn't attracted to these beasts, so he didn't collect them for the space. After walking for 2 hours, with Zhao Hai's speed, he already reached the deeper parts of the mountain. He also met a few cultivators on the way. However, the level of these cultivators wasn't very high, so Zhao Hai just ignored them. In order to not get noticed, he walked around these people. With Zhao Hai's ability, it was impossible for these people to discover him. While Zhao Hai was hurrying along, he suddenly heard an explosion in front of him, followed by a beast roar. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he went towards the place where the sound came from. Zhao Hai doesn't know what happened, but from what he heard, the beast shouldn't be a weak one. Zhao Hai quickly moved towards the beast roar. After some time, Zhao Hai saw the beast. It was a bull-type beast. It was 5 meters tall and had green skin. It also had 2 huge curved horns. One could see at a glance that it wasn't a peaceful beast. Facing this beast was surprisingly a female cultivator. She was wearing an emerald green robe and she had black hair. There was a ring-shaped artifact wrapped around her body to protect her. She also had a flying sword to fight against the bull-type beast. The beast wasn't only defensively powerful, it could also control the surrounding plants. Its strength was no less than a core formation cultivator. It wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, the female cultivator was also at the core formation stage. Moreover, her two artifacts were quite formidable. Despite seeing the battle, Zhao Hai didn't go over and help. In the great world of cultivation, if you see a cultivator dealing with a beast, it is a taboo to help them even if they're at a disadvantageous position. In the great world of cultivation, it wasn't a good thing to give unprompted help, especially if you don't know the other party. If you go to help, the cultivator might think that you were stealing their prey. Not only would they dislike your help, they would also treat you as an enemy. In order to avoid making unnecessary enemies, it was best to not help. Zhao Hai looked at the female cultivator and saw that it would take her some time before she could kill the bull-type beast. Moreover, it was a question whether they would be able to kill it or not. Zhao Hai didn't care about the life or death of the female cultivator. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he felt another cultivator arrive not far away from him. It was a core formation disciple from the Roaring Flame sect. Moreover, he was from the inner sect. In the great world of cultivation, core formation cultivators generally belong to the inner sect. Some might even be in the core sect. Seeing that the person was a core formation cultivator, Zhao Hai immediately determined that he was an inner sect disciple. This was because core disciples wouldn't came to this place. Zhao Hai was certain that the newcomer didn't detect him. When Zhao Hai restrains his aura, not to mention inner disciples, even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't detect him. Zhao Hai looked at the inner sect disciple of the Roaring Flame sect and couldn't help but murmur, "Sure enough, there's no place that's safe. This guy seems to have bad intentions towards that cultivator. We'll deal with him later and then use his identity." After half an hour, the battle between the female cultivator and the bull-type beast has reached its end. The beast was finally defeated by the female cultivator. However, there were a lot of wounds on the cultivator's body. It seems like she wouldn't be able to fight for longer. The situation of the female cultivator isn't getting better. She was sweating from exhaustion, but she still persisted. Just as she sighed in relief, a fiery red sword stabbed at her. The female cultivator didn't think that she would be attacked, and since she was exhausted, it was impossible for her to evade. She was stabbed on the shoulder and then she fell down. Ha ha ha. Li Qian, your day has come. As he spoke that, the cultivator from the Roaring Flame sect revealed himself. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard this. It seems like the cultivator of the Roaring Flame sect knew the female cultivator. Moreover, there seems to be hatred between the two of them. The green-robed female cultivator saw the Roaring Flame sect cultivator and her expression immediately changed. "Wait, Anshin. It's you, you despicable villain. You dared sneak attack me. Aren't you afraid of the Medicine King Peak's revenge?" Hearing Li Qian, Zhao Hai understood where she came from. She was actually from the Northern Divergent Province's Medicine King Peak. This sect wasn't inferior to the Black Tiger Gang. They mainly focused on creating medicinal pills. Moreover, their pills were famous throughout the great world of cultivation, and because their pills have helped countless cultivators, their reputation was very good. Most people from the Northern Divergent Province would give respect whenever they hear the Medicine King Peak. Li Qian, despite your state, you still have the energy to be arrogant. I'll kill you after I make use of your body. Wei Tanshan looked at Li Qian with a sinister smile on his face. Li Qian's expression changed. She looked at Wei Tanshan and then said through clenched teeth, "Wei Tanshan, you're a beast. My master helped you to reach the core formation stage by refining a pill, and this is how you repay your debt?" Wei Tanshan laughed and said, "Li Qian, you're too naive." "Right. Your master helped me by refining a pill to aid me in reaching the core formation stage. However, you shouldn't have treated me like that in the first place." Li Qian looked at Wei Tanshan as she coldly snorted and said, "Wei Tanshan, you dared make a move on me behind my master. I didn't tell master about it and decided to let it go, but you still dared to do this. Once master finds out, he will not let you off." Wei Tanshan laughed and said, "Li Qian, you're really ignorant. Don't forget where we are. Even if you die here, nobody would know. And even if I kill you, Nobody would know that I did it. But don't worry, I'll let others know that you were killed by the Black Tiger Gang. I've been polite to your master. I believe he would trust my words." Li Qian's expression immediately changed. Perhaps she might not know, but Wei Tanchen has always shown a polite and educated appearance in front of her master. Because of this, Wei Tanchen had his trust. It was also because of this that she didn't tell her master about what Wei Tanchen did. This was because her master might not believe it. Her master has a lot of disciples and Li Qian wasn't anyone special. If her master ignores her because of that, then it would be bad for her future. If Wei Tanchen really killed her and pushed the blame to someone else, then her master would certainly believe Wei Tanchen. Her death would be used to blame other people. Sigh. Just as Li Qian was about to give up, she suddenly heard a sigh. This sigh came suddenly. It shocked both Li Qian and Wei Tanchen. Li Qian's surprise could be understood. After all, Wei Tanchen's sword has sealed her spiritual qi. It was normal for her to be unable to sense her surroundings. On the other hand, Wei Tanchen had been on guard all this time. Despite this, he didn't know where the sigh came from. Wei Tanchen's complexion changed. His body immediately appeared beside Li Qian as he shouted, "Who's there? Come out. I already decided to kill you, but you just gave me another reason to." People from the Roaring Flame sect are truly despicable and shameless. After saying that, a figure was seen coming out of the trees. He walked slowly, but his steps carried a stable feeling. The person stopped 10 steps in front of Wei Tanchen. Wei Tanchen looked at the person who arrived. This person looked ordinary and wore black clothing. However, he couldn't see his strength, which made Wei Tanchen wary. It was possible that the other party was stronger than him. Wei Tanchen looked at the person and said, "Your Excellency, may I know who you are? Do we have a grudge?" The person smiled faintly and said, "We don't have a grudge. In fact, this is our first meeting. How could we have any enmity?" Wei Tanchen looked at the person in confusion. This person didn't exude any aura at all. He looked like was talking to a friend. However, he was talking about killing him. Did he misspeak? The person saw Wei Tanchen's confused expression as he smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai. Now, do you know why I want to kill you?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Wei Tanchen couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "You're actually from the Black Tiger Gang." Zhao Hai, I seem to have heard that name before. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tanchen and said, 10 years ago, your Roaring Flame sect conspired with the Wandering Soul group to attack the Black Tiger Gang. The gang leader gave us the command to kill every Roaring Flame sect disciple we encounter." Looking at Zhao Hai, Wei Tanchen sneered and said, "To kill me, you will need to have skill." Knowing that Zhao Hai was from the Black Tiger Gang, Wei Tanchen knew that today's matter wouldn't end in a friendly manner. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nobody is stopping you from resisting. If you kill me, then that would mean that I don't have the skill. If I kill you, then that would be because you have bad luck." Wei Tanchen couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Right." Then he moved his foot forward as he stabbed towards Zhao Hai. He pretended to be talking but he actually sent an attack towards Zhao Hai. As the flying sword was stabbing towards Zhao Hai, a lion appeared behind Wei Tanchen's body. As he moved, the lion also moved towards Zhao Hai. Seeing Wei Tanchen's movement, a killing intent flashed through Zhao Hai's eyes. He grabbed with his left hand to capture the red flying sword. Meanwhile, he extended his right hand to capture Wei Tanchen's neck. In an instant, Wei Tanchen's Dao avatar vanished. Wei Tanchen was still alive, but he had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect to be easily captured by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wei Tanchen and said, "You're truly sinister. But this is also good. Once you're dead, you would no longer be able to harm others." After he said that, Zhao Hai broke Wei Tanchen's neck. Never in his dreams did Wei Tanchen think that he would be killed just as he got promoted to the core formation stage. After killing Wei Tanchen, Zhao Hai sent his body to the space and turned him into undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go see Wei Tanchen. He turned to look at Li Qian who was on the ground. Before this, Li Qian's spiritual chi was sealed by Wei Tianchen. She was prepared to explode his gold core to perish together with Wei Tianchen. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to appear suddenly and save her. Now that Wei Tianchen was dead, her spiritual chi naturally returned. Spiritual chi was important to any cultivator. Now that her spiritual chi was unsealed, Li Qian was able to stop the bleeding on her shoulder. Li Qian looked at Zhao Hai and then struggled to stand up before giving Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Li Qian thanks senior brother from the Black Tiger gang. If you weren't here, I would have been killed by that despicable man." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Everyone from the Roaring Flame sect are enemies of the Black Tiger gang. I only killed him because he's from the Roaring Flame sect. Saving you just came as a convenience. But I hope that junior sister can forget about this matter. Treat it as though you didn't see Wei Tianchen and me today. Is that alright with you?" Although Li Qian was puzzled, she still nodded and said, "I'll follow senior brother's words." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright. Remember your promise." After he said that, his body flashed and disappeared, leaving Li Qian staring at empty space. Chapter 1731, Ancient Eternal Sand. Zhao Hai returned to the Roaring Flame sect using Wei Tianchen's identity. He already understood Wei Tianchen's situation, including his habits as well as childhood memories, and with Wei Tianchen becoming Zhao Hai's undead, he can remind Zhao Hai every time something happens. Therefore, he'd have no problem acting as Wei Tianchen. Wei Tianchen didn't go to the Green Plains mountain range especially for Li Qian. Meeting Li Qian was just an accident. He came for a mission. The mission involved looking for an herb known as the Trembling Ice Grass. Although the Roaring Flame sect were experts in controlling fire, earth fire wasn't just something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. After dealing with earth fire for many years, many cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect have been afflicted with fire poison. Fire poison was a type of poison that would cause a person to give off heat. When left for too long, the poison would burn out the blood in the body, killing the cultivator in the process. And since the Roaring Flame sect has dealt with fire all these years, they have a few medicines that could treat fire poison. One of the herbs that was crucial to these medicines was the Trembling Ice Grass. Trembling Ice Grass was a very special herb. It was born on the top of the Green Plain Mountains. Because of the cold and freezing temperature of the peak, herbs rarely grew there. Despite this, Trembling Ice Grass was able to thrive. Because of its environment, the herb had a white body and an intense amount of ice attribute energy. If ordinary people consumed the herb, they would immediately be frozen dead. This overbearing herb was one of the most effective herbs in curing fire poison. Because of this, cultivators from the Roaring Flame sect would have a great need for these herbs every year. And since the herb couldn't be grown in an ordinary medicine field, the Roaring Flame sect would issue missions to forage these herbs. On the way to the peak, Wei Tianchen was able to come across Li Qian. This gave him an opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately for him, he met Zhao Hai. In the end, he was killed and his identity was stolen. As it turns out, Zhao Hai's space already has Trembling Ice Grass. As long as he hands the herb over, the mission would be completed. And since the reward for the herb was very high, he can stop doing missions for a while. This would allow him time to explore the Roaring Flame sect. But in order to avoid suspicion, Zhao Hai stayed in the mountain for some time before going down. Meanwhile, he took some beasts and sent them to the space. Naturally, nobody doubted Zhao Hai when he entered the inner sect. There were even some cultivators who came over and greeted him. Following Wei Tianchen's example, Zhao Hai returned the greeting with courtesy. It must be said that Wei Tianchen's scheming was very shallow. He looked gentle and good-natured in front of other people, but he was insidious and cunning inside. The only reason he hasn't been found out was because he had been careful with his actions. Because of his two-faced personality, he has a very good reputation in the inner sect. Almost all cultivators in the Roaring Flame sect have a favorable image of him. However, Wei Tianchen didn't regard these people as his friends. He was only on good terms with them to maintain his image. Because of this, whenever he speaks to people, he would just get to know them without being too intimate. Following Wei Tianchen's action, Zhao Hai also wasn't intimate to those who greeted him. After returning to the inner sect, Zhao Hai immediately handed the mission over to the mission hall. He also received quite a substantial amount of contribution points. However, these things weren't important to Zhao Hai. Since Wei Tanshan has a good reputation, Zhao Hai was able to stroll around the inner sect without anyone suspecting his intentions. In the following days, Wei Tanshan walked in random directions inside the Roaring Flame sect. Naturally, nobody thought that he was strange. He was visiting people along the way and talking to them. By this time, Zhao Hai has clarified the situation of the inner sect. The last thing he needed to do was to scout the situation of the headquarters as well as the core disciples of the sect. The core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect had the same setup as the Black Tiger gang. The strongest core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect could also open their own mountain base as well as recruit disciples as subordinates. In any sect, core disciples who could open their own base couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to have a good understanding about the core sect, and naturally, it wasn't easy. Core disciples, especially those with their own base, were mostly in the nascent soul stage. Although they were still weaker than Zhao Hai, their spiritual force was very formidable. If Zhao Hai caused trouble to the core sect, the other core disciples would certainly notice. Even liquid silver would be discovered. Entering the core sect wasn't an easy matter. Moreover, each and every one of these core disciples were very careful. Moreover, their jade tokens were specially made. If they died, their token would break, informing the sect of their death. A core disciple dying was a huge matter to any sect. The sect would certainly undergo a large-scale investigation. Although the inner and outer sect wasn't weak, they weren't the strongest in the sect. The headquarters and the core sect had the most defenses. If Zhao Hai wanted to investigate these two places, it would be very hard. After walking around for a day, Zhao Hai couldn't come up with an idea to enter the core sect. Zhao Hai had to return to Wei Tanshan's residence and go back to the space. Kair and the others were already waiting for Zhao Hai inside the space. When Zhao Hai appeared, Kair and the others immediately greeted him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you worried about how to enter the core sect?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "If I don't get a clear situation of the Roaring Flame sect's center, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to attack it in the future." Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, you seem to have forgotten about one place. If you don't understand the situation of that place, then it would be no use even if you enter the core sect." Zhao Hai asked, "Where?" Laura smiled and said, "You forgot about the Inferno Valley. The Roaring Flame sect focuses on refining artifacts. The Inferno Valley is where they refine their artifacts. Do you think they wouldn't send people to guard that place? I believe the defenses there aren't worse than the headquarters. If you ignore that place, you can't attack the Roaring Flame sect." Zhao Hai patted his head and said, "That's true. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. But since the defenses of the Inferno Valley are also good, it wouldn't be easy to get in." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, did you forget? You're currently using the identity of an inner disciple. Wei Tanshan's identity token has a lot of contribution points. You can use those points to have an artifact refined. As long as you take out a good material, send it to the Inferno Valley, and then pay contribution points, an artifact will be refined for you. At that time, won't you be able to enter the Inferno Valley? Even if you can't enter, you can still put a silver needle inside the material to get inside. When the time comes, you will get information about what happens within the valley." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That is a good method. Since I have no use for the contribution points, that would be a good use for it." Kair, what material do you think will do well? Kair smiled faintly and said, "The ancient eternal sand would do great." Zhao Hai stared. He almost forgot about the ancient eternal sand that he got from the lower realm. He didn't think that Kair would bring it up once more. Zhao Hai looked at Kair in confusion. Then he asked, "Kair, we didn't obtain the ancient eternal sand from the great world of cultivation. Do you think it's good enough? If we do, how much do we take out?" Kair replied, "Young master, ancient eternal sand isn't only good, It also dissipates spiritual force. It is also very heavy. It was a rare material for refining artifacts. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Kair and said, "Then we'll do that." "What artifact do you think we should refine?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "It would be best to refine gloves. You can use the gloves to hold the enemy's weapon and wipe out its spiritual imprint. It would have good weight, so it would be good for close combat." Wei Tanshan has a good close combat ability, but he doesn't have a close combat weapon he could use, so having gloves refined wouldn't attract any attention. And with the ancient eternal sand, you would not need to find a way to enter the headquarters of the Roaring Flame sect. The sect's higher-ups would come to you. Zhao Hai thought about it and agreed. Ancient eternal sand might not be special inside the space, but it was extremely useful for cultivators. It must be known that there are body cultivators in the great world of cultivation. Even average cultivators would have one or two close combat techniques. After all, it would be disadvantageous if a cultivator lacked one aspect of combat. The enemy might use this weakness to destroy them, and artifacts refined using ancient eternal sand would be great for close combat. Chapter 1732 Underground Factory. In the entrance of the Roaring Flame sect's Inferno Valley was a refining base. The Roaring Flame sect spent hundreds of years perfecting the base, and now it was fully functional. The base had 5 entrances. 4 normal entrances and 1 special one. Only a small number of people knew about the special entrance. The 4 entrances were for the public. The 4 public entrances of the refining base were located in one building each. These 4 buildings looked almost the same. They were 10-story buildings that looked like a box from outside. It didn't look special. However, people of the Roaring Flame sect knew that these 4 buildings carry extraordinary importance to the sect. Each building had plenty of formations set up. Each formation had formidable prowess. Not only can they be used to defend, they can also be used to attack. Most importantly, these formations weren't powered by spirit stones, but earth fire from the valley. There was an unlimited amount of earth fire in the Inferno Valley. This provided endless energy to the 4 buildings. Because of this, although the 4 buildings looked ordinary, they were actually very formidable. Zhao Hai slowly landed in front of a stone building. He found that the building was made out of a blue-colored stone. It looked very solid. After taking a look at the stone building, Zhao Hai slowly walked inside. As soon as he reached the entrance, he felt something blocking him. As he went on, the resistance became greater and greater. Although he could rush through, he would need quite some time to do so. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was a formation that would keep bystanders off. For the people on the side of the Roaring Flame sect, this stone building won't stop them. Zhao Hai took out Wei Tancheng's identity token and immediately felt the resistance vanish. Upon entering the first floor, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Inside was a huge hall with plenty of people inside. There were several counters inside with cultivators on both sides. Zhao Hai noticed that there were people from the outer and inner sect inside. These people came here for one purpose, and that was to have artifacts refined. In the Roaring Flame sect, as long as you have contribution points, you can come here to refine an artifact. Moreover, if you provide materials, the cost would be decreased. Zhao Hai no longer cared about the others and then went to an empty counter. On the opposite side was a female cultivator. In places like refining halls or alchemy halls, there would be counters that were mostly worked by female cultivators. Naturally, this was all voluntary. Female cultivators could take such missions or they could take missions like male cultivators. It has to be recognized that Wei Tanshan looked quite good. He was handsome and gentle, which was attractive to the opposite sex. As he sat in front of the counter, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, junior sister. I am here to refine an artifact." Seeing Zhao Hai's smiling face, the female cultivator blushed before saying, "Senior brother, hello. May I ask what artifact you want to be refined?" "You can provide the material and specifications. The sect can also supply the materials if you need them." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll provide some of the materials and I'll set my specifications. Is that fine?" The female cultivator nodded and said, "Of course that's okay. Senior brother, take out your material and then write out your request." Then I will make an estimate on how much it would cost you." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a pile of ancient eternal sand. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to the female cultivator as he said, "Junior sister, this is the material as well as the specifications of my artifact. Please take a look." The female cultivator nodded and then received Zhao Hai's jade slip. After looking through the contents, the female cultivator's expression changed. She had worked in the Inferno Valley for some time, so she was very familiar with all types of materials. This was the first time she heard of the ancient eternal sand. The female cultivator put down the jade slip as she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, this is the first time I encountered the material you provided. This matter is beyond my position. Senior brother, please wait for a moment while I call the elder out." Zhao Hai gave her a nod. The female cultivator stood up and ran towards the back room. Before long, an old person walked out. He had ruffled hair and dark skin. His clothes were also sloppily worn. When the old man arrived at the counter, he looked at Zhao Hai first. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he turned his attention to the pile of ancient eternal sand on the table. He inspected it first before touching the sand. The ancient eternal sand that Zhao Hai took out weren't high-quality ones. They were grouped up into fingernail-sized clumps. The old man took the sand and his face showed a surprised expression. He muttered, "Why is it so heavy?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder, it's a material that I haven't seen before. It can erase spiritual imprints and even scatter a cultivator's spiritual force. Moreover, it's very heavy. I want to use this material as a foundation for a glove artifact that I can use for close combat. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai, the elder was stunned. Then he said, "You say this material can break spiritual imprints? Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I tried it, but breaking spiritual imprints will consume the material." The old man nodded and said, "I understand your request. I'll take this task myself. However, I need to do some tests to make sure. Go back first and wait for news. When the artifact is created, I'll send you a message." After speaking, the elder waved his hand and took away the pile of ancient eternal sand. Then he turned around without saying anything to Zhao Hai. The female cultivator gave a bitter smile as she said, "Senior brother, please don't mind the elder. That's just how he is." "Senior brother can rest assured. The elder will take care of your request. Please leave your name. We will immediately inform you once the artifact is refined." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thanks a lot, junior sister." Then he left Wei Tancheng's name before leaving the building. Zhao Hai originally thought that he could enter the Inferno Valley by bringing the ancient eternal sand. He didn't expect that he would be turned away quickly. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself to enter the valley. It wouldn't be good if he was discovered by the Roaring Flame sect. But he has nothing to worry about. Hidden in that pile of ancient eternal sand was a silver needle. As long as that elder brings that pile of sand to the Inferno Valley, everything in the valley would be under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Although Zhao Hai cannot enter the Inferno Valley, he had some understanding of its strength, not to mention the defenses of the buildings. The elder that Zhao Hai met just now wasn't simple. Although the elder was only at the nascent soul stage, Zhao Hai knew that he wasn't easy to deal with. Most importantly, there were plenty of people like that elder in the Inferno Valley. It turns out that the Inferno Valley's strength was greater than what Zhao Hai estimated. Zhao Hai returned to Wei Tancheng's residence and then entered the space. He immediately sat before the monitor where Laura and the others were and then he asked, "How is it?" Laura smiled and said, "Take a look, we've received an image of the Inferno Valley." She pointed to the screen which showed a gigantic underground factory. The factory was enormous. It was divided into rooms that were 10,000 meters in size. Compared to the factory, such a room was small in comparison. This giant factory almost hollowed the Inferno Valley out. There were more than 1,000 rooms in the entire factory. Most of the rooms were used for refining, some were used to store materials and artifacts, while the rest were used by the cultivators for rest. Refining rooms numbered around 400, more than 400 rooms crafting artifacts all year round. The output was astonishing. In fact, the Black Tiger Gang also wanted to refine artifacts and craft pills in the Inferno Valley. However, The Black Tiger Gang's ability to control fire was far lower compared to the Roaring Flame sect. Earth fire wasn't easy to control. It was one of the most overbearing flames in the great world of cultivation. Only the Roaring Flame sect had the techniques to control earth fire, which allowed them to control the Inferno Valley. The Black Tiger Gang could only look at the Inferno Valley and drool. It must be recognized that the Roaring Flame sect was truly good at controlling flames. This allowed them to build such a huge refining factory. This made the Inferno Valley an important pillar of the sect. Zhao Hai looked into a room which caused him to be surprised. The room wasn't small at all. It had a lot of refining formations inside. In the middle was a flame that was extracted by the Roaring Flame sect. An artifact would be made by controlling the size of the flame. At this time, a Roaring Flame sect refiner was making an artifact. But at this point, the form of the artifact couldn't be seen. There weren't many cultivators inside the room. Each formation has 2 cultivators controlling it. With 12 formations inside the room, the cultivators inside totaled 24. Chapter 1733, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. The 12 refining formations inside the room weren't used simultaneously. The flames between formations vary in size. When refiners used the refining formations, they were like an assembly line. Artifacts were transferred from one refining formation to another. Different parts of refining required different intensity of flames. The varying flames on each refining formation made it convenient for an efficient process of refining. In addition to the pairs of refiners controlling the refining formations, there was also a main group leader present. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod upon seeing this system. Relatively speaking, the refining process of the Roaring Flame sect was very good. If possible, he would recommend the method to the Black Tiger Gang. The reason Zhao Hai valued the Black Tiger Gang now wasn't only because the Black Tiger Gang was his origin point in the great realm of cultivation, it was also because of Hushan. In Hushan's eyes, the great world of cultivation was just a low-level realm. Meanwhile, the great world of cultivation also has realms they call lower level. In Hushan's mind, realms like the 100 Treasures realm weren't enough to enter his eyesight. The great world of cultivation was just enough to attract his attention. There were plenty of realms as powerful as the great world of cultivation, and the place where Hushan came from, the immortal realm, was a much more powerful realm. People in the great world of cultivation can live very long lives. Moreover, they can fly in the air. The spiritual chi here was rich, so it should be a powerful realm. However, in the eyes of Hushan, it was nothing. This wasn't to say that the people in the immortal realm were much stronger than the people in the great world cultivation. If they were, then the Black Tiger clan wouldn't have been limited to a portion of land in the northern Divergent province. In fact, the fighting skills of the people in the immortal realm weren't that much different. Although the immortal realm had a very rich spiritual density, the pressure on the realm was also very huge, and the suppression of spiritual force was very strong. If a cultivator from the great world of cultivation enters the immortal realm before entering the spirit-forming stage, then they would immediately explode due to the realm's pressure. And because of the rich spiritual force in the immortal realm, people living there lived longer than the people living in the great world of cultivation. There were also restrictions in entering the immortal realm. It was just like how Zhao Hai ascended from the lower realms. At the same time, people from the immortal realm didn't want to go to the lower realm. Although people from the immortal realm could remove the pressure on their bodies once they reached the lower realms, the thin spiritual chi in the lower realm has the possibility to cause their cultivation to regress until they become as strong as the people in the lower realm. Because of this, nobody from the immortal realm was willing to go to the great world of cultivation. Additionally, it wasn't easy for people of the immortal realm to enter the great world of cultivation. It was just like how impossible it was for people of the cultivation realm to enter the Ark continent. Hushan's people were quite a relatively powerful group in the immortal realm. They were a branch of the White Tiger Gang after all. But later on, when the White Tiger Gang suffered a huge disaster, they were forced to escape to the great realm of cultivation. But after arriving in the great world of cultivation, it became difficult for them to return due to the decline in strength. In the end, the elders of the Black Tiger clan came up with a method. The method was for the gang to collect faith power and use it to help their cultivation. They were hoping that their cultivation would increase using this process. And finally, they would be able to ascend to the immortal realm and return to their home. But even when most of the clan had died out, they still couldn't ascend back to the immortal realm. Because of this, Hu Shan had to choose Zhao Hai as a successor to protect the Black Tiger gang and prevent their legacy from perishing. Although Hu Shan's life was almost finished, the Black Tiger gang was still a base created by the Black Tiger clan. He couldn't bear to see the foundation laid by their clan to be ruined. Zhao Hai promised Hu Shan to help protect the Black Tiger gang. Naturally, he hoped that the Black Tiger gang would become as strong as possible. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to use the Black Tiger gang to help him cultivate faster. This way, he can ascend. He also wanted to see what the immortal realm looked like. Although Hu Shan knew about some matters of the immortal realm, he didn't completely understand its complete state. Hu Shan was still a young boy when they left the immortal realm, so his understanding was very small. Therefore, the only information Zhao Hai has on the immortal realm was their cultivation methods. Information regarding other matters was very poor. However, cultivation methods of the immortal realm were enough for Zhao Hai. Although the space was constantly upgrading and the concentration of spiritual qi inside was constantly improving, it was still impossible to use the cultivation methods of the immortal realm. This was because their cultivation methods require too much spiritual qi. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wanted to go to the immortal realm. And if he wanted to go to the immortal realm, it was impossible for him to do it all alone. Therefore, he needs to make the Black Tiger gang stronger. Seeing the situation in the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai had a general idea about it. Altogether, there were about 30 transcending tribulation experts, 200 nascent soul experts, more than 1,000 core formation experts, more than 3,000 Dao avatar stage experts, and more than 20,000 spirit formation experts. It held great manpower. Since entry to the valley was very strict, security inside wasn't as serious. Even transcending tribulation experts weren't able to notice the existence of the Silver Needle. There were multiple reasons why transcending tribulation experts weren't able to notice the Silver Needle. First, they wouldn't expect that they would be watched inside the valley. Second, because of Zhao Hai's increase in strength, this allowed the Silver Needle to become more stealthy. Although he was able to find out about the situation of the valley, Zhao Hai still has no idea how to deal with it. Transmission formations of the valley were directly connected to the Roaring Flame sect. Even if these transmission formations were sealed, there were still several exits out of the valley. Therefore, it was impossible to stop people from coming in and out of the valley. The 30 transcending tribulation experts were strong enough to escape the valley when it was attacked. Moreover, each exit was placed very far away from each other. If the Black Tiger gang wanted to block these exits, they would need 5 times as many people as those in the Inferno Valley. So many people couldn't just be sent to one place. The most important thing was still dealing with the headquarters. Zhao Hai sat in the space with a frown on his face, as he looked at the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect who were in the Inferno Valley. Zhao Hai continued to think how he could clean all these people up. Laura has been beside Zhao Hai for many years, so she knew what Zhao Hai was thinking about. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you worried about these people?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Inferno Valley is as important as the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. If we want to deal with the Roaring Flame sect, we would have to deal with the Inferno Valley. Otherwise, we would leave a major pillar of the sect free. That would be dangerous." Looking at the situation in the Inferno Valley, Laura said, "Brother Hai, why do you think the Inferno Valley is located here in the first place? It's famous for the earth fire it provides. Maybe we can find the source of the fire and then take it into the space. Even if that doesn't work, we can find a way to cause the valley to erupt. At that time, the base on the valley would be destroyed. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared. He hadn't thought through this point, but he also thought that Laura's plan was feasible. Liquid silver can become a large artifact that can enlarge and shrink, and it was not afraid of fire. He can dive to the depths of the Inferno Valley and see where the fire was coming from. Even if he can't receive the flame, he can still detonate it. This would ruin the Inferno Valley. The more he thought about it, the more Zhao Hai wanted to use this method. So he nodded and said, "That plan is good. I can give it a try, but it isn't the right time to do it. Once we get an idea about the headquarters and the core sect, we'll begin searching for the source of the earth fire." Laura nodded and said, "Right, you just sent the ancient eternal sand over. If they send you a message and find out that they couldn't find anyone, they would definitely be suspicious. The Inferno Valley already existed for many years. Nothing would happen if we wait a day or two." Zhao Hai nodded. "Now let's see if the Roaring Flame sect would take the bait. If they see value in the ancient eternal sand, they will definitely come to me." Megan smiled and said, "Of course they would come to you. It's impossible for them to be unaware of how important the ancient eternal sand is. If they want to become stronger, they would certainly approach you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I hope so. However, we need to find a good excuse as to where we acquired it." Lizzie, who has been quiet for some time, answered, "That's not a problem, Brother Hai. I think we can kill two birds with one stone. Just tell them that you snatched it from the Wandering Soul Group." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes lit up. This is also good. He immediately understood what Lizzie wanted to do. Doing it according to Lizzie's plan would destroy the relationship between the Wandering Soul Group and the Roaring Flame sect. Ever since their cooperation in attacking the Black Tiger Gang, the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Group's relationship has improved. This was one of the worries that the Black Tiger Gang had. If the two sects cooperated to attack the Black Tiger Gang once more, the Black Tiger Gang would certainly suffer. After all, Hu Shan couldn't make another move. Nobody could save the Black Tiger Gang this time. As long as the information was released, it would certainly affect the Roaring Flame sect's relationship with the Wandering Soul Group. Then when the Black Tiger Gang attacks, the Wandering Soul Group might not offer their help. This would ease some pressure off of the Black Tiger Gang. The birds that Lizzie meant were the two vultures, which were the Wandering Soul Group and the Roaring Flame sect. It would be better if these vultures would attack each other. Then the Black Tiger Gang could sit on the side and watch. Zhao Hai replied, "That is a good method, but I still need someone from the Roaring Flame sect to come to me. Let's just wait and see how things develop." The women nodded. Zhao Hai's gaze returned to the screen. The Roaring Flame sect elder took the ancient eternal sand to the refining base. He immediately entered his personal residence. Although the elder wasn't the strongest, others couldn't compare to his ability. His refining technique was among the top in the valley. The levels of the refiners in the valley ranged from high to low. The refiners who could be called grandmasters could only be counted in two hands. The elder that Zhao Hai met was one of the grandmasters. Becoming a grandmaster refiner wasn't easy. Refiners were divided into multiple categories. The great world of cultivation has all kinds of ores. The properties of these ores differ from each other. What kind of ore should be used in which kind of artifact also needed to be considered. All of these things were what a refiner needs to worry about. Because of this, before a refiner starts refining, they would need to have a good understanding of the material they have in hand. They needed to know the material's properties and where it was most suitable to be used. After years of development, refiners have developed a systematic method of distinguishing a material's properties. Since the elder was a refining grandmaster, he was also aware of this method. Moreover, he was very proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an elder in the Inferno Valley. After returning to his own residence, he immediately took out the ancient eternal sand and placed it in a formation. The formation lit up with brilliant lights. The formation lit up with gold light first, and then cyan light, and then the light vanished. In the eyes of other people, these lights might not mean anything, but in the eyes of the Roaring Flame sect elder, these lights had a meaning. The golden light represented the attribute of the ancient eternal sand. The golden light doesn't only represent the metal attribute, it also represents earth. The earth attribute was yellow if it wasn't mixed with the metal attribute. If there was only metal attribute, then the light would be silver rather than golden. This meant that the ancient eternal sand had two attributes. The cyan light represented spiritual force. This didn't mean that the ancient eternal sand had benefits towards spiritual force. It was the opposite. The cyan color was deep dark, which meant that it had a bad relationship with spiritual force. Chapter 1734. Summoned by the sect leader. The dark cyan color that the ancient eternal sand let out meant that it was impossible for the ancient eternal sand to transmit spiritual force, and it had hints that it could suppress spiritual force. It was at this point that the Roaring Flame sect elder believed Zhao Hai's words. At the same time, he was excited. A metal earth attribute material that can restrain spiritual force. This was a peak-level material for close combat artifacts. If the Roaring Flame sect can use this material, its overall strength would improve by a lot. The Roaring Flame sect elder became restless. Although he was a refined grandmaster, he wasn't a person who didn't understand sect affairs. In fact, although he dressed sloppily and seemed informal, everyone knew that he wasn't a peaceful person. He knew how to manage his power and keep its influence, but because his talent for refining was too good, he became a grandmaster refiner. If he didn't have talent, he could still become a high-ranking cultivator just by smarts. It was precisely because of his character that the elder had a lot of connections inside the Roaring Flame sect. He was also quite popular among the top core disciples. Even the sect leader valued him as an elder. The Roaring Flame sect elder's relationship with so many people couldn't be separated from his ability. He was a refining grandmaster, and every refining grandmaster was a good match for the core disciples. Although he wasn't loyal to them, it would still be advantageous to them to maintain a good relationship with the elder. Naturally, the elder knew how to repay these people. He was a smart person. He knew that it was only because of his ability that these people placed him in his current position. Because of his position, the elder had contact with multiple ores, especially those that were precious. Whenever he discovers useful materials, he would inform these core disciples or the sect leader himself. What happens next was up to them. For the elder, it was just saying one sentence, but for the core disciples and the sect leader, it was very important. What do cultivators rely on to become stronger? Naturally, it was their artifacts. A good artifact could save a cultivator's life. Therefore, every cultivator knew what a good material meant for an artifact, and good materials aren't easy to obtain. The elder's casual reports could allow these core disciples to get good materials, which would increase their strength. This explains why the elder held so much weight in the minds of the core disciples and the sect leader. Now that the elder discovered a high-quality material, he would naturally inform these people. He immediately sent messages to core disciples that were close to him. He also sent a message to the sect leader. This way, even if the sect leader knew about the ancient eternal sand, he wouldn't look to him for trouble. This wasn't the first time that the elder did such a thing, so he was experienced in who to tell and how to tell it. After the information was passed on, he immediately began to work. He only had one job left, and that was to refine Zhao Hai's gloves. Although the elder told the core disciples and the sect leader about Zhao Hai's ancient eternal sand, he still needs to do his job well. It wouldn't be good if he wasn't able to deliver on Zhao Hai's order. The material has already been reported to other people. If he didn't give Zhao Hai his glove and instead kept the material for himself, then nobody would come to the Inferno Valley to have their artifacts refined. The loss would be greater than the gain. When the time comes, the sect wouldn't let him off. In fact, it wasn't only the elder who had this approach of divulging the materials that had been handed over. Although they reported the material used, they would also refine the artifact that was requested. After all, it involves the integrity of a refiner. Refining an artifact, especially one using special materials, wasn't easy. Zhao Hai wanted gloves that were light and flexible to be used in close combat. This also meant that the gloves needed strong offensive and defensive capabilities. Making gloves out of metal wasn't easy, especially using ancient eternal sand. The material was very heavy, so offense wasn't a problem. The issue came with it becoming light and flexible. It was the complete opposite of the material's property. An artifact that was both light and flexible would require the skill of a formidable refiner. The shape of the glove, the supplementary materials to be added, as well as its function were all up to the refiner. After Zhao Hai handed the ancient eternal sand over and paid his contribution points, all he needed to do was wait for the gloves to be refined successfully. What the elder didn't know was that his actions were all under Zhao Hai's monitoring. Therefore, Zhao Hai also saw the elder sending multiple Jade Sword messages. This is what Zhao Hai wanted to see. But since the Jade Sword messages were heading towards the core sect and the headquarters, Zhao Hai doesn't know who they were sent to as well as their response. Upon receiving the elder's message, the recipients of the Jade Sword messages couldn't sit still. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, as long as you were good at using flying swords or any other artifact, then you would be able to survive. It might even be possible for you to dominate your battles. But the same couldn't be said in the great world of cultivation. If you only focus on one aspect of combat, then you wouldn't be able to survive for long. Cultivators in the great world of cultivation were more comprehensive. They rarely specialized and were multi-skilled. In the great world of cultivation, each cultivator would have some accomplishments in body cultivation. If you didn't cultivate your body, you would be at a disadvantage against those who did. As people often say, a barrel could hold more water than a plank of wood. The same was true for cultivators. A cultivator's combat strength depended on their strengths and weaknesses. If their weakness was too obvious, they would be at a disadvantage against people who can capitalize on it. Besides body cultivation, cultivators also practice supporting techniques. Because of this, cultivators were concerned about their close combat capability. After all, if they were weak in this aspect, their enemy would think of ways to make use of it to their advantage. Therefore, materials that are beneficial to close combat would naturally attract attention. So when the core disciples heard about a high-grade material for close combat artifacts, they naturally wanted to know more about it. Zhao Hai has too many resources in the space, so he never had any problems when it came to crafting artifacts, and with liquid silver in hand, he doesn't even need to worry about artifacts. So it was impossible for him to understand the thoughts of the other cultivators. The core disciples and the sect leader were shaken when they read the Jade Sword message. They knew clearly how stronger the sect would be if they could produce artifacts made with this material on a large scale. Without Zhao Hai noticing, Wei Tancheng's name was spread among the high echelons of the sect. All of them wanted to take a look at the material that Zhao Hai brought. Zhao Hai was currently using Wei Tancheng's identity. Naturally, there were no problems with his background. He was a member of the Roaring Flame sect ever since he was young. As for his character, the sect didn't care. As long as Wei Tancheng didn't have any relationships with other sects, then that was enough. The next day after Zhao Hai visited the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai was still looking at the valley map. Suddenly, Kair said, "Young master, someone is outside Wei Tancheng's residence. They said they wanted to see you." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll head out immediately." Kair, continue to map out the Inferno Valley. Focus on finding the fifth entrance. See where it leads to. Kair nodded. After that, Zhao Hai's body left the space and returned to Wei Tancheng's residence. Just as he arrived, he heard someone outside. "Senior brother Wei, are you there?" Zhao Hai hastily walked out. He saw another inner disciple outside. He wore red robes and looked quite young. However, his strength was at the core formation stage. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "I have seen junior brother Lin." Zhao Hai knew this person. To be specific, Wei Tancheng knew this person. This person was one of the sect leader's disciples. He was also the youngest and most valued disciple. How could Wei Tancheng not know of him? Junior brother Lin nodded and said, "Senior brother, come with me. Master has called you over." Hearing this, Zhao Hai stared. Then he replied, "So it's the sect leader. Let's not make the sect leader wait. Brother, I'll have to ask you to lead me there." Junior brother Lin nodded. Then he turned around and flew towards the direction of the headquarters. Zhao Hai also followed behind. Chapter 1735. Burning Heaven Palace. This was the first time that Zhao Hai entered the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. The headquarters wasn't small. It was built on a mountain because of the spirit vein under it. Besides the main building, several residences were also built into the mountain. almost hollowing it out. The defensive capability of the mountain was formidable. There was a large mountain guarding formation that covered the entire mountain. Moreover, the energy source of the formation was the mountain's spirit vein. This meant that as long as the spirit vein hadn't dried up, the mountain guarding formation would always be activated, and each spirit vein would take millions of years before it would dry up. If he waits until the spirit vein dries up, then even Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to survive for so long. Zhao Hai inspected the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters with his spiritual force. Zhao Hai knew that Wei Danshan had been here before, but even inner disciples like Wei Danshan could only count on one hand how many times they had been to the headquarters. Moreover, each visit would need summons from the sect leader. Inner disciples couldn't just enter the headquarters whenever they wanted. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator surnamed Lin to the main building of the headquarters. Along the way, Zhao Hai released silver needles every few steps or so. These silver needles had been shrunk to their smallest form so that even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to detect them. Most importantly, because of the small size of the needles, it didn't need to be actively controlled to go around the headquarters. The mountain wind would lead the needles all around the base. Zhao Hai believed that this method would allow the silver needles to remain undiscovered. If the needles were actively flying, then the energy they emit might cause some expert to detect them. But now that it utilized the wind to travel, it was completely hidden from detection. After all, experts wouldn't scan their surroundings with their spiritual force all the time. Before long, Zhao Hai and disciple Lin arrived at the main building of the headquarters. The building was fiery red. If looked at a distance, the building would look like a huge flame. The building was 9 stories high. A horizontal tablet was hung in front of the entrance with 3 letters engraved on it that said, Burning Heaven Palace. Burning Heaven Palace was the most central building of the Roaring Flame sect. This was also the residence of each sect leader of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 huge characters, then he sneered inside as he said, "What huge words! I don't know if they can really burn the heavens." While he thought about this, Zhao Hai followed disciple Lin into the building. Upon entering the Burning Heaven Palace, what met Zhao Hai was a large hall. On the far side of the hall was a huge character that read fire. The character was written on a stone tablet. In front of the tablet was a huge cauldron that had 3 incense sticks standing on top of it. The smoke coming out of it causes one's mind to turn calm. This fragrance was very useful regarding a cultivator's cultivation. This fragrance was known as mind-condensing fragrance. Mind-condensing fragrance was made from more than 100 herbs and a very strict manufacturing process. If cultivators acquire this fragrance, they certainly wouldn't use it all the time. However, the Burning Heaven Palace burned 3 of them all the time. This shows that the sect's riches couldn't be compared to a single person's. However, this mind-condensing fragrance didn't attract Zhao Hai's attention. Although the fragrance was precious, it was nothing to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wants, he can take out a large amount of mind-condensing fragrance at any time. The space has enough herbs to create the fragrance. What attracted Zhao Hai was the stone tablet inscribed with the character of fire. The stone tablet was 10 meters high and 8 meters wide. The character that was engraved on the tablet was almost as large as the stone tablet itself. What was even more strange was that the tablet wasn't modified in any way. It was just a rectangular slab of stone. It even has traces of its excavation. It was as if it was a slab that had been carved out of a huge boulder. Moreover, it had been chiseled in a hurry, so it looked very rough. Zhao Hai found out about the stone tablet from Wei Danshan. According to legend, this stone tablet has been accidentally found by the founder of the Roaring Flame sect. It can be said that the tablet was the sect treasure of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai was especially attracted to the fire character. The character looked ordinary at first glance, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt the profoundness of the character. Looking at the fire character, Zhao Hai felt that he could see all the fire in the world. The character itself seems to be the source of all fire. At this moment, Zhao Hai's mind was completely absorbed by the fire character. Then he felt the character turn into flame and enter his body. Zhao Hai was absent-minded when this happened, but because the fire entered Zhao Hai's body, the space issued a prompt. Host has understood the origin of fire. Host's ability to control fire has improved. It was at this time that Zhao Hai woke up. He immediately cleared his mind and followed behind Disciple Lin. Since everything happened in a blink of an eye, Disciple Lin didn't see anything from Zhao Hai. He continued walking while Zhao Hai was right behind him. After the two gave 3 bows towards the stone tablet, they went to a door on the side. Behind the hall was a giant room. There was nobody inside the room. Disciple Lin led Zhao Hai to a staircase on the side of the room. Before long, the two arrived at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor has many rooms. Each had people working inside. Naturally, this was the sex administration room, and leading the administration was the Roaring Flame sex sect leader. Disciple Lin didn't stop on the 2nd floor. Instead, he continued on to the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the 3rd floor were 2 beasts. These 2 beasts were tigers that had red bodies. They were known as fire-eating tigers. These beasts eat fire for nutrition. Moreover, their fire attacks were formidable. As soon as the 2 fire-eating tigers saw Disciple Lin and Zhao Hai, they immediately crouched and issued a low roar. Disciple Lin didn't care about the 2 tigers as he said, "All right. Stop growling. This is the person the sect leader wants to meet. Don't scare him." The 2 fire-eating tigers seemed to have understood Disciple Lin's words. They stopped crouching and then lied down. Disciple Lin smiled faintly as he threw 2 pills towards the tigers. While the pills were in the air, the tigers leapt up and caught the pills in midair. They swallowed the pills with relish. Disciple Lin smiled as he led Zhao Hai to the 3rd floor. There was a luxurious room on the 3rd floor. Inside were chairs that were made out of redwood. They were carved wonderfully. Standing inside the room were 4 red-clothed women. These women stood on the 4 corners of the room. Seeing Disciple Lin, the 4 women bowed and said, "We have seen Senior Brother Lin." Disciple Lin waved his hand and said, "Master wants to meet Senior Brother Wei. I'll have to ask Senior Sisters to inform Master." Disciple Lin didn't dare be disrespectful to these 4 women. In addition to being servants, they were also concubines of the sect leader. Disciple Lin didn't dare disrespect his master's women. The 4 women didn't look arrogant. Upon hearing this, one of them replied, "All right. We'll immediately notify Master." After she said that, she went back. Zhao Hai discovered a door on the side. The door wasn't big, but it was hidden. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it. Before long, the red-clothed woman returned. She looked at Disciple Lin and Zhao Hai and said, "Senior Brother Lin, the sect leader wants you to head inside." Disciple Lin nodded as he cupped his fist. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, come with me." Zhao Hai nodded and then carefully followed behind Disciple Lin. Upon going through the door, Zhao Hai saw a large study room inside. The room was intricately decorated. Spread on the ground was the skin of a huge beast. On the wall were all kinds of artifacts. In the innermost part of the room was a table, but instead of a chair on the other side, there was a couch. Sitting on the couch was a man playing with 2 fiery stone balls in his hands. These stone balls were almost transparent. Carved on each ball was the image of a dragon and a tiger. As he turned the balls in his hand, the dragon and tiger seemed to move. The man looked 40 years old. He had neatly combed red hair. His crimson robe was embroidered with gold thread. He appeared magnificent. He also looks a bit fat, but his complexion was rough. He slouched on the couch with his eyes half closed. He looked half asleep and half awake. The conduct of the man was unbecoming of a sect master. Instead, he looked like a powerful official from the world of mortals. While Zhao Hai was looking at the man, Disciple Lin bowed and said, "Disciple Lin has seen Master." Zhao Hai also followed. "Disciple Wei Tanchen has seen the sect leader." The man snorted as he waved his hand and said, "Wei Tanchen, I called you over to ask about something. Did you go to the Inferno Valley to have an artifact refined?" Zhao Hai enthusiastically answered, replying to the sect leader. This disciple did indeed go to the Inferno Valley to have an artifact refined. "I requested for a glove artifact." The sect leader nodded. Then he said, "You gave the elder a certain material. Where did you get it? Do you know its name?" Zhao Hai replied, replying to the sect leader, "This disciple doesn't know what its name is. It's the first time I have seen anything like it." Chapter 1736, Secret plans? The sect master's eyes completely opened as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't know? Where did you get it? Why are you confident that it can be refined into an artifact?" Zhao Hai felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him. Although this pressure didn't do anything to him, he still lowered his head and pretended to be frightened. After all, he was currently using Wei Tanshan's identity. Wei Tanshan was only at the core formation stage, so it was impossible for him to withstand the pressure coming from a transcending tribulation expert. While trembling, Zhao Hai answered, replying to the sect master, "I stole the material from someone while I was looking for trembling ice grass in the Green Plain Mountains. The person should be from the Wandering Soul group. He attacked me first, and I killed him. I found the material in his body. I didn't know how to use the material when I found it. At that time, I thought that the cultivator's artifact is good. It's just a pity that it has a spiritual imprint, so I placed the artifact along with the material. But when I came back, I found out that the spiritual imprint had vanished. I felt that it was strange. Then I noticed that there is less material compared to before, so I guessed that the two are related. After several tests, I became certain that the material can remove spiritual imprints. Upon knowing this, I decided to make it into an artifact. All of this is true. I would never dare lie to the sect leader." The sect leader looked at Zhao Hai and believed his words. Although the relationship between the Roaring Flame sect and the Wandering Soul group has improved because of the Black Tiger gang, both sides knew that their relationship was fragile and could break any time. It was normal for the disciples of two sects to have conflicts, but whether it was Zhao Hai who attacked first or not, the sect leader didn't care. What he cared about was the source of the ancient eternal sand. Zhao Hai's lies were flawless. It wasn't strange to meet the people of the Wandering Soul group in the Green Plain Mountains. It was also common to put looted artifacts and materials together. And since the spiritual imprint has been removed, it was normal for Zhao Hai to notice it. Therefore, the sect leader didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. The sect leader nodded and said, "So that's the case. All right, you can go." Zhao Hai nodded and then bowed before going out of the room. Once he was outside, he let out a long breath before going down and returning to his residence. Once Zhao Hai left, the sect leader turned to disciple Lin and Syed. "Little Wan, do you think Wei Tanshan is speaking the truth?" Lin Wan replied, "He should be telling the truth. Although his morals aren't good, he wouldn't dare deceive the sect leader. Even if he borrowed some courage, he still wouldn't lie. And from what I heard about him, he's loyal and devoted to the Roaring Flame sect." The Roaring Flame sect leader nodded and said, "I believe him as well. It's not strange for the Wandering Soul group to have good materials. After all, they were once a powerful sect. They should have some heavenly materials on hand. However, since this is the case, we needed to guard against the Wandering Soul group." Lin Wan nodded and said, "The ambition of the Wandering Soul group is endless. They decided to attack the Black Tiger gang 10 years ago. If the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger gang didn't take action, they would have already been swallowed. After that, the next target would be us." "Master, I don't understand. Why did you agree to ally with the Wandering Soul group at that time?" With a serious expression, the sect leader replied, "It's because our territory is too small. Because of this, the strength of the Roaring Flame sect has declined. If we could swallow some of the Black Tiger gang's territory, then our future would become brighter. At that time, the Wandering Soul group would be the main force. Those people from the Black Tiger gang are lunatics. They wouldn't just let the Wandering Soul group have their way. If they fought each other to the death, then we can seize the opportunity to profit. As long as we hold some of the Black Tiger gang's territory, we could develop to the point where we couldn't be attacked by the Wandering Soul group. Then we would become one of the most powerful sects of the Northern Divergent Province. Unfortunately, this plan has been spoiled by the Black Tiger gang's Supreme Elder." Only then did Lin Wan understood the sect leader's plan. Lin Wan had unconditional trust in his master. This was because he knew that the reason why the Roaring Flame sect was at its current state was because of the sect leader's painstaking efforts. Naturally, Lin Wan wouldn't object to his master's plans. The sect leader of the Roaring Flame sect sighed and said, I didn't expect the Supreme Elder of the Black Tiger Gang to still be alive. Not only did we fail to gain any benefits, it also caused us to lose some of our strength. However, I reckon the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to attack us soon. I already checked. The Black Tiger Gang lost a lot of large artifacts defending against the Wandering Soul Group. It's impossible for them to have the strength to attack us. Therefore, we need to use this time to increase our strength. Only through this could we be safe. We need to find the source of that material. Even if we can't obtain it, we cannot let the Wandering Soul Group get their hands on it. Otherwise, they would become a threat to us as well. Lin Wan nodded. Then he turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was already inside the space listening in on the conversation between Lin Wan and the sect leader. Now that the silver needles have been scattered around the headquarters, Zhao Hai was able to monitor all that happened inside. It wouldn't take long before Zhao Hai would have the entire Roaring Flame sect under his monitoring. The silver needles had shrunk to the size of a grain of dust. In the past, he couldn't achieve this size, but ever since his strength increased, he could now do things he couldn't do before. Now, he can release silver needles that could evade the detection of transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, it was impossible for transcending tribulation experts to use their spiritual force all the time. No matter how strong they were, they would be exhausted doing that. As long as the silver needles moved carefully, they would not be noticed. After hearing the conversation between the Roaring Flame sect's leader and Lin Wan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh as he said, "We really can't underestimate sect leaders." Although the Roaring Flame sect's sect leader looks easygoing, his schemes run deep. He's much more cunning compared to Tai Zanshan. Laura smiled and didn't speak. Instead, Megan was the one who answered, "Big brother, from what we heard, it seems like the Roaring Flame sect is stronger than we thought. Are you still confident of our success if we attack them?" Zhao Hai replied, "We can still succeed. However, we first need to deal with the Inferno Valley. Moreover, we need to kill as many refiners as possible. Only by doing so can the Black Tiger Gang deal with the Roaring Flame sect with ease." The females nodded. Then Kair said, "Young master, should we begin exploring the origin of the earth fire?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We should." Kair nodded. "Then I'll prepare. Once the artifact is made, we'll begin. This way, people wouldn't suspect you." Zhao Hai nodded. Kair disappeared to prepare for the operation. Zhao Hai and the others carefully recorded the map of the Roaring Flame sect. These maps would be stored on jade slips to be delivered to the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Spaces map was accurate, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to send a perfect map to the Black Tiger Gang. This was because a perfect map couldn't be made by just infiltrating the enemy base. Moreover, the map of the space was akin to a satellite view. Zhao Hai needed to simplify the map before handing it over. While Zhao Hai was making the map, Kair suddenly appeared. Then she said, "Young master, there's someone outside the residence." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he moved and returned to Wei Tanshan's cave residence. Just as he appeared, a voice was heard, "Brother Wei, are you in?" "It's Zhujian." Hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. He also knew who Zhujian was. He was one of the top 10 core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect. His ranking was at the bottom, at 10th place. It could be said that he was the weakest among the top 10. However, although he was the weakest, he was still one of the top 10 core disciples. To personally come over, it seems like he was moved by the ancient eternal sand. Zhao Hai hastily went out to meet him. Outside Wei Tanshan's residence was a cultivator. The cultivator looked to be over 30 years old. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Senior brother, please come in." Zhu Jin smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Wei, I came over without any notice. I hope you don't get offended." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Senior brother is too polite." "Senior brother, please come in. It's my honor to have you come over." Zhu Jin no longer hesitated as he walked inside. Zhao Hai took a look outside and found that Zhu Jin came alone. He didn't even bring a large artifact with him. It seems like this visit was made in secret. Zhao Hai followed Zhu Jin inside the residence. After settling Zhu Jin down, Zhao Hai asked, "Senior brother, For what reason did you come over to visit? Zhu Jin looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, I used to have contact with junior brother before, but I had been negligent. Please forgive me for this. Actually, I came here for one reason. I want to ask you for some help. I don't know if junior brother would accept. Zhao Hai stared and pretended to be surprised. Thank you for the recognition, senior brother. Please tell me your request. I'll make sure to help you as much as I can. Zhu Jin laughed and said, all right. Now I'm more confident in junior brother. I heard that you recently came upon a good material. Do you still have more in hand? I'm preparing to refine an artifact and plan to use your material. Junior brother can rest assured, I wouldn't treat you unfairly. Here are some things I have prepared. See if junior brother has something you want. Zhao Hai stared when he heard Zhu Jin's proposal. He didn't expect Zhu Jin to have such an idea. But it was understandable. Zhu Jin was at the 10th place among the top 10 core disciples. It would be difficult for him to get the material himself. It was better to go to Zhao Hai directly. If Zhao Hai has it, then that's good news. If Zhao Hai doesn't, then he wouldn't suffer a loss. He could also pull in an inner disciple into his faction. It was also expanding his power. Zhao Hai's thoughts revolved quickly and wanted to understand Zhu Jin's plans. He immediately replied, Senior brother is too polite. I still have some material in my hand. Senior brother can use it. There's no need to exchange for anything. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a spatial bag. Then he handed the bag over to Zhu Jin and said, Senior brother, take a look. I hope it's enough for you to use. Zhu Jin took Zhao Hai's spatial bag and was stunned when he scanned it with his spiritual force. This was because Zhao Hai gave him too much ancient eternal sand. Such a huge amount was enough to refine hundreds of artifacts. Zhu Jin didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this much ancient eternal sand. He held the spatial bag in his hand as he looked excitedly at Zhao Hai and said, enough. This is enough. Thank you, junior brother. Junior brother, come with me to my base. I have something to give you. After he said that, he stood up. Zhao Hai didn't decline and followed him out. Actually, Zhao Hai has a goal in giving that many ancient eternal sand to Zhu Jin. The main reason was that hidden on that huge pile of sand were silver needles. Giving the needles to Zhu Jin would allow more silver needles to enter the Inferno Valley. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the Earth Fire to deal with the Inferno Valley, then he would first need to make sure that nobody could escape from the valley. It wasn't easy to seal the exits of the valley. Zhao Hai only thought about one thing, and that was to use liquid silver. With liquid silver sealing the exits of the valley, the cultivators inside wouldn't be able to run even if they wanted to. After Zhu Jin obtained the ancient eternal sand, he would definitely send the sand to the Inferno Valley. Because he has the weakest strength among the top 10 core disciples, he would need artifacts to arm his subordinates. If the ancient eternal sand was sent to the Inferno Valley, then that would mean that liquid silver would be there as well. When Zhao Hai begins to make a move, he would be able to use liquid silver to seal the exits. Chapter 1737, Leaving. The reason Zhao Hai decided to use this method to send liquid silver to the refining base was because he was deeply wary of the transcending tribulation experts. Zhao Hai saw the battle between transcending tribulation experts. Although he was confident in his strength, he knew clearly that he couldn't fight against them. Without entering the space, it would be impossible for him to save his life if he faced them. Because he dreaded the transcending tribulation experts, Zhao Hai decided that he needed to make advance preparations to deal with the Inferno Valley. He couldn't risk the space being discovered by other people. Using this method, Zhao Hai could send liquid silver into the Inferno Valley. This way, the transcending tribulation experts wouldn't detect it. Zhao Hai followed Zhu Jin to his mountain base. Zhu Jin's mountain base wasn't small, it was as big as Phoenix Sky Peak. However, Zhao Hai could see that Zhu Jin's people were a bit worse. There weren't a lot of people who could be considered as strong. After Zhu Jin led Zhao Hai into the mountain base, they immediately went inside a residence. Then Zhu Jin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Wei, this will be your residence from now on. If you need anything, Don't hesitate to tell me. Zhao Hai looked at the cave residence and could honestly say that it was bigger than Wei Tanzhen's original cave. This was good. It could be said that Zhu Jin was truly grateful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, senior brother. This is a good place." "Right, senior brother. I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so after going to the Inferno Valley to get my artifact, I will be heading out to gain experience. I hope that's alright with you?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhu Jin couldn't help but ask, "You're leaving so quickly?" "Alright, wait here for a bit, I'll go get something." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhu Jin turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Jin's back and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Zhu Jin wasn't a hateful person. In order to get his hands on the ancient eternal sand, he went to Zhao Hai personally and even brought Zhao Hai to his mountain base. If it was the real Wei Tanzhen, he would definitely agree to Zhu Jin's request. After all, entering a mountain base means that he has a backer. This would be beneficial for his future cultivation. Unfortunately, Zhu Jin was an enemy and he should be treated as an enemy. Even if Zhao Hai appreciated his conduct, he still wouldn't hesitate to deal with him when the time comes. As Zhao Hai thought of this, Zhu Jin returned. He was holding a spatial ring in his hand. Then he gave the ring to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Wei, take this. See if it's enough. If it's not, just tell me. By the way, there's also a set of armor inside. It had been refined a few years ago and has been unused. If you don't dislike it, then you can use it." Zhao Hai received the spatial ring and then scanned it with his spiritual force. Inside were 30 portions of faith power. There were also plenty of pills inside. Most importantly, there was a set of protective armor. For inner disciples, 30 portions of faith power was a lot. Even core disciples would see it as generous. In the past, Zhang Feng gave Zhao Hai 100 portions of faith power. However, that was because Zhang Feng knew how important Zhao Hai was. This shows how generous Zhu Jin was towards Wei Tanzhen. Moreover, the pills that Zhu Jin gave were all high quality. These pills would be useful for core formation experts. What's even more outstanding was the set of armor. It had a simple appearance. There was no headpiece, only the chest piece, wrist guards, elbow guards, knee guards, and boots. The armor was made of scales. It looks like it wasn't defensive, but Zhao Hai could see that these scales were from a defensively powerful beast. Naturally, he doesn't need to wear it all the time. When he was in danger or was going to a battle, he could take it out and use it. Zhu Jin's gift was very precious, especially towards a core formation expert. When Zhao Hai received the gift, he made a grateful appearance as he looked at Zhu Jin and said, "Thank you so much, senior brother. But this gift is too precious. I wouldn't dare accept it." Zhu Jin waved his hand and said, "Take it. This is payment for your material." "Alright, take a good rest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai hastily delivered Zhu Jin to the exit. Then he went back inside. To be honest, Zhao Hai's perception of Zhu Jin has improved a lot. Zhu Jin was polite and he was even generous. If Zhao Hai was Wei Tanzhen, he would definitely be loyal to such a person. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai wasn't Wei Tanzhen. As he sat inside the residence, Zhao Hai threw the spatial ring to the space for Laura and the others to take care of. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't return and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Zhao Hai didn't return to the space because he was afraid that he would be discovered by Zhu Jin. Although Zhu Jin seemed like an honest person, he was still a cultivator who had ambitions. If he was completely honest, then he wouldn't have become one of the top 10 core disciples of the Roaring Flame sect. Zhu Jin should have his own methods. If Zhu Jin discovers that Zhao Hai has disappeared from his residence, then it would be troublesome. While Zhao Hai behaved in his residence and cultivated, the Roaring Flame sect was shaken. The reason for this was Zhu Jin. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, after obtaining the ancient eternal sand, Zhu Jin immediately went to the Inferno Valley. He used the large amount of ancient eternal sand he obtained to have artifacts crafted. Zhu Jin's actions naturally attracted the attention of the other core disciples. In any sect, there was bound to be competition between fellow disciples, and this time, it seems like Zhu Jin has grasped the upper hand. Later, when they discovered that Zhu Jin approached Zhao Hai personally and even brought him to his own mountain base, The core disciples couldn't help but call Zujin a sly fox. They also sighed at Zujin's vision. Zhao Hai's entry into Zujin's mountain base immediately spread throughout the entire Roaring Flame sect. As for the sect leader, he didn't have any reactions. To be honest, even though Zhao Hai took out a lot of ancient eternal sand, the sect leader was unfazed by it. The Roaring Flame sect has accumulated riches for many years. Although the ancient eternal sand was a rare refining material, the sect can still find other materials that could match it. As for Zhao Hai entering Zujin's faction, the sect leader similarly didn't care. It was normal for a core disciple who had a mountain base to recruit people. It was not a big deal. Although Zhao Hai was inside his cave residence all this time, he knew all about what happened in the Roaring Flame sect. He also didn't care about what happened. In fact, his current identity was still a nobody. If it weren't for the ancient eternal sand, Zujin and the others wouldn't have given him a glance. Now what's left for Zhao Hai was to wait for his artifact to be finished. Then he could leave the Roaring Flame sect. There's nothing left in the sect that could attract him. It must be mentioned that the Roaring Flame sect's refining techniques were indeed formidable. Not too long after Zhao Hai entered Zujin's faction, he received notification from the Inferno Valley to go over and claim his artifact. Zhao Hai immediately went. Although he was now Zujin's subordinate, he was still relatively free. He didn't need to ask Zujin for permission whenever he leaves. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the Inferno Valley. Entering the stone building, Zhao Hai was once more inside the large hall. The female cultivator behind the counter remained the same. Seeing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator immediately stood up and gave a greeting. "I have seen senior brother." Zhao Hai returned the greeting and said, "Junior sister is too polite. I am here to claim my artifact." The female cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I have it here." Then she took out a wooden box with a pair of gloves inside. Zhao Hai inspected the glove. The gloves were made pretty well. It had a shade of yellow on the surface and looked metallic. It wasn't eye-catching and appeared quite low-key. Zhao Hai took the gloves and felt its texture. The glove was very light. Moreover, although it was made of metal, it didn't have a rigid feeling. Instead, it was unexpectedly soft. Seeing Zhao Hai inspecting the glove, the female cultivator couldn't help but interject, "Senior brother, you should go outside and test it out, see if you like how it feels." Zhao Hai nodded and expressed his thanks to the female cultivator. Then he went out of the stone building and found a space where he could test the gloves out. Zhao Hai didn't test the gloves too close to the stone building. He went a distance away before putting his spiritual energy into the glove. When his spiritual chi entered the glove, it emitted a faint layer of light. Because it was a close combat weapon, Zhao Hai patted a boulder next to him. The boulder was more than 5 meters high. When Zhao Hai's hand touched the boulder, it shattered immediately. This caused Zhao Hai to stare. He didn't expect the gloves to be this powerful. He couldn't help but be more curious about the Roaring Flame sect's refining technique. Zhao Hai took off the gloves and sent it to the space for Kair to analyze. Then he returned to Zujin's mountain base. It was time for him to leave. Chapter 1738. Entering Inferno Valley. Zhao Hai stood beside the Inferno Valley with a calm expression on his face. He was currently located on the Black Tiger Gang side of the valley. Although the Black Tiger Gang built several bases near the valley for defensive purposes, it was generally for holding the area. The Black Tiger Gang doesn't utilize the Inferno Valley as much as the Roaring Flame sect. The Black Tiger Gang's refining techniques weren't up to par. Moreover, they had inferior fire control compared to the Roaring Flame sect. Because of this, they don't have the means to control the earth fire. It must be known that not everyone can use earth fire. Even the Roaring Flame sect's refiners would be afflicted by fire poison, not to mention other people. Looking at the Inferno Valley, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. This was indeed the Inferno Valley. It was a huge hole in the ground that was like a cauldron. A burning hot cauldron. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then Laura and the others appeared beside him. Although the Inferno Valley looks like a huge cauldron, the sight was magnificent. Naturally, Laura and the others wanted to look at it with their own eyes. It was indeed much better compared to what they see on Space's screen. After Laura and the others appeared, They looked at the Inferno Valley with glittering eyes. The scenery of the valley was indeed very good. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as well. He liked them being like this. He was now looking for an opportunity for them to appear in front of everyone so that they wouldn't be stuck inside the space. After some time, Laura and the others calmed down. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, let's go explore what's inside." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then let's go." He waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beside him. The ship was only a meter long at this moment. Zhao Hai and the others disappeared into the ship. Naturally, the ship stayed in its current size, but one could see little versions of Zhao Hai and the others standing on the top deck of the ship. Once they got on the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The ship quickly flew towards the Inferno Valley. From afar, it looks like a toy boat has been thrown into the fiery valley. The ship was able to swiftly enter the Inferno Valley. There was a layer of shield outside the Hell King's ship. This shield blocked the ship from the surrounding earth fire. In fact, the ship didn't just block the earth fire. If someone looks closely, they would find that the Hell King's ship was also absorbing the earth fire. Then it converted the earth fire into its own power. Before long, the Hell King's ship arrived beside a large magma river. Without hesitation, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to fly into the magma river. Upon plunging into the magma river, Zhao Hai and the others immediately felt that their surroundings had been covered by a thick fiery liquid. It was in a shade that they had never seen before. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. In front of him was a projection of the situation around the ship. Naturally, there was nothing else shown except for more magma. Looking at the situation around them, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think there's any spirit stones in this place?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know. However, we didn't come here for spirit stones. We have a lot of those inside the space. If there are some here, I'm not too interested in picking them." This wasn't Zhao Hai being arrogant. He was telling the truth. The space has all kinds of mineral lodes that produce materials on a constant basis. Among these resources, the space has spirit stones the most. The spirit stones of the space have reached an astonishing amount. If Zhao Hai took them all out, then he would immediately become the richest person in the great world of cultivation. Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but smile faintly as she said, "Who said we should mine those spirit stones? I'm only asking if there are any in this place." Zhao Hai nodded. "There might be." But as he said this, his expression suddenly changed. Then the Hell King's ship suddenly went downwards. As soon as the Hell King's ship dived downwards, a very fast stream of magma flew over it. Laura couldn't help but be stunned. "I didn't expect undercurrents to be in the magma." Kair shook her head and said, "This isn't undercurrent. It's an attack. Something controls the magma, and is hidden inside it. I haven't found it yet." Hearing Kair, Laura and the others stared. Laura immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll be careful. If that thing attacks us once more, it would leave traces. I'll go take a look at what that thing is." To actually survive inside this magma, it should be quite powerful. Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared, then their eyes shone. Since Zhao Hai said so, they also wanted to take a look. If it's a life form, then they would definitely want to send it to the space. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have to wait for too long. After a while, another stream of magma hit the Hell King's ship. But this time, Zhao Hai was more vigilant, so it was impossible for the enemy to catch him off guard. However, Zhao Hai was still disappointed because he couldn't pinpoint where the enemy was. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that once the enemy attacked, he would immediately detect it. However, he soon found that he was wrong. The magma stream disappeared as quickly as it appeared. There were no traces left behind. Zhao Hai's expression was somewhat ugly. He was confident in his own spiritual force, and he was more confident in the space. It was impossible for the space to not detect anything. But now, he discovered that the space wasn't able to detect the enemy. Kair's expression was also not attractive. She was directly connected to the space, yet she was unable to find the enemy. This caused her to feel disappointed. Zhao Hai looked around one more time before he turned to Kair and said, "Kair, you control the Hell King's ship while I go and take a look." Kair nodded. She didn't say anything. She was confident in Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai's ability to control fire has improved by a lot, mainly because of the Roaring Flame Sex Stone tablet. Zhao Hai moved and disappeared from the Hell King's ship. Meanwhile, Kair paid attention to the surroundings while Zhao Hai appeared among the magma. Zhao Hai's body was special, plus he had excellent control over fire. So upon appearing, he immediately disappeared into the magma. After Zhao Hai disappeared, he immediately paid attention to the surroundings. The Hell King's ship encountered several attacks after that, but the enemy has yet to be found. Zhao Hai frowned. This was the first time he encountered something like this, and to be honest, he didn't feel so good. Being attacked without the ability to retaliate was something that Zhao Hai hasn't experienced ever since he transmigrated. Zhao Hai scanned through the techniques that he had learned to see which can be used at this time. Then his eyes lit up. The Infinity Technique was a supporting technique that allows Zhao Hai to communicate with inanimate objects. The air, the rocks, the water. He can communicate with them all. The Infinity Technique was made by Buddhists who believe that there are mysteries all around them. Not only can the Infinity Technique communicate with inanimate objects, it also made the user favorable in the sense of the targets. Zhao Hai used the Infinity Technique in the past, but at that time, he used it to hide his traces. Because of this, he didn't think of it immediately. Now, Zhao Hai felt that the Infinity Technique would be useful for him. He can communicate with the magma to find out about the attacker. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately made hand seals to use the Infinity Technique. Then his spiritual force spread around him. Zhao Hai slowly felt a sense of intimacy from all around him and knew that he had succeeded. In fact, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he can use the Infinity Technique without the hand seals. However, it became a habit that he has yet to get rid of. Moreover, he found that the technique would be stronger if he used hand seals. The sense of intimacy around him became stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai knew that this was the feeling that the magma sent towards him. He then sent out messages to ask the magma and see if there's any information he can get. Zhao Hai felt that he was standing amidst a sea of spirits. The spirits ignored him at first before they got closer to him. Although they can't speak, they were able to express their feelings. It was their own method of communication. But disappointingly, the magma didn't offer any good information. Zhao Hai also knew how limited this type of communication was. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai moved and released a Dao avatar. This was the Dao avatar that was associated with the Infinity Technique. When the Dao avatar appeared, Zhao Hai felt his Infinity Technique becoming more powerful. His communication with the magma also improved. Zhao Hai asked the magma once more. Chapter 1739, Fire God City. Before long, Zhao Hai received his answer. However, the answer he obtained caused him to stare. It wasn't a life form that was using the magma to attack him. These magma attacks were instinctual. It was as though it was preventing Zhao Hai from proceeding. When he received this information, Zhao Hai was confused. But now that the magma around him was on his side, it would no longer attack him. Zhao Hai quickly received the Hell King's ship. After receiving the Hell King's ship, there were no longer any attacks. Then Zhao Hai slowly proceeded to venture into the magma river. As he dived down, he continued to communicate with the surrounding magma using his Infinity Technique. He wanted to know what was at the bottom of the magma. As he was heading down, Zhao Hai performed an experiment. He had an undead in the space place a spiritual imprint on a random piece of metal. Then Zhao Hai threw the metal with the spiritual imprint into the magma. Before long, the metal was attacked by the magma. As he went further down, the magma attacks became stronger. The metal was also becoming easier and easier to shred. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. At his current depth, the magma attacks had reached the level of nascent soul experts. Most importantly, the magma attacks didn't show any signs of weakening. The magma attacked relentlessly. This made it terrifying. As Zhao Hai got deeper and deeper into the magma, his Dao avatar continued to communicate with the surrounding magma. Zhao Hai found that as he got deeper, it became easier to communicate with the magma. This wasn't because his mastery of the infinity technique has improved, but because the magma has become more intelligent. Since Buddhism believed that all things have spirits, this allowed Zhao Hai to communicate with all things. However, spirits were divided into low and high spirits. Humans were high-level spirits, so they were able to communicate with each other. Animals were low-level spirits, which made it more difficult to communicate with them. Plants were even lower level, which was even more difficult to talk to. Stones and other inanimate objects were at the lowest level of spirits. They were the most difficult to communicate with. Magma was on the same level as stones. They almost had no spirit. If it weren't for the infinity technique, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to communicate with them. Zhao Hai had already gotten used to communicating with the magma. Zhao Hai was aware of how hard it was to establish a connection to the magma, but as he went further down, communication became easier. It was as if the magma's spirit has become more high level. Did the magma become intelligent? It might only be Zhao Hai who could think of that, but this was what Zhao Hai truly felt. Although the magma no longer attacked Zhao Hai and treated him as one of their own, it still didn't tell Zhao Hai why it attacked. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know any better since he dived down. Zhao Hai didn't know how far he had gone down the magma. From his estimation, he should have already gone down more than 100,000 meters. The depth surprised Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai felt an incomparably huge pressure coming from below him. Zhao Hai stared and immediately stopped. This pressure wasn't sent by a living being, it was a natural pressure. The pressure was very powerful, even more powerful than what Hushan used. But at the same time, the pressure was very rigid. Unlike what living beings let out, the nature of the pressure was completely static. It was a pressure that seemed to belong to a perished strong expert from a long time ago. It was a type of pressure that was similar to a pressure that a painting or a sculpture would give. A pressure that was left behind. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He didn't have a way to communicate with this pressure. Therefore, he wanted to try to see how strong the pressure was. Before long, the pressure hit Zhao Hai's body. Then Zhao Hai was stunned. Apart from feeling the pressure, there was nothing else. After a while, the pressure slowly faded away. Zhao Hai stood there without doing anything as he stared blankly in front of him. Although the pressure was useless to him, it was to the surrounding magma. Zhao Hai could feel that the magma was afraid of the pressure. They exuded the feeling of surrender. Zhao Hai now began to understand the reason why the magma attacked him earlier. It must be due to this pressure. However, what was it? Where did it come from? Why did it subdue the magma? Zhao Hai became more curious. After the pressure vanished, Zhao Hai proceeded to dive downwards. He also discovered that the magma has returned to normal. When the pressure appeared, all the magma around him stiffened. Then when the pressure disappeared, the magma recovered to normal. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. It must be known that although pressure sounds scary, it was another type of aura. A person in a high position for a long time would evolve a natural imposing aura. He wouldn't need to say who he was, but his words and actions would reveal his status. This was pressure. This pressure can be said to be an upgrade of aura. Sometimes, aura would come out of instinct, but pressure was an active offensive action. In other words, pressure is an aura that oppresses others. For normal people, pressure would just scare them and wouldn't cause harm. But cultivators were different. Zhao Hai can use his pressure to injure people. If a spirit-forming stage expert met Zhao Hai, he can use his pressure to hurt them. Naturally, the injury would be very light. And Zhao Hai also saw the best use of pressure by a cultivator, and that was Hushan. Hushan coldly snorted and made the wandering soul group lose a lot of people. This was pressure caused by sound waves. Normal sound attacks wouldn't be able to kill multiple people at once, but if it was used in conjunction with pressure, its effects would be more drastic. Hushan combined pressure and sound attacks to kill those people at once. Zhao Hai felt that the pressure in the magma river was much stronger compared to Hushan. As for why this pressure didn't work on Zhao Hai, it was simple. Pressure also depended on the target. This pressure only worked on magma and not on other things. With this discovery, Zhao Hai became even more curious. Now he wanted to know where this pressure came from. After diving down another kilometer, Zhao Hai felt the magma becoming even more intelligent. At the same time, the magma's viscosity had decreased. It was now flowing as easily as water. Zhao Hai also felt the temperature increase. Zhao Hai felt that he was about to arrive at his destination. As Zhao Hai was diving down, he suddenly felt that the area in front of him had gone empty. All the magma disappeared and it was replaced by a world of fire. That's correct. It was a world of fire. Everything was burning, and the burning flames seemed to have become a huge dome that separated the magma outside. Zhao Hai was now breaking through to this place. In this world, Zhao Hai felt that the surrounding was filled with a dense amount of fire energy. There were no other elements in this place, only fire. Zhao Hai looked around and saw a huge architectural complex. From what he can see, it was a huge city. It was a city that had both residential and larger buildings for those who were upper class. On the periphery were tall city walls. The entire city was very huge. The city was built higher than it was wide. It was a square city that looked like a chessboard. Zhao Hai's position was right outside one of the gates of the city. The entire city had 4 city gates. Each city gate had 3 main gates and 6 auxiliary gates. The main gates were larger than auxiliary gates. The city walls were very tall. From what Zhao Hai could see, the city wall was a kilometer high. As for the city proper, it was 900 meters at its lowest peak. Moreover, each building inside the city was in proportion to the walls. The city seems to be the residence of giants. The entire city was made with red-colored stones. These stones were sending out intense amounts of heat. Zhao Hai could see that each slab of stone was emitting fire. Zhao Hai stared at this huge burning city. He didn't think that he would meet a city like this underneath the Inferno Valley. What kind of people could survive in this city? Before long, Zhao Hai's attention was attracted to something. In front of him was a huge tablet. This tablet was only a bit shorter than the city wall. There were 3 characters written on the tablet that read Fire God City. Each character was 200 meters high and they emitted extraordinary pressure. Seeing these 3 characters, Zhao Hai could see an ancient god in front of him. It stood among the heavens and the earth. With a wave of its hand, the sky was covered in flames. All those who stood in front of it were reduced to ashes. Only such a person could be called a fire god. Only such a person could lord over such a city. The 3 boundlessly aggressive characters represented the city lord's status. The status of Fire God City, the residence of a fire god. Zhao Hai's mind was shaken by these 3 characters. This caused him to unconsciously fly lower before his feet touched the ground. He looked up at the huge tablet as though he was a follower visiting for a pilgrimage. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he recovered. At the same time, he was certain that this city housed an almighty existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have emitted such a formidable pressure. Zhao Hai gave 3 bows towards the stone tablet to express his respect to the almighty being. Then he slowly walked past the tablet. When he looked behind the tablet, Zhao Hai was stunned once more. The first thing that caught Zhao Hai's attention was the wall of words in front of him. Each word was about 10 meters high. Naturally, this was nothing. The tablet was huge after all. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the words on the tablet were lacking. But the way it was lacking was strange. The first character of the wall of words has been dug out. It left behind a rectangular hole. The first line of the article should have been 3 characters. But now there are only 2 characters left. The 2 characters spelled apostrophe. God's gift. There was no need for Zhao Hai to guess that the complete line was Fire God's gift. This was because the opening line wrote, "The Fire God stood between heaven and the earth. He's the ancestor of our civilization. He provided food and helped us defend the city. His blessings cover heaven and the earth, letting us enjoy a millennium of blessings." If Zhao Hai didn't know that this was an article about the Fire God, then Zhao Hai would be an idiot. This article praised the fire god, and if Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, the first character of the article that had been dug out should be the tablet that was at the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. The tablet with the character of fire. A simple character caused Zhao Hai's control over fire to increase. Naturally its source wouldn't be that simple, and this city underneath the Inferno Valley was far from simple. It was no surprise that the tablet came from here. In order to prove his idea, Zhao Hai flew up and arrived on top of the stone tablet and inspected the dugout portion. Only then was he absolutely sure that the Roaring Flame Sect's tablet came from this city. Zhao Hai knitted his brows. Then he waved his hand and took out a sword. Then he swung the sword at the tablet with all of his power. Clang! Zhao Hai's sword bounced back without leaving a mark on the tablet. As he looked at the tablet, Zhao Hai's confusion increased once more. Chapter 1740. Vermilion Bird Stamp. Zhao Hai was stunned because of the hardness of the tablet. Besides the feeling of hardness, Zhao Hai also felt that the tablet had an innate protection. It was as if it was protected by the laws, the Tao of Fire to be exact. The power of the Tao was very mysterious. To be honest, what Zhao Hai and the other cultivators practiced was separated from the laws. It was an imitation of it. This caused their cultivation methods to be worse compared to the laws. However, when Zhao Hai studied the Tao, he became exposed to its strength. This was especially true when he acquired Hu Shen's inheritance. Zhao Hai was able to get a certain understanding regarding the laws. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to detect the Tao of Fire when he attacked the stone tablet. Zhao Hai was certain that the Almighty Fire God had the support of the Tao of Fire when he established the Fire God City, and the Tao of Fire also blessed the stone tablet. This protection was the reason why the stone tablet remained unblemished after Zhao Hai's attack. This also confused Zhao Hai. This meant that the tablet was strong enough to resist the attacks of a transcending tribulation expert or even someone beyond. In this case, it would be very difficult to dig out the fire character from the tablet. Nevertheless, the founder of the Roaring Flame Sect was able to obtain the fire character tablet. According to the sect's records, the founder of the Roaring Flame Sect had yet to reach the transcending tribulation stage when he acquired the stone tablet. This was because it was only after acquiring the tablet that the founder comprehended the Tao of Fire. In this case, he wouldn't have the ability to dig out the character from the huge tablet in Fire God City. In other words, it wasn't the founder of the Roaring Flame Sect who dug out the fire character tablet. It's possible that he acquired it right after. However, who would discard such a tablet? The fire character tablet has traces of the Tao of Fire. Also, its origin tablet was a huge monument outside Fire God City. Whether it be the giant tablet or the Fire God City, both were good sources of inheritance. The Tao of Fire inside and around the city was very rich. Even with Zhao Hai's present strength, he was still unable to comprehend the entire message stored on the giant tablet. He felt like an illiterate peasant who was given a heavenly book. Since he couldn't understand the Tao of Fire on the tablet, Zhao Hai didn't benefit as much compared to his meeting with the fire character tablet. Zhao Hai couldn't fathom what kind of person was able to dig out the fire character tablet. Such an action was a slap to the face of the fire god who built the city. Zhao Hai stored liquid silver away before giving the tablet one last glance. Then he flew towards the city. He wanted to see if there's anything inside Fire God City. If he can obtain some clues, then he might have some idea about the person who dug out the fire character tablet. Right now, Zhao Hai formed an idea. After the Roaring Flame Sect was destroyed, he would bring the fire character tablet back to Fire God City and then place it back on the giant tablet. This way, the tablet would be complete once more. Before long, Zhao Hai entered Fire God City. The city was huge. It was a city built upon generations of descendants, causing its scale to explode to its current state. Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim at such a huge city. But after walking for a while, Zhao Hai didn't find anything. The city was empty. The buildings had tables, chairs, and all kinds of furniture. However, these things were made out of stone. All of these were blazingly hot. If Zhao Hai didn't have a special body and couldn't control fire, then his body would have vaporized upon entering the city. The fire element inside the city was just too strong, to the point of being unbearable. Zhao Hai entered the low-class residences first. As he discovered nothing, he moved on to the larger buildings. When Zhao Hai reached the center of the city, what was in front of him was a huge palace. From what he could see, The palace should be at least 10,000 meters tall. The entire palace was fiery red. Moreover, the fire element surrounding it was denser compared to the other parts of the city. It can be said that it was the core of Fire God City. Zhao Hai slowly flew towards the palace. His instinct technique didn't warn him of any danger. This was the reason why Zhao Hai dared to go forward. The huge palace was in line with the architecture of ancient China. Inside the palace, Zhao Hai saw a rock garden composed of fire element stones. There was even a red-hot river. The river wasn't a lava river. Instead, it was a condensed form of fire element qi. Zhao Hai continued to explore the palace. There was no shortage of decorations inside. The only lacking aspect of it were the inhabitants. Before long, Zhao Hai reached the largest part of the palace. From the inscription, it was named the Fire Temple. It was the biggest hall inside the palace. Since his spiritual force was completely useless in this palace, Zhao Hai experienced the palace with his eyes. Because of this, Zhao Hai was extra vigilant although he hadn't felt any danger. When Zhao Hai entered the Fire Temple, he couldn't help but be mesmerized. Everything inside was a treasure. Much like a king's hall. In the center was an elevated platform with a huge throne. Carved on the throne were 9 five-clawed dragons. Then above the throne was a plaque with 4 huge characters that read Fire Burning Heaven and Earth, which was extremely domineering. In front of the throne was another platform with a box on top of it. When Zhao Hai looked at the box, he stared. The box was huge, but from its appearance, it looked like a seal box. A seal box was the container of an imperial stamp. In ancient times, those who held the imperial stamp would wield great power. Seeing the seal box, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but be moved. If the seal box indeed contained a stamp, then the owner of the stamp must be an extraordinary being. This was because the center of the city's pressure came from the seal box itself. Zhao Hai moved and landed on the platform. The seal box was taller than him. Looking at the seal box, it looked like it was made out of stone. However, Zhao Hai doesn't know what kind of stone it was. But Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to study the box. He walked to the seal box and saw a small gap on the top. This caused Zhao Hai's heart to jump. He was afraid that the box was empty. But now it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai extended his arms and held the gap before pushing it open. With a loud bang, the seal box opened upward. Zhao Hai also moved up along with the force. Before long, the seal box was opened by him. Zhao Hai looked inside the seal box and saw a stone stamp inside. The stone stamp looked special. However, instead of a dragon, inscribed on the stamp was a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was the sacred beast of fire, so it was right that it was carved on the stamp. Zhao Hai grabbed the stone stamp and lifted it up. However, it wouldn't budge. Zhao Hai stared. He was confident in his strength, so he didn't expect the stone stamp to remain unmoved. He tried it once more with all of his strength, but it was useless. Zhao Hai no longer moved the stone stamp. Instead he stood there and inspected it. Below the stamp was the ink basin. On the 4 sides of the ink basin were images of 5-clawed dragons. Meanwhile, the stamp had the image of a lifelike vermilion bird that was about to fly. It looked very beautiful. Besides these details, there was nothing else. Zhao Hai knitted his brows. Then he used the infinity technique to see if he could communicate with the stamp. He wanted to find out why the stamp wouldn't move. Upon using the infinity technique, Zhao Hai was stunned. After sending his signal to the stamp, nothing returned. It was as though the stamp didn't want to talk to him. However, this caused Zhao Hai to be excited. Ever since he learned the infinity technique, this was the first time he experienced something like this. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately released his Dao avatar and reached out to the stamp once more. A minute passed. There was nothing. 10 minutes. Still nothing. An hour. No effect. A day. Still silent. Zhao Hai had no intention of giving up. The more he interacted with the stamp, the more excited he became. He wanted to find out what's special about the stamp. Zhao Hai sat on the platform and kept sending messages to the stamp. A day passed, 2 days, 3 days. Zhao Hai became so focused on this task that he forgot about anything else. He wholeheartedly tried to communicate with the stamp. The reason Zhao Hai kept going on was because he was beginning to get a small response from the stamp. Although the response wasn't substantial, Zhao Hai was still happy. This meant that his efforts weren't in vain. This meant that as long as he went on, the stamp would reply to his messages. Chapter 1741, False Intelligence. 7 full days passed before Zhao Hai finally established contact with the vermilion bird stamp. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. The stamp didn't seem to be any smarter than the magma, but at the same time, he also discovered another function of the stamp, and that was controlling the magma. Zhao Hai also knew that the stone stamp can be refined. However, refining wasn't possible at this time. This was because Fire God City wasn't complete. The reason for this was the dugout fire character from the tablet. Although a full refining wasn't possible, Zhao Hai can still take initial ownership of the stamp. This allows him to control the magma. However, Zhao Hai couldn't take the stamp out of Fire God City. He can only leave the stamp inside the seal box. All of this information was useful for Zhao Hai. At the very least, he gained something in going to the Inferno Valley. He could now control the magma to attack the refining base of the Roaring Flame sect. Once the city was complete, Zhao Hai would be able to fully refine the stamp. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the stamp. He could control fire on his own, so he didn't believe that the stamp would be a great help to him. Zhao Hai didn't immediately leave upon connecting with the stamp. He performed an initial refining on the stamp and placed his spiritual imprint on it. Only after that did Zhao Hai return to the Ignored Valley. It has been a long time since Zhao Hai returned to the Ignored Valley, but nothing changed in the valley. His cave residence was being taken care of by the undead. Additionally, nothing wrong happened while he left the valley. Most of the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators didn't even know that Zhao Hai had left. After Zhao Hai returned to the Ignored Valley, he immediately sent word to Zhang Feng and Tai Zanshan. He told them that he had come back and that the task had been completed. When Tai Zanshan and Zhang Feng received information, they immediately sent a reply. After that, Tai Zanshan called Zhao Hai over to the headquarters to give a report. As Zhao Hai appeared on the transmission formation, he found that He Liangchen and the others were already there. Zhang Feng was also present. It can be said that all of the powerful figures of the Black Tiger Gang were present. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Tai Zanshan quickly said, "Little Hai, you're here. Come and take a seat." Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before taking a seat. After Zhao Hai sat down, Tai Zanshan immediately asked, "Little Hai, how was it? Tell us everything." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader, the matter has been taken care of. I have drawn maps that showed the Roaring Flame sect's transmission formations. I can seal or destroy them on short notice. As for the Inferno Valley's refining base, I have thought of a way to deal with it." Tai Zanshan hurriedly asked, "What is it? Tell me." The Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect were old enemies. As an old enemy of the Roaring Flame sect, how could Tai Zanshan not know about the refining base in the Inferno Valley? In fact, in order to get rid of the internal contradictions in the sect, Tai Zanshan planned to shift the conflict to an external war. However, the Inferno Valley caused Tai Zanshan to hesitate. The Inferno Valley was a sword pointed towards the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, it was a location that the Roaring Flame sect could easily reinforce. Attacking it would cause a huge loss to the sect. If they won an external war, then the sect would have become more united. But if it failed, then the destruction of the sect would speed up. Because of this, Tai Zanshan didn't dare make a move on the Roaring Flame sect. This time, the reason why he wanted to attack the Roaring Flame sect was because the Black Tiger Gang was now ready after 10 years of holding back. The cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang always wanted revenge for the attack 10 years ago. However, attacking the Roaring Flame sect wasn't an easy matter. The refining base was still a huge issue. If they couldn't destroy the refining base, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to completely eradicate the Roaring Flame sect. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Zanshan and said, "To deal with the refining base, we can only fight poison with poison, fire with fire." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan stared. Then his eyes shone as he asked, "Your meaning?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "In order to utilize the earth fire in the Inferno Valley, the refining base is built right next to it. But it's precisely because it was so close to the Inferno Valley that we need to deal with them. As long as we can agitate the fire in the Inferno Valley, it would be easier for us to destroy the base." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he frowned and said, "The Inferno Valley is quite special. In the past, also tried to direct the earth fire to destroy the refining base. However, we didn't succeed." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader doesn't need to worry about this. You can leave this to me. I'm confident I will succeed." Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai's eyes before he laughed and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. You're the kind of person who wouldn't tell me things unless you're confident. If you need anything, make sure that you tell us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, gang leader." "Right, this is the map of the Roaring Flame sect that I managed to draw. Please take a look." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it over to Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan received the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Before long, his expression changed as he turned towards Zhao Hai. After some time, he let out a long breath before tossing the jade slip to Hu Liangjun and said, "Old Hu, take a look at this." Seeing Tai Zanshan's expression, Hu Liangjun was somewhat confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhao Hai's map. But when he received the jade slip, Hu Liangjun's complexion changed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai before focusing back on the jade slip. Zhao Hai was perplexed at the expressions of the two. He believed that his map was good. Although it wasn't as detailed as the map of the space, it was still quite good. So why would Tai Zanshan and Hu Liangjun have such expressions? After Hu Liangjun looked through the map, he gave it back to Tai Zanshan and said, "Will this affect anything?" Tai Zanshan shook his head and said, "Fortunately, because I'm waiting for Little Hai's news, I haven't told him yet. Otherwise, we would be in danger." Zhao Hai and the others looked at Tai Zanshan in confusion. They don't understand why the two were like this. Tai Zanshan didn't wait for them to ask as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is your map completely accurate?" Zhao Hai stared. Then with a confident expression, he said, "Gang leader can rest assured. It's accurate. I killed several people from the Roaring Flame sect and infiltrated the sect using their identity. I also personally drew the map. There shouldn't be any mistake." Tai Zanshan let out a long breath. Then he looked at everyone present and said, 100 years ago, I sent a spy to the Roaring Flame sect. He was my most treasured disciple. He sent me information regarding the Roaring Flame sect all these years. He was the person I trusted the most. But now, I can be sure that he has either been captured or killed. Then someone from the Roaring Flame sect replaced him to send me false information. It's also possible that he betrayed me and the Black Tiger gang. After he said that, Tai Zanshan gave Zhang Feng a jade slip. Zhang Feng received the jade slip and scanned it using his spiritual force. Although he had read Zhao Hai's map, he still received Tai Zanshan's jade slip and read it through. Before long, his expression changed as his face turned gloomy. After reading through Tai Zanshan's jade slip, Zhang Feng handed it over to Zhao Hai. The slip was also a map. However, the map that was drawn was completely different from the map that Zhao Hai made. Although it was as detailed as Zhao Hai's map, everything on it was completely wrong. It was understandable if there were one or two mistakes, but there were so many. It must be known that a single mistake in information would cost the Black Tiger gang a lot. All of these mistakes were equivalent to pushing the Black Tiger gang into a fire pit. Zhao Hai finally understood why Tai Zanshan's expressions changed when he saw the map. If the Black Tiger gang followed the previous map, then their losses would have been extremely heavy. Zhao Hai handed the jade slip to Zhang Feng, who gave Tai Zanshan a look. Tai Zanshan gave a nod and Zhang Feng handed the jade slip to Tai Ying and Tai Yi. When the two read the map, they were startled. Tai Ying turned to Tai Zanshan and said, "Master, what do we do now?" Tai Zanshan sneered and said, "They want to trick us, then we'll trick them in return. Everyone, make preparations, but remember to pay attention. We can't allow the Roaring Flame sect to be alerted by our actions." Those present gave a nod. Tai Zanshan turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you have provided a huge contribution to the sect, but since we're at war, I cannot give you anything at this time. But after we're done, I will make sure that you're rewarded richly. This time, your duties are crucial. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. I will certainly complete the tasks. We shall eradicate the Roaring Flame sect." Tai Zanshan left and said, "All right, then go and rest well. I'll send you a message when we begin to act." Zhao Hai nodded. Tai Zanshan waved his hand and said, "Old Hu, stay behind. As for the others, you can go back and prepare." Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai left with Tai Ying and the others. They were headed towards the ignored valley to hear about his experience in the Roaring Flame sect. Only Hu Liangchen remained. Chapter 1742. Attack begins. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at the people from the Black Tiger Gang moving around non-stop. He has now become the most idle person in the sect. He only needed to monitor the Roaring Flame sect, nothing else. It has already been 5 days since Zhao Hai's return to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang has become a huge machine in full operation. Everyone turned into gears that helped the machine achieve his goal, and that was to wage war against the Roaring Flame sect. Meanwhile, the Roaring Flame sect was very calm. Everything was operating as normal. Zhao Hai knew that the Roaring Flame sect was doomed. The Black Tiger Gang has prepared for a long time in order to deal with the Roaring Flame sect. Now, they were close to completing their preparations. Zhao Hai believed that the Black Tiger Gang would begin to send troops in a few days' time. As he thought of this, a Jade Sword message flew towards Zhao Hai's residence in the ignored valley. The Jade Sword message was then received by the space. Upon seeing the contents of the message, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what's the message about?" Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "We're attacking the Roaring Flame sect in 5 days." Laura nodded and said, "That's also good. As long as we eliminate the Roaring Flame sect, you would acquire the Fire Character Tablet and return it to Fire God City's monument. Then you would be able to refine the Vermilion Bird stamp. I want to see what benefits the stamp would give you." "Brother Hai, do you think we can make Fire God City as our secret base?" Zhao Hai replied, "What secret base is better than the space?" Fire God City was made by the Fire God. No matter if the person who built the city was a god of fire or not, it's certain that they are an ancient powerhouse. However, such a powerful being still disappeared, and in the end, his monument has been vandalized. Putting the Fire Character Tablet on the monument would make the city more beautiful. "I haven't really thought about making it a base." Laura nodded and said, "That's also fine. Fire God City is very huge, but it is filled with fire element energy. I'm afraid nobody could survive there besides you. Even if they wanted to go there, they wouldn't be able to get past the Magma River." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he forced a smile and said, "It's a strange place. The undead can survive in any other place, but they cannot live in Fire God City. Because of the overly rich amount of fire element energy, all other elements would be immediately absorbed and converted. The moment the undead steps foot on the city, they would be turned into ash. Even the undead transcending tribulation experts couldn't survive." Laura sighed and replied, "Right, Brother Hai, how about planting fire element seeds there? Let's see how they grow." Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "Let's wait until we deal with the Roaring Flame sect." However, although the space has a lot of fire element seeds, none of them are suitable for planting in Fire God City. Finding one that can be planted will also be a challenge. Laura nodded, then she turned towards the screen. After a while, she asked, "Brother Hai, how do you think the attack will happen?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should start with me dealing with the transmission formations and the refining base. We can easily seal the transmission formations. However, we need to be careful about the refining base. Not only do we need to seal the exits, we also need to direct the earth fire to destroy the entire place. I think I'll have to ask the gang leader to send some transcending tribulation experts to help me." "Right, Care. What is the Wandering Soul Group doing right now?" Ever since he fought against the Wandering Soul Group, Zhao Hai has been paying close attention to them, and once the silver needles have gained the ability to become even smaller, Zhao Hai's surveillance has improved by a lot. Kair shook her head and said, "There's no response from the Wandering Soul group. I can see that they're afraid of Hushan. Before knowing whether Hushan is alive or not, they wouldn't make a move." Young master, although Hushan is constrained inside the space, he can still help you control large artifacts. His cultivation would be helpful in the fight. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Hushan is too strong. If we get him to help us, then we might expose the space." Kair replied, "But young master, what if the Roaring Flame sect also has an expert on Hushan's level?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "If they do, then we can only invite Hushan to take action. I can ask him to control the 12 metal beasts. What do you think?" When they heard Zhao Hai say this, Kair and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they nodded at the same time. Nowadays, Zhao Hai rarely used the 12 metal beasts during battles. It wasn't because the 12 metal beasts were weak, but the 12 metal beasts were strange weapons. They weren't like the other artifacts. Moreover, their movement was different compared to other puppets. Even advanced puppets weren't as flexible as the 12 metal beasts. This special quality caused Zhao Hai to hesitate in using the 12 metal beasts. He was afraid that others would be suspicious of his ability, and it might compromise the secrecy of the space. But if Hushan used the metal beasts, then there would be no problems. Hushan was the oldest member of the Black Tiger Gang. He naturally has mystical means in his hands. It wouldn't be surprising for him to have a strange artifact. With Hushan's existence, Zhao Hai was more confident in using the 12 metal beasts. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai was also out of the space and inside the Black Tiger Gang's main hall. The hall was already full of people, and all of the powerful people of the sect were present. When Zhao Hai arrived, Tai Zanshan was at the gang leader's seat and Hu Liangchen was beside him. Zhao Hai and the others stood opposite Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan swept everyone with his gaze before saying, "Everyone, the time for the Roaring Flame sect to pay its debts has arrived. We prepared for this day for a long time. It's time to take action. I will lead the troops to attack the Roaring Flame sect while Hu Liangchen will remain behind to guard the Black Tiger Gang. All those who stay will obey Hu Liangchen. Those who dared disobey will be charged with treason. Old Hu, I'll leave the gang to you. Do whatever you want if the Wandering Soul group attacks. Whether we win the battle against the Roaring Flame sect or not, we cannot lose our base." Hu Liangchen nodded. Then Tai Zanshan turned to the others and began issuing orders. He called those who would stay behind in the sect. The rest would join him in attacking the Roaring Flame sect. After arranging the troops, Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Gang leader can rest assured. However, we will need transcending tribulation experts to come with me. There should not be less than 100 of them. There would be a group that would protect the transmission formations, then 40 would go with me to the refining base. Although I'm confident in dealing with the refining base, there are a lot of transcending tribulation experts in that place. Therefore, I'll need people to stop them." Tai Zanshan waved his hand and said, "There's no need to worry about that. I'll go with you. Let's go." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he walked outside along with Tai Zanshan and the others. They didn't go to the normal transmission formation. Instead they went to the transmission formation that's used by large artifacts. Transmission formations for large artifacts are very demanding. After all, there aren't a lot of large artifacts in the great world of cultivation that can shrink and enlarge like Zhongfeng's treasure ship. Therefore, these large-scale transmission formations were made to accommodate large artifacts. However, these formations weren't easy to make. It couldn't be built by the average cultivators. Also, its construction required a lot of materials. Despite this, Zhao Hai was able to construct a large-scale transmission formation in the Roaring Flame sect. The formation was placed in a hidden location in between the Roaring Flame sect's base and the Inferno Valley. This allowed more convenience in staging the attacks. When everyone was in the large-scale transmission formation, Zhao Hai started to get busy. He adjusted the coordinates of the transmission formation. Then he had Tai Zanshan and the others go inside their large artifacts. All in all, there are 5 large artifacts that would go through the transmission formation. After the 5 large artifacts were within the transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately activated it. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the Black Tiger gang. In the next moment, at a canyon near the Roaring Flame sect, a white light flashed and 5 large artifacts appeared. Then the 5 large artifacts became 6. The 6th large artifact was Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. After Zhao Hai took out the Hell King's ship, Tai Zanshan immediately commanded 40 transcending tribulation experts to land on it. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Tai Zanshan and said, "Gang Master, an hour north of here would be the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. I will immediately seal their transmission formation. Please be careful." Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You need to be careful as well. If you can't complete the task, don't force it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship flew towards the refining base. But at the same time, Zhao Hai vanished from the ship. The transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship weren't surprised by this. They knew that Zhao Hai went to seal the Roaring Flame sect's transmission formations. A transcending tribulation expert on the Hell King's ship looked at the spot where Zhao Hai disappeared from and said, "Truly a person the Supreme Elder selected to train. He is already extraordinary. When he becomes an elder in the future, the Black Tiger gang would become terrifying." Another transcending tribulation expert nodded and said, "Right. Zhao Hai's present strength is already formidable. Once he grows, I'm afraid no sect would be able to deal with us. Even the Heaven sect wouldn't be able to take action against us. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would retaliate against them." The transcending tribulation who spoke first nodded. "Zhao Hai has a spatial ability. I heard that even if his ability cannot be used to attack, it allows him to go wherever he wants. If other people attack the Black Tiger gang, they would have to make sure that Zhao Hai wouldn't survive. Otherwise, they would be haunted to death. Even super sects wouldn't be able to live comfortably." The others nodded. They believed that this would be the case. In fact, super sects like the Heaven sect have destroyed an uncountable number of sects, and it was inevitable that these sects would have powerful experts. However, these experts weren't able to stop these super sects. In the end, their sects were destroyed. 1 or 2 experts couldn't do anything to the super sects. However, one shouldn't forget that these formidable experts weren't spatial ability users. As long as the super sects know of their location, they would be hunted down. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. Even if his location was known, he could just go to another place using his ability. The super sects wouldn't be able to track him down. Once Zhao Hai becomes a transcending tribulation expert, the super sects would need to eliminate him if they plan to eradicate the Black Tiger gang. A retaliation of a transcending tribulation expert wasn't a joke. Even the Heaven sect wouldn't dare take the risk. For any sect's inheritance, the presence of a successor was crucial. However, these successors would need to undergo multiple trials before they become powerhouses. If a super sect like the Heaven sect was continuously hounded by a transcending tribulation expert with Zhao Hai's ability, then their future would be beyond bleak. Their younger generation wouldn't be able to safely venture out into the world. They would all be killed by Zhao Hai before they could become strong. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't kill them all, the survivors would still be unable to do anything. They would be too scared to go out of the sect. Because of this, people like Zhao Hai were a headache to the sects. Nobody would go out of their way to offend these people. Soon after their conversation finished, Zhao Hai reappeared on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, I'll have to ask you to divide into 4 teams. Each team would guard 1 stone building. As long as the people inside the buildings don't come out, you don't need to take action. If someone escapes, regardless of their strength, you need to kill them." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. One of them said, "Little Hai, rest assured, we won't make a careless mistake." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "While I agitate the earth fire, The Hell King's ship will deliver you to the stone buildings. You can discuss who will belong to which team. I'll ask to be excused first." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai vanished from the ship once more. Chapter 1743, Igniting the Earth Fire. The next moment, Zhao Hai appeared in the sky above the Inferno Valley. Looking at the refining base, he coldly snorted as he waved his hand and said, "Move." With his voice, the Inferno Valley began to rumble like a volcano about to erupt. Then a large amount of magma poured out of the valley. At this time, all the exits of the refining base were covered by layers of metal nets. These nets were so thin that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them if they didn't pay attention. The cultivators in the refining base began to discover that something wasn't right. They could originally control the earth fire coming out of the valley, but now, their refining rooms had suddenly spurted intense fire and began burning down. Moreover, the earth fire was beginning to become more and more vigorous. Naturally, the transcending tribulation experts of the Roaring Flame sect were the ones who noticed it first. They immediately went to some refining rooms and took control of the formations. Because of this, some of the rooms were saved. Lei Xingshan was the leader of the transcending tribulation experts in the refining base. Now he stood dumbfounded in front of a refining room. This refining room has been completely engulfed in earth fire. Even the stones around it were burning. Lei Xingshan immediately recovered. He knew what the refining base meant to the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing what's happening, he immediately shouted, "Someone send word to the sect leader. Tell him about what's happening here. Everyone, organize the evacuation plan." At this moment, a transcending tribulation expert flew towards Lei Xingshan and said, "Xingshan, something's not right. All the transmission formations are not working." Just as the transcending tribulation said this, another flew over with an ugly expression as he said, "Xingshan, we've been schemed against. The exits have all been blocked." Hearing this, Lei Xingshan couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he asked, "Who sealed the exits?" "Immediately organize people. We need to get out." The transcending tribulation expert answered, "I don't know who sealed the exits, but it has been sealed by a type of metal wire. It's very tenacious." Lei Xingshan's face was pale. Then he said, "Concentrate all of our strength and go up. We need a direct path outside as soon as possible." Hearing Lei Xingshan, the two transcending tribulation experts' expressions changed. But they also knew that this was their last resort. But to be honest, they didn't hold too much hope in this approach. The refining base was built over hundreds of years of work, and when it was built, in order to prevent the base from being easily discovered, a large number of precious materials were used. The materials could not only block spiritual force, it also reinforced the walls of the base. Ordinary transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be able to get through it. This also meant that people from the inside would find it difficult to break out. Lei Xingshan also knew that they were now completely trapped inside. If the base could be easily broken out of, then other transcending tribulation experts would have already broken in a long time ago. Now the exits have been sealed, and it became difficult to contact the outside. If the other party went so far as to seal their transmission formations and block the exits with metal wires, then they would certainly have people waiting outside. This meant that their troubles wouldn't end with just going out of the refining base. Because of this thought, Lei Xingshan thought that they could only create an opening. He knew that this was their safest and quickest way to go outside. The two transcending tribulation experts led the other transcending tribulation experts to open a path out of the valley. Meanwhile, Lei Xingshan instructed other cultivators to create formations to resist the earth fire. At the same time, the nascent soul experts tried to set up transmission formations to return to the Roaring Flame sect. This way, whether the passage was opened or not, they would have a way to get out of the base and escape being cremated inside. At this time, a large amount of magma emerged from the refining rooms. The formations that Lei Xingshan set up were useless. They were all burned down by the magma. Zhao Hai was currently above the refining base, observing the state of the base through the space. Each refining room had formations that controlled the earth fire that came through. Now, these formations became entry points for the magma to enter the base. Before long, A tide of magma erupted inside the refining rooms. The entire Inferno Valley was now engulfed in a sea of fire. Zhao Hai didn't really think that the earth fire was that strong. However, he was relieved when he thought about it. The earth fire here wasn't ordinary earth fire. This was a fire that was constantly tempered by the Tao of fire coming from Fire God City, and with their enormous volume, the power they can exert was formidable. As for the transcending tribulation experts who were making a passage to the outside, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. By the time they get out of the valley, the refining base would have already been reduced to ash. Lei Zingshan was now desperate. Just after they set up the transmission formation, it was suddenly illuminated by a flash of light, which rendered it useless. As for the passage, it wasn't doing well either. The original exits were blocked by metal wires. Lei Zingshan tried destroying it, but to no avail. Even with his own strength, he wasn't able to break the wire. Moreover, the wire was very thin. If an artifact attacks the wire directly, it would be cut by the sharpness of the wire. If the situation wasn't so critical, Lei Zingshan would have spent time to find out how the wire was made. Some nascent soul experts tried to dig around the exits and found that the metal wires were also there. Digging around the exit was impossible. The Roaring Flame sect cultivators discovered that the impenetrable fortress that they had been so proud of had become a tomb that was very hard to break out of. As the magma welled up, cultivators began burning down. But before the corpses of these cultivators turned into ash, they were sent by Zhao Hai to the space and turned into undead. He thought that it would be a waste for these bodies to become ash. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger Gang cultivators who followed Zhao Hai were quite relaxed. They surrounded the stone buildings and didn't attack. They just stood there and waited, and once people escaped the buildings, they would kill them. But until now, nobody went out of the stone buildings. Upon seeing that the stone buildings were surrounded, the Roaring Flame sect cultivators activated their protective shields. Then they sent people to the refining base to ask for help. They also sent a message to the headquarters, but they discovered that doing both of these things were difficult. The people sent to the refining base were blocked by metal wires. Zhao Hai didn't just erect one layer of metal wires. He made sure to have multiple layers set up. If the transcending tribulation experts couldn't destroy the wires, then there's no need to mention the people from the stone buildings. If they couldn't ask the refining base for help, then their only chance was the sect. Since the transmission formations were rendered useless, they can only send Jade Sword messages asking for help. However, they didn't know that their messages didn't reach the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing the Jade Sword messages coming out of the stone buildings, the board transcending tribulation experts decided to destroy them. This severed any communication between the stone buildings and the headquarters. The current refining base has been turned into a sea of fire. Besides powerful experts and those with formidable protective artifacts, all the cultivators were burned to death. However, those still living knew that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The transcending tribulation experts have never been so aggrieved. All of their exits were blocked and they were being burned alive. They felt that this kind of suffocating death was unfitting for exalted transcending tribulation experts. However, they didn't have the means to change their fate. They haven't reached the surface. They haven't even seen their enemy, so they didn't know to whom they should surrender. This would be the first and last time they would feel this aggrieved. Lei Zingshan looked at the transcending tribulation experts with a bitter smile on his face. He never thought that he would encounter such a day. People who played with fire would die from the fire. It was ironic. It was as though they had met their retribution. As Lei Zingshan was thinking of this, one of the transcending tribulation experts shouted, "To whoever is waiting for my death, come see me face to face." There was no response. He was completely ignored. Zhao Hai heard the transcending tribulation expert, but he naturally wouldn't meet those people. He would be an idiot if he revealed himself. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, the transcending tribulation expert shouted, "I'm willing to surrender." Hearing this, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think experts of the Roaring Flame sect would surrender. Upon thinking about it, Zhao Hai decided to accept the surrender. He always needed faith power for the space. He naturally wouldn't decline having one more transcending tribulation expert. At the same time, They could also increase the strength of the Black Tiger Gang. The transcending tribulation expert of the Roaring Flame sect was probing to see if the other party would accept his surrender. If the other party accepts, then he would be able to get out of the burning base. As for what happens when he escapes, that is still unknown. Chapter 1744. Accepting surrender. Seal your spiritual chi, and I will accept your surrender. A very plain voice resounded inside the refining base, surprising the transcending tribulation experts. However, they couldn't find the source. Transcending tribulation experts are powerhouses who had strong spiritual force. However, even such people couldn't pinpoint the origin of the voice. Hearing Zhao Hai's voice, the transcending tribulation expert couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Your Excellency, if I seal my spiritual chi, then I will be burned by the earth fire. I am sincerely willing to surrender. I ask your Excellency to be lenient. If you don't seal your spiritual chi, then you can wait for death." When the transcending tribulation experts heard it, their expression changed. They knew that the other party was right. If they don't seal their spiritual chi, then they could only wait to die. The transcending tribulation expert from before wasn't actually willing to surrender. He just hoped to leave this place. Once he was out, he would find a way to retaliate or send word back to the sect. However, he didn't expect the other party to require him to seal his spiritual chi. Otherwise, he wouldn't save them. As the transcending tribulation experts were hesitating, they heard someone else, "I'm willing to surrender." The transcending tribulation experts turned their heads and saw one of the surviving nascent soul experts. The nascent soul expert survived by relying on his protective artifact. The artifact was in the shape of a gourd and it surrounded his entire body. This allowed him to defend against the earth fire. After the nascent soul expert said that, he immediately sealed his spiritual chi. Without the support of spiritual chi, the protective artifact and its owner began to fall into the magma. But before he could fall into the magma, a spatial rift appeared below him. The nascent soul expert fell into the spatial rift which vanished immediately. Everything happened so quickly that the other roaring flame cultivators weren't able to respond. At the same time, a spatial rift appeared outside the stone building of the Roaring Flame sect. Then Zhao Hai walked out of the spatial rift holding a person in his hand. The experts of the Black Tiger Gang couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai placed the person on the ground as he bowed towards the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, he's a member of the Roaring Flame sect who surrendered. His spiritual chi has been sealed. I'll have to ask you to take care of him." Hearing Zhao Hai, the transcending tribulation experts looked at the Roaring Flame sect cultivator. They could see that their spiritual chi has indeed been sealed. They nodded and said, "Leave him to us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This person is a famous refiner of the Roaring Flame sect. Once we destroy the Roaring Flame sect, the Inferno Valley would fall into our hands. This person is very familiar with a valley. He should help us in restoring the refining base." The transcending tribulation experts thought about what Zhao Hai said for a moment, then their gazes towards the nascent soul cultivator changed. It must be known that the Black Tiger Gang desired the Inferno Valley. If this person can help the Black Tiger Gang rebuild the refining base, then this means that this person was an important figure to the Black Tiger Gang. Seeing the reaction of the transcending tribulation experts, Zhao Hai smiled. He was afraid that these transcending tribulation experts would kill this person. Because of this, he said those words. At the same time, Zhao Hai saw that this nascent soul expert was the elder who made a glove using his ancient eternal sand. As a well-spoken elder of the refining base, and a very well-connected person, it's natural for this elder to take his life as the most important. He is also a greedy person. Whenever he refines an artifact, he would use less material than the amount given to him. Even the ancient eternal sand that Zhao Hai handed over still has a lot that remained. Then the elder used the material to create a defensive artifact for himself, which was the gourd-shaped artifact. With the gourd-shaped artifact, he was able to block the earth fire and survive for a long time. This elder was able to analyze his current situation and knew what he needed to do if he didn't want to perish in the refining base. After Zhao Hai said those words, He thought that Zhao Hai would accept surrender. After all, it's impossible to subdue a transcending tribulation expert if they didn't seal their spiritual qi. No transcending tribulation expert was easy to deal with. But if their spiritual qi was sealed, then they wouldn't be able to fight back. Zhao Hai telling the transcending tribulation experts to seal their spiritual qi was showing them his sincerity. Therefore, the Roaring Flame sect elder decided to take a gamble. He knows that his defensive artifact wouldn't be able to last much longer, so it was better to take a risk. It would be best if he could live, but if he couldn't, then it would just be his death coming earlier. Therefore, he quickly agreed to surrender and sealed his spiritual qi. Naturally, he succeeded in his gamble. Seeing that the transcending tribulation experts were now looking at the Roaring Flame sect elder with importance, Zhao Hai said, "Martial uncles, I still have some other matters to take care of. I'll leave you here." The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then Zhao Hai vanished. At this time, the other nascent soul experts of the Roaring Flame sect could no longer hold on. Cultivators placed huge importance on their lives. Seeing that one of them has been rescued, they also have their own ideas. Zhao Hai was also paying close attention to the situation at the refining base. Not long after Zhao Hai sent the elder out, the other nascent soul experts surrendered one after another. The rest didn't stop them. They were also having the same thoughts as them. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they were afraid of death. Naturally, this also applies to the transcending tribulation experts. Even if they defect to the Black Tiger Gang, at the very least they would hold the rank of elder. No matter where, transcending tribulation experts were important figures. The same was true in the Black Tiger Gang. Although Zhao Hai didn't mention which sect he came from, these transcending tribulation experts already thought that he was from the Black Tiger Gang. This was because the Roaring Flame sect doesn't have as heavy of enmity as with the Black Tiger Gang. Only the Black Tiger Gang would go as far as this. Therefore, they concluded that the enemy was from the Black Tiger Gang. The reason why the transcending tribulation experts were still hesitating was because they didn't want to be the first to surrender. These experts still have to mind their dignity. Therefore, none of them expressed their intention to surrender. However, as time passed, the transcending tribulation experts were beginning to have a hard time resisting the earth fire. This was because the earth fire was beginning to turn hotter and hotter. Even with their cultivation base, they knew that they wouldn't be able to hold for much long. Lei Xingshan looked at the others and said, "Everyone, it's time to make a choice. I also think that you have your own pride to keep, but sometimes you need to think about your own life." After he said that, Lei Xingshan shouted, "I surrender." Then he sealed his spiritual qi, and just like the nascent soul experts before him, he was taken away. The first would always be followed by the second. The transcending tribulation experts already thought about surrendering long ago, but they didn't dare say it. If Lei Xingshan didn't say anything, then someone else would have surrendered first. Fortunately, Lei Xingshan became the first to give up. The others followed along soon after. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Hai threw them all out of the refining base. Despite this, Zhao Hai didn't believe the transcending tribulation experts. When these experts entered the spatial rift, Zhao Hai sealed their cultivation with his own methods. This way, they wouldn't have a chance to attack once they were out. The strongest beings in the Inferno Valley were the transcending tribulation experts. Now that they surrendered, there's no longer any need to worry about the stone buildings. Once the transcending tribulation experts surrendered, Zhao Hai controlled the vermilion bird stamp to retract all of the magma. The earth fire that was burning the Inferno Valley also decreased. The stone buildings were powered by earth fire. Now that the earth fire has been retracted, the formations on the stone buildings would soon lose power. Zhao Hai used this opportunity to use the Hell King's ship to attack one of the stone buildings. After several charges, the building could no longer hold on and collapsed. This caused the people inside the building to run away, but they were all killed by the transcending tribulation experts. The Black Tiger Gang's transcending tribulation experts also felt very aggrieved. The entire refining base was single-handedly destroyed by Zhao Hai. Although they were present, they didn't exert any of their strength. It was shameful. Now, What remains for them to hunt were the small shrimps, since the tigers have already been taken care of. But at the very least, they can exert a bit of effort in the war. Zhao Hai didn't care about what the transcending tribulation experts were thinking. If they want to kill these ordinary cultivators, then they can kill these ordinary cultivators. Although his current status was higher than before, he wouldn't be able to manage these transcending tribulation experts. If he was too controlling, then he might cause these people to dislike him. Zhao Hai knew that the transcending tribulation experts held the most power in the Black Tiger gang. If he offended this group of people, then he would be offending a huge part of the sect. This wouldn't be good for his future plans. After Zhao Hai destroyed the other 3 stone buildings, the Roaring Flame sect's space in the Inferno Valley was truly finished. Zhao Hai quickly returned to the Hell King's ship and brought everyone to the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. There was still a battle waiting for them there. Chapter 1745. An unfortunate accurate prediction. The transcending tribulation experts didn't expect the battle in the Inferno Valley to end so quickly. They thought that they would have a hard battle against a heavily defended fortress. After all, they have received information about the refining base. They didn't expect that the only thing they would do here was to swat some flies. This caused them to be somewhat embarrassed. Now, they were afraid that the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters would be defeated before they arrived. Then this would be the easiest sect annihilation in the history of the Black Tiger gang. Naturally, this wouldn't happen. The Roaring Flame sect's headquarters wasn't the same as the refining base. Although the refining base held great strength, its advantage was its small size. It wasn't suitable for battles between large artifacts. This explains the reason why there were no large artifacts in the valley. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to trap the transcending tribulation experts of the refining base. Then with the help of the earth fire, he was able to attack them to submission. On the other hand, the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters was placed on a different terrain. Its defenses were the strongest in the sect. Also, the large artifacts of the sect were centralized in the headquarters. It wouldn't be as easy for the Black Tiger gang to capture it. The Roaring Flame sect's large artifacts were also quite famous in the northern Divergent province. It was known as the Fire Chariot. Just by its name alone, one would know that it had formidable offensive strength. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters, a battle was going on. Although Zhao Hai sealed all of the Roaring Flame sect's formations and damaged its guardian formation, the Roaring Flame sect still had enough strength to defend against the Black Tiger gang. The Roaring Flame sect's sect leader stood on his personal fire chariot and joined the battle. Tai Zanshan also participated. However, at this time, the two sides were still attacking with their large artifacts. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others arrived. Seeing the situation of the battlefield, Zhao Hai immediately turned to the transcending tribulation experts and said, "Martial uncles, please stay on the ship and help me. We're going to destroy large artifacts of the enemy." The transcending tribulation experts were aware of how good Zhao Hai was in controlling large artifacts. The last time he fought against the Wandering Soul group, Zhao Hai was able to use Zhang Feng's large artifact to destroy 10 ghost face ships. This matter has already spread throughout the northern Divergent province. Now, nobody underestimated Zhao Hai's ability to control large artifacts. The transcending tribulation experts nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship rushed towards the battlefield. Naturally, the arrival of the Hell King's ship attracted the attention of both sides. Seeing how quickly Zhao Hai and the others arrived, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to destroy the refining base in a short time, so as soon as he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately thought that something happened in the refining base. When Tai Zanshan was about to call Zhao Hai over to ask questions, a jade sword message flew in front of him. He received the jade sword message and scanned it with spiritual force. Then he discovered that the message was Zhao Hai's combat report. Zhao Hai was telling him that the refining base had been completely destroyed. When he read the report, Tai Zanshan's first reaction was disbelief. Then he was overjoyed. He believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him when it comes to these things. Tai Zanshan calmed down and began to command the large artifacts to attack the fire chariots with all of their strength. Before long, the battlefield became Zhao Hai's stage. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to rampage on the battlefield. He was as agile as a fish, but a fish with thorns on its body. As long as he encounters a fire chariot, none of them were left complete. Some were heavily damaged and some were completely destroyed. Zhao Hai's performance naturally attracted the attention of the Roaring Flame sect's sect leader. The sect leader has heard of Zhao Hai before. It must be said that Zhao Hai was now famous in the northern Divergent province. However, only a few people knew of Zhao Hai's true capability. Most people were only aware of his proficiency in controlling large artifacts. Nobody knew about him having a spatial ability, as well as his other abilities. With Zhao Hai was maneuvering his large artifact through the battlefield, it was difficult for the sect leader to not pay attention to him. After noticing Zhao Hai, the sect leader understood that the rumors about Zhao Hai's ability were true. Zhao Hai controls large artifacts like they were ordinary artifacts. He was a huge asset during wars. Naturally, the sect leader wouldn't just watch Zhao Hai continue his rampage. He turned to 2 transcending tribulations behind him and said, "Send 10 transcending tribulation experts. You need to stop Zhao Hai. It would be best if you kill him." The 2 transcending tribulation experts nodded. Then they immediately sent the orders down. Before long, 10 transcending tribulation experts flew towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai also noticed the transcending tribulation experts rushing over. He smiled faintly as he turned to the transcending tribulation experts behind him and said, "Martial uncles, I'll have to ask 20 of you to take action and get rid of them as soon as possible. If you can kill some of them, that would be good. It's better to cut off 1 finger than injure 10. All this time, the transcending tribulation experts were on the Hell King's ship watching Zhao Hai using the ship to rampage on the battlefield. They really didn't understand why Zhao Hai let them stay inside the ship. Were they only here to spectate the fight? At this moment, they were beginning to be dissatisfied with their situation. However, they changed their thoughts before long. This was because they could see 10 transcending tribulation experts heading towards them. Hearing Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but feel respect towards him. This was because Zhao Hai thought about this possibility happening. So when they heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Zhao Hai didn't mind their thoughts as he paid attention to the incoming enemies. At the same time, the Hell King's ship retreated from the battlefield, clearly intending to get rid of the enemy pursuit. Seeing the situation, the transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship couldn't help but get excited. This was because they knew that the time for them to take action was coming. When Tai Zanshan noticed Zhao Hai's situation, he immediately turned his head and said, "Little Black, send people to support Little Hai." The Little Black that Tai Zanshan talked to was a man named Mu Hai. He was Tai Zanshan's junior brother and one of the most trusted people on Tai Zanshan's side. However, he acted low-key, even to Tai Zanshan. He rarely showed himself in the sect. Not a lot of people knew about him, so he was akin to Tai Zanshan's shadow. Besides Hu Liangjun and a few people, the rest had no impression of him. Since the war with the Roaring Flame sect was a pivotal moment for the Black Tiger gang, Mu Hai joined Tai Zanshan's side and acted as an advisor. When Mu Hai heard Tai Zanshan, he couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "Senior brother, there's no need to worry. Don't forget that Little Hai has transcending tribulation experts with him. I think they're still on Little Hai's large artifact. I reckon Little Hai is retreating right now in order to deal with the Roaring Flame sect's transcending tribulation experts." Hearing Mu Hai, Tai Zanshan patted his head as he said, "Right, there's still those fellows." Good, good. As Tai Zanshan said that, Zhao Hai had completely left the battlefield with 10 transcending tribulation experts right behind him. Seeing this, the Roaring Flame sect leader had a great feeling. Then at this time, 20 people came out of the Hell King's ship. These 20 were at the transcending tribulation stage. As soon as they came out, they immediately rushed towards the experts of the Roaring Flame sect. Seeing this, The sect leader's face immediately changed. Then he commanded, "No, we were fooled. Hurry, send people to support them." Following his order, 20 more transcending tribulation experts went towards the Hell King's ship. But at this time, the Hell King's ship already stopped as the transcending tribulation experts were sent to deal with the pursuers from the Roaring Flame sect. When the reinforcements from the Roaring Flame sect arrived, 20 more transcending tribulation experts came out of the Hell King's ship. Although the Black Tiger Gang's side had the numerical advantage, they wouldn't be able to finish the battle in a short time. After all, this was a battle between transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, there were no experts who had overwhelming strength on either side. It was inevitable for the battle to be a stalemate. Zhao Hai already withdrew from the battle. Although he wasn't afraid of the experts, he didn't want to expose his strength too much. Because of this, he withdrew from the transcending tribulation experts' battle and went to the main battlefield to fight. When Zhao Hai returned, the Roaring Flame sect leader couldn't help but suffer a headache. Although the Roaring Flame sect was able to defend until now, the defensive line was still in danger. Most importantly, they have yet to find a way to deal with Zhao Hai. The Roaring Flame sect was a strong sect, but it was impossible for them to have a lot of transcending tribulation experts. If they did, then they would have already eliminated the Black Tiger Gang. Ever since Zhao Hai arrived, he has already destroyed 5 large artifacts. This wasn't a small number. This was also the reason why the sect leader was having a headache. Meanwhile, Tai Zanshan had an excited expression on his face. The others from the Black Tiger Gang were also excited. Their morale sharply increased and their attacks became fiercer. Then at this moment, a cold hum was heard. Then an extremely powerful aura shot up from the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters and pressed down on the Black Tiger Gang. Upon feeling this aura, Zhao Hai's complexion changed. He knew that his guess had become true. The Roaring Flame sect did indeed have a supreme elder on the same level as Hushan. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately used the Hell King's ship to retreat. The rest of the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators also retreated. On the other hand, when the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect felt the imposing aura, their expressions immediately lifted. Then they charged towards the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Black Tiger Gang has the upper hand, and since they wanted to retreat, the Roaring Flame sect couldn't stop them. Even the transcending tribulation experts stopped their battle and returned to their respective camps. The people from the Black Tiger Gang didn't have any good expressions. The pressure that was pressing down on them was very strong. This made them recall Hushan and how he dealt with the Wandering Soul group. At this time, they were afraid that the expert from the Roaring Flame sect was as strong as Hushan. Soon after, a pillar of fire rose from the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters. The flames turned the sky red. It was as if a volcano had erupted. Then the flames turned and headed towards the battlefield, carrying an aura that seeks to destroy anything in its path. Before long, the fire reached the battlefield. Then the fire turned into a huge ball 100 meters in diameter. In the middle of the fireball, a person sitting cross-legged could be seen. The person was an old man with white hair. His face was covered in old spots and his eyes were clouded. He looked on the verge of death. He looked more miserable than Hushan. The old man was very tall. Even while sitting down, his height equaled a normal person. He was also wearing red clothing. Despite all this, he couldn't hide the fact that he was going senile. The old man looked at the Black Tiger Gang and coldly snorted as he said, "Black Tiger Gang kids, who gave you the courage to attack our Roaring Flame sect?" Although the old man looked like he was going to die at any time, his aura was still very strong. The people from the Black Tiger Gang found it hard to breathe under the pressure. His words caused the heads of Tai Zanshan and the others to ring. Not long after the old man talked, a roar was heard from the side of the Black Tiger Gang. Along with the roar, an astonishing aura spread out, canceling the pressure sent by the Supreme Elder of the Roaring Flame sect. This caused the expression of the Roaring Flame sect's Supreme Leader to change. After that, a voice was heard, "Lai Yang, to think that you're also alive, ha ha ha. Good. I allowed you to escape at that time. I see that you ran here." As the voice fell, 12 huge metallic beasts appeared and charged towards the Roaring Flame sect's supreme elder. The 12 metallic beasts were naturally Zhao Hai's metal beasts. They were currently being controlled by Hu Shan. Chapter 1746. Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill. Hu Shan was now comfortably living inside the space. He no longer has anything to worry about. Moreover, he discovered that he had many friends in the space. Although these friends were a little strange since they only did what they wanted, he slowly discovered that this kind of life was also good. It was fortunate that he was able to do what he wanted to do. In Hu Shan's mind, even his hometown in the immortal realm might not be as comfortable as the space. However, Hu Shan was still responsive when it came to the Black Tiger Gang's matters. After all, the Black Tiger Gang was the fruit of the Black Tiger Clan's efforts. It was the proof of the Black Tiger Clan's presence in the great world of cultivation. Before Zhao Hai attacked the Roaring Flame sect, he already thought about the worst situation and approached Hu Shan to ask him about taking action if necessary. Hu Shan has now recovered to his optimum condition, so his strength has returned to its peak. Even if he couldn't act personally, he could still operate large artifacts from the space. When Hu Shan controlled the 12 metal beasts, he immediately overwhelmed the Supreme Elder of the Roaring Flame sect. At the same time, when Lai Yang heard Hu Shan's voice, his expression couldn't help but change. Although Hu Shan's voice came from the 12 metal beasts, he could hear that Hu Shan's mental strength was still at its peak. There were no signs of aging from his voice. Everyone could hear that Hu Shan was like a king of beasts patrolling his territory. When the people from the Roaring Flame sect heard Hu Shan's voice, their expression changed. And when they saw the 12 metal beasts charging towards Lai Yang, their faces turned ugly. Lai Yang looked at the 12 metal beasts and coldly snorted as he said, "You're still alive. So how could I die? You think these mechanical beasts would be able to defeat me? Hu Shan, you've truly gone senile." As he was talking, Lai Yang waved his hand and sent a wave of fire towards the 12 metal beasts. The fire had a hint of purple. It was the color of a very hot flame. In fact, the fire that Lai Yang sent out with almost no effort was a special attack that belonged to him called Lai Yang True Fire. According to legend, Lai Yang integrated the sun's true flame to his own fire, creating a special fire. The flame's offensive strength was formidable. Any artifact that met this flame would melt. However, when the 12 metal beasts crashed into the flame, they weren't damaged at all. Seeing this, Lai Yang's expression changed. Then he waved his hand once more as he said, "Heaven Flame Meteor." Along with his command, the sky suddenly turned red. Then a giant flaming rock fell towards the metal beasts. 6 of the 12 metal beasts separated from the group in order to block the meteor. The remaining 6 went to attack Lai Yang. At the same time, Lai Yang was also sending fire dragons towards the beasts. Along their path, the fire dragons became larger before clashing with the metal beasts. The 6 metal beasts who blocked the meteor were able to shoot it down. The fire dragons didn't seem to have any impact on the metal beasts either. The metal beasts were still rushing towards Lai Yang. Lai Yang's expression changed. Nobody was better than him in understanding his current situation. Just like the previous Hu Shan, he was also on the verge of death. For any cultivator, the end of their lifespan was always a sorrowful matter. This was especially true for powerful experts. They felt that they still had a lot of matters that hadn't been completed. However, their time was ending and they couldn't do anything about it. Lai Yang only came out this time in order to drive the Black Tiger Gang away. He didn't expect Hu Shan to participate in the fight. At this time Lai Yang has been reduced to 1/10 of his strength. As for Hu Shan, although he was controlling the 12 metal beasts, he seems to have half of his strength left. Comparing the two, it was clear that Lai Yang was going to lose. Although Lai Yang wanted to counterattack, he didn't have the opportunity to do so. The 12 metal beasts were now in front of him and the only thing he could do was to defend. The people from the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect were paying attention to the battle between Lai Yang and the 12 metal beasts. It was a battle that decided the fate between the two sides. However, Zhao Hai thought differently. Now that the two old monsters were entangled with each other, they wouldn't be able to divert their attention elsewhere. Therefore, This was an opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang to defeat the Roaring Flame sect in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The Hell King's ship rushed forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to hide his strength. He also released the pagoda, the giant spirit treasure ships, and the sword shuttles. They all went and charged towards the Roaring Flame sect. With everyone's attention pointed towards the battle of the two supreme elders, nobody was able to prepare for Zhao Hai's attack. Tai Zanshan and the Roaring Flame sect's leader stared for a moment before they quickly issued orders. Needless to say, Tai Zanshan ordered a full charge. As for the Roaring Flame sect's leader, his expression was beyond ugly. This was the outcome that he didn't want to see. However, he has no choice but to meet the attack head-on. Zhao Hai already led the charge with the rest of the Black Tiger Gang following behind. The most uncomfortable right now would be Lai Yang. He thought that he would be able to get rid of the Black Tiger Gang once he appeared. He didn't expect that his plan would fail. Now, the morale of the Roaring Flame sect was lower compared to before. The situation for the sect wasn't going well. However, Lai Yang couldn't do anything to change this situation. The 12 metal beasts were already giving him a hard time. If he shows even a tiny bit of weakness, the metal beasts would immediately capitalize on it. At this time, Zhao Hai's charge connected. The Hell King's ship collided with a fire chariot. Then soon after, the other large artifacts hit the other fire chariots. The cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect were immediately shaken. They didn't know how to deal with their current situation. Although the sect leader was giving his all in giving commands, the final result wasn't optimistic. As Lai Yang was being pushed back, the morale of the troops decreased. And with how fierce Zhao Hai's attack was, it was inevitable for the Roaring Flame sect's troops to be pushed back. It didn't take long before Tai Zanshan and the others joined the battle. The Roaring Flame sect's side was immediately placed in a critical situation. Seeing this, Lai Yang's eyes burned with fire. His eyes flashed a ruthless color as he took out a pill. The pill's body was fire red and there was smoke coming out of it. It looked like a fireball. This pill was very famous in the great world of cultivation. It was known as Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill. Hearing this name, one might think that it was a kind of aphrodisiac. But actually, this pill gave its user an instantaneous increase in strength. But after taking the pill, the user's life force would be burned. And if the user fought for a long time, their entire lifespan would be consumed. There was no need to mention the pill's effects on Lai Yang. With how near he was to the end of his life, eating the Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill was courting death. However, Lai Yang had no other choice if he wanted to deal with the 12 metal beasts. If he couldn't repel the metal beasts and the Black Tiger Gang, then the Roaring Flame sect would be finished. Lai Yang's actions were all seen by Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was fighting against the people of the Roaring Flame sect, he always paid attention to Lai Yang. He knew clearly that if Lai Yang was given a chance, then it would be the Black Tiger Gang who would pay for it. Now, Zhao Hai saw Lai Yang take out a strange pill that he didn't know. Moreover, Lai Yang had the expression of resolve. This meant that the old man was prepared to go all out. Zhao Hai immediately commanded his large artifacts to keep fighting the Roaring Flame sect's large artifacts. At the same time, the Hell King's ship retreated and flew towards Tai Zanshan. After that, Zhao Hai appeared beside Tai Zanshan. Seeing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan immediately asked, "Little Hai, what is it?" Zhao Hai replied, "Gang leader, I need transcending tribulation experts for my ship. I just noticed Lai Yang taking a pill out. It definitely wouldn't be good for us if he takes that pill. If he gets out of Elder Hushan's entanglement, then we would be in great trouble." Tai Zanshan's expression changed. Then he immediately turned his head to Mu Hai and said, "Little Black, have the transcending tribulation experts who have yet to join the battle to enter Little Hai's ship." "Little Hai, did you see what pill he took out?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's a red pill that has smoke rising on top of it. It looks like a small fireball." Tai Zanshan's expression immediately changed. "It's the Raging Fire Sacrificial Pill." That old man decided to go all out. At this time, under Mu Hai's command, The remaining transcending tribulation experts entered Zhao Hai's ship. Mu Hai also went with them. Naturally, these transcending tribulation experts knew who Mu Hai was. Mu Hai followed to give Zhao Hai more ease in issuing commands. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to give proper orders to the transcending tribulation experts. It would be troublesome if the instructions weren't followed properly. Seeing that everyone has entered the ship, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Taizanshan. Then his body flashed and returned to the Hell King's ship before commanding it to charge towards Lai Yang. Actually, with the undead he has in the space, Zhao Hai was confident in dealing with Lai Yang. However, he didn't want this fact to be known. Therefore, he invited the transcending tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang to help him. Chapter 1747. Lai Yang in dire straits. After eating the raging fire sacrificial pill, Lai Yang's flames became even stronger. He was now capable of sending several huge fireballs with ease. This caused the metal beasts to be driven back. After that, Lai Yang charged towards Taizanshan's Black Tiger ship. Lai Yang plans to capture the king in order to end the war. Although Zhao Hai's performance in the battle was stellar, Taizanshan was still the main leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, if Lai Yang wanted to deal with the Black Tiger Gang, then he would have to deal with Taizanshan. In fact, this was the only choice for Lai Yang. He knew that he didn't have time left. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to fight for a long time, so he needs to use his remaining time to bring the most impact. Zhao Hai saw this and he immediately commanded, "Marshal Uncle, please have everyone send their spiritual chi into the ship. Leave the rest to me." Mu Hai immediately relayed Zhao Hai's order. However, he himself didn't follow it. He was preparing in case something unexpected happens and it needs him to take action. Zhao Hai didn't mind this. He knew Mu Hai's status and was clear that he couldn't order him around. Also, the spiritual chi of the other transcending tribulation experts was enough. The Hell King's ship lit up with a gold light as it blocked Lai Yang's path. Seeing the Hell King's ship approaching him, Lai Yang had a sneer on his face. He wasn't afraid of the Hell King's ship. Before they could clash, he would just veer to the side. He would use his advantage in flexibility to evade the ship and go straight towards Taizanshan. However, Lai Yang underestimated the Hell King's ship's capability. Just as he dodged to the side, the Hell King's ship's bow was aimed at him and was fired. Although the strength of the collision would be less than the Hell King's ship's entire strength, it was much smaller and was thus more flexible. It must be known that the front of Zhao Hai's ship was designed after the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. So after being shot towards Lai Yang, it immediately stopped his charge. Lai Yang had to stop. Although his strength has recovered to 80% of his peak, he couldn't underestimate the strength of the Hell King's ship's battering ram. After all, the spiritual chi of several transcending tribulation experts were concentrated on the battering ram. If it really hit him, then he would be finished. When Lai Yang stopped, he discovered that he made an enormous mistake. He should not have stopped. Without hesitation, the cannon windows of the Hell King's ship opened. Then the cannons fired at the same time. Their target was Lai Yang. The cannons of the Hell King's ship couldn't be underestimated. After repeated upgrades, especially after coming to the great world of cultivation, the power of the cannons has increased by several folds. It can be said that each cannon fire carried the strength of a Dao Avatar stage expert's full-powered attack. Such power couldn't be categorized as small. At the same time, a large number of undead, enough to make one's scalp tingle, appeared around the Hell King's ship and Lai Yang. These undead had firearms in their hands. Like the cannons, the guns of the undead have been improved. Each bullet has the strength of a spirit-refining stage cultivator. Such an attack would have been nothing to Lai Yang, but hundreds of thousands of these attacks would still cause him to shake. Sometimes, quantity overpowers quality. Several 100,000 guns firing towards him caused Lai Yang to feel extreme pressure. This caused him to use all of his strength to defend. Then at this time, Zhao Hai released the Stellar Transformation's sword formation, and with the 12 metal beasts acting as nodes, the formation's strength increased several times. Hu Shan was no longer using the 12 metal beasts. Instead, he provided the spiritual chi for the 12 metal beasts. The command has returned to Zhao Hai. With the help of the 12 metal beasts, the stellar transformation's sword formation's scope became bigger. Only the Hell King's ship was outside the formation. Although Zhao Hai was outside the formation, the spiritual chi of the transcending tribulation experts were being passed over to the formation through the Hell King's ship. This made the formation more powerful. Seeing Zhao Hai blocking Lai Yang's advance, Tai Zanshan let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lai Yang was out of the equation, even if the Black Tiger Gang's side didn't have Zhao Hai, they could still defeat the Roaring Flame sect. After all, Zhao Hai already destroyed a lot of the Roaring Flame sect's large artifacts. Tai Zanshan naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. He commanded the rest of the Black Tiger Gang to charge at the Roaring Flame sect. Besides Zhao Hai and the Transcending Tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship, everyone participated in the attack. At the same time, Lai Yang was having a hard time inside the sword formation. He felt like a fly that had been trapped in a spider web. He was being covered by an overwhelming pressure that slowly drained his energy. Even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't. Although Lai Yang has recovered 80% of his peak strength, his enemies were Hu Shan, Zhao Hai, and the dozens of transcending tribulation experts on the Hell King's ship. There's also the hundreds of thousands of undead. Facing this amount of enemies, even Lai Yang at his peak would have a hard time. Not to mention now, Lai Yang struggled desperately inside the sword formation, but his efforts were useless. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't easy to break. Moreover, Zhao Hai used a three-dimensional sword formation, which was more formidable. Zhao Hai was also going all out and dealing with Lai Yang. He knew how important Lai Yang was to the Roaring Flame sect. As long as Lai Yang was dealt with, the Roaring Flame sect would immediately collapse. Lai Yang's situation was truly dire. He wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. He has been fighting with all his strength for the last couple of minutes, and this was strength gained from burning his life force. He now has a few days remaining in his lifespan. The wrinkles on Lai Yang's face increased and he knew that he didn't have much time left. At the same time, he couldn't do anything to get out of his situation. Even his attacks were getting weaker. Lai Yang looked around him in anger. At this moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Lai Yang looked down and saw a sword stabbing him on the throat. Lai Yang was shocked, but his face soon revealed a relaxed expression. He turned his head and glanced at the Roaring Flame sect cultivators who were still fighting. Then he slowly closed his eyes as his body fell down. But before he could reach the ground, a black gas covered him and he was sent to the space. Lai Yang entered the space and became an undead, providing Zhao Hai with a huge boost in faith power. But at this time, Zhao Hai didn't have time to celebrate as he turned to Mu Hai and said, "Martial uncle, we're finished here. Have everyone help the gang leader immediately." Seeing Zhao Hai's multiple methods, Mu Hai couldn't help but admire him. But he immediately nodded as he turned to the Transcending Tribulation experts and said, "Let's go. It's time to give the Roaring Flame sect a finishing blow." The Transcending Tribulation experts compiled with a roar and followed Mu Hai to charge towards the enemy. Zhao Hai also didn't stop. After receiving the undead, he commanded the 12 metal beasts to kill towards the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect were on the verge of collapsing. Seeing Zhao Hai kill their supreme elder, their confidence has completely shattered. Fortunately, the high-level members of the sect could still hold on, but the low-level cultivators were beginning to panic. Tai Zanshan didn't have the time to celebrate Zhao Hai's victory. With Mu Hai and Zhao Hai rejoining the battle, the attack of the Black Tiger Gang became more aggressive. The Roaring Flame sect could no longer withstand the fight. This was especially true when Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts joined the fight. Zhao Hai's 12 metal beasts targeted the Roaring Flame sect's leader. This was the same plan as Lai Yang's, but this time, the Roaring Flame sect didn't have someone like Zhao Hai. The 12 metal beasts charged towards the sect leader with an unstoppable force. The sect leader wanted to run away, but the 12 metal beasts were faster, and with the 12 metal beasts continuing to pursue the sect leader, his personal fire chariot was destroyed. The sect leader was also killed in the process. With the death of the sect leader, the Roaring Flame sect cultivators lost all thoughts of resistance. At the same time, Tai Zanshan announced that those who surrendered wouldn't be killed. The Black Tiger Gang was also willing to welcome them. This removed the last twills of resistance in the minds of the Roaring Flame sect cultivators. Besides those deathly loyal to the sect, the others began to surrender. Before long, a large number of Roaring Flame sect cultivators surrendered to the Black Tiger Gang. Those who resisted became fewer and fewer. While nobody was paying attention, Zhao Hai sneaked into the Roaring Flame sect's headquarters and took away the fire character tablet. Zhao Hai knew that if he asked for the tablet from Tai Zanshan, then Tai Zanshan would definitely give it to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. This would make the Black Tiger Gang cultivators know where the tablet went. Zhao Hai didn't want them to know that he had the tablet, so he secretly took it. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang began a comprehensive accounting of the Roaring Flame sect's domain. Their occupation went very smoothly. This was because the Black Tiger Gang didn't destroy a lot of the sect's infrastructure, especially the transmission formations. The transmission formations were only sealed by Zhao Hai, so they could be used immediately after the seal was lifted. The only place that was severely destroyed was the crafting base. By this time, the base was completely ruined by the magma. It would be impossible to make use of the refining base for quite some time. It would need heavy reconstruction to be used again. Chapter 1748. Completion. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at the bustling scene outside. It has already been 10 days since the end of the war between the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect. A lot happened in these 10 days. First, the Wandering Soul Group sent an exploratory attack to the Black Tiger Gang upon knowing that the Roaring Flame sect has been destroyed. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang had yet to take over the Roaring Flame sect's domain. It would be bad if the Wandering Soul Group used this opportunity to attack. Fortunately, Hu Liangchen was taking charge of the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. Although Hu Liangchen was known for his wits, he was also a very strong cultivator. He wouldn't flinch when faced with an attack. Under Hu Liangchen's command, the sect was able to stop the Wandering Soul Group. He didn't allow them to get benefits for cheap. After Tai Zanshan received information about the attack, he immediately sent Zhao Hai to provide support. Transcending Tribulation experts were also sent back to help defend the defensive line. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to get anything, the Wandering Soul Group retreated. They were also afraid that Hu Shen would come out, so they ran away before they suffered heavy losses. With the retreat of the Wandering Soul Group, there's nothing left for Zhao Hai to deal with. Therefore, he began to repair the damaged large artifacts. Losses of large artifacts during battles between two sects wasn't uncommon, and if the Black Tiger Gang lost too many large artifacts, then they would be in a passive situation. So after the war, Tai Zanshan immediately asked Zhao Hai to repair the large artifacts as soon as possible. The missing fire character tablet wasn't a huge deal to the Black Tiger Gang. Compared to the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang had no attachments to the tablet. What's more important for them was the Roaring Flame sect's domain. As for those who surrendered to the Black Tiger Gang, nothing happened to them. They already accepted their fate. Now that the Roaring Flame sect has disappeared, apart from joining the Black Tiger Gang, their other choice was to enter other sects or be a rogue cultivator. Whether it be joining the other sects or becoming a rogue cultivator, none of these were good choices for those from the Roaring Flame sect. The Roaring Flame sect cultivators knew that if they stuck together, then they would have some voice inside the Black Tiger Gang. If they went to other sects, it wasn't certain if the others would follow. A couple people wouldn't have any impact on any sect. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Roaring Flame sect's territory has been completely integrated into the Black Tiger Gang. The Roaring Flame sect's cultivators also joined the gang. Zhao Hai also finished repairing the large artifacts. He was left with nothing else to do. Therefore, he was preparing to go to Fire God City. Laura and the others followed Zhao Hai for a long time, so upon seeing that Zhao Hai was finished with his tasks, Laura looked at him and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to Fire God City?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I am. I want to see what happens once I completely refine the Vermilion Bird stamp." Then his body vanished and appeared in front of the Fire God tablet. Looking at the fire god tablet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he flew up towards the empty spot on the tablet. He waved his hand as he pushed the fire character tablet in. The fire character tablet was a perfect fit for the hole on the fire god tablet. Zhao Hai didn't guess wrongly. The fire character tablet had indeed been dug out from the fire god tablet. When the fire character tablet was completely placed into the missing spot on the fire god tablet, the tablet suddenly burst into flames. The flames were too intense that Zhao Hai was forced to close his eyes. He was even forced to retract his spiritual force. Zhao Hai heard a rumbling sound as though the surrounding space was being shaken. Then the entire fire god city shook. This caused Zhao Hai's complexion to change. However, the shaking stopped not long after. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force and discovered that Fire God City has returned to normal. But this time, although there were no changes to the city, the strong fire element energy that was in it has vanished. Besides the red rocks that made the city, there was nothing else inside. As for the Fire God tablet, it became an ordinary tablet. Its imposing aura was no longer there. Zhao Hai looked at the first three characters of the tablet and they no longer made him feel anything. The profound feeling from before was gone. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He waved his hand and took out a flying sword. Then he slashed the tablet using the sword. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the tablet could still repel the sword after becoming normal. Clang! Zhao Hai's slash connected with the fire god tablet. Suddenly, the fire god tablet emitted a flame that soared to the heavens. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's special body, he would have been turned to ash while liquid silver would be turned into molten iron. Zhao Hai felt that the flames of the fire god tablet were very powerful. If a transcending tribulation was unprepared, then they would be burned. Zhao Hai understood what happened to Fire God City. The previous Fire God City was like a burning pile of wood. Everyone could see that it couldn't be approached easily. Naturally, nobody saw the precious Fire God City. The current Fire God City was like a barrel of gunpowder. Normally, it seemed like it wasn't threatening, but once it was attacked, it would immediately explode. If the previous Fire God City was like an unsheathed sword, the present Fire God City was a holstered gun. Although an unsheathed sword looked more threatening, those who saw it would be on guard immediately. However, a holstered gun wouldn't cause everyone to be wary. However, once provoked, the gun would produce a more formidable firepower compared to a sword. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he looked at Fire God City. Then his body moved as he appeared inside the fire temple. Zhao Hai went towards the vermilion bird stamp and began to reach out using his spiritual force. He was preparing to fully refine the stamp. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force entered the vermilion bird stamp, he felt that the stamp had gained a soul. However, this soul resisted him. It wasn't willing to submit. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect that he would be rejected. However, Zhao Hai had no thoughts of retreating. He immediately exerted more spiritual force to enter the vermilion bird stamp to wage war against the stamp's spirit. Inside the vermilion bird stamp was a phantom of Zhao Hai. Opposite him was a phantom of the vermilion bird. As Zhao Hai sent his spiritual force inside, the vermilion bird also sent flames towards him. Zhao Hai didn't dare be negligent. Since he couldn't dodge the flames, he used spells to block it. He wouldn't dare let the flames touch his body. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spells were effective against the flames. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered that the resistance of the vermilion bird was getting stronger and stronger. This greatly surprised Zhao Hai. The vermilion bird was indeed very difficult to deal with. If it continues to increase in strength, then Zhao Hai might not be able to hold on. By this point, Zhao Hai's spells were of little use against the vermilion bird. The same was true for his bright sword technique. The bright sword technique was used for spiritual attacks. However, it didn't affect the vermilion bird. This caused Zhao Hai to be startled. As the vermilion bird became stronger and stronger, Zhao Hai frowned more and more. He didn't expect the vermilion bird to become so strong. It became hard for him to refine it. If this goes on, he won't get anything. Although Zhao Hai didn't care about the vermilion bird's stamp, he didn't like this feeling. It's as if someone promised him something in return for some help. Then after the task was done, The other party didn't fulfill their end of the promise. This caused Zhao Hai to be angry. Zhao Hai looked at the vermilion bird as his thoughts revolved. The reason why the vermilion bird was getting stronger must have something to do with the fire god tablet. Since the tablet has been restored, the vermilion bird was also regaining its strength. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai was hit with an idea. He thought of his 5-element killing formation. The formation could kill objects of the 5 elements. After many upgrades, the formation was much more powerful compared to before. It might be possible for the formation to deal with the vermilion bird. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai moved his 5-element killing formation and surrounded the vermilion bird with it. The vermilion bird didn't expect that Zhao Hai would have something like the 5-element killing formation. Before long, the formation began to shrink. The vermilion bird noticed that something wasn't right. It immediately tried to break out of the formation. However, as it collided with the formation, its flames began to turn pale. The vermilion bird became afraid. It knows that if it couldn't break out, then it would die. The vermilion bird was different from other beings. It was a divinity of fire, so it couldn't escape the 5-element killing formation. As the formation got smaller and smaller, the vermilion bird was being strangled by it. After the vermilion bird was strangled to death, Zhao Hai felt the vermilion bird stamp connecting with him. Then a link was established between the two of them. A large amount of information entered Zhao Hai's head. Despite his formidable mental strength, the information still caused Zhao Hai to be dizzy for a while. As Zhao Hai was digesting the information, the entire fire god city began to sway. Then the city began to shrink. It became smaller and smaller before it shrank inside the vermilion bird stamp. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body was absorbed into the stamp. Although the city has disappeared, the magma above it didn't fall. As though something was blocking it, the magma was still flowing around the area. Zhao Hai was now standing on the miniature fire god city with his eyes closed. He was still digesting the information in his head. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. The information sent by the vermilion bird stamp was about itself and the fire god city. Fire god city was a famous architectural artifact made by a being known as the fire god. The fire god took thousands of years to collect all kinds of precious materials and another hundreds more to refine the city. Finally, he used a piece of spatial attribute spirit stone to refine the vermilion bird stamp to store the city inside it. At the same time, the fire god city can store the vermilion bird stamp. In this case, fire god city is the vermilion bird stamp and the vermilion bird stamp is fire god city. Because of the numerous valuable fire-type materials used to create fire god city, the city was able to absorb the fire energy of the heavens and earth automatically. It was able to help cultivators inside it. Moreover, although fire god city could be occupied by people from other elements, children born inside the city would have an innate fire spirit vein. This allows fire element cultivators who practice fire element cultivation methods to gain double the result with half the effort. It can be said that fire god city was the same as Zhao Hai's space. It was a mobile city that made its inhabitants stronger. It was definitely a powerful artifact. Naturally, such a creation was a threat to other people. Not long after fire god city was refined, the fire god was attacked by several people. In the end, he died by self-detonation. His death caused the spatial barrier to break, sucking the vermilion bird stamp and fire god city into it. This was the reason why the city appeared in the great world of cultivation. All of these came from the information that the vermilion bird stamp sent towards Zhao Hai. The vermilion bird was the fire god's spiritual imprint that he left behind when the stamp was refined. But when the vermilion bird stamp fell into the great world of cultivation, this spiritual imprint was torn apart along with the city. Fortunately, Fire God City has the ability to repair itself, and with its fragments not far away, it was able to rebuild. It took a long time before the city was rebuilt. After it was finished rebuilding, the only thing missing from it was the fire character tablet. Because of this, the vermilion bird had no way to wake up. It just so happens that Zhao Hai arrived and used his instinct technique to communicate with the vermilion bird stamp. This awakened the vermilion bird and it gave Zhao Hai a reason to take the fire character tablet back. Once the fire character tablet was returned, the vermilion bird regained its consciousness. Naturally, the vermilion bird wouldn't allow Zhao Hai to refine it. Unfortunately for the vermilion bird, it hasn't restored its strength and was strangled to death by Zhao Hai. The vermilion bird stamp in turn was refined by Zhao Hai. This also meant that Fire God City fell into Zhao Hai's hands. Chapter 1749, Vermilion Bird Space. Zhao Hai was now aware that the Fire God City was a massive artifact that could shrink and enlarge. Most importantly, it was an artifact from the immortal realm, and it was one of the pinnacle treasures of the realm. Otherwise, other people wouldn't have felt the need to attack the fire god in order to snatch it. All of these were passed on to him by the vermilion bird stamp. However, the majority of the information was related to the application of Fire God City. Information about the immortal realm was scarce. This caused Zhao Hai to be depressed. However, it must be said that Fire God City was indeed a very good artifact, but the current Fire God City was still an unfinished product. As long as some materials were added, Fire God City would be complete. It would become an isolated space where people could live in a small realm. This would be the doing of spatial spirit stones. Most people use ordinary spirit stones and formations in order to make spatial equipment. However, these subspaces couldn't contain living beings. These were only used by cultivators as a portable storage. Spatial spirit stones were different. Inside each spatial spirit stone was an independent space. The size of the independent space corresponds with the level of the spirit stone. At the same time, this space could be further improved through refining. The highest level of spatial spirit stones can reach the level of 1 grain of sand. 1 world. That was to say that a spatial spirit stone of this quality would have an entire world with only the size of a grain of sand. Moreover, this world could contain living beings. The fire god used these spatial spirit stones in order to make Fire God City. Naturally, the materials he used were of high quality. Zhao Hai could see that the space of the vermilion bird stamp has the potential to contain a planet. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai was certain that Fire God City was half finished. Zhao Hai's guess was true. In fact, the fire god wanted to build a small world inside the vermilion bird stamp. Moreover, he was preparing to build a sect inside this small world to provide him with faith power. Unfortunately, just as he finished Fire God City, he was surrounded and beaten to death by other people. This left Fire God City unfinished. Fire God City couldn't only be used for housing people, it was also a defensive artifact. The artifact can shrink and enlarge, and it was also quite powerful. If the Fire God's strength hadn't declined due to refining Fire God City, then he might have been able to survive with the help of the artifact. Unfortunately, because his strength dropped too much, he was unable to use the entire strength of Fire God City. In the end, he was forced to explode himself. Now, Fire God City has fallen into Zhao Hai's hands. Zhao Hai felt bitter in the beginning, but soon he felt that it was good that Fire God City fell into his hands. The space was quite rich and it was his biggest secret. Zhao Hai couldn't allow it to be discovered. However, the space had a lot of things that were useful to him. Therefore, Zhao Hai needs something to mask the existence of the space. Fire God City would fit this requirement. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai changed his look towards the vermilion bird stamp. He now wanted to complete it. This way, he would be able to more comfortably use the things of the space in the future. After looking at the vermilion bird stamp, Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the stamp to the space. As soon as the stamp entered the space, a prompt was heard. Subspace with the host's imprint has been detected. A small world can be built from it. Space can perform an upgrade. Will the host proceed? Hearing this prompt, Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately said, "Proceed." A white light quickly surrounded the vermilion bird stamp. At the same time, a progress bar appeared with numbers from 0 to 100. Naturally, once the progress bar reaches 100, the upgrade would be finished. The upgrade process wasn't fast. A little bit of progress appeared after a couple of minutes. Judging by the speed, the upgrade wouldn't be finished in just a few hours. Zhao Hai looked at the progress bar for some time before he returned to the villa. After taking a seat, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think something's off." Despite the disappearance of the Fire God City, The magma hasn't fallen down at all. Moreover, the temperature of the magma remained the same. Zhao Hai paused, then he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let me go take a look." Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he appeared in the space where Fire God City used to be. When Zhao Hai arrived at the original location of Fire God City, he was stunned. This was because he saw the magma above him painting the whole space red. However, he couldn't feel any heat. It was just that the fire element energy in this place was richer than other places. Zhao Hai sized up the space where Fire God City was and could finally picture out the entire place. It was an enormous space. Now that the entire Fire God City was taken by Zhao Hai, what was left behind was a large empty space. The area that the space occupied was about half the size of the Roaring Flame Sect's domain. This was the entire domain, not the area of the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. One could imagine how large the space was. Moreover, the fire element energy in this place was very rich. At the same time, the spiritual chi inside was quite rich. It wasn't any less than the density on the Roaring Flame Sect's headquarters. If the Roaring Flame Sect discovered this place, then they would have become one of the peak sects in the Northern Divergent Province. Zhao Hai looked around and slowly flew up. Looking at the magma flowing up and around the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the universe. Zhao Hai moved and entered the magma. He wanted to find out why the magma didn't fall into that space. Upon entering the magma, Zhao Hai gained an understanding why the magma didn't fall into that space. The place where Fire God City used to be was actually a small subspace. It was like the Foreign Trials. It was a small world located just beside the great world of cultivation. Therefore, the magma didn't enter the space. This discovery caused Zhao Hai to be happy. This space was very big, enough for Tai Zanshan to treat it as a secret base. It would provide a huge advantage to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai felt great knowing about the subspace. Now, Zhao Hai wanted to know more about the magma. After traversing through the magma river, Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. The magma river had developed a heart of earth fire. Because of this heart, the magma river produced fire element spirit stones. However, Zhao Hai didn't have any intentions to take the heart of earth fire and the fire element spirit stones. He had no use for these things. The space already had a heart of fire, a much more advanced version of the heart of earth fire. As for the fire element spirit stones, Zhao Hai was even more unwilling to take them. Zhao Hai left the magma river to protect the subspace below. Because of Fire God City, the magma river formed a consciousness. The consciousness wasn't only working for the magma, but for the Fire God City as well. This magma river was now acting as a protective layer to the space below it. This would also allow the Black Tiger Gang to rebuild the Inferno Valley to its previous state. Moreover, with the space below, the Black Tiger Gang could go into the business of selling fire attribute spirit stones. After thinking of this, Zhao Hai went back to the subspace below and built a transmission formation. He plans to hand this subspace over to the Black Tiger Gang. Before long, the transmission formation was built. After that, Zhao Hai entered the space to look up the progress of the Vermilion Bird Stamps upgrade. To his surprise, the speed of the upgrade has increased. In about an hour, it would be finished. This caused Zhao Hai to be happy. Then he returned to the villa to watch the situation outside with Laura and the others. The Black Tiger Gang was still busy. After taking over the territory of the Roaring Flame Sect, they had a lot of matters that needed to be done. Most importantly, Tai Zanshan wanted to begin the reconstruction of the refining base. At this time, the Northern Divergent Province went into an uproar. It has been a long time since a sect extermination has happened in the province. This was especially true when it came to a sect with the scale of the Roaring Flame Sect. Dealing with a medium-grade sect wasn't easy. However, the Black Tiger Gang was actually able to achieve this. Everyone in the province knew that it would be very hard to exterminate the Roaring Flame Sect in a swift manner. Even the Myriad Demon Sect of the Northern Divergent Province was unable to do it, let alone the Black Tiger Gang. It was precisely because of this understanding that everyone was shocked when they got the news. Upon hearing the news, everyone's first response was disbelief. But after confirming the news, They were surprised and then curious as to how the Black Tiger Gang did it. Unfortunately, nobody was there to witness the battle. The only thing they knew was that the Black Tiger Gang didn't lose a lot in the battle. Moreover, they were able to force a lot of Roaring Flame sect cultivators to surrender. The war not only failed to reduce the strength of the Black Tiger Gang, it reinforced it instead. However, nobody was thinking of attacking the Black Tiger Gang at this time. The Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect had a prior grudge with each other, so it was normal for the Black Tiger Gang to attack the Roaring Flame sect. The other sects didn't have any extreme reactions to the Black Tiger Gang's action. However, there were still sects that were anxious. One of them was the Wandering Soul Group. Chapter 1750, Secret Base. Naturally, the Wandering Soul Group was anxious. After all, the grudge between the Roaring Flame sect and the Black Tiger Gang has been elevated because of their plan. If it weren't for the Wandering Soul Group's cooperation with the Roaring Flame sect, the Black Tiger Gang's hatred wouldn't have been pushed to the point of sect extinction. The extermination of the Roaring Flame sect wasn't good news for the Wandering Soul Group. With the enmity between them and the Black Tiger Gang, it's highly probable that they would be the next target. It was also because of this that the Wandering Soul Group immediately attacked the Black Tiger Gang upon hearing that the Roaring Flame sect had been eliminated. They wanted to destroy the Black Tiger Gang along with the Roaring Flame sect. However, they didn't expect that the Black Tiger Gang still had enough people to defend their base. In the end, they could only retreat in despair. It was also because of this that the Wandering Soul Group was anxious about the Black Tiger Gang. They knew that they had lost the opportunity to get rid of the Black Tiger Gang. Once the Black Tiger Gang digests the Roaring Flame sect's territory, their strength would increase. When that happens, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Another group who had some response to the Roaring Flame sect's elimination was the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Demon sect was the top sect of the Northern Divergent Province. They wouldn't allow anyone to challenge their position. Because of this, if the Black Tiger Gang made any further actions, then the sect would probably intervene. But if one thought about it, the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't be able to easily intervene. After all, there was enmity between the Black Tiger Gang and the Roaring Flame sect. It was out of the Myriad Demon sect's business if the two sects decided to fight each other. In any case, the Myriad Demon sect was preparing to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. They wouldn't allow the Black Tiger Gang to develop further. Otherwise, they would threaten the sect's hegemonic position in the Northern Divergent Province. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang didn't know of this. Tai Zanshan was still busy taking care of the Roaring Flame sect's domain. If the Black Tiger Gang fails to properly digest the Roaring Flame sect's territory, then it might cause trouble to the sect in the future. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he looked at everyone being busy. He didn't think of helping them. He didn't like such bothersome things. If he came across these tasks, he would just hand them over to Laura and the others. At this time, the space issued a prompt. Subspace upgrade has been completed. Asking the host to collect. Zhao Hai stood up and went to the place where the vermilion bird stamp was. The vermilion bird stamp was floating in midair. But this time, the stamp has shrunk. It could now fit on the palm of a hand. When Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to inspect the vermilion bird stamp, he couldn't help but be shocked. The space inside the vermilion bird stamp has changed. Fire God City was still at the middle position, but there was now land beyond the city. There were mountains and fertile plains that could be used as farmland. It has turned into a miniature world of cultivation. Most importantly, the space planted an elven tree inside. It was the huge tree from the past. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the root of the elven tree was the primal spirit root. In the past, when Zhao Hai received the primal spirit root into the space, it fused with the 100 spirits tree and gradually became the tree's roots. The same happened in this new subspace, but instead of the 100 spirits tree, the space used the elven tree instead. Zhao Hai could imagine how the spiritual chi in this place would become richer and richer as time passes. Besides medicinal plants, the space also placed spirit crystal loads inside as well as some beasts. This caused the vermilion bird space to be vibrant and beautiful. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The vermilion bird stamp would definitely be used for battle in the future. What's the use of making it beautiful inside? However, there was still a lot of information coming from the vermilion bird stamp. The vermilion bird stamp already has a self-repairing ability, but with the help of the elm tree, this ability has become stronger. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, the vermilion bird stamp would be able to recover to full when damaged. Fire God City could also be placed outside during battle. It could also change its size. The vermilion bird stamp could also shrink and enlarge. The stamp can even be used directly during battle. However, the stamp could only enlarge to around 10 meters high. It couldn't compare to Fire God City in size. Naturally, the vermilion bird stamp wasn't originally meant for battle. It was just a container for Fire God City. No matter how good the sword was, its scabbard would always be weaker. Zhao Hai didn't care about that. To be honest, he has no plans of using the vermilion bird stamp in battle, nor did he plan to use the Fire God City. The vermilion bird stamp was just there to cover up for the space. After looking at the vermilion bird stamp, Zhao Hai received it and then returned to the villa. He plans to rest inside the space for several days. After all, the task given to him by the sect should take several days to finish. 5 days passed and Zhao Hai finally decided to go out of the space. Then he went to see Tai Zanshan. Tai Zanshan was now arranging the reconstruction of the refining base. The cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect have also been arranged. Naturally, Tai Zanshan wouldn't allow these people to unify. Therefore, he made sure to separate them as much as possible. However, Tai Zanshan was also aware that the sect was currently at a very sensitive time. If the cultivators of the Roaring Flame sect felt that something was wrong, they would certainly fight back. Since Tai Zanshan didn't want this to happen, he gave them a promise that as long as they don't betray the Black Tiger Gang, Tai Zanshan would accept them. As Tai Zanshan was busy with his tasks, the guard outside announced, "Gang Master, Zhao Hai is here." Tai Zanshan stared, then he immediately said, "Let him in." The guard nodded and then opened the door to let Zhao Hai inside. Seeing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan left and said, "Little Hai, good, good. I reckon you're the most relaxed person in the whole Black Tiger Gang. How are you? Are the repairs finished?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, replying to the gang leader, "I have completed the repairs of the large artifacts. I am here to hand them over to the gang leader." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan let out a sigh of relief as he said, "Good. With the large artifacts, we no longer have to be afraid of others. Come and take a seat." Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude and then sat down. Tai Zanshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what method did you use to agitate the earth fire?" "We're currently rebuilding the refining base. Are you sure that it won't happen again?" Hearing Tai Zanshan, Zhao Hai replied, "Gang leader, you don't have to worry. Before I came here, I went to the Inferno Valley to check. There shouldn't be any more problems with the earth fire. Also, I came here today to deliver a report." When I went to check the Inferno Valley, I discovered a subspace underground. The subspace is like the foreign trials. However, there's nothing there, just a huge empty space. The spiritual chi in that place is very rich. It can be used as a secret base. I have already constructed a transmission formation to that place. If the gang leader wants, you can send someone to take a look. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Zanshan stared. Then he said, "Are you sure about that? A subspace below the Inferno Valley?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm sure. I have seen it with my own eyes. The magma river of the Inferno Valley seems to avoid that place." Tai Zanshan frowned and asked, "How secure is that place?" Hearing that it was underneath the magma river, Tai Zanshan couldn't help but worry about its safety. Zhao Hai gave a nod and sighed. "There should be no problem with the place. The gang leader can go with me to take a look." Tai Zanshan thought for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's go and take a look." Despite saying that, the two didn't immediately go to the subspace. Instead, Tai Zanshan called Hu Liangchen, Mu Hai, Tai Ying, and Zhang Feng over. Once everyone had arrived, Tai Zanshan told them, Little Hai discovered a subspace below the Inferno Valley. We might be able to create a secret base there. He already created a transmission formation in that place. We can go together to take a look. If we can really use a transmission formation to go there, then it would be good for the sect. As soon as they heard this, everyone's gazes turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also gave them a nod. Hu Liangchen looked at Tai Zanshan and said, "Gang leader, I think it's a good idea if we can take a look to see if it's really suitable for a secret base. There are benefits without any drawbacks, although the Black Tiger Gang is developing well, because of our fight with the Roaring Flame sect. Large sects are staring at us. We have to have cards to play when the time comes." Tai Zanshan nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, arrange the transmission formation. We'll go take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and then walked outside. Naturally, he wouldn't create a new transmission formation. Instead, he would reconfigure another transmission formation in the main hall of the Black Tiger Gang. Before long, the transmission formation was prepared. Zhao Hai asked Tai Zanshan and the others to enter the formation. Then with a flash of white light, the group appeared in the space underneath Inferno Valley's magma river. Seeing the place, Tai Zanshan and the others were stunned. Although Zhao Hai already told them that the magma avoided the space, they were still mesmerized by the magma flowing right above them. They didn't expect there to be an empty space underneath the magma river. After some time, everyone recovered from their shock. Tai Zanshan forced a smile as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're really something. You were even able to find such a place. No wonder you said we can build a secret base here. It's truly suitable for it. If it weren't for the transmission formation, close to nobody would be able to reach this place. How did you find it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came here with the help of the Supreme Elder." As soon as they heard that, everyone relaxed. After all, in their heart, Hu Shan was a person that can do even the impossible.